Good afternoon, everyone, and holiday greetings from Box 44 in New York's Metropolitan Opera House. You're once again the invited guests of the National Broadcasting Company on a coast-to-coast network of its associated stations for an afternoon of opera. Today's performance is of special interest. The Metropolitan Opera Company is reviving this afternoon for the first time since 1937 Ponchielli's realistic and tragic opera La Gioconda, to be sung in Italian by a famous cast headed by Zinka Milanov in the title role, Bruna Castagna, Anna Cascas, Giovanni Martinelli, Carlo Morelli, Niccolo Moscona, and others. We are now awaiting our conductor, Ettore Panizza, who is on his way to the orchestra pit.
la cucagna, tra due colonnette della tua ragna, parlano il cantastorie, e le tue file sono le corde di questo apparecchio. Col lavorio sottile e di mano e d'orecchio, colgo i tappani al vol per conto dello Stato. Se mai non falla l'udito mio, voglier potessi per le mie brame e tosto una certa pochissima far sarebbe da bere, e alla regata non hai fatto bandiera, in porti spazzato. E se la vera cagion io ti dicesti del tuo danno, lo so, la flora breve era rempata. E che dunque la vicina lasso hai la barca stregata e ti tenta una Maria piega sul suo capo. Osserva quella cieca un magico segno barca sarà la tua bara e il guardia fratello la vidi 3 volte scagliarsi i remi parole tremende lo combinatori anch'io barca sarà la tua bara e il guardia fratello sempre quell'orrido tentato vede cieca a vuote le occhiaie eppure il crede la cieca ci guarda la cieca ci vede ci vede oh spavento oh guardare la cieca ci guarda
Murder Clinic. Stories of the world's great detectives of fiction. Men Against Murder. Each week at this time, WOR Mutual turns the spotlight on one of the great figures of crime detection and brings you his most exciting case. Tonight, Agatha Christie's unique detective Hercule Poirot in the tragedy at Marsden Manor. Evening, Monsieur Poirot. I recognize you anywhere, I think, thanks to those magnificent mustachios of yours.
Merci bien. They are very magnificent, no?
They are indeed. Tell me, did they help you solve the tragedy at Marsden Manor?
No. It was the little gray cells in the brain of the great Hercule Poirot that prevented this great miscarriage of justice in the death of Richard Maltravers of Marsden Manor. It all began in the little village of Marsden Lee, less than 100 kilometers from London.
Come in. Yes, what is it?
Are you Dr. Bernard?
Yes, I am.
Come quick, the master's done for.
You mean Mr. Maltravers of the manor?
Aye, the master. The mistress, she says, fetch the doctor, she says. But it bean't no use. He's a dead un. I knows a dead un when I see un.
What was it, man? An accident?
No, bean't no accident. I found him in the lower meadow. with the blood running out of his mouth. Be a stroke.
A stroke?
That's what it be.
Well, hurry, man, let's go. Come now, Mrs. Beltravers. You must get hold of yourself. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. After all, we are all of us mortal.
But why Richard? He was so good, so kind. Why did this have to happen to him?
Oh, come, please.
He seemed so well, so full of life. Why, only last week he passed a medical examination for insurance. How could he have died so suddenly? Doctor, what happened?
A hemorrhage due to stomach ulcers, undoubtedly, resulting in a stroke.
Bonjour, Mr. Hyde.
Hello, Poirot.
You know my good friend Captain Hastings, no?
Good morning, Captain Hastings.
Welcome.
Well, Poirot, you got my message, I see.
I did. What is it that disturbs you, mon ami? Richard Maltravers dies? You sent for Poirot. What was the cause of Monsieur Maltravers' death?
The death certificate says a hemorrhage resulting in a stroke due to stomach ulcers.
But surely you did not bring Papa Poirot here to talk of the stomach ulcers. This Richard Maltravers had taken out the insurance policy in your company, no?
And what a policy. For £50,000.
Well, good square sum, that, huh?
Rather.
So, what is it you wish me to do? It is unfortunate for your company, but everything seems, how you say, open and above the plank, no?
No, Poirot. Open and above board.
Ah, my good friend, the great Hastings. Always he corrects the English of Hercule Poirot. Monsieur Wright, I ask you, do I not speak the English of a superb?
You do indeed. But to get back to your previous question, what my company wishes you to do is to investigate the circumstances of Mr. Maltravers' death.
So, what is it you suspect, mon ami?
Well, of course, you know in the case of suicide, the policy is invalid.
Yes.
And when a man past the prime of life takes out an unusually large policy in favor of a young wife half his age and then dies within 2 weeks, the possibility of suicide cannot be ignored.
Oh, with certainty, mon ami. But suicide by hemorrhage? That is a queer suspend of fish. Now, if the cause of death had been heart failure, then I would smell a mouse. Heart failure can always mean that a stupid doctor did not find the true cause. But hemorrhage, ma foi, hemorrhage is, well, hemorrhage.
Exactly. Nevertheless, we are determined to proceed with the matter. You will undertake the inquiry?
But of course. Hastings, that great professor of English, shall go with me. Eh, mon ami?
Gladly, Poirot.
Bien. Now, where is this place, this Marsden Manor?
You take the Great Eastern Line from Liverpool Station to the little town of Marsden Lee. Marsden Manor is about a mile from the village.
Marsden Lee. All right, Hastings, we go.
So this is Marsden Lee, eh? I hope we can get a conveyance up to the manor.
Ticket, sir.
Here you are, my friend.
I suppose you'll be coming down for the funeral, sir?
Funeral? What funeral?
You say you've made a funeral of Master Maltravers. About the manor.
Oh. You say the manor? Could that be Marsden Manor?
Aye, it be.
That is an odd coincidence. My friend and I, we have come down with a thought of buying this Marsden Manor.
You couldn't pay me to live there, you couldn't.
Why not?
It's be haunted.
Haunted?
Aye, haunted. Seen things there, folks says.
Yeah, we shall see. Now, could you tell us where a Dr. Bernard lives?
Aye, up yon hill, about half a mile.
Well, come, Hastings. I understand, Dr. Bernard, that you signed the death certificate of a Mr. Richard Maltravers.
Yes, I did.
You understand, Doctor, with such a big policy, we must make the careful investigation.
Of course, of course. I suppose he was such a rich man, his life was insured for a big sum,
You consider him a rich man, Doctor?
Well, was he not? He kept 2 cars, you know, and Marsden Manor is a pretty big place to keep up. Although I believe he bought it very cheaply.
I understand he had considerable losses of late.
That's so, indeed. It's fortunate for his widow, then, that there is this insurance.
Yes, yes.
Very beautiful and charming young creature, but terribly unstrung by this sad catastrophe. I've tried to spare her all I could, but of course the shock has been very great.
Why shock? His ulcers of the stomach, they're what you call chronic,
Yes, yes.
They are not sudden.
No.
Did you not attend Mr. Maltravers before, Doctor?
My dear sir, I never attended him.
What?
I understand Mr. Maltravers was a member of a faith-healing sect.
But you examined the body,
Certainly. I was fetched by one of the under-gardeners.
and the cause of death was clear?
Absolutely. There was blood on the lips, but most of the bleeding must have been internal.
He had not been moved?
No, the body hadn't been touched. He had evidently been out shooting crows, and a long-barreled bird gun lay beside him. The hemorrhage must have occurred quite suddenly. Gastric ulcers, without a doubt.
He could not have been shot,
My dear sir,
I beg pardon, but I remember once a doctor who said heart failure until the constable showed him a bullet wound through the head.
You will find no bullet wounds on the body or head of Mr. Maltravers. Now, gentlemen, if there's nothing further,
Thank you, Doctor. Just one more thing. You saw no need for the autopsy,
Certainly not. The cause of death was perfectly clear. In my profession, we see no need to distress unduly the relatives of a dead patient. Now, gentlemen, if you'll pardon me, good day.
Well, Hastings, what do you think of our good Dr. Bernard?
Bit of an old fool.
Precisely. Your judgments of character are always profound, mon ami, except where a young and beautiful woman is concerned. So now you must mind your Q's and P's, because the good doctor has said that the next one we see is both young and beautiful. This Madame Maltravers. Madame Maltravers, I cannot tell you how I am sorry to bother you in this way.
Must I be bothered now? I know nothing about this insurance of my husband.
Courage, madame, it is necessary. I will do all to make this matter not too unpleasant for you. I, Hercule Poirot, swear it. Now, if you would recount briefly the sad events of last Wednesday,
Well, I was changing for tea when the maid came up. One of the gardeners had just run up to the house. He'd found Richard.
No, I comprehend. Enough. You had seen your husband earlier in the afternoon?
No, not since lunch. I'd walked down to the village for some stamps. I believe he was out pottering around the grounds.
Shooting the crows, no?
Yes, so I understand. He usually took his bird gun with him. In fact, I heard 1 or 2 shots at a distance.
So, where is this bird gun now?
In the gun cabinet over there, I suppose.
With your permission, madame. Here it is. 2 shots fired, I see. And now, madame, a delicate question. Monsieur Maltravers, your husband, is awaiting burial, I believe?
Yes. He's lying in his room.
If I might see?
Why, yes, of course. It's the first room at the top of the stairs. You'll forgive me if I don't go with you.
What, of course. Hastings, you remain here with madame.
Do you think Mr. Poirot will understand why I didn't go with him?
I can assure you, Mrs. Maltravers, Poirot is most sympathetic.
I don't doubt it, Mr. Hastings. I only wish there was more that I could tell him.
Oh, I understand. But I wonder, Mrs. Maltravers, if you could tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
Well, the station master, an odd character named Volk, said something about Marsden Manor being haunted.
Marsden Manor haunted? Why, surely you're joking, Mr. Hastings.
Oh, no, I assure you. He told us that people have seen things.
We must have been referring to my humble experiments in extrasensory perception. I've always been tremendously intrigued by that subject, and doubtless some of our servants have been gossiping.
Madame, you are mediumistic. How fascinating.
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, Mr. Poirot. I've dabbled a bit, that's all.
So?
I've managed table levitation and simple things like that. But I suppose to the simple rustics around here, it looks like black magic.
Very interesting. Under kinder circumstances, I would implore a demonstration.
Why, are you interested in such things, Mr. Poirot?
All fields of knowledge interest the great Poirot.
Poirot, don't you think perhaps we'd better...
Oh, I forgot, madame. I thank you for your so great courtesy. I do not think you need be bothered any further by the matter. By the way, do you know anything of your husband's financial position?
Nothing whatever, I'm afraid. I'm very stupid about business.
I see. Then you can give us no clue as to why your husband suddenly decided to insure his life.
Oh, was it sudden? I'm sure I don't know.
Enfin. And now, with your permission, madame, we will go. Hastings?
Oh, I'll see you to the door.
Merci. Oh, just one more thing, madame. Could you tell me, when they found Mr. Maltravers, did they find him unshod, without the shoes?
Why, really, Mr. Poirot, I don't understand.
It is nothing. It does not matter. And now, madame, adieu. Oh, but look, you have another visitor. Someone is coming up to walk, huh?
Archie!
Hello,
you!
Emily.
Why, I thought you were on your way back to Australia.
Yes, I was. But I read the news of Uncle's death in Paris and hurried back. Emily, my dear, is there anything I can do for you? Anything?
Oh, of course not. What could you do? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. Mr. Poirot, this is Captain Black, my husband's nephew. Captain Black, Mr. Hastings.
How down?
Emily, how did this happen? Uncle seemed perfectly well when I was here Monday night.
You've evidently read the papers, Archie. You must know what happened.
But they gave no details, just the bare notice of his death. What happened?
Archie, I just can't go through all that again.
Yes, Captain Black, I'm afraid my friend and I, we have disturbed madame.
What are you doing here?
I am Hercule Poirot. The Hercule Poirot.
Mr. Poirot is from the insurance company, Archie.
That's just why I've come back. To protect you from annoyances like this.
You shouldn't have risked your job, Archie. If you left right away, you might still get to Paris in time to make your boat train.
You say Paris, mon capitaine. You go to Australia by way of Paris?
Why, yes. I intended taking the Orient Express from there and pick up the Pacific Mail at Port Said.
Ah, oui. That shortens the journey, does it not? You are staying here, Captain Black?
Yes, I'm staying at the Pig and Thistle. That's the inn down in the village.
Ah, village inn. It serves the roast beef, no?
Why, yes, I suppose so.
Good. So, Hastings, let us try this roast beef at the Pig and Thistle, huh?
Poirot, now you've had your roast beef. Hadn't we better be getting back to London?
No, not so fast, my good Hastings. London, she will not run away. But this Captain Black, he may do so. A garçon! Garçon!
For heaven's sake, Poirot. English inns don't have garçons.
No? Then who is it who approaches?
What do you have, Governor?
For my friend, the dictionary. For me, a bock.
He means beer, George.
I mean the ale.
Right, Governor. You've been up at the Manor, sir?
I mean, yes, we have.
It's sad business, that. I knew no good had come of it as soon as they took the Manor.
You mean this, Maltravers? They were not popular?
Well, not that, Governor. He was a bit too old for her, if you know what I mean.
Oh, see?
She might better have married the nephew. Leastways, I'll bet Bob the nephew thought so.
Ah, there has been the gossip, huh?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as that, Governor. But he did hang around a bit.
And the husband, Mr. Maltravers? The object?
Not as I knows of, Governor. But why is my opinion, I is.
Without a doubt, it is the worst opinion, no, George? But the Captain Black, here he comes now.
Hello, Poirot. Here you are.
Captain Black, come, will you not join us? Bock, perhaps?
Yes, thanks. I don't mind if I do. Waiter, a mug of ale.
Hello, Governor.
Sad business, this death of your uncle, huh?
Yes, and so sudden, too. He seemed in excellent health when I dined with him Monday night.
So? And was he also in good spirits? What did he say? Or what was the talk at this dinner Monday night?
Oh, I don't know. The usual general topics.
I see.
My uncle asked about my people. We talked of Australia.
Yes.
Then Mrs. Maltravers asked a lot of questions about East Africa, where I'd spent some time. I told them one or two yarns. That's about all, I think.
Madame Maltravers seems much upset at the death of her husband, no?
Naturally. They've been married less than a year.
So I hear. A remarkable woman, this lady.
Remarkable in what way? What do you mean?
She has, how you say, the seeing eye. I hear her tell Hastings she does the seance. He seems most interested, no, Hastings?
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as that.
Always the conservative Hastings. Me? I am not so.
Why, Mr. Poirot, don't tell me you believe in this psychic stuff.
Oh, I have not a closed mind. For example, Captain Black, you have told us all that your conscious self knows. Now, with your permission, I would question your subconscious, huh?
Psychoanalysis, eh? Well, it's nonsense, but I don't mind.
Merci. It is like this. I give you a word. You answer with another word. Any word. The first word you think of. Eh bien, shall we begin?
Go ahead.
Hastings, note down the words, please.
Very well, Poirot.
Now, day,
Night.
name,
Place.
Bernard,
Shore.
Monday,
Dinner.
journey,
Ship.
country,
Uganda.
story,
Lions.
bird gun,
Farm.
shot,
Suicide.
elephant,
Tusks.
money.
Lawyers.
So, that is all. You are a good subject, mon capitaine.
You don't mean to tell me that rigmarole means anything to you?
Maybe not, but nevertheless you are a good subject.
Well, if you don't need me anymore, I think I'll go upstairs and unpack. Shall I see you again before you leave, Mr. Poirot?
Yes, I should not be surprised.
Good. See you later.
Au revoir, mon capitaine. And now, my clever Hastings, you see it all, no?
Well, I don't know what you mean, Poirot.
Does that list of words tell you nothing?
Sorry, I'm afraid it doesn't.
Then I will assist you. To begin with, the Capitaine answered within the time limit. No pauses, no making up the mind.
Yeah?
Day to night and place to name are normal associations. Then I give him Bernard, the name of the doctor, if he knew him.
Oh.
Evidently he does not. When I say Bernard, he says shore. Monday means dinner, country is Uganda. Story recalls the lion story he tells them. All natural. But now, notice. When I mention bird gun, I get the unexpected answer, farm. When I say shot, he answers at once, suicide. A man he knows commits suicide with a bird gun on a farm somewhere. Imbecile that I am! The great Hercule Poirot is hoodwinked.
What are you talking about?
Do you not see, Hastings? That is the story the Captain Black told at the dinner Monday night.
Oh, I see. And you think that gave Maltravers the idea? You think he shot himself in the mouth with that bird gun?
Why not? Remember, the bird gun has a very tiny charge of powder. The bullet would remain lodged in the brain. All that would show would be the blood in the mouth. Come, Hastings. It is not too late.
Of course, but where?
To see once more this dead man, to Marsden Manor. Hastings, to Marsden Manor. Alas, Mrs. Maltravers, it is true. Your husband shot himself through the mouth with the bird gun.
You mean suicide?
It would seem so, madame.
But the insurance...
Naturally, madame, the suicide will void the policy. It is unfortunate, but what will you?
Oh, but this is impossible. My husband would never commit suicide. It's inconceivable.
But the evidence, madame, it is conclusive.
No. There must be some other explanation.
You mean murder, madame? Well, of course, that is always possible. But no, not likely, I'm afraid.
But you do admit it's possible. You just said it was possible.
Yes, of course, everything is possible. Have you any idea who might have wished to kill your husband?
Why, no. No, I haven't.
Madame, I have a suggestion. It is bizarre, no doubt, but perhaps if you are willing to help.
Oh, yes, of course, anything.
Madame, you are mediumistic. Perhaps if you would try, you could...
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I could get through to Richard. He might tell us what happened.
I am sure you could do it, madame.
Yes, I'll do it. Come back here tonight at 8 and bring Captain Black with you.
Bien, madame. I'm sure you will succeed. Until late, madame, au revoir.
Hello? You were theatrical agency? Henri Dubois. This is Hercule Poirot. Dear mon ami. Henri, I have a part for you. For one appearance only. Oui, oui, as always. Now listen closely. This is what I wish you to do. Dr. Bernard, this is Hercule Poirot. Tell me, doctor, when you saw Mr. Maltravers after the stroke, did he have on the shoes? He did? Bien, merci. Hello, Scotland Yard. Inspector Japp, please. Hello, Japp. This is Poirot. Quite well, thank you. Inspector, I think I have a murderer for you. No, there is no time to explain. Be at Marsden Manor, Marsden Lee, at 8 o'clock tonight. Wait outside the window. And do not come in until I call, eh? Good, remember. Marsden Manor at 8.
Madame Maltravers, we are on time, as you see. Hastings and I have brought Captain Black with us.
I say there's a bad storm coming up. Would that interfere with the experiment?
Certainly not, Mr. Hastings. This isn't mumbo-jumbo. The weather has nothing to do with it.
Well, let us proceed, huh?
Yes. Now, will you draw chairs up around this table, please? Now, Mr. Hastings, if you'll put out the light.
Certainly.
Now, remain perfectly quiet, please, no matter what you hear or see. Richard. Can you hear me, Richard? Can you hear me? If you can, rap. Rap 3 times. Did you hear that?
But of course, madame. Did you not tell him to rap 3 times?
That's how Richard always used to knock.
Perhaps he is outside.
No.
They say the suicide never rests, always returns.
Listen. What was that?
The front door slammed. What? No, Captain Black. It was but the thunder.
Poirot, I hear footsteps.
It's the wind, madame. I will close the door. I have locked it.
Don't do that. If it should open now.
By Jove, it is open.
He's there. There in the doorway.
I see nothing, madame.
I saw him, I tell you. My husband, you must have seen him too.
Look. She's right. He is there. His hand. Look, it's pointing.
What's that light coming from?
It's pointing at her.
Mon Dieu. Her hand. Her right hand. It is scarlet with blood.
Blood? Yes, it's blood. I killed him. I said it. Take it away. Take it away.
Light!
Good heavens, Poirot. She's got away through that window.
Do not worry, mon capitaine. The good Inspector Japp outside will stop her.
Good heavens. That lovely creature, a murderer.
And a very clever one, my susceptible Hastings. After all, she could not know she would come up against the great Hercule Poirot. And she might even have fooled me if she had only taken off his shoe.
His shoe, Poirot?
Only with his toe could he himself have pulled the trigger of this bird gun. And parbleu, his shoes were still on when they found him.
But I don't understand. This seance, was it all fake?
Certainly. She meant to pull the sheep. Wool. Very well, wool. But it was I who pulled the sheep's wool over her eyes. Thanks to my good friend Henri Dubois, who played the part of the husband's ghost, and Papa Poirot, who put the red paint on her hand in the dark.
But what was her idea in having this seance?
Parbleu, mon capitaine. Do you not see? Madame, she will go into the trance. She will hear the voice. She will come out from the trance. She will, with a great reluctance, name the murderer.
You mean she meant to confess?
Mais non, mon capitaine. She meant to name you.
You have been listening to Murder Clinic. Murder Clinic, the WOR Mutual series which brings to you each week one exciting case. Tonight, the tragedy of Marsden Manor, with Agatha Christie's unique detective Hercule Poirot, played by Maurice Tarplin. Next week, Murder Clinic will bring you Fred Irving Anderson's Deputy Farr, the Vermont farmer who became chief of the Homicide Bureau in New York City. Deputy Farr, the man with the nose for murder. The story is Gulfstream Green, in which the deputy proves that conceit of murderers is colossal. Original music was composed by Ralph Barnhart and conducted by Bob Stanley. This program was an international exchange feature over the coast-to-coast network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Tales told on Murder Clinic are adaptations by authors Lee Wright and John A. Bassett. Murder Clinic is produced under the direction of Alvin Flanagan. Frank Knight speaking.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theater. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theater presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we present Stranger in the House by Michael Clayton Hutton. And here to introduce the play is your producer, Victor Mackerson.
Thank you, Peter. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Clayton Hutton's Stranger in the House is a thriller with a difference. The story of Miles and Ruth, a married couple whose past is shrouded in mystery. A mystery which deepens when a stranger enters their lives to plague them with memories which were best left buried in the past. Our stars tonight are Anthony James and Sheila Holiday as Miles and Ruth. Raina is played by Tony Jay, and as Diana, you will hear Diane Wilson. In just a few moments, the curtain will be going up on tonight's Lux Radio Theater presentation, Stranger in the House.
Hollywood film star Debbie Reynolds has this to say about new Lux Beauty Soap.
Lux is the loveliest way I know to help keep my skin beautifully soft all over. And I'm sure you love its perfume as much as I do.
New shape, new perfume, new creamy lather. Now, more than ever, Lux is the beauty soap of the stars. They know that luxurious new Lux really is the perfect beauty care. It's so creamy and gentle, wonderful for the complexion. So take a tip from Hollywood's famous stars and discover for yourself the luxury of new Lux, a beauty treatment every time you bath.
And now we present Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theater presentation, Stranger in the House.
I can't move this cork in the sherry bottle.
Here, let me help you.
Miles, please. Let my hand go.
Oh,
Very well, Diana. That's the way you want it.
It is. I know Ruth's only your wife, but she's my oldest friend, and I'm a guest in her house.
I'm sorry. Forgive me?
Oh, Miles.
If you're angry, I shan't enjoy my New Year's Eve. You'd hate me not to enjoy it, now wouldn't you?
All right, you're forgiven, but...
I know. Don't let it happen again.
Don't.
Well, let's have a drink. We'll all have one, I suppose.
Well, everything seems to be in order in the kitchen. Does it, Ruth? Is that Sherry?
Yes, I poured you one.
It's stormy outside, isn't it? Still, one must expect a bit of weather when one has a house that's built on a cliff top, mustn't one? And I do think this is the most heavenly house. Are you glad to be back in England? Yes, we are, aren't we, Miles?
6 years is a long time.
I can't think why you stayed away so long. You go off for a year and stay 6.
That's the way to go abroad.
We just sort of drifted, didn't we, darling? Every month or so we kept saying we must come back. Because there wasn't any real reason for coming back. We didn't, that's all. Nice work you can get it. Well done. My present shares just go on working and working, and I might as well spend what money I've got. Just for fun, I worked it out the other day, and it's going to cost me nearly 60,000 to die. Well, as the truth, it costs me 19 and 6 in a pound to live, so what's one to do?
Will you stop chattering? 19 to the dozen, and drink your drink.
Oh, I know, I nearly forgot.
What?
We must let it in.
Let what in?
The new year, of course.
Will it come in by itself?
It's a ceremony. We really must do it. Oh, but I forget what it is.
Oh, that's a help.
I'll go and look it up for you. Where? Well, in fact, it's here, of course. That's where it's for.
What's the matter, Ruth?
Nothing at all, darling.
What are you smiling about?
It's just looking at you.
Oh. Are you pleased with what you see?
Very pleased. I was thinking about something that Diana said just now. Nice work if you can get it.
What about it?
It suddenly reminded me how spoiled I am. Too much money and not very much sense.
You've got to be jolly clever to have too much money these days. I should leave the sense to other people.
I can't help it, you know. I feel like saying to people, I can't help being rather a silly woman. I can't help not having very much brain, and the money was left to me.
That sherry's gone to your head.
And then there's you.
What about me?
Oh, people ought not to be in love after 6 years of marriage. Sometimes I think it's all too good to last.
Ruth, I have something to tell you.
Something nice?
No, not Betty.
Oh?
Diana.
What about her?
In the words of our cheaper novelist, I made a pass at her.
When?
Last night, after you'd gone upstairs.
Why?
I don't know quite. She's there, looking very attractive. I'm a man.
In love with his wife?
Yes.
What a silly thing to do.
I know. Is that all you're going to say?
I'm not going to throw a stone, if that's what you mean.
You really are an extraordinary woman. I do believe that if I went off for a thoroughly bad weekend, the first thing you'd say when I came in would be, have you had your breakfast?
If you had been off for one, nothing I could say could make any difference, could it?
Did I hear you say just now that you were a stupid woman?
I suppose there must be degrees of stupidity, that's all.
Who's that? You know, I've been thinking about practicing again.
You mean medicine?
Yes. Would you mind?
And you've forgotten, don't you? 6 years is a long time. It'd be too awful if you went and gave everyone the wrong bottle.
I don't think I'd do that.
Anyway, I was the nicest patient you ever had. And what's more, I always paid my bills at once.
Yes, only because you could then send for me on the slightest pretext.
You've been telling me I chased you, Nick.
But you did. You were the scandal of Westover. I'm sorry, darling.
That's all right.
It slipped out. The name.
It's all right, dear. Don't go on about it.
I hurt you now, haven't I?
Miles.
Yes?
I love you very much.
Still?
Yes, still. And you?
Still, darling.
It's been worth it, hasn't it?
Oh, yes, Ruth. It's been worth it.
There's some terribly interesting things in this encyclopedia.
Are there, Diana?
Did you find the rules for... Oh, I didn't have to. I suddenly remembered. A dark man has to go outside and carry a piece of coal in.
What, in all that rain?
It stopped raining. And you're dark. And a man.
You're mad, the pair of you.
You ring the bell, and then we let you in, and you wish us a happy new year, and march through the house and go out.
Well, then what do I do? Spend the night in the coal shed?
Then you come in, and we give you an enormous drink. Now, you better go out and find a nice piece of coal.
But it isn't midnight yet.
I know, but we must have a rehearsal.
Oh, dear. Which door do I go to?
The back. It's a sort of symbol. You know, the year that's at the back of us. No, you're wrong, dear. It's the front.
You wouldn't like me to run round the house chanting carols, would you?
Well, try the back. And if that isn't right, we'll know, and then you can try the front. Now go along and find the coal.
I have a feeling that all this is going to end in terrible disaster.
Oh, dear, I am out of practice. No. It's pretty. What is it? I like it. Etude by Chopin. Nice. Ruth? Yes?
I'm so glad everything turned out so well for you both.
Thank you.
There's something else.
I know, Diana. Miles told me. You didn't think he would?
No, I didn't. He goes up in my estimation for that.
We tell each other everything. That's Miles now.
Well, don't get up. I'll go.
There's no one here. Oh, then he's at the back. Well, I'll see him. Go on playing. What are you doing, Miles, darling? Diana's gone round the back to let you in. Don't be tiresome, dear. Do shut that door. There's a terrible draught. Miles,
Good evening, ma'am. The door wasn't properly closed.
Can I help you?
Well, ma'am, if you could ask me in for a moment. I mean, out of this rain. Which it is.
I'm afraid I can't ask you in because...
Oh, good. Fighting it is, ma'am.
I know all that, but...
And it's New Year's Eve.
Very well, but only for a minute.
Nice. Very nice, ma'am.
What is?
This room. Great taste, if I may say so, ma'am. Oh, dear. Oh, sorry about that, ma'am.
That's a very nasty cough you have.
That's me aunt, ma'am.
Wanted more liquid than that. Tell me, what can I do for you?
Well, I seem to have got myself lost, ma'am. I saw your light.
If it wasn't for your heart, I'd offer you a drink.
One won't hurt, ma'am. If you have such a thing, brandy would be very nice.
More one?
Oh, ma'am.
There you are.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, and for heaven's sake, stop calling me ma'am.
Calling you what, ma'am?
Ma'am. Now, why were you walking around out in the rain?
I had to, miss. Get this.
What is this? I can't see what's inside that paper.
A plant, miss. Grows up on the edge of the cliff. I'm a sort of authority on cliff plants, if you know what I mean.
Well, it's nothing to do with me, but isn't it rather silly in your condition to go climbing around cliffs in the rain?
Oh, ma'am, sorry, I mean Mrs.
Curzon. Mrs. Curzon. You know this fool of a husband of it. I fear this gentleman seems to be lost.
Evening, sir.
Good evening.
Evening, miss.
Good evening.
I'm sorry to burst in on you like this, sir. I want to get a lantern.
Well, that's a good 10 or 12 miles.
Oh, as much as that, sir? Oh, well, I must be off or I'll never make it tonight. You don't know what time the buses go, do you?
No, I'm afraid I don't. You see, we've only been here a very short time. A week, actually, so we haven't found out any of this sort of thing.
I hate to say it, but I think you'll find the last one is gone.
Oh. Oh, dear me. Oh, well, never mind. Done more walking than most in my time. Thanks for the drink, ma'am. Oh, sorry, Mrs. Curzon.
Not at all. Good night, Mr.
Rayner. Charlie Rayner. R-A-Y-N-O-R.
Good night, Mr. Rayner.
Oh, before I go, what time is...
Well. Is there something the matter, Mr. Rayner?
That clock on the mantelpiece.
A very beautiful clock.
Yes, miss. Very beautiful.
You study clocks as well as cliff plants, Mr. Rayner?
Oh, sometimes, you know, Mrs. Curzon. Not all the time, of course. But now and then one catches me fancy.
And my clock catches your fancy?
Yes, Mrs. Curzon.
Why?
Because it's only the second like it I've seen.
Now, there you're wrong, because there isn't another like it. I found it in a tiny village in Italy about 10 years ago. Quite unique.
Is that so now? Unique? Well, I could have sworn I'd seen one like it somewhere.
Well, I'm afraid you haven't.
Let me think, sir. Those little cherubs the clock's mounted on. Isn't one of the arrows missing? One of the arrows that little boy has got in his...
As a matter of fact, it is, yes. It was missing and I got it in the first place.
And one of the little boys turns round on his base.
Yes, but...
And underneath him there's a little drawer for a key.
Yes, there is. That's quite correct, but...
Well, there it is. And talking about clocks won't get me to Latham, will it now?
No, it won't. Will it, Mr. Rayner?
I hope I haven't upset you, Mrs. Curzon.
Upset me? No. What makes you think that?
Well, you've gone quite pale. Quite sudden. Well, thank you again, and good night.
Mr. Rayner, you'll probably think I'm very silly, but could you remember just where you saw this clock? Or one like it?
Mr. Rayner will never get to Latham, dear, if you don't let him go now.
I won't keep him a minute, darling, but I would like to know.
You know, ma'am, I can't for the life of me remember where it was.
Do please think carefully, very carefully. It's very important.
No good. Afraid I can't remember. I'm so sorry I can't help you. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Really, Ruth, you do go on.
Sorry, Miles, but I was curious and... Oh, dear.
What is it now?
He's left it behind.
Left what behind?
His plant. You'll be so upset, Miles, dear.
No. Much as I love you, no. I'm prepared to carry coals to Newcastle for you in the pouring rain on New Year's Eve. But I am not chasing down the road after an old drunk with a bit of seaweed.
Oh, look, it's nearly 12. Oh, Miles, hurry up.
For what?
Well, get that piece of coal from the kitchen table and go outside again.
Oh.
I'm not going to have my New Year ruined by some dreadful old man of the night. Well, go on, Miles. You just stand there. Look at the clock.
Oh, I've had enough of that confounded clock for one day, thank you. All right, I'm good.
Oh, now then, Ruth. Just stand there as though you were in a trance.
I'm all right.
Of course you are. I'll go and take Miles outside.
The clock. No. Can you know? Oh.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Back again, Mr. Rayner?
Yes, you see, I forgot...
I know your plan. Here it is.
Oh, Mrs. Curzon, I've suddenly remembered where I saw it.
The clock?
Yes.
Have you, Mr. Rayner?
Yes, it was a small village. Nowhere you'd know. A little village down in Devon called...
Westover.
That's right. Pretty little.
Yes, a pretty little place.
I fancy you know that.
My husband and I used to live in Westover a long time ago.
When you were first married to Mr. Curzon?
No. I lived there with my first husband.
So this is your second attempt, so to speak?
Yes, this is my second attempt, as you call it.
Unpleasant thing, divorce, Mrs. Curzon.
There was no need for a divorce, Mr. Rayner. Perhaps you'd like something to eat before you go.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Mrs. Curzon.
If you'd like to go into the kitchen, I'll get you something.
Mrs. Curzon, why have you offered me food?
Because I thought you'd be hungry.
Is that the only reason?
Of course. What other reason could there be?
It's funny.
Why?
Because I knew you would ask me. I'll go into the kitchen, Mrs. Curzon.
Well, I think Miles on to the front. Ah, here he comes now.
Miles?
Yes?
Miles,
What's the matter, darling?
Mr. Rayner has come back. He's in the kitchen.
Well, then I'll give him something to eat and send him packing.
Darling, what's the matter with you? You're dreadful.
He remembered where he saw the clock before.
Did he? Where was it?
Westover. Miles, he said Westover was a pretty place.
Oh.
Darling, don't you see?
Gee, darling, pull yourself together. Happy New Year, Ruth.
A Happy New Year, Miles.
The paper?
No, Diana, I haven't. Perhaps Mr. Rayner has it. By the way, where is he?
10 minutes ago, he was eating his fourth kipper. I expect he's gone weed hunting again. I hope he falls over the cliff.
Diana.
I mean it. Of course, I think he's gone stark raving mad. Do you realize that man has now been in this house for 4 whole days?
He's going this morning.
Who said so?
Miles. He's going to tell him before lunch.
Why you had to ask him to stay at all, I can't imagine.
Diana, it was a terrible night, and it was New Year's Eve. Oh, he looked so miserable and wretched.
It all sounds most peculiar to me.
What does?
All that nonsense about his having to get to Mason. He hasn't mentioned the place since. It's perfectly clear he's a very well-organized tramp who gets a very nice living like this.
Then how do you explain the clock?
There's nothing to explain. He obviously had a good look at it while you were getting him his drink.
Then how did you know about Westover?
He didn't. You admitted that yourself. You said you supplied the name for him.
Maybe you're right. Anyway, he's going today. It hasn't really been much trouble.
Well, apart from the fact that he eats like a horse, has waited on hand and foot, coughs and spits all over the house, and drunk 2 whole bottles of brandy and hides the morning paper. Apart from that, I should say he was the perfect guest for a long weekend. Having said my piece, would you like some tea?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Diana. I just want to see what there is for lunch.
I'm taking it upstairs. Come up when you're ready.
Thanks, Diana.
Ruth, look what I've been digging out.
What on earth is all that?
Odds and ends from the surgery. I packed them away in this box before we left.
What are they?
Oh, let me see now. This one's zinc ointment.
That awful-looking thing, what's that?
A scalpel. I did my first operation with that and kept it as a souvenir.
And that blue jar?
That's morphia.
I thought morphia was a liquid.
It can be either. What are we having for lunch?
Sardines, I'm afraid.
Then I'll tell you what you can do. Give the morphia to Rayner for lunch. It should be delicious with sardines.
Oh, put it away and don't make too much mess. I'm going to have some tea with Diana.
All right. Oh, you're back.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. It'll be the death of me.
You shouldn't walk up it then, should you?
Oh, must have a breath of fresh air after breakfast. That's better. Nice armchair in front of a warm fire.
Must you cough like that, Mr. Rayner?
Can't help coughing now, can I?
This brandy might help.
Those doctor's orders?
They could be, yes.
That reminds me. I must ask the good lady for another blanket. Quite chilly I was last night.
You won't be needing another blanket.
Oh?
No.
Now, what does that mean, I wonder?
It means that you're leaving this house today.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Oh, this needs a bit of thinking about, this does. You can't just turn a man out into the street.
There's a perfectly satisfactory bus service that will take you to Latham.
I don't think I've got my fare.
It'll give me the greatest pleasure in the world to present you with your fare.
Oh, well, this has come as a shock. Yes, indeed, it has given me quite a turn. I think I shall have to have just a small brandy.
If you so much as touch that decanter, Mr. Rayner, I shall knock it out of your hand.
That would be a silly thing to do, wouldn't it? Hitting a sick man. And if you did that, the sick old man would have to turn a bit nasty now, wouldn't it?
Mr. Rayner, if you are not out of this house within 1 hour, I shall call the police and have you thrown out.
What will you tell them, Mr. Curzon?
The truth?
People who shout about the police never tell them the truth. Not the old truth, anyway. Well, it's up to you.
What's up to me?
Which of us sends for them, Mr. Curzon? Either I stay here and you send for them, or out I go and see them.
And tell them what, may I ask?
Nice material in those curtains. Heavy. Well, we like heavy material. Nice wood on the piano. Good polish. Mind you, needs tuning a bit from what I've heard.
Nice fireplace. Big. I like big grates. Can't be bothered with the modern ones. Comfortable bed in there, beautiful view, see under my window. Good brandy. Brandy's so good for me heart. Nice house. Nice glass. Nice atmosphere. In fact, Mr. Curzon, a very nice house and a very nice life. Now, which of us is going with the police? Who are you? Charles Rayner, who wouldn't hurt a fly. Unless a fly worries him, Mr. Curzon. And what would you tell the police if you sent for them? About a necklace your wife was wearing at dinner last night. A necklace with a large sapphire in the center. What about it? Just that she shouldn't have that necklace, that's all. Why not? Why shouldn't a woman have a necklace that's her own? Because that necklace was supposed to have been stolen, wasn't it? Stolen by whom? The man who murdered your wife's first husband. Murder? But you wouldn't know about that. How could you? Your wife's husband was called Brooke, Mr. Curzon. David Brooke. He had a lot of letters after his name to prove he was an architect, but he didn't need the letters or the money he made because he was a very wealthy gentleman. You're not telling me anything I don't know, Mr. Rayner. Well, one fine night, some man comes along, sees a light in the house, knows Mr. Brooke is alone, working on some papers, knows there's a packet of jewellery in his desk. Mrs. Brooke's jewellery. So, what does that man do, Mr. Curzon? He enters the house, kills Mr. Brooke, and vanishes into the night with the jewellery. Mr. Rayner, what are you trying to do? For 6 years, my wife and I have tried to escape from that story. Why are you bringing it back into this house? It was in this house already. How? That necklace Mrs. Curzon was wearing last night was part of the stolen jewellery. The police recovered the jewellery. Not all of it, Mr. Curzon. They never recovered a necklace with a large sapphire set in it. How do you know what they recovered and what they didn't recover? Oh, I know. I know better than most. Because, you see, I was on the case. You were in the police, Mr. Wren? That's right. Attached to the yard. Homicide squad. We were sent down to Westerner. That's why you remembered the clock? That's right. And I had to check all the stuff that was stolen when we got it back from the pawnbroker. And the man had pawned it, had he? Well, what there was of it. Wasn't there very much? Not what there should have been. That's what always worried me, what always seemed suspicious. Why? Well, look at the matter this way, Mr. Curzon. A man sets out to rob another man. He finds out where the stuff is kept. And yet he only takes the small stuff. He leaves all the big, valuable stuff in another drawer. And don't forget, Mr. Curzon, he had to kill to get the stuff. Now, does a man commit murder for pennies when the pounds are stuck under his nose? But you said the necklace was stolen. By mistake. If a man goes to steal, he doesn't take valuable pieces of jewelry by mistake, Mr. Rayner. If he goes to steal. What do you mean? Only that this man didn't go to steal. He went to murder. Then why bother to steal anything? As a blind for murder? Exactly. And having taken the jewelry, he went to pawn it to get rid of it. And because the jeweler would have remembered to face the pawned a valuable piece like that necklace your wife was wearing last night, he took it out of the collection and pawned only the little useless stuff. And the man was right, you know, Miss Curzon. Because although we questioned him for hours, the pawnbroker couldn't remember what the man looked like. Then what do you think the man did with the necklace? He kept it. And how did he get back with the other things when they were returned to my wife? It was never returned to your wife, Mr. Curzon. It was returned to your wife's doctor. Your wife collapsed at the time with shock. When the jewelry was recovered, it was returned to her doctor. Indeed. And then he gave it back to my wife. Is that it? More or less. But in giving it back to her, he also returned the sapphire necklace, which he had kept. I see. And could you tell me why anyone should want to murder Mr. Brooke? Why do men ever murder other men, Mr. Curzon? There's always one thing or other, money or women. In this case, it was both. Money mostly, but he couldn't get the money without the woman, so he murdered and then married. And so you say the doctor murdered Mr. Brooke? That's right. And what happened to the doctor then? He married Mrs. Brooke, Mr. Curzon. And did Mrs. Brooke know all this?
Oh, no. No. She was in love with the doctor. She was having, for want of a better word, an affair with him, Mr. Curzon.
Surely the return of the necklace with the recovered jewelry could have been very dangerous. What if the woman had mentioned it to the police?
Oh, she was too ill. She didn't even go to the inquest. The next we knew, she'd been taken abroad for her health.
There was a verdict at the inquest?
Robbery with violence. And murder against person or persons unknown, Miss Curzon.
Tell me something, Mr. Rayner. Was this your own theory? Or the theory of the police?
Oh, all of us. But we couldn't prove it.
I gather you left the police, Mr. Rayner?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Well, seeing as we're all being honest, I borrowed some money belonging to the Detectives Benevolent Fund.
You were sacked for theft, in other words?
Crudely, yes.
Isn't it rather odd that the police, sharing your views in this case, have done nothing further about it?
Well, there was nothing they could do, unless...
Unless what?
Unless they found the necklace.
Tell me, Mr. Rayner, are they going to be told where that necklace is now?
Well, now, sir, that rather depends.
How much?
How much what?
Money.
None, Mr. Curzon.
You don't want money?
Good gracious, no, sir.
What in the name of heaven do you want?
A home, sir. A nice home with fires and a garden, with a piano and a bedroom that overlooks the sea. Good food, drink. Nice, friendly couple to look after me.
You mean you want to settle here?
In this house. That's right.
My wife would never leave it.
I don't want you to leave, Mr. Curzon. Now, what would be the sense of that? No, you must stay. I mean, who would see them with food and drink if you left? Who would clean my room and who would I talk to? Now, what would I do in a great big house like this all on my own? Oh, no. You'll stay. And we'll be one big, happy family. Don't you think so, Mr. Curzon?
Don't come near me.
Ruth, we must be calm.
I am calm and quiet. That's what frightens me. I ought to pick up that phone, ask the police, and tell them what you've told me. I ought to ring them and say I'm married to a murderer. Come and take him away. I've never known what people meant when they said they were so frightened that their hearts stood quite still. I know now.
You're frightened of me?
No, not of you. That's the odd thing. Of him.
What are we going to do?
We must get out of this house. We must go somewhere where he can't find us, where he can never touch us.
We can't run away.
Then what do we do? Spend the rest of our lives with that foul creature sitting between us, eating with us, intruding into every part of our life. Is that what we've got to do?
I don't know. I thought until my brain won't think anymore.
Why did you do it?
Because I wanted you so much. Because I made you happy. I began to believe that in some way I've made up for what I've done.
I've read about it so often, and I never believed it.
Read what?
That a man kills and then a woman helps him, hides him. But I could never think why they did it. Now, I'm standing here, watching you, noticing all the things I've always noticed. Your hair, your eyes, the way your shoulders curve. I'm standing here, still loving you. Loving you and being afraid for you.
But afraid, Ruth, we shall never get away from him. Never. Do you hear me? Never.
We shall get away from him. If we don't, then each day we shall get a little more apart. A little more of us will die every day. Hate will grow inside us, and finally we shall both die inside, and he'll go on sitting and sitting, and we shall just move about doing what he wants us to do. Miles, does anyone know he's here?
Only Diana.
Where is she?
She went down to the village.
Anyone else besides Diana?
I don't know. Why?
No one else knows. It won't be so hard.
No, Ruth.
No, what, Miles?
You kept the jar in morphia.
Yes, you can see I have.
Put it down. That isn't the way.
Please don't shout.
Give me that jar at once.
Miles, what has happened has happened. Nothing we can say or think can alter that now. You've made me very happy. Happier than I've ever been. In a strange sort of way, your crime has become my crime. Miles, Raymo said he'd be back for tea. I want to see him alone. Please go upstairs.
On one condition, that you don't do anything silly.
I shall only talk to him.
You promise?
I promise. Now, please, go upstairs. So there you are. I told you not to stay out too long in this wind.
Is that the tea?
Yes, I've just brought the tray in.
Oh, give it to me. I'll take it over by the fire.
No, it's... Oh, now look what you've made me do. I've dropped my handbag.
Oh, dear me. Everything out of it all over the floor. But don't you worry. We'll have it all back in a jiffy.
No, please don't. I can manage. You start your tea. I get clumsier as I get older. Silly place to leave a handbag on the arm of a chair.
I could never understand why you women carry so much junk about with you. Everything here but the kitchen stove. You'd have that in here, too, if there was room.
Yes.
Now, take this jar here. Why, in heaven's name, do you carry that around with you?
That? Oh, that. It's only hand cream. I forgot to leave it upstairs.
Hand cream.
Thank you, Mr. Rayner. Well, I think that's all. Now, sit down here and have your tea.
This is what I call cozy. A nice cup of tea by the fire.
Mr. Rayner, you've been at it again.
Been at what?
The brandy.
Now, look, didn't I promise you?
You promised me twice a day, but the bottle gets lower and lower.
Well...
And I don't like the way you're coughing.
Charlie Rayner. Charlie Rayner will outlive the lot of you. Don't you worry your head about me.
If anything did happen to you, who would I get in touch with?
No one. I haven't got a relative in the world.
I see. That's rather sad. No one at all in the world.
Man's better off without relatives.
In that case, you'll have to let me look after you, won't you? That's why I want you to go straight to bed.
But look, Mrs. Curzon...
It's high time someone took a firm hand with you. I'm going to have your chest looked at in the morning.
Who are you going to get a look at it?
The doctor from the village. Now, go along.
Look at you, bullying me.
You need it.
Listen, if I go upstairs, can I have a brand?
No. Not till I'm told by the doctor that you may.
Now, look, just one won't kill me, will it?
Kill you?
Just one.
Well, we'll see. Perhaps. If you go along upstairs, and I'll get the doctor to come and see you in the morning.
You know something?
What?
I think I like being bullied.
Go along. Up to your room.
All right. And you won't forget what you said, will you, about bringing me...
No, I won't forget. Hello? This is Mrs. Curzon from Cliff Top. Could I please speak to Dr. Seaton? Diana, have you seen Rayner?
Rayner? Isn't he in bed? He's been there for a week or more.
Not there now. His overcoat's missing. I expect he slipped out. To the pub. Oh, I imagine so.
Ruth, what's going on in this house?
Nothing as far as I know. Oh, very well.
I've already stayed here far too long. I'll go back to town in the morning.
Oh, no, Diana, please don't.
Oh, Ruth, I'm not a fool. Something sinister's happening here. If I stay, I want to know what it is.
Why do you say that?
Because I think I know why that man is in this house. I believe it's because of a vague, terrible idea I've had in the back of my mind for years.
What sort of terrible idea?
Murder.
Do you have to remind me of that?
Aren't you being reminded of it every day?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Very well, if you're determined to be stubborn. But, oh, do please do one thing for me.
What?
Whatever has happened, whatever is happening, and what is much more important, whatever may happen, don't do anything without thinking, without telling me. Do you understand that, Ruth? Don't do a thing without telling me.
Still not back, Ruth?
No.
You look exhausted.
Oh, I am.
How is Raina? What did Seaton say today?
About the same, nothing dangerous. Just an alarmingly high blood pressure to a drink.
Ruth?
Yes?
It will have to be tonight.
Must it be tonight?
Neither of us can stand any more of this.
But must it be tonight? Couldn't we just wait a little and...
No, couldn't be more suitable. An old man with a bad heart, under doctor's orders, plays truant. He gets out of a warm bed on a bitterly cold night. He slips down to the local pub and drinks too much.
He may not be at the pub.
Oh, he will be. He'll be seen drinking heavily.
He hasn't any money with him.
I gave him some money. Rather, I played cards with him and saw that he won. He won £6 from me this afternoon. £6 worth of drink could kill even a healthy man.
You think of everything, don't you, Miles?
I try to, darling. The minstrel boy is wending his way home. When he comes in, humour him and get him to bed.
Supposing it's difficult.
He'll do it for you.
And then?
Take his milk up to him. Stay with him while he drinks it, and then leave him. But remember, stay with him while he drinks it. What have you done
I
with
did
it?
as you told me. I emptied it out of the jar and into the sugar bowl on the tray with the milk.
Give him milk first of all, without the sugar.
Without sugar?
You notice at once. It hasn't any in it. Take the milk back from him, apologize, and then put in the sugar.
How much?
Quantity, I told you.
And then?
Watch him drink it, and then leave him.
And then what shall I do, Miles?
Nothing until the morning. What time is Seaton coming in the morning?
9.
Good. Then you will not wake Raynard in the morning. Or rather, you will not take his breakfast up to him. You'll have it ready at 9, and you'll take Seaton up with you when you go. You will discover Mr. Raynard together.
Are you sure he won't be able to trace it?
Oh, he could if he looked. He won't. He's been treating Raynard for hard. And after this excursion into the village, he won't be so very surprised.
You've got it all worked out, haven't you, Miles?
It's your idea.
Yes, of course it was. Miles?
Yes?
There won't be any pain, will there? I couldn't bear that.
Not at all. I promise you that. You just doze and doze and just look back.
Good evening to you.
You'd better come in before you fall down.
Charlie Rayner fall down? Don't talk such rubbish.
Of course you won't fall down, Mr. Rayner. But you'd better come in and get warm.
Ah, there she is. That's my girl. The only living soul who's ever spoilt me. And I like it.
I ought to be very angry with you. You've probably given yourself pneumonia.
Never a day's illness in my life.
Look at you. Because something went upstairs to bed. Now go along. I'll bring your milk up to you.
I hate milk. Germs in it.
No, Diana, Mr. Rayner. Never difficult, are you?
Can be sometimes.
Go along upstairs. Diana will help you.
Yes, of course I will. Come along, Mr. Rayner.
Bullying me. That's what you're all doing, bullying me.
I'll be up presently. Give me your hand.
You're pretty.
Thank you, sir. Mine's upstairs.
Can I have my book? My murder book.
Of course you may have it when we get upstairs.
I could write a book. You know that.
Well, suppose you write it upstairs.
A wonderful book. All about people.
Well, that makes a nice change. Mind you don't trip on the rug.
Live people, dead people. Only one of them's going to die.
Why?
Because he killed him.
You can see it's going to be one of these books with a difference. Who killed who?
I told you. Doctor killed the architect.
Oh, that's fine. The doctor killed him. Yes. You told me, didn't you?
Of course I did. Then he pinches the wife. Easy, see?
I'm beginning to. And the wife, does she know about the murder?
Of course not. Spoil the book.
Yes, I suppose it would.
Well, I know about it. And I'm going to write it.
Up you come, Mr. Rayner. We're doing wonderfully.
No.
You must tell me more about this book.
Not till I've had a drink of brandy.
You'll get your drink of brandy, I promise you.
Oh.
Because I want you to tell me the whole story. Oh.
Morning, Diana.
Morning, Miles. You're late getting up, aren't you? It's after 10.
I slept like 10 logs. I've only just woken.
But you know about...
Yes. Who told me?
She and Dr. Chesterton went into the
I
room.
know.
Ruth and I, we were both upset. I'd just been out for a breath of air.
Oh, what did you do?
Walked along the cliff and thought.
Like what?
People and things. Things people do to each other. Then I thought about books.
Fiction?
Mostly about a man I knew who was going to write a book. A book about murder.
Did he finish the book, your friend?
No, he got stuck in the end. You see, he was writing from life, and he had to wait for the end to happen.
What was this book about, Diana?
About a girl who goes down to stay for a few days with some people in the country. And before she knows where she is, she's outstayed her welcome. And is surrounded by murder.
If that happened, wouldn't she go to the police?
She was very tempted to. But she was very fond of one of the people concerned and wasn't at all sure how involved this person was.
If I were you, I'd suggest to your friend that he tries comedy. That would be more his line, I think.
You're very certain of yourself, aren't you, Miles?
I know what I want.
And it doesn't matter how you get it.
The end, not the means that matters.
I agree with you. What time did Susan say he'd be back?
I think we said about 10:30.
About half an hour. And they'll take him... I mean, they'll take away...
Yes, they'll take him away.
Is there no one to notify? No friend or relative?
No one, apparently.
What a lonely way to die.
Death is rather lonely, you know.
Here's Ruth. Ruth, are you all right? Yes, all right. Oh, I would like some tea. I'll go make it.
Ruth, did Dr. Seaton say anything about the death certificate?
He said he'd bring it with him.
I'm trying not to look so worried.
It's that locked door.
It has to be locked. Police all there. I say, it gave me rather a shock when I tried it. Didn't you wake me?
He was sleeping so soundly, Miles. When Dr. Chesterton arrived, I explained to him that you and Diana were still sleeping, and we went into the room together.
Yeah.
You were right. He looked very peaceful. He was in exactly the same position as I left him in last night. Made me feel a little better.
One day you'll learn to believe me, Ruth.
Yes, I shall, shan't I, Miles? What are you doing?
Looking for a letter. I thought it was here on the desk.
Are you sure?
What do you mean, am I sure?
You sure you're looking for a letter?
Of course. I just said so, haven't I?
Miles, do you feel anything about what we've done?
I feel relief.
No horror. No disgust.
What? What's the matter with you?
I'm not sure. You know, but I'm still frightened. I thought that when it was over, I shouldn't be, that we could go back to where we were, but now I know we shall never go back, Miles, never.
Why not?
Because the thing we've done to keep us together always be between us. In time, we shall hate each other for what we've done. And I think I shall always be a little frightened of you as well.
Of me? Why?
Because you kill so easily.
But that particular life meant nothing to anybody in the world.
It meant enough for us to end it. So please, touch me.
Go upstairs and rest. I'll deal with Seaton when he arrives.
I think I'm seeing you for the first time, Miles. Seeing you and not liking what I see. I'm thinking of David, just as I'm thinking of Raina.
Have you lost your senses?
No, I found them. I found them for the first time in 6 years.
You're talking and behaving as though you had nothing to do with this business, Ruth. As though the whole thing has come as a complete shock to you. Have you forgotten why Raina had to die?
Was it to keep me, Miles? Did you love me so much that you could kill twice?
I didn't kill Raina.
What did you say then, Miles?
I said I didn't kill Raina.
I see. I killed him, didn't I?
You gave him the milk. Diana saw you go and get it for him. She saw you take it up to him. I didn't go into his room at all.
Miles, when you said a few minutes ago that you were looking for a letter, are you sure you weren't looking for this?
Get that to me immediately, Ruth.
Passport with brand new visas for France.
Give it to me.
No.
Go put it in the fire, would you? Get out of my way.
No, Miles. Too many people have had to get out of your way. You were leaving England, weren't you?
No.
Is it nonsense that in your wallet there was a steamer ticket for the 15th of next month? A steamer ticket issued last Saturday, the day you had to go up to London to see about your work?
You're quite certain there were not 2 tickets?
Quite certain. I've never prayed so hard in my life. Prayed that there was another ticket there somewhere, but there wasn't.
When did you find it?
Last night. So the whole thing's been a lie, hasn't it? A gigantic lie that's lasted 6 years.
You've been happy for 6 years.
Because I had to be. You had to make me happy, didn't you? That was all part of your plan, wasn't it?
And exactly what do you intend to do now that you know the truth?
There is nothing I can do. Nothing at all.
You've had a very good 6 years, Ruth. It is more than most people have. More than I've had.
It's been so dreadful for you then.
Dreadful? Have you ever had to make love to someone you didn't love? Have you ever had to force yourself against everything in your own nature, merely to please someone else? Do you know what it means for 6 years to drive yourself to be pleasant, to be passionate, to be kind, even very often to be civil, when everything inside you is bursting to get away, gnawing away inside you to let you out of it? You think those 6 years have been easy for me?
I'm sorry I was always so dull.
Oh, you weren't dull, Ruth. It would have been easy if you had been.
You have never loved me for one single moment, have you, Miles?
Never.
And now there is nothing I can do, is there?
I can't afford to make mistakes. Not even over a simple thing like who gives who a glass of milk, who puts the sugar in it.
Do you feel nothing for me at all?
Only pity. Because you're weak, and I despise weakness.
I don't want your pity, Miles. It's been bad enough to hear you throw back into my face every minute of those 6 years. In any case, I don't need your pity.
Are you so sure of that?
As sure as I am that you won't be using that steamer ticket.
And what's going to stop you?
I am.
Indeed.
Suppose that sounds rather silly. Stupid, boring, loving Ruth. Ruth who nauseated you with love, embarrassed you with affection. This same Ruth is going to stop you.
How, may I ask, is this to be done?
How, Miles? Very easily. By not loving you. By producing the one thing that can stop you. Look over to the stairs, Miles.
What?
Raina! Raina! With the glass of milk still in his hand.
Ruth, what does this mean? So you're in this too, Diana?
I, as you say, am in it too.
What about Seaton?
Dr. Seaton knows the whole revolting story. He's already been to the police.
He'll be here in no time. A very efficient body, the police.
Oh, well, if you think you've got the better of me,
You take the trouble to look outside, Miles. There's your man at the gate. You have only to shout and he'll be here.
Which reminds me, I must go and have a word with him.
Hadn't you better put that glass down first?
The glass. Oh, yeah. Yes, of course. It's a good job I don't like milk, isn't it, Mr. Curtin? Full of germs, it is, full of them. If you people want me, just give a shout. I'm just ready for a breath of fresh air. Shutting me up in that bedroom all the time? It isn't natural. Ruth? I want to speak to you alone.
I'm not leaving this room.
Diana, go to the kitchen, will you?
No, I won't leave you alone with him.
Please, Ruth. Take very little time.
He won't touch me, Diana. He finds touching me repellent. Don't you, Miles?
I'll stay on the other side of the door.
If he tries to, he won't. Well, Miles, what is it?
Ruth, you can't do this.
You're wrong. I am doing it.
Has Satan really spoken to the police?
Yes, and so have I.
The locked door.
That was the only way we could stop you from getting in, from finding out what had really happened.
I can't believe it.
Diana and Raynor showed me the truth about you. Then I found the passport and the tickets, and I knew they were right.
You really give me up? Did you put the sugar in the milk?
Yes, I obeyed your instructions very carefully.
Thank you for that. I never really liked milk either, till this moment.
Miles,
What does that beast mean to say? Supper! Thank you! I should have been all the arrangements were straight. I should have been all the Not
So why not make Lux your beauty care? In tonight's Lux Radio Theater presentation, Stranger in the House, you heard Anthony James as Miles and Sheila Holliday as Ruth. Diana was played by Diane Wilson, and Raynor was portrayed by Tony Jay.
Stranger in the House by Michael Clayton Hutton was produced for Lux Radio Theater by Victor Matheson and directed by David Manley. Next week, Lux Radio Theater takes great pleasure in presenting The Long Frontier, a radio play specially written for Settlers' Day by Alistair Scobie. Listen next Sunday night at 8:30 to a saga of drama and adventure dedicated to the pioneers who helped to build our country in The Long Frontier, presented by Lux Radio Theater. Until then, this is Peter Tobin bidding you all good night.
The Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine, presents Willard Waterman as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you, transcribed by the Kraft Foods Company. During the year now drawing to a close, we have appreciated the confidence you have shown through your purchases in all the fine food products which your grocer has brought to you from Kraft. You may be sure that Kraft products will continue to merit your confidence in the future as they have in the past, and that the name Kraft on any label will continue to be your guide to the very finest in foods.
Just imagine, tomorrow night's Christmas Eve. And boy, am I ready for it. My unc's about ready, too. He's the Great Gildersleeve. Unc's a great guy. He'll do anything for you if he likes you. Next to me, I guess he likes Miss Irene Henshaw best. You should have seen him when I came home from school last week and told him what she was planning with his rival, Dr. Olson.
Hello, Leroy.
Hi, Unc.
That you, Uncle Leroy?
Yeah, hi, Bertie.
I thought that was you. Dinner'll be ready in just a few minutes.
You're late, my boy.
I wanted to give you time to hide any new presents you may have for me.
What makes you think I have any presents?
What makes you keep your room door locked this week?
Well, to tell you the truth, I've got Santa Claus locked up in there. I want to be sure he stops here first.
Yes, sir?
Is he in that big red box in the corner, or is he under your bed with all those other packages?
Young man, how do you know what's in my room?
I shinnied up the big tree by your window and looked in.
Leroy.
Leroy and I are really looking forward to Christmas, Mr. Gillsleeve.
Did you shinny up the tree too, Bertie?
No, sir, not me. I don't know what's in that room. I can't even get in there with the vacuum cleaner.
Well, the room will be cleaned out after Christmas. And so will I.
Yes.
Hey, Unc, guess what your girl is going to do at school?
Yeah, I don't know. And I'll thank you not to refer to Miss Henshaw as my girl.
Okay. Sweetie?
Leroy. She's your school principal.
Okay.
Well, what's she going to do, Leroy?
She's going to have a tree in the gymnasium with presents for all the needy kids in town.
Oh?
That's nice.
Yeah, some of us kids are going to help collect presents.
I tried to get Irene on the phone all day. Figured she was busy with something.
Yeah, she and Dr. Olson have been busy, all right.
Dr. Olson?
He's been huddling with her all day.
Uh-oh.
What does that pushy intern have to do with it?
Oh, he just offered to help her arrange everything. She has to rustle up a lot of gifts somehow.
Well, the only reason Olson is helping is to be near my girl. Yeah, I mean, Miss Henshaw.
Dr. Olson's a nice guy, Unc.
Yes.
Leroy, you can't sell that to Mr. Gillsleeve.
No, indeed. Olson isn't doing this just because it's Christmas. He's catering to Irene. Just trying to cut me out.
Are you jealous, Unc?
Most certainly not. But what does Clarence Olson know about organizing a thing like this? He's not a businessman. He's just an intern studying to be a surgeon.
He's got this operation sewed up.
Well, I wouldn't stoop to such obvious tactics.
Oh, no, sir.
But maybe I should go over to Irene's this evening and offer to help before Olson bungles it.
Yes, sir. I think you should get into a huddle with it, too.
Bertie and Leroy thought I was a little jealous of that curly-haired intern. Well, maybe I am.
Hello, Throckmorton. Come in.
Yeah, thank you, Irene.
Let me take your hat and coat?
Yeah, I'll just put them right here in the chair. That way, you and I'll have to sit on the couch.
Oh, you're quite a schemer, aren't you?
You bet. Yeah. I tried to get you on the phone today.
Oh?
Leroy tells me you're having a big Christmas party for the kids.
Yes, I thought it might be nice.
Yeah, I'm a little hurt because you didn't ask me to help.
Oh, I'm sorry, Throckmorton. Clarence Olson volunteered first, and I know you're a beau who doesn't like to play second fiddle.
Of course, I don't want to say anything against Olson, but this is a job for a businessman.
Yes, I realize it'll take a lot of doing. He wants to come over tonight and make plans.
Yeah, I know what his plan is. Besides, I'm here first.
Well, Throckmorton, we need all the help we can get. We have to decorate the tree, collect toys to put under it. Some of them will have to be mended and painted.
Yeah, that must have been Olson's idea.
No, it's mine.
Well, that Olson's such a sneaky character, he probably made you think it was your idea.
Throckmorton, Clarence never talks about you.
He doesn't?
In fact, he never mentions your name.
That's the worst thing he could say about me.
Well, how would you stage this Christmas party and provide the toys?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd organize the thing. I'd get some money behind it.
Whose?
Well, I've been thinking about that. With my influence, I could put the Jolly Boys Club behind this project.
Oh?
The city has a vacant lot we can use. We'll sell Christmas trees and buy presents with the profits.
Why, I hadn't thought of selling trees.
Say, Irene, the Kraft choristers are in town for a concert. Yeah, I'll bet I can get them to come out and sing a couple of songs.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, there's a way of doing these things, Irene, if you just come to the right party. Just imagine rows of trees, people flocking in to buy them.
Oh, Throckmorton, you've got me buying the toys already.
Yeah, and we'll have mistletoe for sale. Plenty of mistletoe.
Yes. If I know you, you'll have mistletoe.
You bet. Just imagine I'm holding some over your head right now.
Well, I have a good imagination.
No. I love Christmas. Right, George, I sure made a hit with Irene. She likes an executive-type fellow who gets things done. Well, I better stop in Peavy's and start telling the Jolly Boys the plans I've made for them. I'll have to assign them certain days to work on the lot. Hello, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you?
Hey, Peavy, I want to talk to you.
That's all you want to do is talk. I'll just keep on with what I'm doing.
So I was just talking to Irene Henshaw.
6 and 2 are 8 and 3 are 11.
Peavy, what are you doing?
I'm making out my bank deposit slip. 3, 7, and 10.
Can't that wait?
Mr. Gildersleeve, do you want to buy something?
No.
I'm dealing with people who have bought something. 3, 14, and 3, 17, that's $187.
Peavy, listen to me. That isn't important.
Do you have anything to say that's worth $187?
Oh, my goodness. Look, I have a great idea.
You don't say.
Yes, indeed. The Jolly Boys are going to sell Christmas trees to raise money.
Well, we can use it. We've got $2.69 in the treasury.
Peavy, we're going to spend this money on the kids.
Suits me. I'm as big a kid as anybody around Christmas time.
Yes.
I got the Christmas spirit this morning. Before I left for the pharmacy, I chucked Mrs. Peavy under the chin. She said I was a big, overgrown kid.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, here's Chief Gates.
Hello, Peavy.
Hello, Chief.
Chief Gates, just the man I want to see.
Not many people want to see the chief of police. Ho, ho, ho.
Well, I do.
Just because it's Christmas, I'm not tearing up any parking tickets.
No, I don't want any papers. I just want you to sell some Christmas trees for me. I've taken on a little project for the Jolly Boys.
Well, this is news to me.
Yeah, well, it's to me, too, and I'm president of the club.
Now, don't be offended because I come up with the good ideas. I promised Miss Henshaw we'd sell trees to buy presents for her Christmas party.
Why, I'm not invited to her party.
No, it's for needy kids, Chief.
Oh, count me in.
Fine. Now, I know where to get a truckload of trees. We'll put them on that city lot on the corner of 4th and Main.
That should be a busy corner around Christmas. It's right across the street from the loan company.
All right. I'll have the trees there tomorrow, and we Jolly Boys will be on hand to sell them.
Oh, I have to run the pharmacy, Mr. Gildersleeve. Of course, I could slip over for a little while after I close at night.
Look, Petey, I'm going to make arrangements to be there.
Yeah, but you don't have anything to do. You have a political job.
Oh. What about you, Chief?
I can't run off and leave nobody at jail but the prisoners. Those fellows get lonesome.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, let's not forget it's Christmas. And those fellows are away from home.
You're all right.
I'll drop over when I can. What about the judge?
He's trying a case in Center City this week.
What about Floyd Munson?
Well, Floyd's got a barber shop to run, but I'm sure he'll help out at night.
And I'll be there right after the prisoners go to sleep.
Oh, fine. Looks like none of you fellows can come over until all the customers have gone to bed.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Yes, we're willing. But I understood Dr. Olson was going to help Miss Henshaw with the party.
Peavy, you know Irene would rather I take the initiative than Dr. Olson.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
You got a swell location for selling trees, Unc.
Yeah, let's set up some more, Leroy. You hold this tree while I nail on the stand.
Why don't you hold the tree while I nail it on the stand?
Oh, no, you've hit my thumb 3 times.
Well, that shows I need the practice.
Just hold the tree.
Okay.
Yeah, that does it.
Well, that's enough trees, Unc. You haven't sold a one.
Yeah, they'll start moving after the craft choristers come out here and sing a couple of carols.
You're really coming, huh?
Yeah. We'll have to get these lights strung around before they show up.
Hello there.
Well, hello, Irene.
Hi, Miss Henshaw.
Hello, Leroy. I thought I'd come over to see how many trees you sold.
Tell her, Unc.
Well, you were just getting set up. I'm having to do this single-handed.
Oh, what happened to the Jolly Boys?
Well, they can't give as much time to it as I'm getting.
This is a fine thing you're doing for those children.
Yeah.
He's not doing it for the kids. He's doing it for you.
Young man, string the lights.
Sure. Hey, Unc, there's the Kraft bus.
Oh, you are going to have carols.
You bet.
Hey, look at all the people.
Throckmorton, you're a genius.
Well, I'll do until the genius comes along.
Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, hello, Mr. Easton. This is Miss Henshaw. She's sponsoring the Christmas party.
How do you do, Miss Henshaw?
How do you do? It was nice of you and the group to come, Mr. Heaston.
Oh, it's our pleasure. We'll be ready to go in a moment, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Great. Fire when ready.
Hey, Unc.
Yes, Leroy?
Do you suppose they'd mind if I went over and stood with them and helped them sing?
Leroy, we're trying to attract people, not frighten them away.
Ladies and gentlemen,
He's going to make an announcement.
we are happy to present the Kraft Choristers under the direction of Gerhard Schroth. Their first selection will be It Came Upon a Midnight Clear.
It came upon a midnight clear, that glorious song of old, from angels bending near the earth to touch their hearts of gold. Peace on the earth, goodwill to men, from hands of gracious King. The word in solemn stillness lay, to hear the angels sing. Still through the golden skies they come with peaceful wings unfurled, and still their heavenly music flows o'er all the weary world. Above the sad and lonely plains they bear the hovering wing, and ever o'er its fabled sounds the blessed angels sing. Peace on the earth, goodwill to men, from heaven the gracious King. Oh, rest beside the weary road, and hear the angels sing.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, they're pretty good. All Kraft employees, too.
Well, we're attracting a crowd, all right.
Yeah, I'll say. He said they'd sing a couple of numbers, and then we'll start selling trees.
And now we invite you to listen to Ding Dong Bells.
Should I try to sell some trees while they're singing?
Listen, Leroy.
Ding dong bells, ding dong bells, ding dong merrily on high, and the bells are ringing. Ding dong merrily on high, it's birthdays and we're singing. Hosanna in excelsis. Hosanna in excelsis. Ding dong bell, ding dong bell. May you literally find your men and shiny fingers. May you literally find your innocent holy singers. Hosanna in excelsis.
Well, here come some customers, Throckmorton.
Heck, I'm going to start selling Christmas trees. Right this way for your Christmas trees.
Yeah, look at them pick out their trees. Why, George, the old world seems pretty uncooperative at times. But when you try to do something good, a lot of people get behind you.
Angels we have heard and heard, sweetly singing o'er the plains, and the mountains in reply, echo
Christmas is always a memorable time for everyone, and especially for the great man, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. He's been helping Miss Irene Henshaw with plans for her Christmas party for needy children. As school principal, Miss Henshaw makes quite a point of giving credit where credit is due, and she isn't forgetting the great Gildersleeve's contribution, because he won't let her.
What did I tell you, Irene? I knew I'd put this thing over big. Didn't I tell you?
You told me.
Here, look on the lot here. We're practically sold out of Christmas trees the first day. I told you we didn't need that Clarence Olson.
You told me.
Well, while there's a lull, let's count all the money we've taken in.
I've already counted it. I got my pockets full of it.
Leroy, I will carry the money.
Oh, sure.
Oh, hello, everybody.
Hi, Dr. Olson.
Clarence, I've been wondering what happened to you.
Hello, Olson.
I got tied up at the hospital, Irene.
What'd you do, bandage yourself to a bed?
Well, you aren't glad to see me, are you, Throckmorton?
We managed to get along without you. Just look at the money we've taken in for Irene's party.
We've done surprisingly well, Clarence.
Yes, it surprises me, too, Irene, especially with him in charge.
Ooh, watch it, Olson.
Give me the bankroll, Gildersleeve. I'll go buy presents for all the kids.
You keep your sterilized pinkies off my money.
All right. You buy the gifts, and I'll present them at the tree.
You'll present them?
Well, I was to play Santa Claus, wasn't I, Irene?
Well...
Look, Olson, I'll be Santa Claus.
But, Gildersleeve, you've done so much. You told us that yourself.
You bet. And after I've knocked the home run, you aren't going to pose for the picture.
Now, please, boys.
I volunteered to help Irene raise money for her Christmas party long before you and the Jolly Boys came in.
Well, when I came in, you went out.
I won't argue with you, but I'll be Santa Claus.
Oh,
Hey, Unc, I sold another tree.
Good for you, my boy.
Wonderful, Leroy.
Yeah. Unc, hadn't we better connect the lights?
Well, I haven't quite figured out how to attach the wires to the switch.
Oh, I'll do that, Gildersleeve. I undoubtedly understand wiring better than you.
Shouldn't you call an electrician?
No, Irene, I can do it.
Hands off, Olson. I'll do it.
Well, I wouldn't do it while standing in that slushy snow.
When I need advice from you...
Christmas tree lot's a big success, Bertie.
I sure am glad.
Well, it was planning, organization, know-how.
Yes, sir.
Speaking of know-how, you should have seen Unc when he tried to connect the lights on the lot.
Don't tell me they wouldn't light up.
No, but Unc did.
Well, I was just nervous. That Olson breathing down my neck, telling me how to do this, how to do that, trying to cop the credit. He even wants to be Santa Claus, Bertie.
Yes, sir. Who's it going to be, Unc? You or Dr. Olson?
I know who's going to be Santa Claus, Leroy. I may as well go up in the attic right now and get out his suit, because I know who's going to be Santa Claus.
Yeah, good idea, Bertie. You know that pushy intern did ask Irene first.
I don't know who asked first, but I know who's going to be Santa Claus.
Yeah, well, Bertie...
I don't know what's wrapped up in them packages, and I don't know what's under the tree, and I don't know what's in the stocking, but I know who's going to be Santa Claus.
You think I should, Bertie?
I don't know who should, but I know who is, so I'm going up in the attic and get this suit.
Well, as long as Bertie insists on getting the suit, I'm going to insist on wearing it. The way to do this is to get the Jolly Boys to back me up. After all, it has become a Jolly Boys project. Olson has nothing to do with it. Hello, Peavy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Chief.
Hello, Commissioner. We were over at the lot last night, but there were no trees left to sell.
Well, I did a good job, if I do say so myself.
What's the meeting about, Mr. Gildersleeve?
As you fellas know, I took this out of Olson's hands and raised the money for the gifts myself. Now, guess who wants to be Santa Claus?
You?
Well, why shouldn't I? I made it a Jolly Boys project. I sold the trees. Why shouldn't I pass out the presents?
Oh, you've done so much, Mr. Gildersleeve. I think it's time I got on the job.
What do you mean?
I'd like to donate my services and be Santa Claus.
Peavy, you don't look like a Santa Claus.
I do to Mrs. Peavy. She considers me a very convincing Santa Claus.
Well, she's prejudiced. You're not big enough for Santa Claus.
Well, I can tie on a couple of pillows. I'd rather wear 'em at Christmas than to have to carry 'em around all year like you do.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Why don't we arbitrate this thing? I'll be Santa Claus.
Chief, that's not the way you arbitrate.
But Santa's supposed to be a jolly fellow. Well, I've got the voice for it. Ho, 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 ho.
Oh, brother.
You sound like a walrus lost in the fog.
Well, if the chief of police can't play Santa Claus to those kids, you fellas better not run afoul of the law next year.
No, fiddlesticks. Let's not have a Santa Claus if it's going to cause an uproar.
No Santa Claus?
I think Peavy has a good idea.
Well, all right. I'll call Olson and tell him we've all agreed not to have a Santa Claus. What do you say, fellows?
In the interest of harmony, no Santa Claus.
No Santa Claus.
No Santa Claus. They don't know I have my fingers crossed. Yeah, I'll slip in the back door of the gym so nobody will see me.
Is that you, Unc?
Yep, old Santa in person.
I thought you fellas weren't having a Santa.
Well, I couldn't disappoint a bunch of kids just because we adults had a squabble. Leroy, how did you know me in this Santa suit?
You're the only knock-kneed Santa in town.
Young man.
Only kidding.
Has Irene shown up?
Yeah, she's inside arranging the presents under the tree.
She'll be surprised.
Yeah. Miss Henshaw, look what the reindeer's brought.
Why, Throckmorton.
Hello, Irene.
Aren't you cheating a little on the boys?
Well, as I told Leroy.
Greetings from the North Pole.
Hey, another Santa.
Why, Clarence Olson.
Olson, that's a sneaky trick.
That you behind that beard, Gildersleeve? I thought it was Father Time.
Yes. What a snide Santa Claus.
What is this, a convention? Here comes two more.
Hello, Miss Henshaw.
That sounds like Chief Gates.
I bet you don't know who I am.
Why, Mr. Peavy.
Peavy, I thought you fellas weren't going to dress up like Santa Claus.
Well,
Look at you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I'm really the only one who has any business in costume. I volunteered first.
Gentlemen, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, your suits don't fit. And all of you look like a bunch of phonies.
That's just what they're being, Leroy. Phonies.
What's that?
Before I say anything else, I want to thank you for all you've done to help me. But somewhere along the line, we've kind of lost sight of the goal.
But, Irene...
Now, we started out to provide a good Christmas for needy children, not to satisfy your inflated egos.
Well, Irene...
Why don't you listen?
The children are waiting to come in. So I want you men to take off those silly suits, roll up your sleeves, and pass out the packages. It isn't the suit and funny whiskers that make the Christmas spirit. It's what's inside.
By George, she's right. Hey, Olson?
Yes, she's right.
Well, Mrs. Peavy didn't really like me in this suit anyway.
Well, I guess I'm the biggest offender. I was so anxious for the kids to know what I'm doing, I wore 'em a badge on the outside of my Santa suit.
Hey, Unc, before the kids come, shall I light the tree?
Well, we've had the light thrown on us. Let's light up the tree.
Merry Christmas, Throckmorton.
Merry Christmas, Irene. And all you would-be Santa Clauses. This is Gildersleeve again, friends. You know, we have a lot of fun all during the year, and we hope we're able to pass some of it on to you. But I suppose Christmas time is the nicest time of the year, full of gaiety and good cheer, a time for friendliness and peace. All of us who bring you this show, the men and women at Kraft, the entire Gildersleeve cast, and myself, wish you a holiday season filled with all these things. A very Merry Christmas from all of us to all of you.
Transcribed. Hear You Bet Your Life with Groucho Marx on the NBC Radio Network.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Broadway flips the calendar, stares at the word December, holds chin between thumb and forefinger, and wonders, what happened? Winter is here, and the year is suddenly dying. Proof positive, the wind rising from the river that twists a headline around an ankle, lifts it up again, flattens it against the gutter, and there it is in boldface. So many shopping days left. So the evergreens are chopped, mounted, dyed blue, and tinseled. Token of holiday season. Token that time's getting narrow for the layaway plan. So get with it. All you need's $1. It'll hold the dream till Christmas. Follow the decorations downtown and take a left. East 37th, where the season is manifest by holly in apartment windows and electric candles. And the latest thing, Merry Christmas in phosphorus paint to glow in the dark. 11 o'clock time, nighttime where I was, and Miss Gaffney's apartment. And Miss Gaffney.
Look at the joint, will you?
I'm looking. I've been looking for the last 5 minutes, Miss Gaffney. Now, will you settle down and tell me what...
2 years, I say, to get a full-length mirror. Now look at it. Bing! And now look what I've got. Confetti.
You ready to tell me what happened?
You know what happened. What's been happening around this neighborhood for the last couple of nights?
I mean to you.
I was trying on in front of the mirror, that's what. And that sniper took a pot shot at me.
Why didn't you pull the blind down?
At my age.
Well, you're lucky. You see this slug?
Huh?
Here, look at it. Embedded here in the mirror backing. 38, head hide. Like I said, lucky.
Yeah. And I was standing right here. 2 more inches and Myrtle Gaffney...
That's right. Now, let's take it from the beginning. Did you notice anyone following you tonight when you got home?
I could have been killed.
Or anyone loitering around outside?
He could have killed me, and you stand here and
We don't even know what he looks like, Miss Gaffney. We want you to help
He could have killed me. He could have killed me. Shot me dead. Killed me.
And her thin-lipped anger, the tightening hysteria fitted themselves into the pattern of the city's newest violence. And there was the other emotion, that the shattering of mirror had been this close to the shatter and burst of her life. That her life had been balanced on the bad aim of a man with a gun. That her life had been target for indiscriminate fury. And against terror was only this.
You protect me, you hear? That's what you people are paid for. To protect helpless, lonely women, you hear?
And give her the promise, and phone it in. And leave her now to darkness and bolted doors and windows blinded and locked against another coming of death. And walk this winter streets to where a room is, and hot plate, and minute coffee. And for a while after that, wander the narrow room. And for a while after that, sleep. And next day at headquarters is used in attendance at lineups where Miss Gaffney can identify no one. In marking areas on a map, trying to plot the boundaries of a sniper's violence. The cultured calm of the woman on the phone who was very definite she was next on the sniper's list, but was unafraid. And suddenly there's quick winter twilight and the comment upon it by Detective Muckerman.
Look at him, Danny. Millions running home to a hot supper and take what eats you out on the kids. A way to live, huh?
Yeah, it is.
Me? My life is suddenly mixed up with panicky ladies who've had pot shots taken at them. That Lois Stewart over in West 30, for instance.
You've already told me about her.
She wrote me a little poem how her life was really contained in that flower vase the sniper shot to pieces in her flat. She even wrote it down for me. Here, I'll read it.
You've already read it to me.
Will you take the reaction of this Lois Stewart and pose it against the reaction of Mrs. B. Morris in West 32nd? Did I tell you about her?
No, but I'll read it in your report.
This one cried a lot. Hung on to me. She was putting in a light bulb, she told me, when wham, through the window the sniper shot the bulb, right? I'll get it then. Lieutenant Clover's office, Detective Muckerman. Yeah. Yeah, where? 2126. Got it. Maybe this time, Danny.
Maybe this time what?
3-4 people spotted a guy running across your roof, apartment house 2126 West 39. Guy was carrying a rifle.
Let's go.
Lieutenant. They got him, Lieutenant. Bringing him down.
Good.
Yeah. Oh, here they come.
Let me go. I want to go home. Let me go.
I'll take him, officer. Come on, you.
Take your hands off of me.
Find the gun, officer?
No, but he had a gun. We'll find it.
Get him in the car, Muckerman. Hand me the flash, Muckerman.
Yeah. Here. He's a kid.
What's your name, son?
Mickey. Mickey Ruick.
How old are you, Mickey?
Going on 16.
You live near here?
No, Brooklyn.
What are you doing here?
You were on that roof with a gun. What were you doing there? What'd you do with the gun?
I want to go home.
Go home, Mickey. Later. First, we want to know what you were doing prowling around on that roof with a gun.
You like to shoot at women, Mickey?
I didn't shoot at anybody.
Come on, kid. You just tell us. We'll understand. You like all this publicity you're getting, being called a sniper, scaring everybody. You like it, don't you?
Makes you feel pretty big, doesn't it, Mickey?
I didn't shoot at anybody. I read it.
Go on, Mickey.
I read in the papers about the sniper.
Found the gun, Lieutenant.
Here, thanks.
In the alley. You must have used it off the roof.
Take a look.
Plastic. Tough to tell from the real thing. Is this your gun, Sonny?
Yeah, it's mine.
Where'd you get it?
I took it. All right, I stole it. Department store. This afternoon after I read about the sniper, the toy shop. Look.
Yeah?
I was playing, that's all.
You read books tell you how to play like this?
The lieutenant means comic books, things like that.
You.
What?
You're a real lieutenant, huh?
Well, what about it, Mickey?
Can I see your gun?
Turn him over to juvenile, Muckerman. Then you can start looking for a sniper all over again.
Danny, it's all right I disturbed you for a minute.
Come on in, Dr. Sinsky. I was just...
Yeah, I see what you're doing, Danny. May I also look at the portraits?
Serious of them, Doctor. Take your pick. The department artist sketched them from fragmentary descriptions given us by the women who were shot at by the sniper, helpful bystanders, few crackpots. All different.
These are the faces of violence, huh, Danny?
Anybody's face.
So what you look for is anybody. A killer who's been denied the death of women, perhaps because of some slight defect in vision. Perhaps because his family didn't buy him the eyeglasses he needed when he was a child.
Whatever it is that kept him from killing, let's not knock it, huh, Dr. Sinsky?
I don't know how to apologize for my feeble attempts at irony, Danny.
I forget it.
Yeah, I'll try to do that. I heard Detective Muckerman brought in a boy to juvenile, the boy prowling rooftops with a plastic gun.
Uh-huh.
How old was he, Danny?
Going on 16, he said.
A boy. A child. And images of a world behind window shades and hatred for it. This sniper, Danny.
And what about him?
Find a man whose face matches an artist's sketch and then look behind it and underneath it. And remember another child who prowled rooftops with a plastic gun.
Mrs. Sinsky? Danny?
Oh, what is it, Jim?
That sniper chap.
Yeah?
He's at it again. House 1843 East 39. Just came in over the phone. Also?
Also what, do you know?
This time, he didn't miss.
Any comment, Doctor? Any observation you care to make on how we're really dealing with a frustrated child? How we should treat him?
No. No comment, Danny.
In that case, get me a squad card, you know. And go there. And what was night-still brownstone house with an early Christmas tree lighted in its living room window, its promise to be viewed from the street, has become this. Cluster and steaming whisper of crowd peering close through window, beyond tree to where lay another promise. The yet unopened and hidden gift of the season's violence. And get past them and inside is a woman sprawled against fabric of sofa, and a man kneeling at her feet.
Blanche, listen to me. Just listen. There'll be a doctor in a minute, and he'll know what to do. Blanche, please.
Mister...
What do you want?
I'm from the police.
I'll get out of your way. She's dead, isn't she? My wife's dead. I knew it all the time.
Must have been quick. Where the bullet struck just above the eye. Had to be quick.
Oh, wait a minute. I want to let them know. I want to let those people outside know.
She's dead. That's what you're waiting for, isn't it? She's dead. Wait, I'll show you. Now you can have a good look. Look at my wife. Look at my dead wife. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Step right up and see this.
Listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The merry, merry holidays begin their swift curve into the canyon street, and Broadway rushes the season. Against the distant cry of on dancer, on prancer, the sleek dancers, the eager prancers bargain for the sprig of mistletoe. Buy it, hang it in the doorway. Under it strike the holiday pose. And watch the winter women walk by, the scented fur hugged close, December wind rippling it against their cheeks, their mouths. The same wind that breathes them away from you. So, shrug a shoulder, kid. Make jaunty the scarf and relax. Under no Yuletide tree will it be barren, according to the advertisements. Winter's night flowing through newly shattered window into a room where mantelpiece was simulated marble, where fireplace was 3 gas logs neatly arranged, never consumed, where furniture was draped with embroidered fringed cloth. And this room where death was.
You're cold, mister. I'll turn on a fire.
Never mind.
I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have broken open the window and yelled at those people. They'll think I'm crazy.
Well, don't worry about it, Mr. Durden.
Tell me something, mister.
What?
You've been around where people have been killed. Women, a man's wife, for instance. You see that a lot, don't you? Hmm? Well, the husbands of those other women you've seen dead, what did they do? What did they say? I want to know so I won't louse up the etiquette.
Oh, Mr. Dermot.
They cry like I did. They go out of their head like I did. Tell me, mister.
You really need to know.
No, I got all I need to know. A little while ago, I had a wife. Now I got a memory. Blanche. Not how she is now, not how she was yesterday, sick, and the day before, a year before. But how Blanche was when she was young, when she was a girl. I should thank him. I should thank her killer. He left me remembering it.
Tell me how it happened, Mr. Dennis.
You know it happened. The sniper, he finally got a bullseye. My wife.
Were you here in this room with her?
Yeah, I was here in the room with her.
Did you notice anything? Hear anything?
I was in this room with Blanche. We were talking over who to give presents to this year, who we were going to get presents from.
Did you see anyone outside? Did anyone follow you home?
I'll run the evening down for you. 6 o'clock, I got home from work. 6:30, Blanche put dinner on the table like she did every night. We eat, we talk. Then she clears the table, washes the dishes. I go to the living room, sit in my chair and read. Then I help her change into her nightgown and robe, and she comes in here with her embroidery, and we talk or we don't talk, depending on how she felt that day. Tonight was different. Tonight she felt good. And then she got killed.
You understand, Mr. Dermott. You understand why...
No. I'm dense. I understand nothing. I don't understand how a crazy killer roams around loose when we got a smart police force like you. I don't understand why Blanche is dead. Do something for me, honest. What? Leave me alone for a minute so I can figure it out, huh?
Watch him move away from you to the lonely place. The couch where his wife is dead. And watch him kneel again at her feet. And for a little while, the time he needed, go to the door, whisper to the official intruders. They understand. It gives them the interval to adjust focus and cameras, to test with current wit the spring and snap of steel tape, to smooth and make neat the folds of shroud. Then their spill into the room, and the man's instant is gone. So leave there and go home. And a new winter morning at headquarters, and the joyous tidings of Sergeant Gino Pasaglia. Were you happy, Gino?
In me, Danny, you are gazing upon a contented fellow.
Well, I'm glad.
Chuckling because last night was the Tartaglia night at our neighbors, the Renboms. Contented because a frolicsome time was had by all and sundry.
Gino.
Among which sundry was Fargo. Fargo Rembom, a veritable card.
Fargo Rembom?
The western outlet for the Remboms, an uncle from Nevada, who did last night descend upon the eastern branch and did shower them with western-type goodies. Indian blankets, beaded belts, an Indian doll carrying on her back in lieu of a papoose, a bottle of Smirnoff's vodka. And for me, a feathered chief's headdress, which I will be glad to model for you come lunchtime.
Gino,
Oh, Danny, wait till you catch a gang of Chief Minnehaha Tartaglia. First the work, and then...
I hate to spoil your fun.
What must be, must be. In the matter of the deceased Mrs. Blanche Dermott, report from technical. Felled with a .38 caliber bullet of same type and markings as the sniper has been prone to use on other ladies. But with Mrs. Dermott, he made expert. Right above the eye.
Anything else, Gino?
From Detective Muggervin and others at work on the case during the night. This report from neighbors on Mrs. Dermott adds up to a nil. 12 years in the neighborhood, Danny. None of the neighbors knew her. All they knew, she was very quiet and a non-mixer.
How about her husband?
Has a little novelty shop on 7th Avenue. Open 9, close 5:30. Always bringing home novelties and gimcracks to the neighbors' kids. And that's
Do something for me, huh, Gino?
Anything?
Get a policewoman. Have her go out and buy herself a house dress. Then have her report to me in an hour.
Sure. But you want to see me in feathers?
Just get her, huh, Gino? And the setting up of it. Policewoman. Empty apartment in the neighborhood where the other shooting had taken place. Daytime chores for nighttime trap. And it was done. Then let the day drift backward into December. Watch it from the window at headquarters. Walk with it briefly. Twice to the corner restaurant where the food is always an adventure. Back to the office again and the window. And see day bleed grayly in the night.
Stakeout setup, Danny. Cruising. Squad car's waiting for us downstairs.
Beginning night is strung through with cold. And the hurrying shapes that curve backward from your vision. The street of the spinning lights. And turn off it. East 38. Ride it slowly. Past the rows of brownstones and the corner stores and winter loneliness of Manhattan Street. And slowly past the lighted window, ground level, where a woman sits. Now clothed in a house dress and reading. Trapped. And past it, another corner turn and stop.
Coffee in the thermos, Danny. You want some later?
Yeah, what's the time?
7:10. It's going to be a long night.
Yeah. Call in, Mugler.
Yeah. Car 43, car 43 reporting.
43.
Parked at southeast corner of East 38th and 3rd, according to Plan A.
Nothing from here. Car 22 reported suspicious acting man on 4th turning into 38. Shut him down. Drunk. Unarmed.
Car 43, 10-4. Well?
Park further down the street, Muggerman. I'm going to take a walk. If you need me, I'll probably be in a doorway around the corner.
Right.
Past the lighted window again. And the woman in the house dress. Policewoman. Reading. Cross the street and watch her. She gets up, frames herself against the light, stares the night. Sits down again, reads again. And the doorway directly across from her is cold plaster to hold 6 mailboxes. directions to the tenants on how to live, and things to do in case of a bomb attack, illustrated. In a while, a young woman comes up the steps, cloth coat around her waitress uniform, looks into an empty mailbox, looks emptily at you, goes into the house, trails echo of footsteps. And later a man leaves the house, checks his pockets, and goes off happy. Watch him walk down the street. The squad car picks him up, trails him, drops him. And night becomes 9 o'clock. And the woman across the street sits, breathes, gets up, walks around the room, sits, breathes. And the 9 o'clock wind holds all the cold of the hours before and fills the street. And gusts of it break off and run into doorways, wrap themselves around people, wait there. And the light from the squad car blinks into the night and screams at it. Mugman!
Sniper, Danny. Just got a communication.
Where?
2 blocks from here on 40.
Let's go.
Come on, honey. Please wake up, honey.
You'll be all right, Mr. Garson.
Fainted up, baby.
A little drunk, too.
So what?
You want to tell me what happened, Mr. Garson?
Look at her lying there.
She was there in bed when she was shot at, right?
Poor baby. Wait till she wakes up and finds out she was shot at by the sniper. She'll faint all over again.
Just what happened? What?
I was reading to her.
Go on.
I just finished turning the page, and she was giving me my drink, and...
What?
I turned the page, and she was holding out the glass to me, and then it happened. Shot the glass right out of her hand. Over the book, my pajamas.
I think your wife is waking up, Mr. Garson.
Oh, it's all right, baby. Little bumbly puppy. I'm here, little pussycat. Everything's all right.
Mr. Garson.
Look how she wakes up. A doll, baby. I think you better leave us alone now.
When Mrs. Garson feels better, I want you both down at headquarters to file a report.
Yeah, baby. Drink your coffee. Don't mind him, little rat.
Well? Shot came from the alley, through the bedroom window. The woman was in bed. Sniper shot a glass out of her hand.
Lucky.
Is she?
Well, I'd say she is. What would you say?
Consider it, Muggerman. 4 women were lucky. The 5th was killed. Think about it.
Well, I just told you.
Reverse it. Think about it the other way.
Yeah.
So let's make it calls, huh? Yeah? Oh. Hello, Mr. Dermott. Mind if we come in?
Oh, come on.
This is Detective Muggerman, Mr. Dermott.
Oh, hi. I'm sorry about your wife, Mr. Dermott. In here. Why don't you boys take off your coats?
Yeah. All right. When are you going to get your window fixed, Mr. Dermott?
Putting that cardboard in is as far as I'm going to go. I'm moving. Where are you going? Away from here. Think I'm going to live here anymore? Yeah, it must be real tough. I can tell you this. I sure miss it.
How long were you married, Mr. Dermott?
I told you, 12 years.
Oh, that's right. I'd forgotten.
12 years. You're not going to believe this. We never had an argument. Why not? Huh? Well, I've been married 14 years, and starting with our 3rd anniversary, my wife and I had little arguments every week, and a big one once a month. And we're very happy. So why haven't you had any arguments, Mr. Dermott? You didn't argue with my wife, Mister.
Why not?
She'd get upset.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
You forgot what?
That your wife was a sickly one.
You been checking on me? What was the matter with your wife? I asked you a question. You been checking on me? But where do you keep in this drawer, Mr. Dermott? Hey, dog! Knitting stuff. And adjust that, Danny.
What's the big idea of opening that drawer?
A lot of knitting in there. Your wife like to knit?
You just don't open any drawers without permission, you hear?
Yeah, she liked to knit. She liked to crochet and tat and hook work. So what difference does that make?
She must have had a lot of time on her hands.
What did she do? Hey, now what's the matter with you? I don't want you going around opening things. What do you think?
Nothing in here, Danny. A picture album, Christmas decoration.
What are you looking for, anyhow?
Let's talk some more about your wife, Mr. Dermot.
She was a good, sweet, kind woman.
Yeah, they all are. Did you hate her very much?
Hate her? I was married to
Yeah,
her.
I know. 12 years.
Why should I hate her?
A sickly woman, a woman who never went out, a woman who sat home all day.
Yeah, I'll try the kitchen, Danny.
What are you looking? Just tell me that, will you?
I'll cut it out, Mr. Dermot.
If you just tell me what he's looking for.
A gun.
You think I'm the sniper?
Are you?
You out of your mind?
Look at it this way, Mr. Dermot. 5 women were shot at. The only one who was hit, your wife. Not wounded either, killed. The other 4, drinks shot out of their hand. A light bulb shattered. A vase, a mirror.
My wife was unfortunate, that's all. The other 4.
Fortunate? At first, we thought we were looking for a man who couldn't shoot well, who was trying to kill and was missing. Now we're going on the premise that he was missing on purpose.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Missing on purpose. A crack shot who could shoot out light bulbs through windows, who could kill your wife through a window.
What's he doing in there?
Let's go see him.
Well, you're breaking up my house?
You hid this marksman medal. Where'd you hide the gun? Here, look, Danny. Expert marksman's medal.
Where'd you hide the gun, Mr. Dermot?
What do you think I am?
Maybe a man who shot at a lot of women to get the word sniper in the newspapers, just so you could get one woman, your wife.
You take one last pot shot at a woman drinking booze in bed to clinch it.
You're crazy? Why should I kill my wife?
Look at it from our point of view, Mr. Dermot. You're a man who likes people, likes to be nice to children.
Likes to go outside sometimes, too, huh?
Yeah, my wife wouldn't let me do that.
Your wife, the woman who sits in a chair and knits. No friends, nobody to stop in.
No fun. 12 years of it. Not even any argument. 12 years to get fed up.
You understand how it was?
Of course we do. The man figures he gets old soon enough.
A wife like that.
Sure. You live, you gotta have fun. Can't stay home all the time.
Would you?
Where's the gun?
Oh, you won't find it.
Threw it away?
Dismantled it, tossed it in the river. Listen, you weren't kidding, would you?
About what?
About understanding.
You're a killer, we understand that.
Well, yeah, I know, but I mean about my wife. What you said. How a man gets old too fast. How his life runs away from him and nobody to talk to. Sit in a room, feed her medicine, wait on her. Every night you go to sleep, dream about how it would be without her. You understand. I know you do.
The time of winter, daytime leaves Broadway fast. You walk toward the shadows. Someone smiles and takes your hand, whispers to close your eyes, then bangs your head against the night. Your scream mixes well with the shriek of the riot. It's Broadway. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Battaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, High Averback was heard as Mr. Dermot. Featured in the cast were Elvia Allman, Jerry Farber, Steve Roberts, and Hal Gerard.
Through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There's a certain kind of real estate which is special and unique. It can be at once the best or the worst place of all to be. If you want to hide from the world, shut away everyone else, and have perfect solitude, it's the place for you. But if you love your fellow man and value human contact, as most of us do, this paradise can be the very worst kind of hell. The piece of real estate is an island, and this is the story of a very special island.
While you've been sick, Captain, Neb and me have been over pretty near most of this island. And we ain't seen hide nor hair of any other human being.
Yet someone or something left us the stores.
You're not suggesting some supernatural influence hovers around this island, Penn?
All I'm saying, Mr. Gideon, is what I see. And what I know in my bones.
Our mystery drama, The Mysterious Island, was based on the classic by Jules Verne and written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Earl Hammond and Leon Janney.
It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
In March of 1865, the Union Army of General Grant had the town of Richmond, Virginia, sewed up in siege. And a curious situation developed. Within the town were many Northern prisoners, Union officers and others whose burning desire was to escape and rejoin the North. But while allowed certain liberties, the town was so strictly guarded that escape seemed impossible. However, just as their prisoners could not escape, the Southern secessionists themselves were also trapped. That is how Forster's balloon came to be manufactured and inflated in the great square of Richmond, waiting on north wind, which arrived on March 18th with a vengeance.
What brings you out in such weather, Captain Harding?
What else, Mr. Spillett?
Escape?
Whenever the weather is bad is the time. The worse it gets, the better our chances.
Have you a new plan?
I've been approached by someone with a new idea.
Who?
His name is Pencroft, a sea captain and a navigator.
Well, we can hardly hope to escape by sea, so we have little need of a navigator.
Don't be too sure. Suppose we were to escape by air.
By air? How?
We're looking at the means right now. Foster's balloon.
Are you mad? We're not aeronauts.
I am an engineer. Pencroft is a sea captain. We have some qualifications.
And what about me?
You, Mr. Spillett, will have a front-page story for the New York Herald. And what a newspaper story for a war correspondent to write.
As if I'm alive to put pen to paper. No, it's impossible. The craft is too well guarded, and besides, Jonathan Forster is scheduled to leave today.
With 5 heavily armed men. The gondola is packed with $2,000 in gold, ammunition, and stores. But if Pencroft is right, he will delay his takeoff.
What?
He reads this wind as the leading edge of a hurricane. Forster won't risk it.
And you propose we should?
It's a chance that may never come again.
How many are we?
Myself, yourself, Pencroft, and his son.
How old?
A boy, but full grown. We can't very well leave Pencroft behind. It was his idea, and he won't go without his son.
Very well. When?
Tonight, after dark, at 10 o'clock. Keep your fingers crossed that the wind does not die down before then.
And so began an incredible adventure. As a writer, it naturally fell to me to keep the record of it. And weird and unbelievable as it may seem, I have tried to keep it faithfully. The hurricane that Pencroft had forecast became a reality. And when the soldiers guarding the balloon had run for cover, that was when we made our break.
Captain Harding, do you think we'd dare try to take off?
It's our only chance. What do you say, Pencroft?
Neb and me was ready to set out alone. Though I know nothing of sailing a lighter than aircraft. With you along, Captain, your knowledge of balloons, We're doubly ready.
Well, Gideon, are you with us?
If you think I'm going to miss out on the best story of the war, you're crazy. I am with you.
All right, now listen. Luckily, the wind's blown out the gas maps, so we've got the dark as well as the mist to shield us. But we'll take no chances, since none of us are armed. We'll split up now and each sneak up to the balloon from a different side. We meet there in 5 minutes. Hurry, Gideon, we're ready to cast off.
Where's the boy? He was supposed to come from the east. I'll have to go look for him.
Give him a chance. Meantime, all of you, help me get rid of the ballast bags.
I won't go without my boy.
Here he comes now.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep you waiting.
What happened to you?
It was Top. He must have broken his chain.
Who's Top?
My dog. I told him he couldn't come, but... what are they doing to him?
Oh, he's roused the guard. Pencroft, grab the boy.
I've got to go to him. I've
Looks
got
like
to go
he's
to
coming
him.
to us. Cast off the cable on your side, Gideon, while I get mine.
The dog jumped aboard. Top wants to go.
Get him overboard.
It's too late. We're 10 feet off the ground already. Thank heaven we're rising fast enough to get away from their bullets. We've made it. We've escaped. We're on our way home.
Home. Little did any of us know how long it would be before we saw that again, if ever. No words could describe the terror of the next 5 days. The full rage of the hurricane swept us through the air, tossing and turning the gondola basket like a pendulum till all of us were airsick. By night, the captain could not dare risk a descent, and by day, a curtain of swirling fog shrouded the earth. For 5 days, we rode the whirlwind, surviving it Lord only knows how, till at last, that morning, for the first time, the mist parted below us, and we saw
the sea. It's sea beneath us.
Yes, and we're falling fast.
What's that sound? There's a rent in the balloon.
The gas is leaking out.
What can we do, Captain?
Get everything overboard. Lighten her as much as we can.
What about this gold?
Over with it.
It's over $2,000.
Good. It might buy us our lives. Over.
The food, Captain.
Everything, even the gun.
It isn't doing any good. We're still falling. Land, Captain. Land. Top foot first. Land.
Where?
Neb, you're right, boy. Off to starboard there.
We'll never fetch it. We're almost in the sea now. Oh, we've got to lighten her more.
There's nothing left to get rid of.
Yes, there is. We'll cut away the gondola itself. Quick, all of you, climb up on the net around the balloon and cling to it. The wind's carrying us toward the island.
But Top, he can't get up.
You go with the others, boy. I'll hand Top up to you. Here.
I've got him. Okay. Hurry, Captain. Hurry. We're almost on the wave top.
Just one more cable to splash.
What happened?
We took a wave broadside.
But look, it bounced the balloon up into the air. We're going to make it to land. We're going to... No, Top.
What is it, Neb?
The captain, Dad. The captain, he's gone. And Top went in after him.
It was true. A wave struck the balloon and carried away Captain Harding and the dog. And the loss of their weight had been just enough to let the collapsing balloon rise and the wind to carry it towards the land. Now, just before we came to the shore, the balloon, half inflated, fell again to the sea. And with the wind driving it and us clinging to the mesh, we were rushed to the shore, battered by the surf, fighting our way to shore, exhausted and half dead.
Easy, lad. Easy. We'll find him.
Oh, never in a sea like that.
Any sign of them, Gideon?
I didn't have much hope, and I was too exhausted to go far. What happened to the balloon?
As soon as we cut ourselves free, the wind took it. It's gone, too.
It's Top. It's Top. Here, boy. Come on, boy. Oh, Top, you're alive. You made it.
The dog looks in good condition. Strange.
Something stranger. His coat's near as dry as a bone. How could that be if he come out of the sea?
Well, he didn't. He came along the beach and... Hush, boy, hush.
Oh, then that means the captain may have made it ashore, too.
I don't see a sign of him.
If only Top could tell us.
Oh, but he...
Hope he's still alive. Captain, can you hear me?
Neb, here, take my hat. Get some water from that stream.
Yes, Father.
How is he?
He's unconscious. Oh, that's a bad gash in his head. But otherwise, he seems unhurt.
How in the name of all that's holy could he have got out of that sea, crossed all them rocks, and dragged himself here?
Seems impossible. But we haven't time to worry about any mysteries now. We have to try to bring him to. As I worked over the captain, my mind was busy with many questions. Where were we? Was it an island or a continent? Did it have inhabitants or not? And how could a man with so serious a concussion, exhausted from a long swim, have possibly dragged himself across those jagged rocks without injury and found his way a mile deep into this tropical jungle to the safe haven of this cave?
I can't answer your question, Gideon. When I hit the water, I was knocked half dizzy. I swam as long as I could, but the waves were terrific. The last thing I remember was thinking I'd had it and blacking out.
You don't remember anything about getting to the beach or finding your way here?
Not a blessed thing.
And Top?
Oh, I remember his swimming beside me when I blacked out.
But he could hardly have dragged you ashore.
Hardly.
You'd better rest.
Gideon, where are we?
Well, that's what I've been hoping to ask you.
I've been thinking about that since I regained consciousness. Now, traveling southeast from a starting point in Richmond at an average of 90 miles an hour ahead of the wind, my guess would be some 7,000 miles away and somewhere in the Pacific.
7,000 miles?
Well, the distance is less important, perhaps, than the direction. The question is where we are here. Is it the South American continent, the Asian, the Australian, or is it an island?
I can answer that. We seem to be marooned on a desert island.
A desert island?
How's the captain?
Well, much better, as you'll see, Neb. What luck?
All kinds of luck. Unbelievable.
Washed up on the shore, lashed to two barrels which kept it afloat. A great sea chest full of all sorts of tools and weapons and clothes.
Maybe more important, 2 wooden crates. One full of tinned goods, the other ship's staples. Coffee, flour, dried beef, and the like.
It's incredible. Washed ashore from some shipwreck?
Well, maybe, only... Well, you tell them, Father.
All I could say is them rope lashings hadn't been in the seawater long.
Someone or something, we think, left those stores for us.
And I know for sure I couldn't have saved myself. I had to have help. Divine or...
Now, just a minute. If anyone's saying that some supernatural influence hovers around the island...
All I'm saying is what I see and what I know.
Well named, the mysterious island, with its unknown benefactor who seems to protect our castaways. Is he real or imagined? And can he still protect them from all the dangers yet to come? If he exists, will they ever meet him face to face? I shall return shortly with Act 2. Can you conceive of traveling 7,000 miles in an unguided balloon? Of being swept from one hemisphere to the other? And yet, if you'll take out a map of the world and lay an ordinary ruler from Richmond, Virginia, to the southwest, the direction that a northeast wind would blow you, you'll see you could end up somewhere south of the Hawaiian Islands, in the midst of a sea that in 1865 was still largely uncharted.
If indeed some other presence invaded our island, during the next month we had no further evidence of it. We were all too busy with our various tasks, and Captain Harding with regaining his strength to think much further about it. One morning, Neb and Pencroft set out to hunt, and I set about constructing some more earthenware pots on a wheel, which the captain had designed.
Good morning, Gideon.
Morning, Captain. It's a beautiful day.
Seems so to me. Thanks to you, Gideon.
I've done little. Without your leadership and knowledge, we'd all have been in a bad way. Now, this potter's wheel, for example. Without it, no dishes. The magnifying glass you made for me a watch crystal. Without it, no fire. Oh, hundreds of other things.
Well, I'd be a poor engineer if I had no knowledge of simple mechanics. Are the others gone?
Yes. Good half hour since.
Then I'd be an even poorer leader if I didn't face hard facts.
What do you mean?
We must find a better place to stay.
But, Captain, we have shelter, water. Oh, I know the insects are bad at night.
So far, we've been concerned with survival. We've managed that. Now we have to consider escape.
Escape? To where?
Another island, then another. Till at last, the mainland or civilization.
But how?
We must build a boat. And to do that, we must be near the sea where it can be launched. Tomorrow, I start looking for our new home.
3 weeks later, Captain Harding had found what we came to call Granite House, which became our permanent home. I will never forget the day he first led us to it. A great granite cliff suddenly reared straight up from the beach, a sheer wall facing the sea. To the side of it, we climbed a tortuous path, past a waterfall, till we came to a small plateau with a small lake cupped in it. Around the lake, we followed him to an opening in the granite wall, and then through a continuously downward path till...
Seems like we're on our way back down to the beach again, except inside.
Exactly, Mr. Pencroft.
Oh, we must have come a couple of 100 feet through this narrow cave, Captain.
Not much further. This is a fascinating formation. At one time, I believe the lake above and the sea itself were one, filling these caverns.
It won't come back and drown us now, will it?
No chance. You'll see why in a moment. Now, welcome to your new home.
Why, it's huge.
And all those windows opening onto the sea.
That's why the sea no longer boils up into the lake. It broke through the granite eventually.
Oh, it must be 60 feet down to the beach.
A little less.
But if we lived here, we'd have to have all that climb up and then hundreds of feet back down again.
Not at all, Mr. Pencroft. We would build a stout door to protect our rear. Rope ladders from our windows to come and go, which could be drawn up if need be. Use the waterfall for power to help our machines, and build our boat ready to be launched in the river mouth down below.
Well, I understand, Captain Harding, but do we need all that protection?
Who knows? Are we not all sure there is some other presence on our island?
We moved in, and we made it home, and we started to build our boat, the Bonadventure. Looking back over my diaries, it is hard to believe the time that passed almost unnoticed, but even harder to believe the amount of work that was done. On one of his exploring expeditions, Captain Harding had discovered the tattered remains of the balloon trapped in the treetops. These had been brought back to make sails. And at last, the great day of launching had happened, and we sailed within the lagoon, finding the Bonadventure handled very well. It was just at dusk, as we were returning to our mooring, that a strange thing happened.
Help, Neb. Come about.
What is it, Pencroft?
If I know. There was an eddy there, like there might be a rock. But watch out to come about. We have the boom. Tremor, Neb.
Aye, sir.
No, hold a minute. Let her fall away.
Now what, Ben?
Right there, Captain, where I saw the water break like an eddy. See it? There, a bottle floating.
We came about, circling again. And sure enough, there was a bottle bobbing in the water. Penn sent Neb over the side for it, and in a few minutes, we hauled him in, wet but triumphant.
What have you got, lad?
It's just like Father said, a bottle.
Give it here.
Here you are, sir.
Let's see if we can get this cork out. There.
There's a message inside, or at least a paper. Can you get it, Captain? What does it say?
Just these words. Help. Please. Castaway. Tabor Island. 153 degrees west longitude. 37 degrees, 11 minutes south latitude.
Why, that's not over 70 miles. Just over the horizon. We could make it in this craft easily as sailing downwind.
But not all of us. It's near dusk. Head for the mooring. We'll set all our courses for tomorrow.
I won't go into the discussion that night at any length. It's enough to say that since the boat could not handle more than 3 people, only 2 of us could go. At first, the captain and Pencroft seemed the logical pair, but Pencroft proved to be stubborn. He didn't want to be parted from Neb, and I had to agree that he was right. Everything we attempted was full of danger, and our boat was at best very frail. Obviously, it could be best handled by a seaman and his son. So, uneasily, we bid them goodbye the next morning. During the day, we kept busy, but with nightfall, the captain and I returned to worry and the helplessness of waiting.
I don't like the weather.
Yes, it looks as if there's a squall on the way, but it should blow over long before they get back.
Should I have let them go is the real question.
Another human being in trouble? What choice was there?
If he's still there.
Paper looked quite fresh. I don't think that bottle could have been long in the sea.
Thinking back, that's what worries me. Well, nothing we can do but wait.
With the fury of a demon, a tropical storm broke, and huge waves lashed at the shore below us. It was the night of the 3rd day, and we had expected the Bonaventure back this night. Could she live in such a storm?
Where have you been, Captain? I climbed down the rope ladder. The tides washed all the way to the cliff. I can't get to the bonfires to light them.
Well, perhaps they haven't started back yet.
I told them to spend no more than 1 day if they found no one to return.
Maybe they saw the storm making up and delayed.
Perhaps. Or perhaps the note in the bottle was some kind of a trick. The island may be inhabited. They may have been taken prisoner by some hostile tribe. Oh, I should never have let them.
Oh, no, you can't blame yourself.
But I do. Particularly for not being able to get to the signal fires. In the dark, or a wind like this, they miss the island, they may be lost forever. They may... Look! Look, Kitty.
The bonfires. They're lit. They're burning.
Impossible. How could any man in this tide reach the point except by sea?
And no mortal could live in such a sea.
Look out beyond the bonfires. Can you see it winking on the sea? The riding light of the Bonaventure. And the fires will lead it straight to home.
It was the bonfires that saved Pencroft and Ned. And who or what hand had lit them was a question lost the following morning in the excitement of their news. For they had found a castaway on Tabor Island. A new member had joined our society. He was tall, a mass of hair and beard, half clad in animal skins, filthy, more beast than man, and his arms were tightly bound behind his back.
When we first reached the island, we thought there was no one there, although we did find an old broken-down shack, but that looked as though nobody lived there anymore either.
Then we found him, running on all fours like an animal. When we tried to come nearer, he attacked us. And I don't think we could have handled him if I hadn't had a pistol to bring him to his senses.
Oh, he gave me a whopper of a black eye, and we had to tie him up. He didn't want to come with us at first, and, well, he won't talk. You can't get a word out of him.
Then you don't know his name or who he is or what he was doing there?
That's enough. I'm British.
What's your name?
That's as may be.
You ashamed of it?
Who are you, Governor?
Captain Cyrus Harding.
Military man,
Union Army.
Never heard of it. You American?
I am.
What are you doing on this here island?
We're castaways, just like you. Captain Pencroft, sea captain, that is, his son Neb, and Mr. Gideon Spilett of the New York Herald. Now, you tell me, what were you doing on that island?
Oh, now, that's a long story.
Captain Harding! Captain Harding, sir!
Yes, Neb, what is it?
I think you better bring your spyglass, sir. It looks like there's a ship on the horizon.
A what?
Here's the glass, Captain.
Where's my... Oh, thank you, Pencroft. Where away, boy?
East by northeast, sir. About 60 points.
By Tophet, you're right, Neb. There is a sail. Can you make her, Captain?
She's too low on the horizon yet, but ship it is.
We're saved! We're saved!
I wouldn't be too sure on that yet, sir. Not if I was you.
In the midst of their excitement, all four of them turned to the stranger among them. Their wild burst of hope and enthusiasm dampened, chilled as though they'd been doused in ice water by the ominous tone of his voice. What does he mean? What enemy could the approaching ship turn out to be? I'll return shortly with Act 3. Well, now, let's see. We left our four castaways gazing in surprise and dismay at the marooned man they had rescued from Tabor Island. But he wasn't looking at them. With his arms still bound behind him, he had moved to one of the great windows in the rock of Granite House and was squinting out to sea with a seaman's eye, his gaze fixed in the direction of the faraway sail, just clearing the horizon.
What do you mean you wouldn't be too sure?
Of that ship, till she comes a lot closer. It'll be an hour or two before she comes near enough to see what she is.
It doesn't matter what she is. She's a ship, and it means a chance to get back off this island and home.
Pencroft is right, Captain.
I'll go light the bonfires.
Plenty of time for that, my boy.
She might sheer off if she sees no sign of life here.
Not much chance of that, I should think. She could mean rescue for you, for, and she could be bringing you what I'm afraid she brings me. She could be flying the Black Flag.
The Black Flag?
The Jolly Roger.
A pirate ship.
All right, everyone, let's calm down. Pencroft, take my glass and keep a close lookout on that sail. As for you, I think you'd better tell us this story of yours and make it fast.
Aye, sir. 'Tis 10 long years since I talked to any man. The words come slow and my throat is stiff, but I'll try. As you may have guessed, my trade was the sea. But in 1855, I'd been on the beach in Australia, and in desperation to keep body and soul together, mixed up in various trades, none of them quite legal, I palled about with another no good who in his cups more than once claimed to be the legal heir of Lord Glenarvan.
You mean the millionaire, the shipping magnate?
That's the same. I never paid him much heed. And one night in a barroom fight, he was knifed and killed by another Joey of mine.
Joey?
An Australian word for friend, Neb. Go on.
About a year later, this big steam yacht put into Melbourne, and it's his lordship looking for his son. Between us, Bob Joyce and myself, we saw a real opportunity to make our pile and end up rich. The plan was simple. Lord Glenarvan's ship needed to take on some crew. I was to say I knew where young Glenarvan might be found. Then, ship aboard with some men we had on our side, and enough of Bob Joyce's gold to buy enough others in the crew.
For what purpose? The boy was dead. Where could you leave them?
Just far enough to sea to take over the ship. Now, don't forget, a steam sail ship in those days in Australian waters. We'd have a freebooter which could own the seas.
What's a freebooter?
A pirate ship. And I take it something went wrong with your plan.
Yes, that's right. One of the crew I tried to buy went to the mate and threw him before Captain Gray. I'll never forget that day as long as I live.
This sailor, fully proved guilty of the crime of fomenting mutiny, shall forthwith be hanged from the yardarm as an example.
A moment, Captain Gray. May I speak to the condemned?
Of course, your lordship.
I can do little to save you, but first, my son is dead.
You can take the word of a dying man.
Who killed him?
That's not for me to say.
Give me the name of the man so I can hunt him down, and perhaps I can save your life.
Why should I protect him now, whatever? The knife was in the back. His name is Bob Joyce.
Very good. Bob Joyce. If I find this man, would you be witness against him?
That's an hard promise to make. Since within 15 minutes, I'll be dancing on the end of a yardarm.
I could intercede.
And have me set free?
No one can promise that. On his ship by maritime law, the captain is in total command. Yet, I am sure my request could save your life.
You do that, me lord. And whenever you need me, just call on me. Oh, his lordship was as good as his word as far as it went. Oh, I was saved from the gallows. But by the captain's orders, marooned on Tabor Island for the rest of my life.
His lordship has never returned to call on you, as you suggested?
No, sir.
Why do you suppose that is?
Well, until 2 years ago or thereabout, I had supposed because Bob Joyce was dead. And then... A ship came to call at my island. Oh, I was delirious with joy. But some sixth sense warned me. I let the boat land, remaining hidden in a secret place. Saw the men who felt I had betrayed him, Bob Joyce, and heard him. He vowed he would search every island in this area until he found me either dead or exterminated.
Well, why was he so violent against you?
Because he felt I betrayed him, condemned him to a life of piracy and fleeing the hangman.
That's why you're afraid of this ship we see bearing down on us. That it may be his ship.
Yes, Captain. Because of it is, I'll give you my word for what it's worth, that he will destroy me and all the rest of us without a single regret.
I don't think there was one of us who wasn't deeply affected by the story Ayrton told, or not convinced of his honest repentance after the punishment he had suffered. But we had little time to dwell on that. For under a steady wind, the ship was upon us sooner than we expected. Less than a mile offshore, she came about, and after breaking out the Jolly Roger...
Hold your fire.
But she fired on
The
us.
advantage of cannon, she's beyond our range.
You're right, Captain. Don't answer her fire. It's what she's looking for.
You mean to see if the island is inhabited?
That's right.
Then if we don't answer, she won't anchor and beat off again?
No. We won't be that lucky. Put some boats ashore.
Some boats?
Aye, lad. There's 40 to 50 men aboard her. Far more than we can handle, except one way.
Which way is that?
You'd have to trust me.
To do what?
I see a spit of land going out there. It can't be more than half a mile to the ship from there. It's coming on to nightfall. Free my arms, take me out there, and I'll guarantee to swim to the ship and set off the powder magazine and blow them all to hell where they belong. And if I fail, what have you lost?
Under cover of darkness, Neb and I sneaked down with him to the point, leaving the captain and Pencroft to hold the fort. Neb and I were armed with guns to protect him if he had to make a run for it. At exactly midnight, he slipped into the water for the long swim, and Neb and I settled down to wait and pray for his safe return. In less than an hour, all hell broke loose across the water in the dark.
We got him. He was discovered.
Now that much is obvious.
Can we help him to escape?
Mostly by keeping quiet and praying. The trouble is, we never should have risked this.
Oh, well, why?
Because obviously now they know there's someone on the island. And it won't take long to discover how few of us there are.
Well, why should they bother us? I mean, maybe they'll just sail away.
No, I wouldn't count on it. They'll have to come to shore for water. Explosion in the flare of it, we could see the ship exploding literally into fragments, which burst into the air in a spray, and for a long time, like a flaming rocket, hovered, till at last all the fragments came down to the sea and hissed out. Once again, it was black. We waited tensely, and at last we heard the splashing of a swimmer coming near. Guns at ready, we greeted...
Mr. Ayrton!
Aye, lad. Oh, give me a hand.
Here.
A long swim.
And a worthy one. You got to their powder magazine.
No, not I. They found me before I I could get there.
The pirates?
It was them, all right. We all had a fortunate escape.
Oh, thanks to you.
No thanks to me, lads.
But their powder magazine blew up.
Not through my efforts.
Well, whose?
Maybe the good gods. But some other hand than mine.
He's passed out, Mr. Gideon. Yes. Exhaustion, I hope. Yeah, I'll take care of him.
How is he?
Not hurt. Just sheer exhaustion. Neb tell you about the...
Yes, and as you can see, now it's getting light. There's no trace of the ship, and...
Well, what is it?
Look, maybe that's our answer.
To what?
To the blowing up of the ship. The chest with the supplies, the bottle with the message. Everything that's been happening to us since we landed on this mysterious island.
I looked, and rising from the sea was a sight I had never seen. A man, or was it a man, clothed in rubber with a great iron bubble on his head and two heavy tanks strapped to his back. Could it be human? Or was it something straight from the bowels of hell?
Yes, gentlemen. I blew up your pirate ship. I am the answer to many strange things that have happened to you since you reached this island. Yes, I am. If you will, your benefactor. Now you must help me.
But who are you, sir?
My name, Captain Harding. It is and will never be other than Captain Nemo.
Nemo? The famous Captain Nemo of the Nautilus?
And of 20,000 leagues under the sea, the same.
But I thought... Well, most people believe that you and your fabulous undersea craft were destroyed.
They believe since I shunned the company of men, I was happy for the world to accept. For all these years, I have combed the underworld of the sea alone, in peace.
And your crew?
One by one, Captain Harding, the sea, the rigors of our life, have taken their toll. At last, 3 years ago, I was left alone.
And the Nautilus, that fabulous undersea craft.
I piloted it to its grave under this granite cave you live in.
The well. You used to come up it in your diving apparatus and occupy this chamber for your own.
Right. When you came to the island, I wanted to help. I did it the best I could.
The chest of supplies and tools. The bonfires that were lighted to bring us home.
My rescue from the sea and tops.
The bottle with the message that Ayrton was marooned on Tabor's Island.
But why? Why didn't you reveal yourself?
My history is my flight from my fellow man.
And now you choose to reveal yourself? Why?
Because I am dying. I have made my last effort in your behalf by blowing up the pirate ship. Now I ask a return from you.
What?
Buried in a subterranean chamber below this granite house of yours lies the Nautilus. I am going to it to die. I ask you to make it my coffin.
What is it you're asking?
Restore my diving equipment to me. Let me descend through the well to my rest. Besides the explosive I used to destroy the pirate ship, I brought a chest. My gift to the living. Now let me go.
Gift to the living? You may go, but where do we go from here?
I can tell you where you must go.
Must go?
At least away from this island. The forces that trap the Nautilus are again burbling. There is an eruption coming which, in my belief, will bury this island in the sea. Mark my words. As soon as I descend to my burial chamber, you must set sail.
In the Bonadventure? Well, it has barely room for 3.
Nevertheless, Mr. Spilett, you must load it to the gunwales.
But any reasonable sea would swamp us.
You must trust my belief that there will be no unreasonable sea.
But where would we head for?
Northeast by east, tracing the path you came. Only this time you travel the surface of the earth. Follow the trades, and you will reach the Hawaiian Islands.
That's a wild venture.
Not if you take my charts and the chest I leave you. Find your way home.
And you?
The sands of my life have run out. Once I am back where I have lived in isolation for years, I will be content with what is to come. But you leave fast.
We left the island as we came, leaving every possession with weight behind. Oh, we sailed bravely away on the Bonaventure, wallowing in the sea. We had been forced there by the prophecy of Captain Nemo when the center of the island started to spout fire and later brimstone, and the whole earth had rolled in a terrifying warning that the island was about to blow up. We watched while it did, and within all of us was a thankful dread.
The secret of Mysterious Island, what is it? That life is made to be lived, no matter how we find it, or how it may present itself to us. And that beyond us, there is a special being. Yes, if you want to believe in that. And if you do, you can believe that he can make anything possible. Or, much more important, that through him, you can make anything possible. If you just try hard enough. I'll be back shortly. A unique and fascinating man, Jules Verne. Over a century ago, he was opening vistas far beyond the vision of the ordinary man, charting unknown seas and revealing what lay beneath them, ranging across unclimbed mountains, through virgin forests, reaching even deep into the heart of the earth to bring his readers the world of imagination. Where would the rest of us be if the dreamers and the visionaries didn't possess the keys to keep opening new doors to... Thank God for Jules Verne. Our cast included Earl Hammond, Leon Janney, Jackson Beck, and Roger Barron. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I suppose almost anything Mike does from here on in has to be on his own.
Well, suppose he falls.
We covered that eventuality, and you know what he said?
What?
Something that we can't argue with. Would he be any worse off if he did?
Well, that's a terrible thing to say.
I know, but it's a terrible situation that we all have.
You know what Mike's like. He doesn't think of himself, only us. Now, it would be just like him to be quixotic enough to think that his death would be better if it was quick and sudden.
It might be better for him, Joan.
No. We've got to hold on to the last minute. Hope against hope. Oh, Jack, why did you let him go up that mountain? What's going to happen to him now?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Henry Fonda, Richard Conte, and Cassie Downs in My Darling Clementine. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen.
Tonight we bring you the story of Wyatt Earp. Among the many heroes of the early West, Wyatt Earp and his three brothers stand as symbols of the fighting marshal, the sheriff who fought with fist and gun to establish law and order on our frontiers. Earp is played tonight by Henry Fonda in 20th Century Fox's screen success, My Darling Clementine. Co-starred with Henry is Kathy Downs, also from the original cast, and that new and talented arrival among screen stars, Richard Conte. My Darling Clementine was filmed in Arizona, in that primitive, weirdly beautiful country of the Navajos. There were no laundry facilities there, of course. And Kathy Downs was telling me how she and other members of the troupe did their own, in tubs of lukewarm water and Lux Flakes. They were observed in this daily ceremony by a group of fascinated squaws. And one of Kathy's favorite souvenirs is a cake of soap made of yucca roots that an Indian woman gave her, in exchange for, yes, you're right, a box of Lux, which only goes to prove that the bargaining instincts of the red man, or red woman in this case, are as keen as ever. It's playtime, and here's Henry Fonda, starred as Wyatt Earp, Richard Conte as Doc Holliday, and Kathy Downs as My Darling Clementine. Our curtain rises on the first act.
Oh, my darling, oh, my darling, oh, my darling Clementine. 10,000 cattle gone astray, left my range and wandered away, and the sons of guns
Arizona, the 1880s. Along a broad sweep of rangeland, a herd of cattle settles down for the night. Nearby, around the campfire, four men have just finished supper. The men are brothers, the Earp brothers, James, Virgil, Morgan, and Wyatt. Wyatt Earp, until recently, United States Marshal at Dodge City. Suddenly, breaking through the twilight, 5 riders draw up to the camp.
Howdy.
Howdy. Wait here, boys. I'll see what they want.
My name's Clinton, mister. These here are my boys.
Evening.
Your cattle, huh?
Yeah, me and my brothers are trailing them on to California.
You'll never make it, son. If you ain't got him committed to no shipper, I'll take him off your hands.
Thanks. Not interested.
Me and my boys will make you a good offer. Pay you silver. $5 a head.
Paid more than that in Mexico.
It'll be a sorry-looking lot by the time you get to California.
Oh, they'll feed out when we get the grass. Say, what do they call this place?
Just over the rise there, a big town called Tombstone. Fine town.
Tombstone? Yeah, heard of it. Well, me and my brothers might ride in there tonight. Get ourselves a shave, maybe. Glass of beer.
Yeah, you'd enjoy yourself. Wide awake, wide open town, Tombstone.
Well, thanks for stopping by.
Change your mind about them cattle, I'll be around. Come on, boys.
More coffee, Wyatt?
No, thanks, Morg. That was the tribe of Clanton. Look about as mangy as we do.
Well, let's get to cleaning up supper dishes. Yeah, James, that was mighty fine chow, son. One of these days, you're going to be as good a cook as Maw.
Well, I'm learning and trying.
That's what I keep telling him to do. Corey Sue ain't marrying him because he's so pretty, because he's such an awful good cook.
That's a fact.
Hey, if we're going into town, what are we waiting for?
Supper dishes, Brother Verge.
Oh, go on. I'll clean up here. My turn to 10 herd anyway.
Don't be lonesome, kid.
I won't be lonesome.
You can sit here and think about your girl. I bet you marry Corey Sue first day we get back home.
Look, I didn't show you this. I bought it for her last week. Think she'll like it?
Say, what do you call that thing? A necklace?
Sort of, I guess. It's a pendant. Solid silver.
Sure is pretty, James. Gonna look mighty pretty in them yellow curls of Corey Sue's.
Oh, ain't that the truth now? Well, if you're going into town, you better mount up.
Keep the fire going, James. We'll be back 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, sure wasted $1 for that bath in town. The stayed with James and just stood out in this rain.
It's coming down, all right. That's some wide-open town, that Tombstone, huh? Yeah.
Funny you running into Mr. Scott.
What's Mr. Scott? Knew him back in Dodge City, Verge. He's mayor of Tombstone now.
Know what he did? Offered Wyatt a job as marshal. $250 a month.
$250? Well, Wyatt, you didn't take it, did you? I sure didn't. We're in the cattle business.
I don't know whether we are or not. Pull up.
What are you talking about?
Look, those boulders. We left our cattle just north of those boulders.
How can you see in all this rain?
I can see all right. And they're gone, Wyatt. The cattle's gone.
James.
A chuck wagon's still there, see?
Well, likely James is in the wagon. Come on.
He's dead, Wyatt. James is dead.
Shot in the back. Our kid brother shot in the back. Morgan, Virgil, we're going back into town. When we got there, Mr. Scott, James was dead and the cattle was gone. All I want to know is whether that marshalling job's still open.
Sure is, Wyatt.
I'd like to take it then, providing my two other brothers are deputies.
When do you want to start?
Now. Who runs the gambling in this town?
Fellow named Holliday. Doc Holliday.
Who runs the cattle?
The Clantons. Old man Clanton and his 4 sons. Say, where you figuring on living, Wyatt?
Hadn't thought about it yet.
I'll get some rooms here in the hotel for you and your brothers. It's where you all in over the jail first thing in the morning.
Any idea where I might find old man Clanton?
Hard to say. Doc Holliday's place, maybe.
Thanks. I'll try Holliday. Good evening, Mr. Clanton.
Huh? Oh, evening.
Well, you were right.
Huh?
Our cattle. You said I wouldn't get very far with them. It was Russell this evening.
That's so? Well, that's too bad. Hear that, boys? Fellas heard it was Russell. Well, guess you ain't heading for California then.
No, I just got myself a job.
Cowpunching?
Marshalling.
Marshal? In Tombstone? Well, good luck to you, Mr.
Earp. Wyatt Earp.
Huh? Oh. Well, good night, Mr. Earp. Come on, boys.
This here's not much of a grave, James. Best we can do for you now. 18 years old. Didn't get much of a chance, did you? I wrote to Pa and Corey Sue. They're going to be all busted up over it. Corey Sue's young, but Pa, guess he'll never get over it. I'll be coming out here to see you regular, James. So Morg and Verge. We're going to be around here for a while. Can't tell. Maybe when we leave this country, young kids like you will be able to grow up and live safe. We're not forgetting you, James.
We're getting nowhere sitting around the jailhouse, Wyatt. Where's Verge?
Washing up in the hotel. He's all day scouting the Clantons' range. They've been moving cattle all right, but that doesn't prove anything.
Got any ideas?
No. Well, I'm going over to Doc Holliday's place.
Holliday's back in town?
If he isn't, I'll wait for him.
What about Holliday's girl? The one who sings there?
Chihuahua? She won't talk. See you later, Morg.
Baldy, you busy?
Car's kind of slow this afternoon, Chihuahua.
You know when Doc's coming back? I hear he'll be back tonight.
Maybe. I ain't heard.
Where has he been this time, Baldy?
Tucson, over the border. Who knows where Doc goes?
That's right. Who knows? Well, I see the new marshal's a poker player.
He's been doing all right, too.
I don't like marshals. Maybe I'll go hang around that table a little while.
Careful, Chihuahua.
Oh, sure. Sure.
Well, Marshal, your play.
My play. I love poker. Yes, sir, I really love poker.
Oh, howdy, Chihuahua.
Mind if I watch?
Hang around. Maybe you'll bring me some luck. It's still your play, Marshal.
Now, what would I do if I was in your boots, Colonel? You're a real gambler. Huh? But you're living at it, huh?
Oh, well, I just...
You drew 3 cards, and I stood pat, and yet you raised me. Now, the question is, what should I do?
Take your time, Marshal.
Poker's a game of chance, isn't it, Chihuahua?
Some people think so.
But the way you're standing over my shoulder increases the odds considerable.
What's the matter, sport?
Oh, nothing, except you just told the Colonel what cards I'm holding.
Oh, you got eyes in back of your head, huh?
That mirror over the bar, I saw you raise 3 fingers. You better get out of here, Chihuahua.
Listen, you thin star,
If I catch you doing that again, I'll send you back over the border where you belong.
This is Doc Holliday's town. When he comes back...
Better run along, Chihuahua.
Oh, shoot. Shoot, right run along.
Now, where were we?
Sorry, gents, but I don't like 8-handed poker deals.
Oh, now, Marshal, you don't think that I...
No. Now, let's see. You just raised me. Yeah. Well, seeing as how you know I got 3 of a kind, I'll just have to call you.
Yes, you lose, Marshal. Got a little straight that should.
Well?
Doc just walked in.
Huh? Oh, that's Doc Holliday, huh? Nice-looking fella.
I thought I told you to get out of town, Colonel.
Have a heart, Doc. I said I'd cut you in.
I told you to get out of town.
I'm going, Doc. I'm going.
You're headed in the wrong direction. That door's for ladies and gentlemen. You go through the kitchen.
Sure, Doc, sure.
Go on with your game, gentlemen. It's getting late. I better cash in.
Yeah, me too.
This sure is a hard town for a fella to have a quiet game of poker in.
Sorry to have broken it up. I just don't like the way the Colonel plays.
Doesn't matter. I just been killing time anyway. Been waiting to see you.
I've been out of town, Mr. Earp.
So, you know who I am.
I know all about you. And your reason for being here.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about you too, Doc. You left your mark around in Deadwood, Denver, and places. In fact, a man could almost follow your trail going from graveyard to graveyard.
There's a graveyard here, too. The biggest graveyard west of the Rockies. Marshals and I usually get along much better when we understand that right away.
Guess your meaning, Doc.
Good. Have a drink.
Thanks, believe I will.
Baldy, a glass of champagne for the Marshal.
Make it whiskey.
You're my guest, Marshal. Champagne. Plan on staying here long?
A while.
Till you catch the rustlers who killed your brother, huh?
That's the general idea.
What's the specific idea?
I don't follow you quite.
Well, you haven't taken it into your head to deliver us all from evil.
Oh, I hadn't thought of it quite like that, but it ain't a bad idea. It's what I'm getting paid for.
Let's get down to cases, Marshal. What about me, for instance? How would you handle me if I took a notion to break the law?
You already have, from what I've heard. The law's my business, Doc.
I see we're in opposite camp.
But why draw a gun?
To learn how good you are with yours? I'm a great one for education, Marshal.
Sorry, but I'm not carrying a gun.
We can remedy that quickly enough. Hey, you down there. Let's have your gun. There's a gun, Mr. Rick.
Yeah. Looks familiar, too. Belongs to my brother. Thanks, Verge.
All right, Wyatt. I've got another. Now, if I killed you, Marshal, chances are he'd kill me.
Chances are.
That charge would ruin my reputation as a gambler.
Folks might say you were a fool to have started it.
So let's have that drink instead.
Verge, meet Doc Holliday.
Howdy, Doc. Howdy. Have a drink.
Thank you.
I'd like you to join us, too, Baldy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Doc.
Well, gentlemen, your health.
Your health, Doc.
Doc, you all right?
I'm all right. Fill up the glass. Going to the performance tonight, Marshal?
Performance?
Haven't you noticed the posters?
Oh, that. Shakespeare's come to Tombstone, huh?
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've heard Shakespeare. How would you like to join me?
Fine. With or without a gun?
With, by all means. Next time, your brother might not be around.
Where are we going, Doc?
To find our Shakespearean actor. The theater's filled with people, and he hasn't even showed up.
I'm afraid Mr. Dennison P. Thorndyke is drunk.
Well, drunk or not, we'd better get him there. Last 3 shows we've had, the star's been drunk, and the management had to fill in with bird imitations. Well, the population's getting mighty sick of bird imitations, Mr. Rip.
Guess we'd better find Thorndyke, then.
Unless you want to have a riot on your hands. Me, it doesn't matter.
I'd still like to know where we're going.
Well, there's a little Mexican saloon. Since he's not at my place, chances are he's there.
Oh, but really, gentlemen, I must get to the theater.
Shut up, Thorndyke.
We want any more poetry, understand? If you're an actor, act.
Maybe he'd rather dance.
No, please. I want to see some acting, Finn. You can dance later.
Very well. To be or not to be? That is the question. Whether it is noble...
Well, there's your actor, Mr. Earp. How to get him out of here. Now, wait. Stay back. I want to hear this.
Or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing, end them. To die. To sleep no more. And by a sleep to say, we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that fresh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die. To sleep. To sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled out this mortal coil?
Ah, that's enough. You don't know nothing but poems.
Leave him alone, Clanton.
What? Oh, sure, Doc, sure.
Please go on, Mr. Thorndyke.
Thank you, sir. Must give us pause. Must give us pause. Please help me, sir.
Must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make? Excuse me, Marshal.
What's the matter with Doc?
I don't know. They're waiting for you at the theater, Mr. Thorndyke.
Thank you, sir. Shakespeare was not intended for taverns, sir. Nor for tavern louts.
Hey, wait a minute, Marshal. Hamlet stays here.
What's going on in here?
My apologies, Mr. Clanton. I had to hit Ike, and I guess I creased one of Finn's ribs.
Finn, you all right?
I'm all right.
Guess they had a little too much to drink, Mr. Earp.
Sure, I figured they were just having themselves some fun. Come on, Mr. Thorndyke. I'll take you to the theater.
What happened?
I pulled my gun on him, Paul, and when I did...
You see this whip? All of you? You see this whip? Next time one of you pulls a gun, kill me. Understand? Kill me.
Our stars Henry Fonda, Richard Conte, and Kathy Downs will return in a moment with Act Two of My Darling Clementine. Libby, I hear there was quite a bit of monkey business going on over at Paramount Studios while they were filming that exciting adventure story, Calcutta.
Monkey Shines, to be exact.
How come?
Well, when I arrived on the set, there was Gail Russell.
She co-stars in Calcutta with Alan Ladd and William Bendix, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm. And the scene of the picture is a glamorous, mysterious city in India. Well, there was Gail admiring the most expensive prop in the picture.
Now, let's see. India? Probably a gem.
Good guess. It's a gorgeous 106-carat star sapphire. But while Gail was admiring it, a cute ringtail monkey was watching her just a few feet away. Josephine, that's the monkey's name, became so intrigued with the shining stone that she made a dash for Gail, tried to climb on her lap, and in the scuffle...
Gail's costume suffered?
No, but her beautifully sheer nylon stockings were ruined.
Oh, too late for Lux then, wasn't it, Libby?
Well, yes, but Lux came to the rescue all the same. You see, the wardrobe department keeps dozens of beautiful nylons, lovely with Lux care. So whisk, out comes another pair, Gail changes, and the shooting goes on. Of course, Josephine was in disgrace.
Well, I should think so. Really lovely sheer nylons are treasures these days. But then, that kind of an accident isn't likely to happen to many girls.
No, but often a run pops for apparently no reason at all. At least, that's what some girls think.
The chances are those unexplained runs come from using a strong soap. Lux girls know better than to risk that, Libby. For we've proved in hundreds of tests by an impartial laboratory how Lux cuts down runs. Over 50%. Yes, Lux stockings lasted twice as long under the most severe strain tests. Twice as long as stockings washed with a strong soap. So it's never wise to take chances. Use gentle Lux to double stocking wear. We return you now to William Keighley.
Act Two of My Darling Clementine, starring Henry Fonda as Wyatt Earp, Richard Conte as Doc Holliday, and Kathy Downs as Clementine. a couple of weeks now since Wyatt Earp settled down in Tombstone, but the new marshal's no closer to discovering the murderer of his young brother, James. It could be the Clantons. Could even be Doc Holliday. Doc, who's haunted by a racking cough. Doc, the tavern keeper who quotes Shakespeare and scorns the law. One person might know the full story of mysterious Doc Holliday, his dark-skinned girl, Chihuahua. But Chihuahua's full of smiles and silence. Early one morning, the westbound stagecoach leaves a passenger at the mansion house. Alone on the porch, Wyatt Earp watches her come up the hotel steps.
If you don't mind getting out of your chair, I have some baggage there.
Oh, sorry, miss.
Thank you.
Hotel clerk seems to have disappeared. As a rule, he watches out for the stage. Any special place you want those bags?
Well, I'd like them brought to my room, but if the clerk is... Oh.
Something wrong?
Why, you're the sheriff.
Marshal.
Oh, I thought you were employed here. I'm terribly sorry.
No need to be sorry. About time I got myself out of that chair. You, here for a visit?
I'm looking for someone. Dr. John Holliday.
You mean Doc Holliday?
Well, I imagine so.
Doc rode out of town early this morning, miss. Hard to say when he'll be back. Supper time, most likely. Oh, here's the clerk now. Got a customer for you, Dad. We want a nice room for Miss...
Carter. Clementine Carter.
Yes, ma'am. Now then, if you just sign the register, Miss Carter. Don't mean nothing. Phones up the place a little low.
You really didn't have to bring my bags upstairs, Marshal. I'm sure the clerk...
I told him to send up a couple of buckets of hot water in case you wanted to take a bath.
That's very thoughtful of you.
Well, here's your room. Hey, what do you know?
What's the matter?
Looks like they put you right across the hall from Doc Holliday.
That's John's room?
Yes, ma'am.
I wonder if it's locked.
He doesn't have to lock his doors, miss. Nobody in Tombstone would be fool enough to waltz in there.
I would.
Come along, man.
This is where he lives, then. Where John lives.
That's right, miss.
Look, on the wall. His diploma from college.
Yeah. That's a diploma, all right.
He's a wonderful surgeon, isn't he?
I wouldn't know, ma'am.
And here, his photograph. I remember when he had this picture taken. See? He wore a mustache then.
That other picture, that's you, ain't it?
Yes, I was a nurse then in a hospital in Boston. That's how I met John.
Well, I guess I better get along, miss.
Thank you for your trouble, Marshal.
A real pleasure. Hope Doc shows up soon.
Would he come straight here to the hotel, do you suppose?
I imagine he'd go to that place down the street.
What place?
Well, it's sort of a bar.
Well, then I'll wait for him there. What's the name of it?
It's called Doc Holliday's place.
What's the matter, Chihuahua? What'd you stop singing for?
That girl who just spoke to you. She was here before, wasn't she?
Yeah, come in twice this afternoon.
What does she want?
Looking for Doc.
So you sent her to him.
Well, of course I did. He's back now, ain't he? Maybe he wants to see her, too. Oh, don't look so mad, Chihuahua. You know Doc.
Yes, I know Doc.
Well, stop worrying. You're the only girl he pays any attention to.
Am I? Still, I should like to know what's going on back there.
Oh, forget it, will you? Come on, sing something. Sing something for old Baldy.
No, sure, Baldy. Sure.
Clem, I just don't know what to say.
Aren't you glad to see me, John?
Sure, Clem, sure, but... Oh, I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, Wyatt Earp, Miss Carter.
We met earlier today, John. Good evening, Mr. Earp.
Howdy, ma'am. Well, I'll see you both later.
It's wonderful to see you again, John.
Why did you come here?
You're happy I came? I can see you're not. You're upset.
It was ill-advised, Clem.
Any less ill-advised in the way that you gave up medicine and left Boston?
How did you know I was here?
I didn't know. I've been months finding you. From cow camp to cow camp, from one mining town to another. Well, I should think that if nothing more, you'd at least be flattered to have a girl chase you.
Look, Clem, you've got to get out of here.
No.
This is no place for your kind of person.
What kind of a person am I, John?
Please go home, Clem. Go back where you belong. Forget that you ever...
what he said? He said, go back home. Who are you? It does not matter who I am. He's sick, isn't he? Those coughing spells. Does he have them frequently?
Too often. Each time is worse. Oh, that frightens you, doesn't it? Maybe now you go home, huh? Maybe now you leave him alone.
You're ill, John. That's why you left home.
That has nothing to do with it.
Oh, as if that would have mattered.
I tell you, Clem, my health has nothing to do with it.
I don't believe you.
Then I'll give you the truth. The man you once knew doesn't exist anymore. There's not a vestige of him left. Nothing. Now, come on. I'll take you back to the hotel.
John, please, you can't send me away like this. You can't run away from me any more than you can run away from yourself. Now I know why you don't care whether you live or die. Why you've tried to get yourself killed. Oh, I've heard all about you, John, and you're wrong, so wrong. You've no right to destroy yourself. For a world of friends back home who love you. And I love you.
There's a stage leaving in the morning. Take it, Clem. If you don't, I'm moving on.
Very well, John. I'll go.
You think your brothers can finish supper all by themselves? I'd like to see you.
Sure, Doc. Trouble? I don't think so, Morg.
From where I'm standing, Earp, that tin badge you're wearing doesn't give you the right to stick your nose into my personal affairs.
What's eating you, Doc?
Why didn't you tell me Miss Carter had come to Tombstone?
Didn't she tell you why? She wanted to surprise you.
All right. Now let me alone.
I'll be around for a while if you have any more questions.
Baldy?
Yeah, Doc?
Give me that bottle in the glass.
Oh, Doc, you're not going to start drinking whiskey again, are you?
I said, give me that bottle in the glass.
I'll pour it, Doc.
Shut up. Stop singing, will you?
Oh, Doc. Doc, what is wrong?
Oh, go spoil your stupid little song somewhere else. Now get out of here.
Doc's sure lapping up the liquor.
I'm going to see if I can get him out of here. Finish your supper, Wyatt. It's all right, I'm finished.
Have a drink, Marshal.
No, thanks, Doc.
I said have a drink.
No, thanks. Look, Doc, I ain't trying to poke my nose into your personal affairs, but from where I stand, a man will have to go a long way before he finds a nicer girl than that Miss Carter. Or a prettier one, for that matter. There ain't a man...
Marshal, you've said enough.
Just as you say, Doc.
And this isn't any of your business either.
Keep that up and you'll be out of business.
You've just given me a brilliant idea. It's time I tempted fate.
What are you pulling your gun for?
Now, let's see. Who's in here tonight that I don't particularly like?
That's a sucker game, Doc. There's probably 50 men around town just waiting to see you get liquored up so they can fill you full of holes. Build them a great reputation. The man that killed Doc Holliday.
See those fellas playing poker down there? If that lamp should suddenly crash down on their table, they may not like it. I'm going to find out, Marshal.
Sorry I got to do this, Doc. Give me a hand, Baldy. Let's get Doc to bed.
Morning, Wyatt.
Morning, Morg. Morning, Verge. Have a good breakfast?
3 chops and 4 eggs. Feel pretty good. Hey, you sitting all alone on the porch?
Yeah, just came from the barber shop. Had my hair cut, see?
Looks nice. Verge and I figured on riding out to James's grave.
Figured I might ride out myself this afternoon.
Say, is that a church bell I hear?
Yeah, that's a church bell, all right.
You know, if I wasn't in the territory, I'd swear we were back home on a Sunday morning.
Yeah, with Ma scrubbing our necks to go to camp meeting.
By golly, I bet that's what it is. A camp meeting.
Could be. You know, I can almost swear I smell the honeysuckle blossoms.
That's me. Barber put some stuff on my hair.
I'd sure like to know what's happened that a church bell is ringing in this godforsaken town.
They're trying to build a new church, Verge. Need more money, though. They're having a social this morning after the service. The mayor said there'd likely be some dancing, too.
You know, there's probably a lot of nice people around here. We just ain't met them.
Well, let's get started, Morg.
Yeah, see you later, Wyatt.
See you later.
Hiya, Chihuahua.
Morning, Chihuahua. Looking for someone?
I'm going into the hotel. Any objections?
Doc's still in his room, I think.
He won't be there long when he finds out you're here. You hit him last night. He'll come down here and twist that tin badge around your house.
Yes? What is it?
I came up here to see Doc. I decided to see you first.
What about?
Oh, I see you are packing your clothes.
I said, what about?
I am Chihuahua. I am Doc Holliday's girl. I just wanted to make sure you were packing.
Slamming doors, women yelling. I'm trying to rest.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. You're not angry, are you?
If you know, Chihuahua, what right have I got to be angry with anyone or anything?
She's packing, Doc. She's leaving town.
Happy, aren't you?
Oh, yes.
Get me a drink. There's a bottle on that table.
Yes, Doc.
Chihuahua, I'm going into Mexico for a week or two. While I'm gone, I want you
Doc, take me with you. Please, Doc, please.
to... Take you with me? Sure, why not?
Doc.
I've got another idea. Go over to the saloon. Tell Baldy I want a wedding breakfast prepared. Flowers, champagne, everything. Then get into your prettiest dress, Chihuahua. And if Baldy starts asking questions, just tell him the Queen is dead. Long live the Queen.
Good morning, Miss Carter.
Good morning, Mr. Earp.
You've been standing there long?
I just came down. I thought I'd wait here on the porch for the stagecoach.
You leaving?
I'm going back east.
Eastbound stage don't leave till noon on Sunday. It's a mighty short visit, miss.
John thinks I've overstayed my visit already.
I don't know, ma'am, but if you ask me, I think you're giving up too easy.
If you ask me, I don't think you know too much about pride.
No, ma'am, maybe I don't. You hear that, Miss Carter? A church bell. Church bell in Tombstone.
I believe that's the first church bell I've heard in months. This may sound strange, Marshal, but I love your town in the morning. The air's so clean and clear, and the scent of the desert flowers.
That's me.
Oh.
Barber.
Are you going to the church service?
Well, I've been sitting here pondering over it.
If you do, may I go with you?
You?
Well?
Well, I guess I'm through pondering, Miss Carter. I'd sure admire to take you to church.
That's all, folks. Well, all we got's a foundation and a bell. I hereby declare their first church of Tombstone, which don't have a name yet, nor no preacher either, officially dedicated. Now, I don't pretend to be a preacher, but I've read the good book from cover to cover and back again. And I never found nothing against dancing. So we'll commence by having a dad-blasted good dance. Start the music, boys.
Well, will you oblige me, ma'am?
Thank you.
Morning, Marshal.
Mr. Clanton.
Don't mean to bust up your dancing, miss, but I've been wanting to ask the Marshal something.
It's all right, Mr. Clanton.
Find out who shot your brother yet?
I've got a pretty fair idea.
Good. Maybe this town will turn out like the mayor said. Honest and God-fearing. When you figure to round up them rustlers?
It won't be for a while, Mr. Clanton, but I promise you'll be one of the first to know.
Much obliged, Marshal. Much obliged.
Sorry, ma'am.
Well, after all, you are Marshal here.
There's some who think I forgot what I took the job for. I haven't forgotten. Well, now then, Miss Carter. Well, we're back in time for Sunday dinner, ma'am. If you want to freshen up, you... Hello, Doc.
Hello, Marshal. Hello, Clem.
Hello, John.
You might better say goodbye.
Where are
I'm
you
leaving,
going?
Clem. It doesn't matter. I told you last night to leave Tombstone. I told you if you didn't, I would.
Just a minute, Doc. Running people out of town, that's my business. That's what I'm getting paid for. Miss Carter or any other decent citizens can stay here just as long as they want to.
We're through talking, Marshal. My advice to you is to start carrying your gun.
That's good advice, Doc. Thanks.
You! This is the second time you've burst into my room, Chihuahua. I wish you'd knock after this.
He's gone. Doc's left town. He was going to Mexico and take me with him. He was going to marry me. Where'd you leaving town to?
I had every intention of leaving town, but I've just about changed my mind.
The stage leaves in 20 minutes. You'll be on it, you hear? You'll be on it.
What's going on, Miss Carter?
It looks like a slight case of hysteria, Marshal.
What are you doing here, Chihuahua?
None of your business.
Why don't you behave yourself? Now go back where you belong.
I'm not getting out till she leaves town. What do you know about it anyway? What do you know about Doc and me? We were going to get married. He was going to marry me until these milk
What's
bags...
that you're wearing?
Doc told me to dress up. There would be wedding breakfast.
That pennant around your neck. Where'd you get it?
Doc gave it to me. Where do you think I got it?
You're sure that's the truth?
Why should I lie about it? It's solid silver. Doc gives me everything I got.
Go to your house, Chihuahua. Go to your house and stay there.
I go where I wish.
It's your house or the jail till I bring Doc Holliday back here.
Why?
Never mind why, and give me that pendant. Sorry, Miss Carter. Maybe we can have that Sunday dinner some other time.
Got your horse ready, Wyatt. Find out where Doc went?
I found out. He's riding the bullion coach to Tucson. You and Vert stay in town. Keep an eye on Chihuahua.
What are you after Doc for?
Because I just found this.
The pendant. The pendant James showed us the night he was killed.
Brought it for Corey Sue, James did. Chihuahua had it. Doc Holliday gave it to her.
Sure you don't want me to ride with you?
Funny, I suspicioned it was the Clantons all the time. Didn't know Doc went in for shooting kids in the back. No more thanks, I'll get him alone.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, our stars will return with Act 3 of My Darling Clementine. Millions of people saw lovely Colleen Townsend on the cover of a national magazine. But it took an alert 20th Century Fox talent scout to see her screen possibilities. Colleen, you look like an outdoor girl.
That's true, Mr. Keeley. I love swimming, and I'm crazy about horses.
Did you see those fine thoroughbreds 20th Century Fox had for the shooting of Homestretch?
Oh, yes, indeed. In fact, one day I met Cornell Wilde down at the corral. He invited me back to the set to watch him do a scene with Maureen O'Hara.
You studied their technique.
Well, frankly, Mr. Keeley, the Technicolor sets were so lovely, and Maureen's wardrobe was so gorgeous, well, that's all I had eyes for. You see, pretty clothes are a weakness of mine.
Well, how about those shorts and old shirts you wore in your own picture? Scudda-hoo, scudda-hey.
Well, maybe they'll let me wear more glamorous costumes next time. June Haver and I had quite a time with our Technicolor suntan makeup. We practically covered ourselves with it for our farmer roles, and, well, of course, it got in our lingerie as well as our costumes. But what do you think, Mr. Kennedy?
I think I know, Miss Townsend. The wardrobe department whisked those things away, luxed them, and they look wonderful again.
Yes, that's it. Our things were luxed day after day. And yet, after all the shooting, I do believe they look just as nice as ever.
Well, that's not surprising, Miss Townsend, because we've proved by actual tests that Lux Care actually keeps lingerie color fresh and lovely 3 times as long. Now, if the studio had washed them the wrong way, although only careless people do that, you'd have found your lingerie looked faded and drab much too soon. That's what happened in our tests. But when identical underthings had gentle Lux Care, they still looked lovely after 3 times as many washings.
Well, I've always been a Lux fan myself. But when I found the studio using Lux Flakes, too, I was pleased to think how smart I'd been.
Smart girls everywhere are Lux girls, Miss Colleen Townsend. Thank you so much for coming tonight. Now, back to our producer, William Keeley.
Act 3 of My Darling Clementine, starring Henry Fonda as Wyatt Earp, Richard Conte as Doc Holliday, and Kathy Downs as Clementine. After a furious 3-hour ride across country, Wyatt Earp has overtaken and cut off the northbound stage. At the mouth of the Huachuca Pass, he stands now in the center of the road and signals the stagecoach to come to a stop.
What's up, Marshal? What's wrong?
I want your passenger, driver. Climb down, Doc.
All right, Marshal. Now what?
I'm carrying government money, Marshal. Ain't ought to stop here.
I'm not holding you. You can go on.
You're not going till I'm back aboard.
You heard what he said, Doc.
Whip up your horses, driver.
Yeah, sure, Marshal, sure. Hey, up there! Hey!
You shouldn't have done that, Marshal.
The stage is going to Tucson, Doc, but you're coming back to Tombstone. Now, suppose we just talk it over.
I told you I'm through talking.
Still, you're coming back with me.
Sorry, but I'm not going back.
Well, in that case, I'll be taking you back. Stay where you are, Doc.
Draw for your gun, Marshal.
You call it, Doc.
Come any closer and that's it.
I said I'm taking you back, Doc. Ready to come with me now, Doc?
That was no accident, was it, Marshal?
Shooting the gun out of my hand.
You're hard to miss it at 12 feet.
Why didn't you want to kill me?
Because I'm wearing a badge, and the badge says you got to have a trial first.
Trial for what?
For murder. For killing my kid brother.
You've got the wrong man.
Have I? Suppose we talk it over on the way back. Come on, Doc. We'll pick up a horse for you and we'll shoot it.
Come on, bartender. Whiskey for me and my boy Ike.
Maybe I better pour 3, Mr. Clanton.
3?
Ain't that your other son coming in? Ain't that Billy?
Huh?
Looks like Billy's got something on his mind, Paul.
Wait here, Ike. What's the matter, Billy?
All right, just seen him riding into town. The Marshal and Doc Holliday.
Well, what you fretting about?
They're heading for Chihuahua's place, and they're going to start asking Chihuahua questions.
You fool. You crazy? I told you to keep away from that girl.
But, Pa, what can I do now? What am I going to do?
There's only one thing you can do. Go on. Get going.
Who is it?
The Marshal.
Who do you think you are, banging on people's doors this time of night?
Better let us in, Chihuahua.
Doc. Is that you, Doc?
Open up, Chihuahua.
Oh, Doc, you came back.
Why did you tell the Marshal I gave you this silver pendant?
Well, you did, Doc. You gave it to me.
I never saw this piece of junk before in my life. Who gave it to you?
When you can remember everything you gave me, Doc. Sure you did. Don't you remember?
When?
I don't know. A week ago, maybe. What difference does it make?
That being the case, Doc, I charge you with the murder of my brother, James Earp.
Oh, Doc, he's fooling.
I ain't fooling, Chihuahua. It was stolen from my brother the night he was shot in the back.
Do you still insist I gave it to you?
Oh, no, of course not.
And who did?
I can't be a squealer, Doc.
And that's that. Come on, Doc, let's go.
Oh, no. Let him go.
You're going to tell us the truth?
Yes, it wasn't, Doc. A few nights ago, it was late. Somebody knocked at the door. I thought it was you, Doc. So I opened the door, and it was somebody else.
Who?
Oh, Doc, don't be mad. I didn't know.
Who?
Billy Clanton. He gave me the jewelry, and then he tried...
Birds!
What happened, Wyatt? That shot!
Billy Clanton, there he goes. Birds beyond the barn. Go get him.
Billy Clanton.
You better stay at the hotel tonight, Chihuahua. Next time they may not miss.
He did not miss. This time.
I got everybody out of the saloon, Marshal. But what'd you bring her down here for?
She's hurt real bad, Mayor. Put a couple of them poker tables together and set some lamps around them. Give him a hand, Baldy.
Sure, Marshal.
Morg, you're at the hotel. Get Miss Carter. She's a nurse. Tell her to stop by Doc's room and get that doctor's bag.
I told you I can't do it.
You gotta do it, Doc.
Chihuahua's badly hurt, and I stopped being a doctor 3 years ago.
You said she'd have to be operated on.
And why haven't you sent to Huachuca for the army doctor?
That'd take hours. He may not even be there.
Doc, you're gonna operate.
I'll try. I'll do what I can. I'll be in the kitchen. We'll need boiling water.
She's unconscious again, Marshal.
Yeah, Baldy.
Billy Clanton, huh? Maybe your brother got him. You heard them shots before.
He'd have been back by now. No, I guess Verge has got a chase on his hands. He'll get him.
I'm ready whenever you are, John.
Thanks, friend. Better move that lamp a little closer.
She seems to be regaining consciousness.
It's a pity. Chihuahua.
Sorry, Doc. Still mad?
No, honey, look. I haven't got anything to put you to sleep with, so this is going to hurt like blazes. Yell, scream, holler, anything you like.
Bite on this towel, Chihuahua. It may help.
Thanks, Miss Milkface.
Just nod your head when you're ready.
Oh.
Hold her hands, Marshal. May you watch her feet. Now bite on that towel, Chihuahua. Bite hard.
Ma!
What is it?
I'm Virgil Earp. I'm looking for your brother. There was a shooting in town. I followed him here to this house.
There's a deputy here, Pa.
He can come in.
He's right in there, Mr. Earp. On the bed. He's dead.
My boy, Billy. Shot down on the streets of Tombstone. Murdered.
It's too bad it had to end this way, Mr. Clanton.
He got off his horse, walked in, and dropped down dead.
Who shot him, Deputy?
I did. I was doing my duty.
Yeah. Sometimes killing is a man's duty. You can go back to town now, can't you?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Hand me that rifle, Finn.
Here, Pa.
Open the window. Mr. Earp?
Yes?
Get your horses, boys. We're going into town.
It's all over now, Chihuahua. I'm all finished.
It doesn't hurt anymore, Doc.
You're all right now, honey. You've been a brave girl.
We're taking you to the hotel, Chihuahua. You'll be more comfortable there. Morgan, if you and the mayor...
Sure, ma'am. Ready, Mayor?
Gently now. I'll go with her, John.
Thanks, Clem.
I'm awfully proud of you, Dr. Holliday.
How about a drink, Doc?
No, I've got to get cleaned up.
I'll be over in a few minutes, Clem.
You have a drink, Marshal?
I could use one, Baldy.
Thanks, Doc. Oh, he sure did it, didn't he, Marshal?
Yeah. Baldy, have you ever been in love?
Me? No, Marshal, never. Been a bartender all my life.
Well, I better get started looking for Verge.
You'll find his body in front of the hotel.
When?
And you'll find me and my boys waiting for you at the Wells Fargo Corral.
The mayor's forming a posse, Wyatt. Be over in a little while.
First James and now Verge. No posse. This is just for you and me, Morg.
I was hoping you'd say that.
There's 4 of them Clantons.
That's all right.
They're walled in that corral, all right. Baldy saw 'em. It's just at the edge of town.
Here comes Doc.
Yeah. How's Chihuahua?
Chihuahua is dead. Dr. John Holliday. When do we get the Clantons?
We? Thanks, Doc, but
It's all right. It's all right, Morg. I kind of think Doc wants to come along. We go after him at sunup, Doc.
Thanks.
Here they come, Paul.
3 of them, huh?
Ike, Sam.
Shut up. Stay where you are, Sam. You too, Ike. And maybe others coming in from round the back.
It's them, all right. The Marshal, his brother, and Doc Holliday.
Make a pretty target, son.
Yeah.
Walking straight down the road there.
They crazy?
Put on your gun.
But they took
Wait till they get closer, you fool. Stay under cover, Ike. You too, Sam.
Don't worry, Paul.
Finn, get behind the post.
They're splitting up, Paul.
Let 'em.
One to the left, one to the right.
And one keeps coming straight ahead.
Paul, let 'em have it.
In good time, son. All in good time.
Morning, Mr. Clanton.
Cover him, Finn. What do you want?
He's ducking behind the stable.
Let's talk a while.
Well, now, you go right ahead and talk.
I got a warrant here for you and your sons charging the murder of James and Virgil Earp. There's also a charge of cattle rustling. I'm giving you a chance to submit now to the proper authority.
You come right on and serve your warrants, mister.
Which one of you killed James?
I did. And the other one, too. And I'm killing you this morning.
Ike, and back here.
Give it to him, boys.
I got him. I got Doc.
Better come out of that shed, Mr. Clanton, while you're still alive. Mr. Clanton, you saw what's happened. You're the only one left now.
He's opening the door, Wyatt. Careful.
Throw out your rifle, Mr. Clanton. Now come out with your hands up.
My boys. Ike, Sam, Finn.
They're dead. But I ain't gonna kill you. I hope you live 100 years. Feel just a little what my pa's gonna feel.
That's your horse over there?
My horse? Yeah. Yeah.
Get in the saddle and keep going. Get out of town. Start wandering.
You let them get away?
Yeah, an old man who's seen his sons die. Where's Doc?
Back of the shed there. Doc.
A lot of good I was to you.
It's all right, Doc. You couldn't help it.
I got one of them, didn't I?
Yeah, you got one of them.
I had to stop coughing. Sorry.
We'll get you back to the hotel, Doc. You'll be all right.
No. I knew this cough would kill me one way or another.
Doc. Doc.
Wyatt, look out. Old man Clapton. And he won't be trying to shoot any more men in the back. You should have known he'd have a gun in his saddle.
Thanks, Morg. Well, I guess we can turn in our badges now.
Come on, Wyatt. Got some ground to cover today.
Be right there, Morg.
I'm sorry to see you leave, Wyatt.
Thank you, ma'am.
There were so many things I wanted to say, and now nothing seems appropriate.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I know. The mayor says you might be staying here a while. Maybe helping get a school started.
Maybe.
Well, that's mighty nice, ma'am. Me and Morg are going out to see Pa, tell him what happened. I might come east again, get some cattle, maybe stop by here again.
Stop by the schoolhouse.
Yes, ma'am, I sure will. Goodbye, ma'am.
Goodbye, Wyatt.
Ma'am, I sure like that name of Clementine.
Before our stars return for their curtain calls, I'd like to ask the women in our audience a question. How do you wash dishes? After every meal? Twice a day? Once a day? There's a lot of debate on which method is most efficient. It might interest you to know that many home economists say you can save considerable time if you wash the dishes from all 3 meals together, instead of washing them after each meal. That is, of course, if you scrape the dishes first and rinse them well with warm water. Now, another way to make dishwashing go faster is to use Lux Flakes. Just pour in enough to make rich suds, turn on the water, and in a flash the suds billow up. Lux Flakes dissolve fast, leave no gummy, undissolved bits to stick to the dishes. A quick hot water rinse, and your dishes are sparkling clean. Dishes dry without wiping, too. Best of all, Lux is thrifty for dishes. Lux Flakes actually go so much further and are so rich, ounce for ounce, that they wash up to twice as many dishes as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. But here's the thing you ladies will be most interested in. No matter how many times a day you wash dishes, you won't get dishpan hands if you use Lux. Lux suds are so gentle, they won't redden and roughen your hands as strong soaps often do. In fact, if strong soaps have been making your hand red and dry, try changing tomorrow to Lux Flakes. Scores of women proved by actual tests that changing to Lux actually takes away dishpan redness, makes red, rough hands smooth and soft again. Now, isn't Lux worth trying? Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
There's more to come as we bring our 3 stars back to the footlights for a curtain call. Henry Fonda, Richard Conte, and Kathy Downs. You made the Old West seem very real tonight.
Thanks, Bill. Actually, it seemed very real to us when we were shooting the picture.
Is it true about you being surrounded by Indians most of the time?
Yes. In fact, the producer hired a lot of them as extras.
Did you pick up any of the language?
Oh, simple words like Nanya for rain and Shushay for papoose.
Papoose?
Sure. Indian baby.
Oh, I thought you meant the rear end of a railroad train.
But the Indians were really mighty helpful when it came to keeping us posted on the weather.
You don't mean they could predict the weather?
One old codger could. Every morning we'd ask him what it was going to do, and he'd tell us.
Never missed, huh?
Oh, he failed us once. At least he shook his head and said he didn't know.
What reason did he give?
His radio had broken down that morning.
Well, Bill, if that Indian is listening in tonight, I'm sure he's waiting to hear what's on for next week.
And we're glad to tell him, because next Monday from the studios of Universal International, we're presenting that current howling comedy success, The Egg and I. And our stars are Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray. Both, as you know, from the original screen cast.
That's a very funny picture, Bill.
And I'm sure it will make a delightful play for us. The story of two refreshing people who seek peace and riches on a chicken farm and end up more scrambled than the eggs.
Sounds like something to crow about.
We'll be listening. Good night.
Good night, and our sincere thanks. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray in The Egg and I. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Have you taken a can of used fat to your meat dealer lately? Ask him what he pays. You'll be surprised and delighted at the high prices you can get for used fat now. Up to 4 times as much as last year. That extra money for used fats cuts a mighty nice piece off your meat or grocery bill. So keep a tin can right out in sight and add used fat to it every day. America is still desperately short of fats and oils for making soap and scores of other products. Take advantage of these new high prices being paid by saving every drop of used fat. Tonight's screenplay, My Darling Clementine, was based on a book by Stuart N. Lake. Henry Fonda will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Daisy Kenyon. Richard Conte appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of The Ghost and Mrs. Muir. Kathy Downs will next appear for 20th Century Fox in The Miracle on 34th Street. Heard in tonight's cast were Earl Ross as Clanton, Carlton Cadell as Morgan, Paula Winslow as Chihuahua, and George Neese, Cliff Clark, Norman Field, Clark Gordon, Tim Graham, Eddie Marr, Bill Johnstone, Tyler McVeigh, Charles Steele, and Edwin Max. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear The Egg and I with Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray. Spry.
When you bake and fry.
Spry.
Or your cake and pie.
Spry.
It's your shortening by. Rely on Spry.
Yes, it's Spry. For pastry so tender, flaky, not sweet, any pie filling tastes more delicious. You'll say pastry is extra delicate, better tasting with Spry.
Rely on Spry. S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Egg and I with Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray. And why not tune in to Joan Davis every Monday night over most of these stations? This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In all my life, I've only seen a dozen real killers. But I've seen 10,000 people who will sit back and let murder happen. Which is the greater evil?
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Paladin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stanford. Pardon me.
Yes.
You dropped these by the desk.
Oh, thank you very much.
The glove that holds a lady's hand holds a world of prettiness.
Really?
Yes. My name is...
I am not interested in your name. I don't wish to know it. I don't wish to know you. And if I did, this would not be the day, the hour, nor the place.
I quite understand.
Then if you will kindly release my hand.
Oh, of course.
Again, thank you very much.
Oh, pretty lady, not too impressed with Mr. Paladin.
We are all entitled to mistakes, hey boy.
Oh, yes, but how often?
Seldom, the time, the place, and the loved one all together.
And husband make 3. Telegram come for you.
Oh?
Answer?
Yes. Wire back. Have gun. Will travel.
crime, delinquency, threats of war. These are the subjects that dominate our news headlines these days. Not very pleasant subjects, are they? You may say that somebody ought to do something about cutting down on crime and delinquency and in promoting peace among nations, but that there's nothing you personally can do about it. That's where you're wrong. You can wage your own fight against crime and delinquency in your own family by taking the family to the church or synagogue of your faith this week. The inspiration and guidance you and they will receive from spiritual contact will strengthen moral background and faith. Regular attendance at religious services will help your family to work out its own problems and give them comfort in facing the tensions of our present-day life. Worshipping together brings your family closer together, too, and supporting your own religious institution provides funds to help those individuals and families who, unlike you, are unable to help themselves. Find the strength for your life. Worship together this week.
In a way, I was sorry to leave San Francisco just as Christmas was coming on. The shop windows, already frosted, were filled with all those wonderful surprises, which seemed to appear only at the Christmas season. And there was an excitement in the eyes of passers-by, young and old alike. In the air, there was the smell of cookies and cakes and candies. It was a good time to be in San Francisco. And yet the telegram from Colorado Territory left me little choice. It was a long trip and a cold one. As I got closer to my destination, I heard more about the man named Beecher, the man who had hired me. And I didn't like what I heard. Matt Beecher was a hard man, and he ran his cattle empire with an iron fist. It was the day before Christmas when I arrived at the Beecher Ranch.
You got business here, cowboy?
I was told I'd find Matthew Beecher here.
You found him. I pay you $25 a month if I like your work. This is my foreman, Tater. He'll sign you on. Howdy.
No, I didn't come here to hire on as a hand, Mr. Beecher.
No? What did you come for, then?
My name is Paladin. You may remember this.
Have gun will travel. So?
Well, you sent me a wire asking my help, something about your boy. As I understand it, he was carried off during the Sioux War 6 years ago.
Well, you're too late, mister. I got him back.
Just a few days ago, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, well, I'm glad everything worked out.
It has. Tater, ride him out to the stage trail. He's going to start back now.
And Mr. Beecher, it's a long trip from San Francisco. I'll take travel expenses for my trouble.
You'll get nothing. Put him off the ranch, Tater.
Mr. Beecher?
What?
Does the boy speak any English?
No, he don't. Why?
You speak any Indian dialect?
No.
Well, don't you want to talk to your son?
You speak the Pawnee dialect?
Some.
All right, Tater. Take him up to the main house. We'll talk about them expenses later.
Yes, sir. Come on, Mr. Paladin. Maybe I better set you straight about something.
What's that?
Well, we ain't too sure the boy is Matt Beecher's son.
Well, he seems sure enough.
Yeah, well, Matt's sure of everything. He found the boy riding off from a small band of Pawnees 3-4 days ago. Matt just says, "That's my boy," and takes him.
Huh. Well, what do you think, Tater?
Well, he looks Indian to me. Of course, Robbie was only 2 when the Indians took him. That was when they killed Mrs. Beecher, too. And that nearly finished Matt off when they killed his wife.
Tater, is that you?
Yep. Mr. Paladin, this here's my wife, Maudie.
Maudie?
Mr. Paladin?
How's the boy today, Maudie?
Well, same as yesterday and the day before.
Is he sick?
Well, not hardly. It's just we got to keep an eye on him every minute or he'll squirt away. Boy! Hey, boy! There he is, Mr. Paladin. About as wild as any animal that I've ever seen.
Poor little thing.
Well, what do you think?
Well, about 8 years old, I should think.
Be about right.
He could be white. If some of that grime were scraped off him, it's hard to say.
Hard to scrape it off, too.
Well, what's he say?
I haven't talked to him yet, Mr. Beecher.
Well, talk to him. I'm paying you.
Kono la teshi. Shishoni, shoni kiburi, kiman.
Siwa, kalate shishona kio. Tegate.
His name is Chiwa. His father is Kalate, chief of the Pawnees.
You listen to me, boy. I'm your daddy. I'd sell my own soul. I'd give it away before I'd lose you again.
He don't understand you, Mr. Beecher.
Well, he's got to feel something this strong, lingo or no lingo. Now, boy, you listen to me.
Tika.
What's the matter with him?
He's afraid of you.
Miss Beecher? Mr. Beecher?
What do you want?
It's Indians, Mr. Beecher.
Indian.
Ponies.
Well, what about them?
Well, they're setting up camp.
Where?
They're over on the East Range.
So they finally come for the boy. All right, Tater.
Yes, sir.
Turn the men out. Make sure they all have rifles.
Yes, sir.
Now, wait a minute.
What?
Before you start shooting, why don't you find out for sure if this really is your boy?
I told you before, I know he's my boy.
You want to believe that, but you aren't sure.
All right, Paladin, say it out. What are you asking for?
Time to talk with those Pawnees.
Well, you go talk then, but I'll tell you one thing for sure. No matter what lies they give you, that boy's mine. And if they try to come after him, there'll be the bloodiest massacre you ever seen.
Of all leading filtered cigarettes, Kent filters best. Kent filters best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent. Kent filters best. Of all of the brands of cigarettes, Kent tastes the best. Kent tastes the best. A richer taste than all the rest. Kent filters best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent. Of all leading filter cigarettes, Kent filters best.
I rode out to the Pawnee camp knowing I had little time and less chance to stop a needless killing. There were squaws, braves, sitting, wandering. There were a hungry people and a lost people. At a tattered teepee, I found Kalete, chief of the Pawnees.
Kalete was once man who greeted white man like brother. Now he wanders, hungry, forgotten like the gray wolf.
I'm sorry. I wondered why Kalate was on this trail.
White man steal children.
Kalate will agree. A man may claim his own son.
She was my son.
Is he white?
She was my son.
I ask again, is he white?
Skin is leather bag God made to hold the soul. Color of bag no matter. He was traded from the Sioux. Our blood has mixed.
But his is white.
He is my son. I take him back.
Kalate, if you take the boy, there'll be killing. This white man has many rifles.
Can rifles kill what has been killed already? Look at my camp. When there is no game, my people starve. We are driven from land, and winter is here. But we move no more. We stay here. Soon we take my son.
Hello, Monty.
Hello, Mr. Paladin.
Wow, what's going on inside there?
Oh, everyone's shining up clean. We're going to celebrate Christmas, Mr. Beecher, too.
Mr. Beecher.
Well, I know you won't believe it, but Tater did the trick. Says to Mr. Beecher, maybe the boy will remember Christmas. Ain't that a good one? Indian boy bringing us Christmas. First time since Mr. Beecher lost his wife. Oh, gotta find some more mesquite for decorating. We're going to have singing and eating and everything.
Sounds fine, Monty.
Well, Paladin, you see the chief?
I talked to him.
What'd he say?
He's your son.
I told you he was. You tell them Injuns to get their squaws and their tents off my property?
No.
Why not? You want them all killed?
I want you to understand that Chief Kalate feels that the boy is his son, too, and he feels it very strongly. If you talk to him, I'd be glad to act as interpreter.
The only way I'll talk to him and his flea-bitten braves is with rifle fire.
Listen, Beecher. Chief Kalate is the only father the boy has ever known. You kill him. How are you going to explain that to the boy?
You speak Pawnee. You can explain it.
You're wrong, Mr. Beecher.
Yeah?
I couldn't explain that in any language.
Tater, I said rations, not all these fancy victuals.
Well, it's Christmas, Mr. Beecher.
Now, look. Listen to me, all of you. Listen. If one calf wanders off tonight, we work double tomorrow, even if it is Christmas Day.
All right, boys. The cider's sitting over there just a-waiting. You can't get no stouter, so get to it.
Morty,
what is it?
The boy's gone.
Gone?
They come and took him.
Was it the Pawnees took him?
Yes, sir.
You knew about this, Paladin.
I thought they'd try, but not so soon.
Get your rifles.
Now, just wait a minute. You're always reaching for a rifle. There's no need for rifles. No hurry. The Pawnees aren't going anywhere. They're tired of running.
Preaching from a gunslinger. You just been aching to speak a piece. Well, speak it, Paladin. Talk don't mean nothing. Say anything you want. I'll still have the last say.
Well, I'm far from being a preacher. But I do know something about killing. Now, these Indians, rightly or wrongly, believe the boy is theirs. And few people love children like the Pawnees. Now, the Chief Kalati might have given up the boy. He knows a wealthy rancher could give the boy more than a starving Indian could, and they're starving. Properly treated, he still might give up the boy. On the other hand, these Pawnees can't run anymore. They're tired. But they would rather die here tonight than give up the child to force. It won't be hard to massacre them. They have no guns. All you have to do is stay out of arrow range. And those you only wound, well, someone will have to press a muzzle against their heads and pull a trigger. Now, this is no Christmas message. I haven't even suggested that to a starving man, food may carry more weight than rifles. As Mr. Beecher can tell you, sentiments like peace, like goodwill, and love, and brotherhood, they're just words, unless you already know what they mean. And if you don't, even if this were a chapel and I were a preacher, such words would do no good.
Well, I ain't got much to say. We're going out to kill some Injuns. One Injun in particular. Anybody that wants can stay here and draw his time, if you think you can find another job. And those who ain't going with me, speak up. Right now. Well, that's the story since the beginning, Mr. Paladin. The belly always wins out.
My dear Watson, with all due respect to Sherlock Holmes, let us establish one fact clearly. There is nothing elementary about the shrewd deductions Eric Severide makes as he analyzes world affairs on CBS Radio. As chief Washington correspondent for CBS News, Mr. Severide has open to him almost every possible source of information. Experience has sharpened his perspective and given him an extraordinary working knowledge of the forces that make history. It's taught him to view each new development in terms of cause and effect. Each Monday through Friday night, as you'll join Eric Severide on most of these same stations, you'll find his news analysis remarkably free of snap judgments and predetermined conclusions. You'll discover, too, that his carefully considered appraisals of the news not only contain real clues as to what is going on in the world, but also they make the news as exciting as any Arthur Conan Doyle story.
As Beecher's men spilled out of the doorway of the main house to change clothes and get their rifles, I slipped out the back way and, taking the first horse I saw, headed for the Indian camp. Somehow I had to keep Matt Beecher from starting a bloodbath he might not be able to stop. Even as Kalati and I talked, I knew there were horses moving in the darkness beyond the Indians' fires. Beecher's horses.
You are a wise man, my son, but we stay.
A man without a gun still might run.
No place to run. I have forgotten how to kill, but not how to die.
Well, what good does this do the boy?
Could he take another father after this?
We got the camp surrounded. You want to explain that to the chief, Paladin?
He knows it.
You going to stand with them instead of with your own people? I asked you a question.
I heard you.
Tater? Hold up, Tater!
Women.
Hold your fire, boys. That's Morty.
Women, what are they doing here?
Mr. Paladin!
Over here, Monty.
We got food and things for them Indians. There's 15 or 20 of us. Is it all right to come in there?
It's the most all right thing in the world, Monty. Come on.
All right, ladies. Get your baskets and get it.
What is?
Call your squaws, Chief. Call your children. Call the boy. They're bringing food and gifts for your people.
Shiva, Holonge, Honemo.
Well, they don't look very friendly, Mr. Paladin.
I guess you don't look very friendly to them.
What do we say?
Oh. I'd suggest you try Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas?
To Christmas.
Morty, this is Kalate. He's the chief of the Pawnees.
How do you do?
Oh.
I only got one pair of hands. Here, you take this basket.
Hold on there, Morty. I'm with you.
Hello, Tater.
Hello, Mr. Paladin.
I come in too, Mr. Paladin.
Well, Pete.
Now, what Beecher's doing is wrong, and I don't care if I do get fired.
Well, look, Mr. Paladin, all the men are coming in.
Why, Morty, you ain't rightly dressed for riding.
Well, ladies, none of us have time to change, but you sure don't have to look.
Well, Chief, there'll be no bloodletting tonight.
Christmas?
That's right. They call it Christmas. It's a time of the year when people pretend there is no evil in the world.
I like.
Everybody likes. What about the boy, Chief? His name is Robbie Beecher. His skin is white. Chief?
My boy.
His boy, Chief. You can return the seed to the plant that bore it. He can't take it, nor can I, nor can anyone.
I talk to boy.
I'll talk to his father.
Hold it, Paladin. Right there.
He'll give you the boy, Beecher.
What?
You can take him home tonight. The chief is talking to him now, telling him that you're his father.
I'll kill you, Paladin, if this is some kind of way of getting back at me. When do I get my boy?
I haven't been paid yet. $1,000 cash.
Well, I haven't got it with me.
Well, when can you have it?
Tomorrow?
Then give it to the chief so he can buy some land for himself and his people.
I'll do better than that. I'll give him some land. I feel like I should give something.
It's a good feeling, isn't it?
As a matter of fact, it is.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Beecher.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Paladin.
Paladin.
Good afternoon, hey boy.
When you come back?
Last night, late. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, no. Wait, not her. You met her once, remember?
I remember. She's always dropping her glove.
Oh, too bad. I trouble. Oh.
I beg your pardon. You dropped your glove.
Oh, so I did.
May I pick it up?
You may.
Thank you. Allow me to introduce myself.
Well, please do.
My name is Paladin.
My name is Eugenie Meyer, Mr. Paladin.
Oh. There's a princess named Eugenie.
I'd rather hear about that glove that holds a lady's hand.
Holds a world of prettiness?
Yes. I like that beginning better. Is there more?
Oh, there's a great deal more, I assure you. But one question, why the change of heart?
Well, it's more a change of mind. The change of heart can come later.
But why? You were very confident in your rejection the last time we met.
Well, you were very confident of yourself, Mr. Paladin. Christmas seems to have humbled you. And me.
Then we're both very fortunate. Now we can meet.
Yes.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Gene Roddenberry and adapted for radio by John Dawson. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Jess Kirkpatrick, Roy Woods, Richard Beals, Ann Morrison, and Virginia Christine. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Ronald Coleman and Greer Garson in Random Harvest. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. It seems only yesterday that I was at the Ambassador Hotel applauding a great actress who had just received that year's Academy Award, Miss Greer Garson. It was a similar thrill that I enjoyed again this year when the same high honor was bestowed on Ronald Coleman. And it's a double thrill to have them here tonight, co-starred in a play that we present by popular demand, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Random Harvest. Among my impressions of this year's Academy Award proceedings was the pageant of lovely women who attended it, including, of course, the screen's most stunning beauties. And it made me proud to be identified with Lux Soap on this program, for I'm sure that most of those lovely complexions owed allegiance to Lux Toilet Soap. And that's the highest tribute I can think of, as I'm sure you will agree. It's time for our play, Act One of Random Harvest, starring Ronald Coleman as Charles and Greer Garson as Paula.
From the records of the Melbridge County Asylum, November 1918.
Patient number 43652, name unknown, picked up by Germans in a shell hole near Arras, exchanged through Switzerland. Patient has no remembrance whatsoever of past life. Trouble with speech, the result of shock. Prognosis could be cured with patience and care in normal surroundings. On the night of November 11th, 1918, this patient escaped from Melbridge Asylum.
He hadn't escaped. Not really. In the excitement of the armistice, the iron gate of the asylum had been left open, and he had wandered into the town like a lonely ghost, buffeted by the crowds. I was at the tobacconist shop when he came in. When the proprietor spoke to him, he tried to answer and couldn't. He stood there, confused, helpless.
Well, close the door. Close it, please. Well, what is it?
Cigarettes.
Well, what sort?
Cigarettes.
Oh. Why, you're one of the soldiers from the asylum, ain't you? You wait here a minute, dearie. Wait here, I'll be back in a jiffy.
You are from the asylum, aren't you? Aren't you?
Yes, but I'm all right, really.
Well, if you had given them the slip, I wouldn't stay here. She's telephoning them to come for you. You better run along. Go on.
Yes,
Hurry. On a sudden impulse, I followed him. He'd stopped to rest in an archway. He was exhausted, his hands held over his face. Can I help you? I thought you weren't feeling too fit, so I followed you. Oh, you look tired out.
Yes. Tired.
Well, what you need's a brandy and soda. Shall we go over to the home pub? It's just across the road. It's where we all stay when our show's in town. It's friendly. Come on. Will you have another? Will you?
No, thank you.
Well, I have to get back to the theater. Now, what are you going to do? Oh, dear, will you be all right? What am I going to do with you?
I'll be all right.
You sure? Listen, how'd you like to see the show? You can sit in my dressing room. We'll have a nice little chat. Hey? Just you and me. Good? Good. Well, how do you like my kilts? Or don't you?
Yes.
Now tell me all about yourself. Why did you give them the slip up at the hospital? You don't like the place? No? Well, then surely you ought not to be there. Well, come on. Answer me. Try.
I'm all right, really. My speech. Just nerves.
Well, there now, you see, you're doing splendidly.
There's another thing. I lost my memory. I don't even know who I am.
You mean... Well, I know who you are. You're somebody awfully nice. What did they call you at the hospital?
Smith. That's not my real name. What's yours?
Paula Ridgway. Look here, Smithy. Can't be good for you up there among all those poor souls. You can't be happy. How are you ever going to get better if you're not happy?
Perhaps I shouldn't be very happy anywhere just now.
But, Smithy, the war's over. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
I suppose it should.
No, of course not. You couldn't... Oh, I say, haven't you any friends? Any parents that you can trace?
Some people came to see me at the hospital, but I wasn't their son.
Oh, I bet they were disappointed, weren't they?
Yes, I think so. I was, too. I'd liked to have belonged to them.
Oh, Smithy, you're ruining my makeup. Now you do chatter.
Yes, I seem to have talked rather a lot.
Oh, that's me. I always bring people out. Much too far sometimes.
You're on look.
All right, Sam. Smithy, look, I'll put your chair outside. You can see the front of the stage from there, and I'll be back in a couple of shakes. You'll be all right, won't you?
Fine.
Are you sure? Your head seems awfully hot.
No,
Come on. Coming. I'd left him sitting outside my dressing room. When I came off stage, I saw him on the floor. He'd fallen unconscious.
It's the flu, all right. The minute I seen him, I knew he had the flu.
Listen, Biffa, there's something I ought to tell you. He's from the county asylum.
No. Cool.
But he's all right, really he is. He'd have been discharged long ago if he'd had a home to go to. Oh, you don't think they'll come after him, do you?
I'm all right. Just my speech. I can't remember.
Rest now, Smithy. You mustn't talk.
I'm not like the others. I can't go back. If I go back, I'll never come out. I'll be like the others.
You shan't go back, Smithy. I won't let you go back. Rest now. Rest, Smithy. Go to sleep. Smithy!
Come in.
Well, hello.
Hello. How did the show go?
Oh, splendidly. Last night, you know. Glad to get rid of us, I expect. How did you get on?
I talked to the chambermaid today. Had quite a chat with her.
You did? Wonderful. What about?
The weather. Paula, you're sure I can be useful? Your manager isn't just taking me on because...
Oh, you don't know Sam. What, the whole thing was his idea.
I can't tell you what it means, Paula, to be someone again, to be wanted. It's all you're doing.
Oh, nonsense. Come on, you've got to eat your supper now. I'll be up again in time for the train. I didn't know, but they were downstairs then, the men from the asylum. When I came back to Smithy's room, he was sitting on the edge of the bed, waiting for me. His things were packed in a little paper parcel that he held on his knees, and he was smiling.
It's time, isn't it? I'm all ready.
Smithy, I've got to talk to you.
Oh, there's nothing wrong, is there?
Yes, there is, and I won't beat about the bush. Sam won't take you.
Won't take me?
There were 2 men from the asylum in the bar just now, and they told everybody about your escape. Sam thinks it's too risky to take you. I think perhaps he's right.
Oh.
I think perhaps you should go back to the asylum, just till you're all well again. And then...
Go back?
Oh, Smithy, darling, you need care. You need doctors that understand your trouble. I feel dreadful about it, but it's for your sake. You don't think I've gone back on you, do you? It's not that I'm afraid. It's because I think it's right. You do know that, Smithy, don't you? Tell me you understand. Let me hear you say it. Smithy? What's the matter? Oh, you could always speak to me. Speak to me. Oh, Smithy. No. Don't try to tell me. I know you can't go back there. You're coming with me, Smithy. Everything's going to be all right. Now, don't you worry. We can't go with the others, but we'll find some quiet place where you can rest and get well. Hurry now. We'll slip out by the back door. We took the train that night from Melbridge to Cornwall, and near the town we found a little inn beside a lake. It was like the end of the world, quiet and lonely and lovely. Oh, Smithy, isn't it wonderful? Now all you have to do is to get well. You will get well, won't you? Say it. Oh, let me hear you say it.
I will.
That's the spirit. Oh, I had to tell a woman here that we were engaged. You don't mind, do you?
No.
Smithy!
Hello. Here.
Oh, I've been looking all over the place for you.
I've been fishing.
Did you catch anything?
No, just fishing.
Look, a letter. Just came for you. Look, it's from Liverpool. From that newspaper.
I say, so it is.
Must be about that article you sent them.
Yes, I suppose it could be.
Well, for pity's sake, Smithy, open it.
Oh, yes, of course. I say, it's a check.
I don't believe it. Let me look.
It's a small check, but it's a check.
Oh, Smithy, how wonderful.
Yes. Oh, it means an awful lot. You didn't know you had an author on your hands, did you?
Well, of course I did. I'm really not a bit surprised.
Do you think I can sell another?
Another and another and another. Smithy, I wonder if you were a writer before the war.
Yes, I've wondered that, too.
Aren't you terribly curious? About the past, I mean. Suppose it all came back to you suddenly, and it was... Oh, I don't know. awfully grand with all sorts of wonderful people. Why, you might even be married, Smithy. Who knows?
Oh, nonsense.
Well, how can you be so sure?
Well, because... Paula.
Mm-hmm.
Paula, I wonder if I could make a living at writing.
Well, why not? Well, of course you could.
Paula, it's a lot of nerve, but I've fallen in love with you.
Oh, no, you haven't. No, you're just being a little gentleman.
No, I'm nothing of the sort. I'm asking you to marry me on a check for 2 guineas.
Smithy, don't ask me, please. I might take you up on it. I'm just that shameless.
Oh, Paula.
Oh, I've run after you from the very beginning. You know I have. I never let you out of my sight since I first saw you in that little shop.
Never do it, Paula.
What?
Never leave me out of your sight. Never again.
Oh, Smithy, you do mean it. You do want it, really?
More than anything else in the world. My life began with you. I can't imagine a future without you.
Oh, I'd better say yes quickly before you change your mind. It's yes, darling. We were married in a little church at Clevedon. I remember the words of the hymn, "O perfect love, all human thought transcending, lowly we kneel in prayer before thy throne, that theirs may be the love that knows no ending, whom thou forevermore dost join in one." We rented a cottage, a lovely dream of a cottage with a white picket fence and a big cherry tree in front. It was in that house, just 2 years later, that our son was born.
Good morning. Are you the registrar of births for Clevedon?
And vicinity?
Well, I've dropped in to register a new subject.
Name of child?
Smith. We're calling him John. After me. My wife thinks he's the image of me.
Really? And the date?
Oh, of course, he has her eyes, mind you. Blue. And when he smiles, then he's just like my wife. Except for the teeth.
Well, you can't expect everything all at once. What did you say the date was?
November the 6th. Don't you want his weight?
No, thank you.
8 pounds, 3½ ounces. Yes, sir. Bigger and stronger than babies twice his age.
A father's profession?
Writer. In a small way, of course. Writer and parent. A parent in a big way.
That'll be all.
All?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, but you can form only a very inadequate picture of him from what I've given you.
I'll just have to struggle along.
I tell you what, I'll bring him in person one of these days.
Do that.
Then you can see for yourself. Do I get a receipt?
You do. Here it is.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll bring him in.
Do that.
Hello.
Smithy.
Oh, did I wake him?
No.
I brought him a present. Here, young man. Will he know it's a cat?
What's so wonderful about that fella? He just eats and sleeps. Much of the time he's not even friendly. Never occurred to you to buy me a present, did it?
Never. Except these.
Oh, Smithy.
Just a string of beads. Very ordinary.
Oh, I adore him, darling.
Just the color of your eyes. You're an awfully nice color scheme, darling. Your hair is just like a bright new penny.
Are Mr. and Mrs. Smith here?
Yes, sir. I'll tell them.
Oh, that must be the vicar.
May I go in?
Hello, vicar. Come in.
Oh, good morning. Well, how's the air?
Take a look.
Yes, he's quite a size, isn't he?
Bigger and stronger than babies twice his age.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, I was at the post office just now. There's been an extraordinary event. A telegram.
Oh, thrilling.
Oh, who got it?
You did. Here.
For me?
For Smithy? Oh, Smithy, what is it?
I can't believe it. It's fantastic.
Oh, darling, please. I can't stand it another second.
It's from Liverpool. Can you appear at Mercury office at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning regarding permanent position on paper? Samuel C. Henson, editor.
Oh, darling. Oh, Smithy, you're marvelous. Goodness, you're a terrible packer. Shirt, socks, tie. May I ask what you're going to sleep in?
Oh, great Scott. Pajamas.
Here. Are you excited?
Wildly. Oh, my dear, think what it means. I'll be able to do things for you. Things I've always dreamed of.
I wish I could come too.
Yes. Yes, I've been thinking of that. But I daren't wait. He might change his mind. Darling, you're not worrying about me, are you? I feel absolutely sure of myself.
I know. I shan't worry. It's just...
I know. Our first parting.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll be back tomorrow night.
Where will you stay?
Oh, I hadn't thought.
The Great Northern isn't bad. It's near the station.
All right. Well, goodbye, my darling.
Goodbye. Say goodbye to your son.
Goodbye, young fellow. Goodbye, darling. Goodbye. See you tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, darling. Good luck, Smithy.
Paper! Read the Liverpool Mercury. Paper, sir?
No, thank you. Say, can you tell me, I'm looking for the Mercury office.
Right across the street, on the corner.
Across the street? Oh, yes, I see. Thank you. Thank you.
Paper, sir. Hey! Look out! Oh, get the doctor! He's been run over! Oh, he's killed! He snapped off the curb! I was talking to him! He snapped off the curb! Let's get an ambulance! Quick!
He's coming around now. Feeling better? Oh, you've got an unholy bump on the head. Do you feel any pain?
Well, my head aches a bit.
It'd be funny if it didn't.
What on earth? My clothes. I've no business to be in civvies.
What should you be in?
In uniform, of course. But where the devil am I, anyway?
You're in Liverpool.
In Liverpool?
A chemist's shop.
Yes, but in Liverpool,
You've had a nasty shock.
Is this the party had the accident?
Yes, Constable.
It wasn't my fault, Constable. He slipped in front of my cab. Is that the right of it, sir? That's the truth, ain't it, Governor?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Name, please.
Rainier, Charles Rainier.
Rainier. Profession, sir?
Captain in the Wessex Regiment.
Address?
The trenches, Arras.
Huh?
Well, Random Hall, then. North Random, Surrey.
Thank you, sir. Wish to lodge a complaint, sir?
Thank you, no. I'm sure whatever happened was my fault.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Rainier.
Thanks, Governor.
Well, I think I'd better be getting along. Thank you.
Sure you feel strong enough to walk?
Oh, yeah, I'll manage. What do I owe you?
Oh, never mind that.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you. Thanks. By the way, would you mind telling me what day is this?
Thursday.
Thursday, yes, but the date?
November the 14th. November the 14th, 1920.
1920. Oh. Thanks. Thanks very much. $1920. 3 years gone. 3 years. France. I remember distinctly. Vincent was killed, young Davidson. But what after that? Liverpool. What am I doing here? Better go home. Yes, make clear things up. Go back to Random Hall. The family. Better go home.
In a moment, we'll continue with Act Two of Random Harvest. Meanwhile, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins, with a word about a most exciting picture, Paramount's new suspense drama, The Big Clock.
Whodunit fans will get a thrill out of this one, Mr. Keeley. The clock dominates the picture. 2 stories high, it's built into an enormous set that represents an ultra-modern publishing office.
Well, actually, it's Charles Lawton who dominates the story.
Oh, and he makes a marvelous villain. And Ray Milland, as the leader of the manhunt, sets a breathless pace for the rest of the cast.
And orchids to the ladies in the picture.
Oh, yes. Maureen O'Sullivan as Ray Milland's wife and Rita Johnson as the blonde menace are wonderful.
It's a pleasure to see Maureen O'Sullivan return to the screen in The Big Clock, which, incidentally, was directed by her husband.
Yes. It's Maureen's first picture in 5 years. I'm sure moviegoers are going to say she's as lovely as ever, too. Maureen always reminds me of a wild rose. She has such a fresh, radiant look. I imagine John Kennedy will second me on that.
Who wouldn't, Libby? Maureen O'Sullivan is a real Irish colleen. Sure, and I could rave about her complexion, too.
Well, naturally, since it's such a perfect example of what we mean by a Lux complexion. Do you know, Mr. Kennedy, Maureen tells me she never neglects her daily Lux soap facials. It's a care that really works, she says.
Well, when one of our loveliest Lux girls tells you that, it's a real tribute to gentle Lux soap care. No wonder 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux soap so faithfully.
Those beauty facials really do the trick. Leave skin softer, smoother.
Tests by skin specialists prove it. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, skin became lovelier in a short time. So let's remind the ladies in our audience, Libby, that in Lux soap they have a real beauty care. As fine a soap for precious complexions as money can buy. Why not get a supply of this fragrant white Lux toilet soap tomorrow? We return you now to William Keighley.
Act 2 of Random Harvest, starring Greer Dawson as Paula and Ronald Colman as Charles.
I waited for Smithy in our cottage in Clevedon for days and weeks. Then I knew he would never return. I went to Liverpool to the hotel where he had stayed. His grip was there, but there was no trace of him. Then I went to Melbridge to consult Dr. Benet at the county asylum.
I can guess what has happened, Mrs. Smith. In some way, perhaps by shock, your husband's memory has returned. He's taken up his former life again.
But his life with me. We were married. We have a child.
Those years are a blank. His life with you is forgotten.
I always felt that someday I'd find him again. I worked and studied to improve myself. I found a position as a secretary in Liverpool, and then I moved on to other jobs, to other cities, searching for him. It was later that I saw a picture in a London newspaper. Charles Rainier, it said, head of Rainier Incorporated, one of England's industrial magnates. It was a picture of my husband.
Yes?
Miss Kitty Chilcott is here, Mr. Rainier.
Oh, send her in, please.
Hello.
Hello, nuisance. I suppose you don't remember my telling you I'd be busy.
Not a word. Well, how do you like me?
My dear, you look adorable.
Then adore me over luncheon.
No, sorry, Kitty, I can't possibly afford the time.
Oh, yes, you can. Miss Hanson says so.
Oh, just a moment. Miss Hanson.
Yes, Mr. Rainier?
Owing to lamentable weakness of character, I'm having lunch at the Savoy. With your approval, I understand.
I thoroughly approve.
There.
I see. And have I any appointments for 2 o'clock?
Yes, but I can postpone them.
Thanks. All right, young woman, I can give you precisely 1 hour and a half. From door to door.
Oh, no. Miss Hanson told me 2 hours. Now come along. You're being very charming today, Charles. You haven't looked at your watch once.
Well, that reminds me. Oh, good heavens, it's 3 o'clock.
You used to say you hated business.
Did I?
You were just going to whip things into shape and then get out. You were going to write.
Yes, so I was. You know, I always had the idea that
Charles, what is it?
was that man over there.
Do you know him?
No, but I thought I did for a moment. You know, that happens sometimes. I see a face or hear a voice. It seems to remind me of something. Oh, a sort of wisp of memory that can't be caught before it fades away.
From those lost years.
Oh, perhaps. Now, what were you saying?
That you should take a holiday.
Oh, I haven't the time.
Oh, that's nonsense. Charles, how old are you?
None of your business.
You're awfully nice looking, Charles.
Thank you.
Oh, but it's not fair.
What?
Well, you've spoiled me for other men, that's what.
Oh, Kitty.
It's no secret, is it? I've always been mad about you.
Kitty.
It might be fun if you love me now. We're a lot alike, you know. We laugh at the same things and we have marvelous times together. I sometimes wonder why you don't.
In my slow and careful way, I've wondered sometimes, too.
Well, why don't you, just to be curious?
I haven't said that I don't.
Oh, no.
Would it be too incredible?
It would be fantastic.
Well, then it is fantastic.
But I don't believe it. I don't believe that you mean it. It's just a dream.
No.
You do want me. I'm not just a schoolgirl to you.
Darling, you're very sweet and dear to me. I'm building a great hope on you, Kitty.
I'll come to the office tomorrow and find you've forgotten all about it.
Oh, no. Now have Miss Hanson remind me.
Oh, Charles, darling, take me out of here. Take me somewhere and kiss me.
Yes, Miss Hanson?
I have the Rainified prospectus, Mr. Rainier.
Oh, bring it in, please.
Yes, sir.
Miss Hanson. She was Mr. Rainier's private secretary. She'd been with him 3 years. He used to say jokingly that he couldn't get along without her. I wanted to tell him so many times that I was Miss Hanson. I went again to Dr. Benet, the only one who knew. I pleaded with him to let me tell Charles.
You must wait, Paula, until he recognizes you. I believe that somewhere in his mind there is a phantom memory of you that will always stand between him and any other woman. But he can't give you reality. You're just a fugitive shadow in a dream.
That isn't much help to me, is it, Doctor? I'm real. These are real tears. And my jealousy is real. And my need for him.
But if you tell him and he doesn't remember, I'm warning you. There's only disaster for you both. At best, he'd resent you. And the shock could leave him far worse than he ever was.
Yes. Yes, I understand.
I can offer only the slight hope that someday a miracle will happen and he'll come back to you.
Much help to me, is it, Doctor? I'm real. These are real tears. And my jealousy is real. And my need for him.
But if you tell him and he doesn't remember, I'm warning you. There's only disaster for you both. At best, he'd resent you. And the shock could leave him far worse than he ever was.
Yes. Yes, I understand.
I can offer only the slight hope that someday a miracle will happen and he'll come back to you. Not as Charles Rainier, but as... what was it you used to call him?
Smithy. Smithy. The prospectus, Mr. Rainier. It's all here, I believe.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Miss Hanson. Daydreaming. You saw this offer from Harwood and Williams?
Yes, Mr. Rainier.
You worked for them once, I believe. Do you think they're bluffing?
I think not. I used to know Mr. Williams pretty well.
Oh, yes, I remember. He was quite annoyed when you came to me. He called me a pirate.
Oh, well, that wasn't fair. It was really all my doing.
Oh, indeed? How?
Well, I'd come across a picture of you in a newspaper. Underneath it said, one of England's industrial magnates.
Oh, dear me.
Yes. I was impressed. I decided then and there I must better myself.
Well, I'm sincerely glad you did, Miss Hanson. Now, what's all this?
Oh, that's the report on that firm in the Midlands.
Oh, yes.
The Melbridge Cable Company.
Melbridge?
Yes, it's a town in the Midlands.
Melbridge? Oh, yes, of course. I think Harrison mentioned it. I'll get him to run down. I'm taking a long holiday, Miss Hanson.
Are you?
Well, I think that's a very good idea.
I may be gone a year, if things can be arranged.
A year?
I'm being married, Miss Hanson.
Oh.
And you're the first to hear the news. I'm afraid it'll mean a lot of extra work for you.
It's Miss Chilcott, I suppose.
Yes, it's Kitty. Was it so obvious?
Oh, no, not at all. She's a very charming girl.
Yes, I fully agree. Well, I hope you won't take it into your head to follow my example, Miss Hanson. I don't know what I should do without you.
I have been married, Mr. Rainier. You may remember I told you when I came here.
Oh, yes, to be sure. Yes, you had a child, I believe.
Yes. A little boy. He died.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
A little boy who died. I couldn't tell him that it was his son. It was too late now to hope that he would ever remember me. I'd lived on that hope for 3 years. Now it was too late. Oh, I might have told him that I was his wife. He'd have accepted me. He'd have pitied me. And he'd resent me. There was only one thing for me to do.
The law is quite clear on that point. If it is proved that for 7 years no news of a person has been received by those who would naturally hear of him if he were alive, then he may be legally presumed dead. You wish me to take the necessary steps?
Yes, please.
Very well. We shall have the marriage dissolved.
What do you think, Charles? Have you any choice?
About what, Kitty?
About the hymns to be sung at the wedding. It's your wedding, too, you know.
Oh, I'd like anything you pick out.
Do you care for this one, Mr. Rainier? I play it quite often. The voice that breathed o'er Eden, that earliest wedding day.
Oh, yes. But there's another lovely one, nearly always used.
This, perhaps. O perfect love.
Oh, yes, that's it. I like that.
Oh, perfect love. All human thought transcending. Lowly we kneel in prayer before thy throne.
Charles, do you know the words?
That theirs may be the love that knows no ending. The love that knows no...
Charles, what's wrong? What are you staring at? Mr. Beddoes, I think that will be all for now.
Yes, miss.
Charles, look at me, please.
Yes, Kitty?
It's all right, Charles. I'm glad it's happened.
What? What has happened?
I've been uncertain almost from the beginning. I've always known it, really.
Known what, darling?
That I'm not the one. Charles, you looked at me just now as if I were a stranger, trying to take the place of someone else.
Someone else?
Oh, I know it sounds absurd. But I've had a feeling that I remind you of someone else, someone you once knew.
Oh, don't leave me, Kitty. I need you. I'm trying to make a life.
Someone you loved as you'll never love me. I'm nearly the one, Charles. But nearly isn't enough for a lifetime.
Oh, Kitty, I don't know what to say.
You don't have to say anything. But because I love you more than anyone I shall ever marry, kiss me goodbye, darling.
But Sheldon, where did Mr. Rainier go?
I don't know, Miss Hanson. He just left. I don't quite know why, miss, but I sort of think he may have gone to Liverpool.
Liverpool?
It was from Liverpool that he came that night, that he came back from the dead, you might say.
Sheldon, about that night, please try to remember. What did he tell you had happened to him?
Well, miss, it was a wet night. He'd been knocked down by a taxi and carried into a chemist shop. He knew that much. But why he was in Liverpool or where he'd been before, he couldn't remember.
I went directly to Liverpool. I found him in a hotel room, alone.
Come in. Why, Miss Hanson.
Oh, please forgive me for coming. We were all so anxious. And something very important came up.
Well, how did you know I was in Liverpool?
Something Sheldon said. I made inquiries.
Oh. You say some important business induced you to follow me?
Yes, Sir Edward Lake died yesterday, and there'll be a by-election for Parliament. They'd like you to stand in the Liberal interest.
No. Miss Hanson, did Sheldon tell you of my experience here about 12 years ago?
Yes, he did, Mr. Rainier.
I came back here at that time, hoping to stumble on the trail of my past. But I failed then, and I've failed now.
Nothing helped you?
Nothing. Why should I feel a sense of loss so acute that
it's spoiling your life?
Oh, I'm not being honest with myself. My life's not complete. And I've hurt others. I don't know why I bore you with my affairs, Miss Hanson.
You feel perhaps that you lived in Liverpool?
It seems possible.
But not certain.
You mean I might have been visiting?
From a nearby town or from the country, perhaps on business.
Yes, perhaps.
And stayed at some hotel. Do you know in what direction you were walking when the accident occurred?
Yes, I was walking down Mason Street. It was wet.
Well, there are two hotels north of Mason Street. There's the Old Olympic and the Great Northern.
The Great Northern?
Yes. It's quite a distance from the Olympic, so if it was wet and you were walking, the chances are that you were coming from the Great Northern.
Yes, presuming I was staying at a hotel at all. But under what name was I registered?
Well, there's just one chance to find out. If you were at a hotel, you walked out leaving unclaimed luggage.
Would they keep it so long?
Oh, surely it's worth investigating.
Yes. Yes, you've given me fresh hope, Miss Hanson. We'll start with the Great Northern.
There was some luggage at the Great Northern, of course. A single grip and the name on it, John Smith. It was his grip, the one I'd given him. We opened it and looked through it together.
Well, that settles it. John Smith. A highly unimaginative incognito. And what could be more anonymous than those poor eggs?
Nothing seemed familiar to you?
No. There's a finality about that most unrewarding find, like a door slammed and bolted.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
It means that I shall learn to accept myself for what I am. A psychological defective. As Kitty saw me, as you must see me. It means that I shall never know.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, we'll continue with Act 3 of Random Harvest. Our guest tonight, Miss Lorene Tuttle, is walking on air, and with good reason. She's just completed a picture with one of the screen's most romantic teams, Clark Gable and Lana Turner, in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's outstanding dramatic production, Homecoming. Congratulations, Lorene.
Well, Mr. Keeley, it was the thrill of a lifetime to appear in a picture with Clark Gable.
I can well understand that.
You know, Mr. Keeley, while we were making the picture, it seemed to us that Clark and Lana were really living their screen roles.
Exactly what I felt when I saw the picture. And there were two other favorites of mine in the cast, Ann Baxter and John Hodiak.
Mm-hmm. When I first read the script, I was fascinated by the story itself. It's the kind of dramatic conflict that's timely and always close to home. When I was studying my part, I could just see Clark Gable in the role of the doctor. He's wonderful.
And I found Lana Turner quite irresistible as one of the two women in his life. In fact, Lana and Ann Baxter make a dazzling pair in MGM's Homecoming.
John Kennedy here has something to say about that.
I certainly have. Picture with two of our loveliest Lux girls. Gets rave notices from me.
Check and double check, John. Wait till movie fans see those two beautiful complexions in the close-ups. They'll understand why Lux Toilet Soap is Hollywood's favorite beauty soap.
9 out of 10 screen stars tell us that Lux Toilet Soap is a care they can depend on.
No wonder. Daily care with Lux Soap is the finest care you can give your skin. I've used it for years, and I know.
Thank you, Miss Lorene Tuttle, for reminding our listeners that Lux Toilet Soap care really makes skin lovelier.
The best way for any woman to prove it for herself is to try Lux Soap beauty facials for a while. She'll be delighted with the new freshness those facials give her skin.
A practical beauty hint from a very charming authority. Tests by...
Jerry, because I couldn't live away from him. Jerry, because I couldn't live away from him. I was with him through the election. He took his seat in the House, and I was there the day he made his first speech.
Hello. It was nice of you to come down for my debut. Was I satisfactory?
Oh, very.
By the way, I haven't really thanked you for your help in the campaign.
I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I'm glad. I'm very glad.
You're staring at me, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. It just struck me. Your hair is bright red in the sunshine.
Oh, is that all? You were looking so intense.
Was I? Did you ever have those feelings of having lived through certain moments before?
You mean you have the feeling that you've known me before?
Well, as a matter of fact, I felt it quite strongly the first day you came into my office.
Oh, was that why you engaged me?
Perhaps. But it was also your air of quiet efficiency.
Oh.
Miss Hanson, forgive me, but is there any possibility that you might marry again?
Not the slightest.
I'm asking you because I have a proposal to make. It may sound outrageous to you, but it's not a sudden impulse. I've thought it over very carefully. You and I are in the same boat. We're both ghost-ridden. Oh, that sounds a bit dramatic, but I think it expresses it. We are prisoners of our past.
Yes.
What if we were to pool our loneliness and give each other what little we have to give? Support, friendship. I'm proposing marriage, Miss Hanson.
Marriage?
Or should I call it a merger? You know, I'm good at mergers. But a member of Parliament should have a wife, Margaret, so I'm told on all sides. You have exceptional gifts. Would it interest you to have a wider field for them?
I don't know.
You need have no fear that I would make any emotional demands upon you. I have only sincere friendship to offer, and I won't ask any more from you. Please think it over. It's a selfish proposal, but I can't have you giving me notice, you know. I'd be lost without you. Miss Hanson, Margaret, have I hurt you?
I don't know. Oh, this comes of boasting that I never cried. I married Charles Rainier. I don't know what I expected. Perhaps that he would someday fall in love with me. But I kept to the terms, and Charles did too. It was Sir Charles now, Sir Charles and Lady Rainier, who appeared together at the opera, who gave dinners at Random Hall for the Prime Minister. Sir Charles and Lady Rainier. A very devoted couple, people said.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Well, that's over with. You certainly mellowed the Prime Minister. He was positively purring.
Oh, good heavens, it's nearly 3 o'clock. You have 2 committee meetings tomorrow, you know.
Today, it's morning. The morning of May the 25th. Does that suggest something to you?
The anniversary of our wedding. Our 3rd anniversary.
I thought you'd like this.
What is it, Charles?
Your anniversary gift.
A necklace? Oh, Charles.
All my gratitude goes with it, Margaret.
Oh, it's too beautiful, really. Oh, you spoil me. You put it on for me?
Of course. There.
There. How do you like it?
Lovely. You know, you're a very beautiful woman.
Thank you. I rather hoped you thought that.
Margaret, are you happy?
Why do you ask?
Oh, twinge of conscience. If I hadn't interfered in your life...
I should never have been Lady Rainier and entertained the Prime Minister.
and worn these emeralds.
Is it enough?
Perhaps not.
Is there anyone else?
No. Charles, why are you asking me?
Well, if there were, I've often wanted to say this, I wouldn't hold you to our bargain. I haven't the right.
Are you trying to get rid of me, Charles?
Oh, my dear, you know I'd be utterly lost without you.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that because I like my job. Well, good night, Charles. And thank you for the wonderful present. I cried that night. I sat at my dressing table and cried. In front of me was another necklace, the one he had given me so long ago. There were no emeralds in it. Yes? Oh, come in, Charles.
Margaret, I'm afraid I didn't quite... Why, you're crying. Did I say something to hurt you?
No, it's nothing, really. It's just nerves.
I'm sorry. What is that? Another necklace?
Yes, a very old one.
A gift?
Yes. He said they were the color of my eyes. They are, aren't they?
Oh, Margaret, isn't there something morbid in burying one's heart with the dead?
That's a strange thing for you to say.
Is it?
You haven't even a memory.
No.
And yet the best of you, your capacity for loving, your whole joy in living is buried in a little space of time that you've forgotten.
It isn't quite the same thing.
Why not?
Because in some vague way I still have...
Hope?
Yes, I suppose that's it.
Have you, Charles? Do you feel that there really is someone? Someday you may find her again.
Oh, it's nothing I can put into words.
But doesn't it frighten you sometimes that you may have come so near her, even brushed by her on the street?
Yes, I've thought of that.
You might even have met her. It might be someone you know. Charles, it might even be me.
Oh, Margaret.
Oh, I'm talking wildly, Charles. You know, I've sometimes thought I'd like to travel. I think I need a holiday.
Well, perhaps when the house adjourns...
Oh, I don't want to drag you away. I'll take a maid or a friend, perhaps.
Oh, Margaret, I believe you want to get away from me.
Oh, no. It's just that it's been rather a strain. It's been harder than I thought, being the wife of Charles Rainier.
If you wish, of course. Shall we talk about it in the morning?
In the morning, yes. Good night, Charles.
Good night, Margaret.
I think this is my compartment. Yes, it is.
You're having only 2 days in the country?
Yes. My boat sails on Wednesday.
And is it on your way, this place?
No, it isn't really. It's just a quiet little country village with a delightful old inn and a cottage that I want to see again.
A cottage?
I was once very happy there. Well, goodbye, Charles.
Margaret, I wish you weren't going. Will you let me hear from you?
Oh, of course.
Goodbye.
Are you going to the house now?
No, to the office. There's some trouble.
Oh?
It'll seem strange not to talk it over with you, Margaret.
Well, goodbye, Charles.
Goodbye.
Sir Charles.
Yes? Oh, hello, Harrison.
I took the liberty of coming down, sir. This strike, you know, it's pretty serious.
Strike, eh?
At the Melbridge Cable Works. The men are out of hand.
Melbridge? Oh, yes, of course. Well, perhaps we'd better run down there.
Yes, sir.
The strike is settled and we won. Thanks to one man, Sir Charles Rainier.
Well, they seem quite happy, sir.
Yes. Yeah, well, there's nothing more we can do here.
Melbridge. Not exactly the place I'd choose to live in. Shall I get a cab, sir?
No. Let's walk. It's not far to the station.
Very well, sir. The fog's getting thicker.
Yes, beastly. You got a cigarette?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, never mind. There's a little tobacconist just around the corner.
Yes. I thought you'd said that you'd never been in Melbridge.
I haven't.
But you said there's a little tobacconist just around the corner.
Oh, so there is, you see. Over there.
Yeah, but that shop is off the main street. You couldn't have seen it on the way from the station.
Well, no, that's true.
Well, then, how did you know of it?
I don't know.
You came straight to it.
Yes. I was sure. But I don't know how. Melbridge.
What's the matter?
Melbridge.
Are you ill, sir? Let me get a cab.
No. Let me think. There's something that shop. The streets. Crowds.
Well, there's a taxi. I'll get it. Taxi.
Crowd. Now, why? Yes, sir?
Here, Wazir, get in.
Driver, where is the hospital?
Hospital? You mean the old one or the new one, sir?
The old one, I think. Big gates, a high wall all around it.
Well, you wouldn't be meaning the asylum, would you, sir?
The asylum. Take us there.
Well, look here, sir. You say that you came out of these gates?
Yes, I'm sure of that. There was some excitement and a great deal of noise.
Well, then, let's start from here. Now, you must have gone into town.
Yes, I did. I came along this path toward the town, and there was a good deal of fog, like tonight, and people shouting, and the sound of I was trying to get away from something, trying to escape, and I was afraid. Yes, and I went to that shop, the tobacconist.
Well, you're one of the soldiers from the asylum, aren't you?
The asylum. I was right. I came from there.
Well, now, you left the shop. Then where did you go?
I don't know. The crowd...
Can I help you?
The crowd... Wait. A girl. There was a girl.
I thought you weren't feeling too fit, so I followed you.
Yes. A girl.
Well, I know who you are. You're somebody awfully nice.
There's a place for soldiers that's sick.
Some quiet place where you can rest and get well.
I can't go back. If I go back, I'll be just like the others.
Oh, Smithy.
Never leave me out of your sight.
I better say yes quickly. It's yes, darling. It's yes, darling. It's yes, darling.
Harrison.
Yes, sir?
There's a cottage somewhere. It's a white cottage with a picket fence. It's near a church. You can see the steeple through the trees and hear the bells ringing.
Could you find the place, sir?
It's in Clevedon.
Charles!
Paula!
How did you know?
Oh, I've been looking for you for such a long time.
Smithy!
Such a long, long time, Paula.
Smithy! Oh, Smithy!
I've found you,
Darling.
Paula. I've found you. Paula, oh, darling, I've found you.
Thanks for an unforgettable hour to Greer Garson and Ronald Coleman, who returned to the footlights for a curtain call. That was an Academy performance if I ever heard one.
Well, thank you, Bill. And you know, Ronnie, we're all just delighted that you won the Academy Award this year for your terrific performance in that very exciting picture. I just can't wait to see it again.
Now, from one winner to another, Greer, that's very gracious of you.
You deserve it, Ronnie. And A Double Life is one of the most thrilling pictures I've seen in years.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
Greer, I hear you've been having a lot of fun out at Metro Golden Mare. You and Walter Pigeon.
Yes, Bill. We'll be making a comedy together. In fact, I'm an acrobat in this picture.
That really ought to kill him, Greer.
Well, I don't know. It nearly killed me, Ronnie. You should see me hanging from a trapeze by my teeth. But it was wonderful fun.
Coming back to you, Ronnie, I hope you've got that Academy Award Oscar prominently on display in your home.
Well, as a matter of fact, I didn't have it very long, Bill. A neighbor of mine borrowed it.
Oh, well, really? Well, did you ever get it back?
Well, not yet, but he keeps promising every day.
That's funny, Ronnie, because I had a call from somebody who called himself the Walking Man and asked if I'd name a price for mine.
You mean he offered you money? Oh, no, that's not the same man.
You know, dear, after seeing how ravishing you looked at the opera the other night, may I say there's another award that you deserve? This one from us, for that lovely Lux complexion.
Well, thank you kindly, Bill. It's true, I am a Lux fan.
And from one with your beauty, that makes us very proud indeed.
What's the play for next week in this theater, Bill?
It's Paramount's great comedy success, Dear Ruth. The story of a boy and girl who become unwittingly entangled in romance through the mischievous wiles of a young sister. And we're fortunate in having the original stars, Joan Caulfield, William Holden, and Billy DeWolf.
Dear Ruth is a most amusing play, Bill. Your listeners should love it. Good night.
Good night, and congratulations to you both. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents William Holden, Joan Caulfield, and Billy DeWolf in Dear Ruth. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Dear Garson appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, currently releasing Frank Capra's production of State of the Union. Tonight's Lux Radio Theater presentation was adapted from the MGM screenplay, Random Harvest. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Join us again next Monday night to hear Dear Ruth with Joan Caulfield, William Holden, and Billy DeWolf.
Ladies, get Pepsodent Sensational Bargain Offer, the Lana Turner Ballpoint Pocket Perfumer. Regular $1.95 value, yet it's yours, plus a supply of Harriet Hubbard Ayers You Perfume for only 50 cents. Fashion's newest accessory for carrying perfume, designed for Lana Turner, who stars opposite Clark Gable in MGM's hit Homecoming. Send 50 cents with both blue and flaps from any Pepsodent carton to Pepsodent, Box 776, Chicago, Illinois. All for good United States and territories only. Send tonight.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Dear Ruth with William Holden, Joan Caulfield, and Billy DeWolf. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
CBC presents a new series of chills and thrills, of mystery and adventure, old and new, tales of the supernatural and the unforeseen, of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. To the master among storytellers, we bow as we bring you The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe, in radio version by Len Peterson.
Nervous? Very dreadfully nervous I have been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease that sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all, my sense of hearing. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. Now then, am I mad? Listen how calmly I can tell you the whole story. I was wandering on my way to nowhere, away from That's my secret. We all have secrets. And I came to the old man's place on the edge of this town and asked for a dipper of water.
There you are, fella. Best spring water around here.
It's good and cold. I needed that.
Shall I fill the dipper again?
Yeah, thanks. I could drink another.
Have you come far?
Yes, far.
Much farther to go?
Don't know.
You're thin, fella. The sun's burnt your skin to bark. Here. No, don't drown yourself drinking it.
That's good.
I should give you something solid. A meal. I eat late after the chores, if you don't mind waiting.
Oh, I'm used to long waits for meals. I'll give you a hand.
No need.
Well, I'm not afraid to work for a meal.
All right, if you wish.
Yeah, it'll feel good to have a hay fork in my hands again.
I've been needing a man around here.
You do? Need a man?
Oh, now, I can do a full day's work, but toward night it gets heavy. Still, with a wife dead and buried last winter, and 3 daughters married and gone to the husband's farm, and 2 sons off to seek more than this small farm can promise, a man needs work to keep his thoughts from growing heavy.
Yes, I know.
What's your name?
Alfred Bain.
Ah, Weatherby's mine. The pigs and chickens haven't been fed. Another team. I got 6 cows to milk, and the 7th freshening shortly. Well, come along to the barn.
I stayed on and worked for the old man. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none, passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. For his money, I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, that's it. It was. He had the eye of a vulture. His left eye, a pale blue eye with a film over it.
Now, shall we cut hay tomorrow, Alfred?
Hay? Yes, we can cut hay. But doesn't the sky say rain?
No, that's not a rain sky for around here.
Oh, it is where I come from.
It'll clear by morning. I can feel rain when it's on the way. I have a way of feeling what's ahead.
Do you?
Yeah.
What's ahead? What is? No, I don't want to know. You can't know everything.
Far from it.
The weather's enough.
Go sharpen the size.
Whenever his pale blue eye fell on me, my blood ran cold. And so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man and thus rid myself of the eye forever. It was an evil eye. But Weatherby was very kind to me. No one had been this kind. It was too much to bear. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the week before I killed him.
Here, let me carry those collars and harnesses, Mr. Weatherby. I'll hook up the team for you.
No, why should you?
Yes, let me. Here, let go the traces.
You've more than earned your keep today, and your wages.
But not your kindness.
How else should one treat a hired man? My son thought I was a tyrant.
You a tyrant?
Perhaps I do treat you better than I treated the boys. Now, that's strange. Why do you? I don't know. Because you're not afraid of work. My sons thought they were too clever to work. But I didn't treat them so badly.
Some people should be treated badly.
Scoundrels? I've never met a real scoundrel.
Some innocent people should be treated badly, too.
Oh, what an idea.
They should be treated the worst of all.
Now, why do you say that, Alfred?
Isn't that the way life is?
Toss that line over. I'll snap the buckle on here. I'm not an invalid, Alfred. I'm not that old yet.
Well, I'd hate to see you an invalid. I wouldn't want that for you.
Nor I.
like to do something for you that you would like, Mr. Weatherby.
Oh, what for?
You've admired this knife. Could I give you this knife?
No. Keep it. No reason you should give it to me.
Well, I've been insulted by people I respected. You haven't insulted me yet.
Why should I? I must get on to the elders' meeting.
Horses all hooked up. Up you go.
How did I manage without you, Alfred?
Get up.
I hope I persuaded you to stay on.
Every night about midnight, I turned the latch of Weatherby's chamber door and opened it, ever so gently. When I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in the lantern all closed, so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. When I was well in the room, I opened the lantern cautiously, oh, so cautiously, just enough to let a single thin ray fall upon the vulture eye. This I did for 7 nights, every night just at midnight, but I found the eye always closed, so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him.
Good morning, sir. Do you want the shutters open?
What manner of day is it?
Oh, it's a fine day. Warm sun, a little breeze from the east.
Yes, open the shutter.
You slept well?
Yes, I slept well.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Do we start repairing the stone wall to the west field this morning?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah. Well, the porridge is ready and the coffee.
Hand me my boots.
Oh, sure. Here you are, sir.
Alfred, I don't understand you.
Understand me?
A hard-working, reliable man like you drifting about. My back. I am an old man, I fear. I haven't long, I feel.
You're not feeling up to yourself today?
Oh, I don't know. More than likely it was only a bad dream that left me liverish.
What did you dream?
Oh, it's gone now. You know, it's good to have you around, Alfred. When Amelia went to her rest last winter, I was willing to go to mine, but lately her face has grown vague to me. We had a long life together, she and I, and it was good. Till these last few years when some mold crept in. What am I waiting for? I wish I knew.
Breakfast! Get up and everything will look different.
Oh, it's easy to make the days look different, but the nights are always the same. Always the same.
On the 8th day, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feeling of triumph to think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly as if startled. And now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch. I knew he could not see the opening of the door. I kept pushing it on steadily. I had my head in and was about to open the lantern.
Who's there? Who's there?
I kept still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle. I did not hear him lie down. No, he sat up in bed, listening, just as I had done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. It was not groan, nor pain, nor grief the old man made. Oh, no. It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul, a groan of mortal terror. I knew the sound well. Many a night when all the world slept, It had welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I knew what the old man felt and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart.
Is it the wind? No. There's no one. What is it? Who's there? There's nothing to see or to hear. But I feel a presence. I've known you were coming for me. Death. The dark shadow. It's the wrong time. Before the crops are in. While I've still some business to arrange with people in the town. My house is not in order. Do not surround me this way.
I opened a very, very little crevice in the lantern. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until a single dim ray, like the thread of a spider, shot from the crevice and fell full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. All dull blue with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow of my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. Have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well. It was the beat of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage.
Why do you wait, Death? Why do you wait? You didn't hesitate with Amelia. She had a shawl half knitted. I have much half done, and less than half.
I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meanwhile, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet, for some minutes longer, I refrained and stood still. The beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst, and a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor.
Stop it! What? Go away! No!
I threw open the lantern and dragged him to the floor. And pulled the heavy bed over him. For many minutes, the heart beat on with a muffled sound. At length it stopped. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. Oh, if you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited it all between the scantlings. I replaced the board so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught Hall. Old man under the planks, you were a good man. If I could have plucked out the evil eye without killing you, that is what I would have done. Don't think badly of me, Mr. Weatherby. I did you a good turn, too, ridding you of that evil eye.
If I've done any wrong, it's because of that evil eye looking at me, giving me thoughts no man should have. But I haven't done wrong. I've done good. A great deal of good. And everything is just... Who? At the door. At 4 a.m. Ah, but what have I now to fear? Nothing. The eye is closed and the heart is still.
Sorry to bother you at this hour.
Yes?
We're officers of the town's night watch.
Oh, is something the matter?
We would like to speak to Mr. Weatherby.
Mr. Weatherby, you would like to speak to him? Oh, but he's not here.
Where is he?
The old gentleman has gone visiting in the country.
Oh? Where?
Well, that he didn't say when he left. Perhaps to one of his daughters. But he didn't say.
His buggy is in the yard, and his horse is in the barn.
Oh, yes. Well, he took a ride with some friends of his who were traveling the same way.
What friends?
Well, that I don't know. I don't know all his friends. Mr. Weatherby has so many.
Uh-huh. You're his hired man?
Yes.
Yes, I've seen him around the town. What brought you here?
A rainbow.
What's that?
Well, isn't everybody looking for a rainbow?
One of the neighbors heard a shriek that sounded like trouble and came to the police office to tell us about it. We've been ordered to investigate.
And search the house.
The shriek. Oh, yes. Oh, the shriek was from a dream, a nightmare I was having. I dreamt a light from a lantern was shining in my eyes. Oh, but do come in. Mr. Weatherby will be pleased to learn the police give him such good protection. He has some valuable plate and coins in his cupboards. Come in.
All right. How come you're dressed already?
Dressed? Oh, I start my chore soon.
Your name is Alfred?
Alfred what?
Bain, Alfred Bain. Go ahead, search anywhere. Go ahead. Well, I don't know what you're looking for or what you expect. Robbers? Oh, then you must make a careful search. Let me show you Mr. Weatherby's treasures. Perhaps you would like to see his chamber, too? Come with me, I'll show you. I'd hate to have trouble here while Mr. Weatherby's away.
There's nothing wrong here.
Oh, everything seems in order.
Well, I am very glad you came and looked around. Is there anywhere else you wish to look?
No, I think not.
Well, sit down. Oh, don't go yet. Rest yourselves. Hey, look, sit here. And here. I'll fetch a chair for myself. How well you've done your duty. I must commend you. Oh, no, the light of that lamp will be in my eyes there. I'll put my chair here. Well, how fine it must be working as police officers, protecting the townspeople from theft and robbery and violence.
Oh, it's a living.
I've often wanted to be a police officer.
Have you?
Well, my senses are very acute. I hear the most minute sounds around me. I am very sensitive to everything. Perhaps I shall still end up a police officer. That will suit me admirably.
When will Mr. Weatherby be returning?
Oh, well, I don't know. Shortly, I hope. There's the oats to cut if this hot sun stays with us.
Yes, the crops are good this year hereabouts.
Yeah, excellent. Mr. Weatherby is very pleased with his. He says I brought him luck.
A hired man does that sometimes.
Oh, but I cannot take credit for that.
Mr. Weatherby speaks well of you, I hear.
Does he? Does he?
And Weatherby in the past has been hard to please. Here, have a pipeful of tobacco from my pouch.
Oh, no.
Please do.
Well, thank you.
We're not supposed to smoke on duty.
But the full watch without a pipe is a long time.
We'll have to trust you not to inform the captain, huh?
The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was at ease, with my chair upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers sat and chatted of familiar things, but ere long I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distant.
Yes, the new street lamps in the town have made our job a little easier, more pleasant, especially on the very dark nights.
But I'm sure, but Out here at the edge of town, there are not many lamps, and there should be more, several more at least.
Oh, someday.
People are always stumbling into holes and hurting themselves. One day, someone will break a leg.
But these things take time.
Town has come a long way.
Indeed.
Yes, I like this town. I hope I can settle here.
Well, why not?
Yes, well, why not?
Mr. Weatherby certainly needs a good man. He's growing too old to do much of the work around here himself.
That's exactly what I feel, exactly. Mr. Weatherby needs someone, and why not me?
Yeah. He and his sons couldn't get along, you know. Oh, the fighting that went on.
A difficult man.
I don't understand that. He and I never had an argument. We've gotten along very well, scarcely a cross word.
Well, you must be a rare fellow.
No, it is Mr. Weatherby who is the exceptional man.
Well, he's had his troubles. His whole family leaving him, his wife dying, and the aches and pains of old age, and losing the sight of his left eye.
His left eye? He is blind in that left eye?
You didn't know?
No. No, I did not.
That's why it stares that way, and sometimes wanders on its own.
He can't see out of it? His left eye?
Not a speck.
No doubt I grew very pale. I realized the noise was not within my ears. It increased. It was a low, dull, quick sound. Such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gestures. Why would they not be gone, those officers? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased.
Sit down, Mr. Bain, sit down. I'm not going to argue with you over which line of thoroughbred has produced the better horse.
No, don't give in. Argue with me.
Argue? What?
Whatever you made a statement, and now you won't stand by it. You won't back it up.
For my life, I can't remember what the statement was I made that started this whole thing.
Nor can I.
The two of you. Then I'm being made a fool of.
No. We're simply talking. Can't we talk?
Talk, yes, talk. Say anything you like. And I won't disagree with you. I can be as sociable as anyone and agree, no matter what is said. You do not need to convince me either. What do you wish to say?
Oh, come now. One doesn't go at talk as baldly as that. One slips into it. I like to talk and slide into it of its own accord, don't you?
Do I?
I don't like talk that's too careful either, or touchy. Easy talk is what I like.
Yeah, easy talk. And a fire and smoke.
Oh, stop it, this chatter. And the smiles, those smiles, yours and yours. Is it possible you don't hear that?
Hear what?
Listen to it. Louder, louder, louder.
What?
You hear, both of you. You suspect. You know. You are making a mockery of my horror. I cannot bear your hypocritical smiles any longer. I must scream or die.
What has taken hold of you, man?
What is wrong with you?
Villains, no more pretense. I admit the deed. Tear off the planks. Here. It is the beating of his hideous heart. It has stopped.
Here, let's see what's under those planks.
It has
The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe, adapted for radio by Len Peterson, was our introduction to a new series of tales of mystery, suspense, and adventure, chills and thrills from the world of the supernatural. In the cast, Claude Ray as Alfred Bain, Douglas Master as Mr. Weatherby, with Murray Westgate and Cease Montgomery as the two police officers. Sound effects were by John Sliz. Technical operation, John Skillen. The Telltale Heart was a CBC Toronto production. Don Sims speaking.
had been announced for presentation this evening has been canceled because of circumstances beyond our control. The workshop will attempt to arrange for its presentation in the near future. We offer instead a radio adaptation of Guy de Maupassant's famous short story, The Orla, starring Alfred Shirley.
A little island in a setting of sapphire sea. A pillar of black smoke twists up against the blue tropical sky from the glowing embers and flame-twisted debris of a house that once occupied the little clearing. A few hundred yards off the shore of the island, a ship rides at anchor. The gulls fly in lazy circles around its mast, or with bright, inquisitive eyes and beating wings, follow a small boat whose keel is just grating on the white sand of the beach.
All right, make her fast. Higgins?
Aye, sir.
You and Brown see if you can find some fresh water.
Aye, sir.
If you do, fill the jars.
Aye, sir.
Come on, Masters. Let's see what that fire was, and if anyone needs any help.
Aye, sir. Here's a path. Probably leads to the house.
Hasn't been traveled much. Not worn very wide.
Phew, it's hot. Yeah. Can't be very far, though. This island's just a pinhole on the chart. Cover that briar bush. I've read like 60.
Don't I know it? Funny how still it is. There must be someone here.
I'll try a call.
Hello! Hello!
You hear any answer at all, Captain Conforth?
No. No, it's quiet as a tomb. Try it again.
Hello!
That's everyone left after the fire.
Well, they didn't leave from this side of the island. There aren't any marks on the beach.
Oh, I noticed that, too. Here's a turn in the path here. Maybe we can see something then.
Yeah. Strange kind of quiet, isn't it? It's so dead still that it almost hurts your ears.
Yeah, that describes it exactly. Here we are. Captain, look.
Why, that's a house. It's burnt to the ground. The only thing left standing is that heavy iron door.
It's a terrible fire, all right.
I wonder why they had such a heavy door in such a spot as this.
Must have been afraid of something, Captain.
What could they have to fear on this island?
I don't know. Captain Conforth.
What is it, Masters?
Isn't that a man over there, sitting under that tree?
Why, yes. Hello. Hello there.
What's the matter with him? He doesn't even turn his head.
Well, maybe he's deaf. Come on, we'll go and find out.
He's a young chap. Look at his face. He looks as though he's lived 1,000,000 years. What's he staring at?
We'll soon find out. What's happened, mister? I said, what's happened here?
Saints preserve us. What's the matter with him?
He's mad. Mad as a hatter, Master. Look at his eyes. They're fixed on those bushes over there. Here, take my gun and see what's over there, Masters.
Yes, sir.
What's your name, mister? Look at me. Look at me, I tell you. What's been going on here?
Captain Conforth.
Yes, Masters?
There's a dead man here in these bushes.
What?
Yeah, shot right through the head.
Look through his pockets and see if you can find out who he was.
Aye, sir.
What do you know about that man over there in the bushes, mister? You'd better explain quick. If you don't, I'll put you in irons and give you to the authorities of the nearest port. Come, speak up.
The Orla.
You'll have a hard time explaining that to a court of law. Find anything, Masters?
Nothing but this little black book. It's a diary, I guess. All full of dates. Seems to be mostly about a chap named Orla.
What was the name?
Orla. H-O-R-L-A.
That's funny.
What is it?
Now, this fellow here has been babbling about this Orla.
Is the Orla a man, sir?
I don't know, Master.
Well, maybe the diary would explain.
Perhaps. Here, let me see it.
Yes, sir. Man, over there in the bushes looks pretty dreadful. His face is all drawn up as if he'd had a terrible scare just before he died.
The first entry in this book is May 8th of this year. He's been in quite a cheerful mood. Listen to this. Today's been a glorious day. My new secretary and I spent the morning on the terrace together, talking about this and that. Nothing in particular. Beautiful on these May mornings. That widespread town with its blue roofs lying under the bristling host of Gothic belfries. They're beyond number, dominated by the leaden steeples of the cathedral, and filled with bells that ring out in the limpid spring air. As we sat there, they began to ring, sending us the sweet and far-off murmur of their iron tongues, swelling, dying away, and swelling.
It's very beautiful, Monsieur Dufour.
I like it, Hunt. They say that familiarity breeds contempt, but the more I learn about this countryside, the dearer it becomes to me.
Have you always lived here?
Yes, my father and forefathers before me. Oh, just look at the Seine. It rolls away like a silver ribbon.
Yes. Isn't that a Brazilian boat just going by?
The three-master, yes, I think it is. Probably out of Rio.
Rio. I was reading an interesting article about that place while I was waiting for you to come down.
Is that so?
Yes, in the Revue du Monde Scientifique. Let's see, it was on page 14, I think.
What was it about?
Oh, here it is. I found it. A strange piece of news reaches us from Rio de Janeiro. Madness. An epidemic of madness comparable to the contagious outbursts of dementia that attacked the peoples of Europe in the Middle Ages is raging at this day in the district of San Paulo.
That is odd. I wonder what kind of madness.
Oh, the article goes on to tell, sir. The distracted inhabitants are quitting their houses, deserting their villages, abandoning their fields, declaring themselves to be pursued, possessed, and ordered about.
Pursued, possessed, and ordered about by what?
Well, I guess they don't know exactly.
What else does it say?
Well, the afflicted describe their masters as being invisible but tangible beings. Vampires of some kind who feed on their vitality while they sleep. In addition to drinking milk and water without, apparently, touching any other form of food. What do you make of that, Monsieur Dufour?
It's hard to say, Hunt. Probably a simple case of hysteria that sometimes runs like wildfire through a group of people, generally originating in a perfectly natural series of events.
Well, I suppose that's the explanation, sir. Who are you waving to?
I thought I saw someone wave to us from the Brazilian ship. Perhaps I was mistaken, and yet
it might have been a bit of sail flying in the breeze.
Yes, it might have been.
Why, what's the matter, Monsieur Dufour?
Nothing. Nothing, I guess. A bit of a chill. For a moment, everything went black.
Can I get you anything, sir? Some water?
Oh, no. Thank you, Aunt. It is all right. Just a moment. Oh, that is odd. It seemed as though someone were whispering in my ear. Whispering a warning of danger or death.
Your eyes are dilated as though you had a bit of fever, sir.
Then that probably accounts for the chill, and it's fogged my mind just enough so that I took that story of that Brazilian horror and wove a personal daydream around it.
Do you want me to send for the doctor, sir?
No, it is nothing but a passing weakness. By tomorrow I shall be my usual self. Strange how dark it has become.
Dark?
Yes, those clouds seem to have covered the sun. I suppose that is why it's so cold.
Why, the sun's shining quite brightly, sir. There isn't a cloud in the sky. It's really very warm.
Is it? I wonder if I am going blind.
Blind?
No. I can see clearly again. For a moment it was as though someone were holding a thick veil in front of me, and then it was drawn slowly away.
I'm afraid you're really quite ill, Monsieur Dufour.
Nonsense, Hunty. Hunt, where are you?
I'm sitting right here in this chair, sir. Right where I've been for the last half hour.
Oh, yes. That shadow passed between us. And for a moment I could not see you at all. Oh, what is that frightful din, that ringing?
It's the bells, sir. The church bells in Rouen.
Church bells? I don't like church bells.
But you said you did. But don't you remember? We were talking about them.
How could I? We have just this moment met.
Monsieur Dufour.
Huh? Oh, yes. That is my name, isn't it? For a moment, I thought I was someone else.
I think you should have a doctor, sir.
I assure you that I am quite all right, although I think I shall go to my room and lie down for a while.
Shall I come with you, sir?
No, there is no need for the three of us going.
The three of us, sir?
Yes, the three of us. You and I and... Oh, strange. I could have sworn there was someone else.
There's no one else, sir.
No, of course not. I'll see you later in the day, Hunt. Perhaps when my mind will be more clear.
Yes, sir. And if there's anything I can do...
Those bells. Try to stop those church bells. There is no room for me to think. There. Diary. The story of another of my days belongs to you. June the 2nd, I have seen the doctor. He found no alarming symptoms of any kind. There were no warning signals of a lurking disease germinating in my blood or in my flesh. About 10 o'clock, I come up to my room. The instant I am inside, I double lock the door and shut the windows. I'm afraid, yet afraid of what? I lie down and wait for sleep. I feel that someone approaches me, looks at me, touches me. And he climbs on my bed, kneels on my chest, takes my neck between his hands and squeezes with all his might, strangling me. I struggle, I try to cry out, I try to move. I can't. I try to fling off this creature who is crushing and choking me. Suddenly I wake up, terrified, wet with perspiration. With shaking hands, I light a candle and I search the room. There is no one. I'm alone. Come in. Oh, it's you, is it, Hunt?
Yes, sir. I was on my way to bed. Miss Harriet asked me to bring up your glass of milk. The one that you always have at night on your bedside.
Yes, thank you, Hunt.
Will you start on your holiday this weekend, Monsieur Dufour?
Perhaps.
We were all very surprised when you returned day before yesterday. Why did you change your mind and turn about and come back, sir?
I don't know, Hunt. When we got to Rouen, I stopped at the library. When I came out of the library and got back into my carriage, then a strange thing happened. I opened my mouth to say, to the station. But I was unable to speak a word. Then my voice returned, and with the words, to the station, in my mind, my lips shouted, home, home. Shouted it so loudly that passers-by turned around to stare. I believe that I am losing my mind.
Nonsense, sir. You are perfectly sane.
Oh, I wish I could be sure of that.
What makes you say that, sir?
Well, for one thing, the milk.
The milk?
Yes, that glass or others just like it have sat on that little table beside my bed every night for the past month. My lips have not touched any of them, yet every morning the glass is empty and the milk is gone.
Perhaps you just don't remember drinking it, sir. People sometimes do things when they're half awake and then have no recollection of doing them when morning comes.
I wish it were so.
But who could it have been? Was your door locked as usual?
Locked, double locked, and the windows bolted shut.
Then no person could have entered?
No person, no.
No animal?
No animal.
Then what could it be?
It was a thing.
A thing? What kind of a thing?
I don't know. If I don't find out, I shall go mad. An invisible being haunts me.
But anything we can't see, monsieur, doesn't exist.
Can you see the wind? No, but nevertheless, the wind exists.
Well, the wind. Of course, anyone can understand that, but Well, a being, an invisible being.
And why not? Why not a new being? Why should we consider ourselves the last, the most perfect? Perhaps some being has been created who is greater than us, better than us, physically and mentally.
Well, I grant that we're not perfect, sir, but a new being, well, that's stretching your imagination pretty far. What would you call this new invisible person?
His name has been shouted in my ears for days, and yet I cannot quite catch the word. My mortal ears are too deaf, too dull. One of these nights to hear and understand.
But where did he come from, if there is such a being as you described?
Do you remember that morning we met when we sat on the terrace and watched the boats go up and down the Seine?
Yes, I remember very well.
Do you remember seeing that three-master pass, the Brazilian ship, and I thought I saw someone wave?
Yes. Yes, I said that it was probably a bit of sail flying in the breeze. But you waved back.
Oh, if only I hadn't.
Why do you say that, sir?
You remember on that same morning reading me that article from Rio about that epidemic of madness that had broken out?
Yes, I remember that too.
It told how people were leaving their homes and deserting their villages because they were pursued and possessed by invisible but tangible monsters.
But you don't think.
What else could I think? You say that there were vampires of some kind who fed on the vitality of their victims while they slept. Didn't it say that they touched no other form of food or drink except water or milk? Milk? Who else could be responsible for that empty glass by my bed every morning?
But how did such a creature get here?
An exile from the land of his origin. He saw my house. Twice with that ship. I saw me wave. He deserted that vessel to live with me.
But his name, he must have a name, if he lives on Earth like you and I, and is not just a creature of madness. What is he called?
I don't know. Tonight I will try to find out. What is your name? What is your name? Invisible being, I know you are here. I know that it is you. Before long, I shall not be able to talk to you like this, for you will own my body. The words I will speak will not be my words, but yours. The things I will do will be what you want me to do. Where are you standing? By my bed. By the window? By the desk? Or do you stand in front of this tall mirror? Ah, so that's where you are. Ah, I found you at last. I found you. This mirror, which was so faithfully reflected my face and form, is but a blank pane of glass as I stand in front of it. You are standing between the mirror and me, absorbing my reflection as a bit of blotting paper drinks up ink. I cannot see you, yet I can see where you are. What is your name? What is your name? It seems as if you were shouting in my ear, and yet I cannot hear you. Say it again. Say it again. Yes. Yes. Yes, again. Tell me again. Viola. Is that it? Viola. Now I know. Now I understand. Now I know who you are. Now I can fight you. Now I have a chance of winning. It will be a battle of wits, Viola. A battle of your wits against mine. And the stake for which we play
Listen carefully, Ola. The stake is your life against mine. And Yonder is a prisoner. A prisoner in my room.
Are you sure?
Oh, of course I am sure. I waited until I saw the glass of milk lifted from the table. Then I ran out quickly and bolted the door. The Yonder is locked in my room. Is the carriage waiting?
Yes, sir.
And the boat.
Wait for us till 10 o'clock, sir. Miss Harriet and George are on board now.
And the captain will keep his promise and put us ashore at the island.
Yes, sir. He's being well paid for it.
And the house on the island, it is ready?
Yes, sir.
Ah, that is good. It's good. Hark. Did you hear that noise? The Orla has discovered that I am gone, that he's a prisoner. Come, hurry. Down the stairs into the carriage. We must get on board the ship and set out to sea before he breaks loose and joins us. Goodbye, Orla! Goodbye, Orla! Diary, your brown leather arms embrace another day. December the 2nd. What a beautiful day. What a peaceful day. Life is a joy once more. I am glad that I thought of this island, this tiny speck with the sea on every side. We have been here for 3 months. Hunt, Miss Harriet, George and myself. I feel like another man. As if I had died and had been given a new soul and body. I wonder where the Orla is. I wonder if he is searching for me. He will look in vain, for he will never find me here. The boat has just arrived with our first load of supplies. We must hurry down and see if they have brought any letters for me. I'll see you tomorrow, diary. December the 3rd. I have just read the page that I wrote in this diary yesterday. It doesn't seem possible that a man who could be so happy in one day could be so thoroughly miserable 24 hours later. He is here. The Orla is here. He learned where I was hiding, and he came after me on a boat that brought supplies. All last evening, I had a vague sense of fear. Then last night, after I had gone to sleep, I felt him crouching on my chest. He pressed his mouth on mine and drank my life from between my lips. Sucked it from my throat like a leech. When he rose from me replete, I awoke so mangled, bruised, and enfeebled. I could not move. What can I do? What can I do? There is only one thing left to do. Hunt, wake up.
Huh? What?
Quiet.
What?
Hurry. You have not time to dress.
Oh, what's the matter, Monsieur Dufault?
Don't ask questions. Get out of that bed and follow me if you don't want to be burned alive.
But I don't understand.
What is there to understand? The Orla is here. He is locked in the other part of the house. This door is the only one left open. Come, hurry. Come this way.
Where's the fire?
It's all over the house. I drained the oil from the lamps and saturated the floors and carpets. In but a few moments, the whole house will be a raging inferno.
But Miss Harriet and George are in there.
Don't I know it? But there isn't time to warn them. Besides, if I open the door to that part of the house to let them escape, the Order would escape too. Come.
Oh, but you can't. You can't leave them to die locked in like that.
Why can't I? It is either their lives or mine. Either they die by flame or I die at the hands of the Order.
Oh, it's cold-blooded murder. Don't close that door. Open that door, I tell you.
Hunt. Stand away from that door. I shoot you down. You can't stop me by force or with more than appeals. I've got the Order just where I want him. Poison, bullet, or knife won't harm him. But fire!
Oh, listen to reason!
Reason! The Order has stolen my reason. In a few moments, that house will be a horrible and magnificent funeral pyre. A monstrous fire lighting up the whole earth. A fire that will be consuming the human flesh of George and Harriet. And the inhuman flesh of him, my prisoner, him, the new being, the new master, the Order.
Madman, you hear those screams? It's George and Harriet.
The Order is in that flaming oven too, and the Order is in that fiery vat, and he's dying too. You see that long black shadow cast by the trunk of that tree? The shadow dancing with the flames. Yours is dancing too, Hunt. Your long black shadow is dancing, and mine. Please, look.
What is it?
I have no shadow. Do you know what that means?
No.
It means that the Order has escaped the flames. It means that the Order is standing by my side. Like the time when he stood between me and my mirror, and I could not see myself. Now, the Order is standing between me and my shadow. The Order lives.
Is that the last entry in the diary, Captain Conforth?
No. There's one more, Master.
What's the date of that?
Last night. The night that this house burned to the ground and we saw the flames from out at sea. It says, the Order still lives. As I write these words, he's at my shoulder, reading what I've written. I cannot kill him. There's nothing to do but kill myself. And that's the end of the diary, Master.
And he did kill himself?
Yes.
Poor fellow. Do you suppose it was all in his mind, sir? A creature created by a brain that was rotting away?
I don't know. What do you think, Master?
I don't know. I wonder if there was an Order.
The Columbia Workshop has presented a radio adaptation of Guy de Maupassant's famous short story, The Orla. It was dramatized for radio by Charles Tazewell. Bernard Herrmann conducted and composed an original musical score. Irving Reese directed. The Orla starred Alfred Shirley as Dufour. Mr. Shirley is one of radio's outstanding dramatic actors and has appeared in many workshop programs. He was supported by Edgar Staley as Captain Conforth, Santos Ortega as Masters, Morgan Farley as Hunt. The Columbia Workshop wishes to thank all its listeners who wrote for the Columbia Workshop booklet and to announce that it will be ready for mailing within the next week. For those of you who did not hear last week's announcement, we repeat that a booklet is being prepared listing a description of the next 13 productions which the workshop will present and also a brief history of the program, which we will be pleased to mail you if you will drop a postcard or a letter to the Columbia Workshop, CBS, New York City. Tune in next week for another workshop presentation under the direction of Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Would you hand me that, please? Thank you. Now, let's see. Survey, survive, Savannah, suspect. Here we are. Suspense, meaning held in doubt, expressing doubt, the state of being uncertain, undecided, or insecure, state of anxious expectation or waiting for information, such as to keep one in suspense, therefore delay acquainting him with what he is eager to know.
Suspense.
An hour of suspense now. A full 60 minutes at this time. And with the distinguished actor-director Robert Montgomery as your host. Tonight, our star is Howard Duff, famous wherever radio is heard as Sam Spade, detective. And as Spade, he will appear in The Candy Tooth, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed by William Spear.
This is Robert Montgomery. My pleasure and privilege it is to be here during this hour each week as a sort of guide, philosopher, and fiend. An accessory before and after the facts of crime and punishment, which calculatedly fill our minutes with suspense. This evening, before we chat a little about the private life of America's favorite private eye, let me, on behalf of Mr. Spear and all of us, thank you sincerely for your wonderful letters and telegrams expressing appreciation and interest in this new full-hour presentation. It's wonderful fun to have 60 minutes to play with in radio drama. In our new double-strength, king-size format, we plan to bring you radio plays based on complete novels and on theatrical productions and pictures. Many of the best writers of this literature, James M. Cain, Dashiell Hammett, Raymond Chandler, Graham Greene, Eric Ambler, and Agatha Christie, have been happiest with a more spacious canvas upon which to display their characters of passion and purpose. With a full hour for our theater of thrills, we can give these authors a full stage on which to have their people play out their lusts and desires, their temptations and frustrations, their frantic fears and villainous triumphs, their descent into black and terror-laden bewilderment. Sometimes we find ourselves locked in the tortured brain of the scheming criminal. At other times, we know the dread of the hunted and hapless victim. But always the basic ingredient of suspense is not mechanical gadgetry, not the detectival piecing out of fingerprints and convenient clues, but always the basic ingredient is people. For people give us emotion, and emotion marks the high drama that cold logic can never achieve. Nowhere will you find stranger people, motives, and situations than those that pass through the door of a little office in San Francisco's Post Street. The lettering on the door reads, Samuel Spade, Private Investigations. Once it read Spade and Archer, but that was before Miles Archer stopped a bullet and plunged Sam Spade into the greatest detective adventure of modern times, the search for the Maltese Falcon. It was literally a shot heard round the world, for it brought into prominence the name of Dashiell Hammett and the so-called hard-boiled school of crime detection. Since then, the fictional private eye has become a national institution. But Sam Spade still rules the roost. In book sales and motion pictures, the Maltese Falcon has been filmed 4 times now. And now on the air, every Sunday night, in The Adventures of Sam Spade, starring Howard Duff and produced by our very own Bill Spear. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce to our suspense audience now a young star from my home lot, Universal International, in the role with which he has become so closely identified that most of his fan mail is addressed to Sam Spade. Howard Duff.
Thanks, Bob. I'd like to go on record right now as saying that any checks I may sign with the name Sam Spade will be accepted at your own risk.
The detective business has been pretty good lately, I hear. How much did Sam make during 1947?
Effie would know. But no matter how much it was, it won't change Sam. He'll still do business at the same old stand in a rickety office building on Post Street where the elevator seldom ever works and the janitor never ever works.
As a matter of fact, I got into my Philip Marlowe pants this morning and did a little spade work on Spade myself. Don't stop me if I'm wrong, but here are some of the facts. F-A-X, facts. The way I dug them up. Age? Nobody talked. History? Mysterious, but was probably a Pinkerton man to start with. Height? 6 feet and a small chunk. Weight? Enough muscle to go with his height. Hair? Dim-out blonde. Eyes? Yellow-gray. Unmarried. Lives alone in a small furnished apartment within walking distance of his office. Is economical to the point of, never takes a cab where streetcars can get, and has been known to walk where they can't get. Secretary, Effie Perrine. The only person who really knows what makes Sam tick when he wants her to. Otherwise, he's a lonely man who trusts no one, lives alone, and loves alone, and expects others to like it. Have I left anything out?
Nothing you left out, Bob. Something you put in. It's Not true that I don't trust anybody. I trust everybody. All my clients are honest until I prove them otherwise.
Maybe that's what kept you in the private eye business all these years.
That and the strong hatred that I have.
Hatred?
Yeah, for time clocks and the hours between 9 and 5. That's why I went into business for myself, and that's what keeps me there.
Then you regard it as a business, Sam, and not as an adventure.
Well, when you break an arm in an adventure, the cost of setting it is not tax deductible. In a business, it is.
Yes, I see. How many cases have you had? And do you think all private dicks are clever?
Well, I've had so many cases I can't remember them all. About being clever, I once knew an operative who, while looking for pickpockets at Santa Anita Racetrack, had his wallet stolen. He later became a lieutenant of detectives in Glendale.
Sam, tell me, what was the most surprising thing that ever happened to you?
The most surprising thing that ever happened to me was in 1936 in Washington, D.C. I met a young lady on a bus who did not remark that my work must be very interesting.
Well, that's very interesting.
Thanks a lot. But I guess my most exciting caper since the Maltese Falcon was the hugger-mugger over the candy tooth. Usually when I wind a caper, I call Effie just to let her know I'm okay before I hustle down to the office to dictate my report to the client. But this time it was 4:30 in the morning before I could get to a phone. The reason was that I was in jail. Around.
Sam, where am I going to get pencils at this hour? Oh, Sam, I hurried just as fast as I could. There was no taxi around. What are you doing in jail?
My apartment's being redecorated. Bring your book.
Well, of course I did. And pencils, too. But you're here on a murder charge, Sam. Whatever could have happened
Take it down,
to you?
Effie.
But, Sam, what did
The
you do?
San Francisco Homicide Bureau. Attention, Detective Lieutenant Dundee. Date, fill it in.
I will.
From Samuel Spade, license number 1375596. Subject, the candy tooth caper. Dear Dundee, I don't know all the answers, not yet. What I do know is going down on paper while I'm still alive to get it there.
Oh, Sam.
The scenario runs something like this. This morning, a telegram came to my office. It was addressed to Samuel Spade, Esquire, and it was signed Casper Gutman. Gutman, the fat man. So far as I knew, Dundee, when you closed your books on the Maltese Falcon capers 7 years ago, Gutman was entered as dead. First, I thought the telegram was somebody's idea of a joke. But when I read it through the second time, I knew it was no joke. There's nobody else who thinks or talks or writes like Casper Gutman.
My dear Mr. Spade, you will no doubt receive with mixed emotions the news of my imminent reappearance in the city of the Golden Gate. Hence the companion dispatch of a telegraphic draft in the amount of $1,000, which you are free to convert into coin of the realm. This trifling sum, sir, is merely a token of my esteem for a man of many resources and nice judgment. And for it I do not require any specific service. However, if you feel so disposed, sir, you are free to accept my considered advice in the matter of an invidious pair of rogues. To wit, one Lawrence Laverne, DDS, and or Hope Laverne, whose charms and aliases are far too myriad to enumerate in this necessarily abbreviated communication. Should either or both of these persons approach you, beware the hidden tooth. Believe me, sir, they are untruthful, unreliable, and totally devoid of all moral sensibilities. I count upon you to make no commitments to them or anyone else until you have heard my proposition. This I hope to lay before you when I arrive in San Francisco this very evening. Dear Joel, send regards. I remain your obedient servant, Casper Gutman.
Casper Gutman, the fat man. I know, Dundee, you figured I didn't get hurt much the last time I tangled with Gutman over the Maltese Falcon. But that's because you didn't know Bridget O'Shaughnessy as well as I did, as well or as warmly. Well, I figured if Gutman was still in the land of the living, let him come. This time I wasn't going to get hurt in any way. There couldn't be two Bridgets. Nevertheless, I ate a can of spinach, which I found on Effie's desk. Then I sat down again, facing the door. Nothing much happened for almost 10 minutes. I was still trying to dig the meaning out of Gutman's double talk, and I'd gotten about as far as his warning about a hidden tooth when Effie ushered a man into my office.
Mr. Spade. Well, I must say that you are indeed a pleasant surprise, but pleasant.
You've said it. What can I do for you?
My name is Laverne. Lawrence Laverne.
How do you do?
I shall spare you the tiresome details and plunge right into the problem. Oh, dear. At the Hotel Royal George, there is a mildewed creature, but mildewed, registered as Mr. Herman Julius. Oh, a really frightful person.
Very frightful, huh?
Oh, the kiss of death department. The only thing about this creature that has any charm is the four-toothed lower bridge in his right jaw. Now, Mr. Spade, I want you to get that bridge for me.
I'm sorry. It sounds as though you're saying I want you to get that bridge for me.
Precisely.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Because he refuses to pay me for it.
You're a dentist?
I prefer to regard myself as a dentist sculptor. I created this bridge for Mr. Julius with infinite pains. And now he refuses to pay me. I ask payment, and he accuses me of acting without charm.
Mr. Julius wouldn't happen to be a very large, fat man?
Oh, contraire. Skin and bones. Well, Mr. Spade?
I'm afraid you come to the wrong man, Mr. Laverne. What you want is a lawyer to sue him.
Sue him? Months of legal wrangling? Oh, no. Oh, no. I intend to be vindictive about this. I am by nature a very gracious and charming person. But now let him beware. I shall have that bridge from Herman Julius, even if you must knock him down and wrench it from his jaw.
Uh-huh. You tried knocking him down yourself?
Oh, I could never even bring myself to perform extractions. I always send those patients to less sensitive dentists.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid you'll have to find yourself a less sensitive private detective.
Oh, dear. Well, Mr. Spade, what would you advise me to do?
Mr. Laverne, I would advise you to get out of California before Walt Disney sees you.
Well, good day, sir. I would like very much to have you in my chair someday. Might teach you some manners.
Beware the hidden truth.
Hello.
Hello. Please sit down, Miss...
Thank you. Laverne. Hope Laverne.
Miss Laverne?
Yes.
What can I do for you?
Well, I'm looking for my brother.
Missing?
Well, yes and no. I mean, he's been gone since yesterday, and I'm terribly afraid he'll get into trouble.
Oh? What kind of trouble?
Well, you see, it just isn't easy for me to talk about this, Mr. Spade.
Well, now, Miss Laverne, suppose you just lean back in that chair, close your eyes, and...
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's easier like this.
I thought you'd like.
My brother's name is Lawrence. He's a man of 52. He's not well. I mean, he gets spells, and he acts peculiarly. He suffered a nervous breakdown some years ago, and he spent most of his life in sanitariums.
Where are you from, Miss Laverne?
Kansas City. During the past year, Larry was in a rest home in Palo Alto, and I arrived 2 days ago to take him home. Yesterday morning, Well, I don't know how it happened, but he's gone.
These spells you mentioned, what are they like?
Oh, well, he assumes different personalities. His favorite seems to be that of a dentist. He becomes obsessed with the thought that he's done some work, a bridge or something, for someone who refuses to pay him. He'll walk up to a perfect stranger and create a scene. He's been arrested a few times, nothing serious, public nuisance. Mr. Spade, I'm afraid that he'll be put away if he's arrested once more.
I see, and you want me to look for him.
Then he hasn't been here?
Why'd you think he'd come here?
Oh, that's another one of his tactics. He goes to a private detective, hires him to either follow a man or get back the work he thinks he's done. Dental work, you know.
But what made you think he'd come to me?
Oh, well, not you, particularly. Ever since yesterday, I've tried almost every private detective in San Francisco. No one has seen him.
Who'd you talk to?
I beg your pardon?
These private detectives, who'd you see?
Oh, well, there was a man named Graham and one named Marlowe, Philip Marlowe.
Excuse me. Would you like a drink?
No.
Marlowe speaking.
Spade, Phil.
Hiya, Sam.
Phil, you got a rumble on a missing brother named Larry Laverne?
Yeah. Gal was in early this morning. Brother's some kind of a screwball.
You meet him?
No, hasn't been around yet.
Thanks, Phil. See you.
Why did you do that, Mr. Spade?
It's doing things like that have kept me alive and in business all these years. That was Marlowe. Your brother hasn't been to him.
I told you that.
But your brother has been here.
When?
A few minutes before you came in. Can't see how you missed him.
What did he tell you, Mr. Spade?
Pretty much as you outlined it.
About the dental work. And some man owing him money.
Yeah, some man named Julius. Herman Julius, he said. You know him?
I never heard of him. He's probably just another figment of Larry's imagination. Mr. Spade, I'm terribly worried about Larry.
I got that impression.
Will you try to find him for me?
Can you give me any idea where I might start looking?
Well, I think I know how Larry's mind works when he's in the midst of one of these spells, and if you find this Mr. Julius, you'll probably find Larry close by.
So you want me to find Mr. Julius first?
Oh, well, I only thought it would be simpler checking on this Mr. Julius' movements than on Larry's unpredictable whims, you see. Don't you think that makes good sense, Mr. Spade?
Miss Laverne told me she was staying at the Pickwick Arms, and I said I would call her if I found her brother, and she said, thank you very much, and I said it's nothing, just part of the day's routine, and then she kissed me and left. After lunch, I strolled over to the Royal George Hotel. Duke, the housekeeper, gave me a rundown on Mr. Julius, a quiet, nervous little man who'd sealed himself up in his room for 2 days, eating out of room service. I didn't have any trouble finding the hacky who'd driven him away when he checked out. He gave me the address, and 20 minutes later, I was mounting the front steps of a greasy rooming house on Sacramento Street. I twisted the rusty bell on the door, and a long, sharp nose that could only belong to a landlady stabbed out at me.
What you want?
I'm looking for a man named Herman Julius.
Don't have no Julius here.
Well, maybe he gave some other name. A little skinny guy with a foreign accent.
You the Lord?
Take me to his room.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Now. Well, step inside. Up the stairs.
Home?
Never seen him go out. Ain't but one door. Watch that step second from the top. It's busted. Don't want no lawsuits.
It's the third.
Said he was a refuge. And Nazis was after him. Another fight. Never knew he was in a tangle with the Lord. Smell that?
Certainly do.
Cooking in the rooms. I got a rule, too. Sneaking electric plates, they do. Runs up the bills. Buzzards. Here's his room. Mr. Julius! Mr. Julius! Mr. Julius, you second there? They drink, some of them. Then they don't cook in their rooms. They drink. Get DT, some of them. Oh, go on in and get him. I don't want no part of it. Oh, these days.
I didn't see who it was right away. His face was the color and consistency of crushed strawberries. I helped him up and over to the wash basin in the corner of the room. With his face washed, he looked a little better, but he still...
Oh, am I ever glad to see you? I thought it was them coming back to kill me.
Did you find Julius?
No. He got away, the wretch, down the fire escape as I came in.
Who did this to you, a big fat man?
Oh, to tell the honest truth, Mr. Spade, I never even got a good look at him. He was all over me before I even...
Julius? What's in his bridge work?
Oh, I'll tell you everything, but please, first, let's get out of this horrid room. Oh, it smells like cabbage.
Larry Laverne was tougher than he looked. After the going over he'd gotten, you or I would have been hospital-bound, Dundee. But he did a late take. We were on the way back to his hotel, walking toward Market, when he crumpled in the middle like a sack of flour. I grabbed him and held him upright, looked wildly around for somewhere to park him. We were standing in front of a newsreel theater. I bought 2 tickets and piloted him inside. We sat down. I undid his clutch on my arm and concentrated on the screen. The subject that followed the football game was some big Oriental celebration somewhere in India or someplace. A very fancy parade with white elephants.
Candy,
Ceylon.
the famed white elephants of the Orient get their annual airing as crowds of devout Buddhists gather to do homage to some of the strangest relics in the modern world. Here in Kandy, the Mecca of the Buddhist religion, pilgrims gather from near and far. Indian Rajas, Burmese officials, and Chinese dignitaries in ceremonial dress prostrate themselves before the jeweled casket containing the most sacred object of the Buddhist world, legendary relic of Buddha himself. As the Orient goes wild in jubilant celebration, temple dancers of Kandy perform for the crowned heads of the Orient.
Take me out of here! I can't stand it, Uncle Man. I tell you, stark-raving man!
Easy, you're annoying the customer.
You brought me in here on purpose. You're trying to drive me crazy, but crazy!
Easy.
Listen to me. 2 men holding up the sacred relic are high priest.
If that man says that one word, Candy, just once more, I won't be responsible. I tell you, I won't be responsible.
All right, Larry.
Take me out of here.
What's the end? You got me doing it. Come on, let's get out of here.
An impressive ceremony indeed.
I promise you, Mr. Spade, all I need is just one night's sleep and I'll be a new man.
Yeah.
I haven't even dared to take 40 winks since I arrived in this town for fear those monsters might murder me in my bed.
Yeah, I know. It's tough. Sit down.
So this is your apartment?
That's what I laughingly call it. Living room, bedroom, icebox. Here, have a drink. Me
Oh,
too.
thanks. Oh, did I ever need that?
Help yourself to the bottle.
I don't touch alcohol as a rule, but after what I've been through...
Well, now, drink all you like. You deserve it.
Oh, thank you. Well, I hardly know where to begin. It's all so strange. And there I was in Lisbon, Mr. Spade, the only English-speaking dentist worthy of the name in the entire diplomatic colony. Well, you must have read in the papers about Dom Constantino's tomb being violated. It was the scandal of the season. Oh, it's so horrible, Mr. Spade. I just can't talk about it.
Try a little more of this. Settles the nerves.
Oh, I just don't know how I can ever thank you. Ever since I hit this berg, I've been feeling like the forgotten... man.
Yeah, you were saying something about a tomb being broken into. In Portugal, this was?
Yes. Well, you know, the draft board just took one look at me. And...
I know what you mean.
So I just stayed on in Lisbon. And, well, you know how people gossip, having patients of all nationalities and all that.
Yeah, I get it. Between the Nazis and the Allies, you were quite a social line.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't get the idea I was a spy. Oh, no. But sometimes people had things that could be hidden in a hollow tooth, and like that, bridge work, you know? I think I told you I'm not so much a dentist as a dental artist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that fat Mr. Gutman brought me this tooth, you see.
Gutman?
Yes, Mr. G and that Joel Cairo person that was with him. Well, they brought me this tooth. Oh, a horrid yellow old thing, practically a fang. They wanted to put in Mr. Julius' fridge. Paid me £1,000, can you imagine? Then when I learned what they had done, well, it made me positively ill. This practically sacred old tomb in the cathedral, they'd broken in and literally torn out a piece of his jawbone.
Whose?
Why, Dom Constantino's.
And who's Dom Constantino?
Oh, the Portuguese viceroy. It didn't hurt him any. He's been dead 500 years if he's dead a day. Oh, dear. I'm as tight as a tick. This liquor is getting to me.
And it was. I thought he'd open up some more, but I overplayed the bourbon. Half a bottle later, he passed out. I flopped on the sofa and tried to get some sleep for myself. But my dreams kept getting in the way. I had newsreel dreams in Technicolor. I dreamed that a white elephant with a face like Casper Gutman was leading a parade down Market Street. The howdah that was strapped to his back looked like a dentist chair. Herman Julius was sitting in it, but this face seemed to be blanked out. Joel Cairo, wearing a surgeon's gown and a turban, was drilling Julius's tooth. The crowds were throwing diamonds and rubies from the peanut bags they were carrying, and Gutman vacuumed them up with his trunk. That was when the bells started ringing in the Buddhist temple that had been built on top of the Mark Hopkins. Yeah.
Mr. Spade.
Yeah?
Mr. Spade, I need your help.
Who's this?
Hope Laverne, please, Mr. Spade. I'm terrified.
Where are you?
I'm in a drugstore, 5th and Mission.
Near the bus depot?
Yes, please, come at once, Mr. Spade.
Well, can't you come here?
I can't. I don't dare go into the street.
All right, wait there. I'm on my way. I took a quick gander at Laverne, saw he was still out cold, slipped into my topcoat, and left the apartment. I figured it would take me 11 minutes to hustle over to 5th and Mission. But I never got any further than 50 yards from the front of my building. I sensed him behind me, wheeled suddenly, bumped him into a doorway, held the thumbs of his hands gripped tightly in my fist. Stand still or I'll tear him off.
Let go. I'll kill you.
Don't move and it won't hurt.
You filthy beast.
The boy twisted suddenly and violently, and I heard the crack of his left thumb breaking. He swallowed a scream, dashed out into the deserted street. I went after him, turned into the alley, and caught the butt of a gun behind my right ear. I don't know how long I was out, but I do know I came to at least 3 hours too soon. I needed much more rest. I opened my eyes, steadied a swaying ceiling, and then I heard his voice.
Well, sir, this is indeed a jolly reunion.
It couldn't be, but it was. Casper Gutman, the fat man of the Maltese Falcon caper. Looking at the unholy trio there in the room, Joel Cairo, the little Levantine, still as oily and smiling as ever and still fragrant. Marvin, a sullen, white-faced, hollow-eyed youth as near Wilmer's double as anyone will ever see. And Gutman, spruce as ever in his black cutaway coat, black vest, and gray striped trousers. You'd have thought nothing had happened since then, not even the war. The grayness at Cairo's temples only made his baby face look more babyish. And about Gutman, nothing was different except his watch chain. A curious jewel-encrusted ornament dangled from it, shaped like a claw.
You seem surprised to see me, sir. And no wonder. It's always disconcerting to encounter a ghost, especially such a substantial ghost. A lot of water has gone under the bridge since last we met, eh?
Under the bridge?
Yes, which brings us to the subject at hand, the bridge.
My head aches. What about the bridge?
First, we'll talk of it. After all, this is quite an occasion, sir. Reunion of old friends, eh, Mr. Spade?
Yeah. Tell me, did you ever find the Falcon, if you'll excuse the expression?
Your eyes are resting on all that remains of that fabulous bird, sir.
Yes, that trinket on his watch chain. All that remains of the Maltese falcon.
Well, mark you, sir, what part of it survived. The claw. You believe in omens?
Right now, I'm ready to believe almost anything.
Indeed, sir. Well, no need for dissembling. We're old and wise, I trust, in the days of the Falcon. But suffice it to say, the unsavory and bloated object which the police dredged up from San Francisco Bay and identified as myself was some other poor soul. Wilmer, I am happy to say, remembered the debt of gratitude he owed me, and at the last moment agreed to be a party to the very necessary little deception. That is, since they had him cold, as you detectives say, for the other killings, he might as well confess to murdering me. He did so in exchange for my agreement to take care of his family in a financial way. An investment, by the way, which has paid rich dividends.
How's that?
Oh, indeed. Oh, well, thanks to it, I now have Marvin, Wilmer's younger brother.
I thought I noticed a family resemblance.
Shut up! Oh, yes, poor Wilmer. He was like a son to me, like a son.
No, it didn't stop you from making him a patsy.
I detest killing Mr. Spade. I cautioned Wilmer time and again. He was so headstrong. A mere boy.
You better caution this punk or he won't last to take any raps for you.
Break this head,
Marvin.
That dirty shamus lays another hand on me. I'll kill him.
No, Marvin. Good, take Marvin into the other room. Explain to him that Mr. Spade and I are very old friends.
Casper knows best, Marvin. Come with
and
me.
now, no nonsense, you two now.
I'll kill him. Marvin, Casper would be angry.
Oh, dear. Hot-headed. Runs in that family.
Yeah. Well, let's have it, Gutman. What are you after this time?
My dear boy, you must judge me. It's true I had Marvin check up on you, but only because of your association with Miss Laverne. Oh, but no matter now. I'm weary of the chase. All the way from Candy, What did the girl tell you?
She asked me to find her brother, a dentist named Laverne.
You believed her story?
No.
Most unscrupulous woman. No veracity, no regard for truth whatsoever. A true motive? Merely to make trouble for me and my friends because of her association with Kemidov. Aye, the Russian's hand again, Mr. Spade.
Kemidov? Did I ever meet Kemidov?
You'd hardly forget if you had. In short, here is my proposition. Another $1,000, coin of the realm, sir, for which you will refund whatever money Miss Laverne gave you and send her packing.
The bidding starts at $10,000.
Ooh. You drive a hard bargain, Mr. Spade. Very well. I'll meet your terms.
I told you the bidding starts there.
And where does it stop?
Half or whatever the caper nets you. I deliver Julius, you do the rest.
Well, between you and me, Mr. Spade, I'm not as affluent as I once was. The Falcon pretty well wiped me out financially. Considering the time and money I've already invested in trying to track down the weasel Julius.
What's in Julius's bridge work?
And if I don't choose to tell you?
Then it's no dice. Think it over, Gutman. Either I'm in all the way for half or I deliver Julius to the other outfit.
And that is your final dictum, sir?
Take it or leave it. Either you're in or you're out.
Good night, Mr. Spade. I trust you will call me on the telephone when you reach your diggings and tell me that you've changed your mind. No hard feelings.
The fog was clearing, and only a few white wisps of it were clinging to Twin Peaks when I walked home that morning. It was too late to worry about Hope. Or did she phone for Gutman to decoy me out so that I started walking faster? As I climbed the stairs to my apartment, I heard a door open on the landing, and the slot of light that stabbed out from it showed me it was my door. The light came from behind, whoever had opened it, and I couldn't see who it was at first, only that it was not Larry Laverne. I took the last flight 4 steps at a time.
Hello, Sam.
Dundee, what's happened?
Come in and see for yourself.
Well, I saw for myself. I wish somebody else had seen for me. Hysterical Larry was lying on his back on my bedroom floor. His eyes were wide open, and he had a crooked grin on his face. A very crooked grin. Whoever had killed him had wrenched his jaw out of place.
I'm not saying you killed him, Sam. I'm only asking you who did.
Don't be a child, Dundee.
Why was he killed?
No statement.
What was he doing here? Who is he?
The name he gave was Laverne. I let him flop here because he was afraid to go home.
Afraid of who?
A man named Casper Gutman.
What?
Yeah, Gutman.
Quit stalling, Sam. Gutman's dead and you know it.
You bury him, Dundee?
Well, I believe you mean it.
Where Gutman's concerned, it doesn't pay to kid around.
What's he after now?
The bridge work out of a man's mouth. The man's name is Julius.
What's in this Julius bridge work? Maltese Falcon?
Something like that.
I'm sorry, Sam. It's not good enough. I'll have to take you in.
So you took me and you booked me. Bail was set at $20,000. You saw to that. You figure there's only one operator who'd put up that kind of money to spring me, and that's Casper Gutman. I hope you're right. Period. And the first part, at least, of sob story.
But, Sam, what is in Herman Julius's bridge work?
Laverne told me it was a tooth Gutman stole out of a skeleton in an old Portuguese catacomb.
What's so valuable about that?
I don't know.
Could be a jewel inside of it?
No, it's not Gutman's kind of game. Besides, the thing that made poor Laverne blow his top in that newsreel theater was something more like an elephant tusk.
Oh.
Where's that encyclopedia? Did you bring it?
Oh, yes, I did, Sam. Yes, I did. Wasn't I smart?
Look it up.
Look what up?
Candy with a K.
Oh. K, car, can. Oh, here it is. Candy. Hey, nothing. City. Capital of Central Province of Ceylon, located near the center of the island north.
Spare me the geography.
Well, the railroad from Colombo. Noted for its waterfalls and stuff.
Yeah.
The city surrounds an artificial lake and is sacred to Buddhists for its temple of Naligawa, which enshrines the tooth of Buddha brought, according to legend...
What? Let me see that.
Where?
Let me see, it's sacred to Buddhists for its temple of Naligawa, which enshrines it. Effie.
What's the matter, Sam?
It says the Buddha.
Sam, you don't think that's what's in Herman Julius's bridge work?
If it was, Gutman would be after him.
But how did he get to Portugal?
If it did, Gutman's the man that could track it down.
Sam, you sure of that?
No, Angel. No. The only thing I am sure of is this. When the Maltese Falcon laid an egg, it hatched a flock of vultures, and they're all circling right around my head.
Well, cheer up, Sam. You won't be in jail long. I'll bring you a cake with a file in it.
Angel.
No, devil's food.
In tonight's full hour of suspense, Howard Duff, our star, appears as Sam Spade, with Joseph Kearns as Casper Gutman, in William Spear's production of The Candy Tooth. Tonight's study in suspense. In just a moment, we will return with the second half of The Candy Tooth. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and Robert Montgomery.
At the point at which we interrupted Sam Spade's narrative just now, things were at a pretty pass.
A pretty pass indeed.
A pretty pass. Sam wound up with the body of the dentist, Larry Laverne, in his apartment. The girl, Hope, waiting for him in the bus station. Caspar Gutman, the fat man, waiting for an answer to his ultimatum that Spade produce the tooth, or else.
Me in city prison under $20,000 bail, and the fabulous Candy Tooth still chumping on two-bit hamburgers in the bridge work of a very elusive man named Herman Julius.
Yes. And?
Well, after I dictated my report to Effie on what had happened until then, she left, and I laid down to think. Lieutenant Dundee and I had agreed that I should spend the night on the pokey. He figured that the 20-G bail would draw only one man to put up that much moolah to spring me, Casper Gutman. Along about 9 in the a.m., the turnkey unlocked the door of my cell. I followed him out to the desk. The $20,000 were there, but no sign of benefactor, benefactress, or Samaritan of any type. The bond was in my name. I signed my release and walked out. Across the street was parked a long black limousine with the curtains drawn. I started for it when a voice at my elbow checked me.
George Spinger's Spade.
See.
I'm Don Constantino de Braganza. It's I who have put up the $20,000.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Now, why?
I desire a service. My card, Senor.
Don Constantino. Wait a minute.
Yes, you seem to know the name, eh?
Yeah. For a guy who's been dead 500 years, you don't look too bad.
Oh, thank you. You are referring, of course, to my illustrious ancestor, Don Constantino, the first Portuguese viceroy of India, who indeed had been dead since the 16th century.
It's on his behalf I speak to you now.
What can I do for him?
Restore the tooth which was wrenched from his skull by a pack of unspeakable ghouls who violated his tomb in Lisboa.
You think they're in San Francisco?
Let us not be naive, Senor. The contemptible little dentist, Laverne, was killed in your apartment. Therefore, you must know the whereabouts of the other ghouls.
I know so many ghouls, Senor. You'll have to be more specific.
I refer to a fat pig named C. Gutman and an odorous little camel named J. Cairo, and most especially to a woman of the female sex by name H. Laverne.
You want them or the tooth?
Both. Not one without the other.
No, it'll take a little time. They haven't got the tooth.
You know where it is?
In the bridge work of a man named Julius.
Oh. That then explains the dentist and the diabolical manner which they employed in smuggling the tooth out of Lisboa.
Now, you go on home and you stay there until I call you, huh?
Senor, I respect your judgment.
Thank you.
You will find me at the Hotel San Rafael, and for the retainers, you may consider the $20,000 bond as due.
Wow.
Adios, senor.
Adios. Be careful crossing streets.
Adios.
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 Adios, Tom Constantino.
Adios.
Yeah, adios.
Adios.
Adios, Dad.
Spade. Sam, get in.
You, got a hack license, Miss Laverne?
Oh, please don't, Sam. I know this car's ridiculous, but I don't dare use taxis or be seen on the street. What did that man tell you?
What happened last night when you called me from the bus station in such a panic?
Why didn't you come?
I went to see the fat man.
You saw Gutman? Did he mention me?
You didn't make that call last night to get me out of the apartment so that somebody could get in and kill Laverne.
Oh, Sam.
Then why did you call?
Because I found Herman Julius. And I'm driving you there now.
We didn't do any talking after that. She sat very close to me. There was plenty to talk about, but we didn't do any talking after that. I was vaguely aware that we were driving across to Oakland, and a few minutes later we pulled up in front of an apartment building. We took the elevator up to the 9th floor.
This is it, Sam. 9B.
Nobody home.
Oh, he's in there, Sam. I know he is.
Mr. Julius. Mr. Julius.
Go away. There's no Julius here.
That's his voice.
Mr. Julius, I've got to talk to you. It's very important. If you don't open the door, I'll have to...
I'll kill myself. I'll kill myself.
He will, Sam. He will. You've got to stop him.
Go away.
Julius! Wait a minute. Wait, don't! It was the 9th floor he started from. Poor, frightened little Herman Julius was dead on arrival. By the time we made it downstairs, the street was cluttered with cops. I grabbed Hope by the arm, hustled her around the corner to a rented limousine, and told her I'd call her later. My next stop was the fat man himself.
Well, sir, so you reconsidered. You found Julius.
I know where he is.
And your terms, sir. What are your terms?
100,000, cash on the line.
Oh, out of the question, Mr. Spade.
No cash, no tooth.
You found another buyer?
Yeah. A man named Constantino de Berganza says the tooth belongs in the head of his ancestor by a previous marriage.
Oh, acquaintances are very true. And what else did he say to you?
That he'd double any bid that you made on the tooth.
My dear fellow, have you any inkling, any remote idea of the value of that tooth? No? Well, I'll tell you, sir. But let me warn you, if I tell you, and you do not then produce the tooth...
Yeah, let's get on with it, Governor.
Yes, let's sit down, sir. How much do you know of the 16th century history of the Orient?
Well enough to fill that tooth with.
Capital joke, sir. I shall give you a little more. Enough, say, to fill an elephant tusk.
I'm listening.
Well, sir, when the Portuguese invaded India in the 16th century and established the city of Goa, there were three main empires in the Orient, namely China, India, and Burma. And the rulers of all three empires thought to rule the world. Now, legend had it that in order to become lord of the world, a monarch had first to be the possessor of 7 gems. That's gems spelled with a J, sir. Yes, gems. This is no fantasy, I'm telling you, Mr. Spade. This is actual history. 7 gems. And what were those 7 gems?
You tell me.
The first 6 do not concern us, Mr. Spade. A golden wheel, a white elephant, all easy to come by for an Oriental monarch. But the 7th, Mr. Spade, the 7th.
What was that, the tooth?
The tooth, Mr. Spade, the tooth. The sacred tooth of the great Lord Buddha himself. That remained in the temple of Maligawa at Kandy, on the island of Ceylon. Now, many kings sent armies to capture it, but all were defeated by the fierce Brahmins who stood guard at the temple gate. And so, We come to the year 1552.
It's about time.
Now, in that year, the Portuguese viceroy, Dom Constantino de Braganza, landed near Jaffna with a force of 1,220 men and defeated the king's legions in a savage battle. He returned to Goa with his victorious army and the tooth, which he retained as his personal prize. It was not long before the Burmese king, Bainaum by name, sent an emissary to Dom Constantino, offering the modern equivalent of £1 million sterling as ransom for the tooth.
How'd it get to Portugal?
Oh, hear me out, sir. Hear me out.
All right.
Well, before the transaction could be consummated, the Portuguese archbishop called on Dom Constantino and, in the name of the Inquisition, demanded the tooth. After some delay, Dom Constantino, under threat of torture, delivered a tooth into the archbishop's hand, and that tooth was publicly destroyed. The archbishop grinding it into powder with mortar and pestle and scattering the residue upon a fire, that the tooth might be utterly consumed. Shortly after this, Dom Constantino's personal physician, after drawing a tooth, now mind you, a tooth, from the viceroy's head, died under very mysterious circumstances. We may safely infer that the substitute tooth which he drove into the viceroy's jawbone, after the primitive fashions of dentistry in those days, was the candy tooth, put there for safekeeping until Dom Constantino could resume negotiations with Bainaum's emissary. But before that could be accomplished, Dom Constantino was stricken with the plague, carried aboard ship, and home to Portugal, where he died. He was entombed with the candy tooth still in his head. Now, the manuscript which fell into the possession of the Russian Kemidov, and later into mine, but I shall not go into unnecessary detail,
Of course not.
was Dom Constantino's deathbed confession, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that the real candy tooth had reposed for more than 4 centuries, not in the great temple at Kandy in Ceylon, but in a Portuguese tooth.
Yeah, well, I think I can take it from there. You still haven't told me what my percentage is.
Well, my dear boy, if your percentage were 1/10 of 1% of what can be realized on that tooth, you could retire to a life of sloth and luxury for the rest of your days. For the restoration of the true relic, there is no limit to what the Buddhist world could and would pay. Gifts and tribute paid to one temple alone exceed $11 million a year. Now, my boy, you begin to comprehend something of its value?
I'll still settle for cash.
Very well, then. $10,000.
It's a deal.
You understand, Mr. Spade. Now that you have my secret, the affair must be gotten over quickly, for good and all. If it is not, believe me, this time I shall not bargain with you for my life. You shall bargain with me for yours.
After I left Gutman, I called you, Dundee, and found out by a clever ruse where Herman Julius's body had been sent. You told me. Then I hustled on over to the mortuary. As I walked in, a hushed young man wearing a hushed cutaway and a hushed expression greeted me.
Good evening, sir. I'm Converse Etheridge. Can I be of service?
Thank you. I've come to pay my last respects to an old friend. Can I be alone with him for a few minutes?
His name?
Julius. Herman Julius.
Oh, yes. His widow is here, sir. Mrs. Julius.
His widow, huh?
Yes, she's inconsolable. Perhaps, as a dear friend of the departed, you might give her words of comfort. Please go in.
Thank you. A little woman in black was sobbing quietly to herself. She turned around when she heard me come in. Her eyes lit up with hatred, and suddenly she grabbed something from her pocketbook and held it at me. It was a .45, and her hand was shaking.
Yeah, this time I will do it. Always before I didn't have the heart. Always hating bloodshed. But this time, this time!
Nick, Frau Julius, it's Freund.
You are not one of them.
No, I'm a detective. I want to punish the people responsible for your husband's death.
Yeah, I believe you. This gun, I was going to follow poor Herman. There didn't seem to be any reason for going on.
Tell me something about yourself and your husband, Mrs. Julius.
It's an old story now. Years of separation in different concentration camps. Bribery. Then my children and I, we were finally released. Came to this country. After 2 years, Herman brought us from Lisbon. We knew soon he would be with us. But even though the war was finished, they had lost. Still they went after Herman Julius. He knew the Nazis were behind him all the time. And even here, in this country, he did not dare come to me.
Mrs. Julius, you see, those people that followed your husband this time weren't Nazis. They weren't even after him. They were after something he was carrying. In Lisbon, didn't he go to a dentist named Laverne?
Oh, yeah.
And didn't Laverne put an odd-shaped tooth, kind of yellow, into his bridge work?
Yeah.
So he smuggled the candy tooth out of Portugal, and he never even knew it.
Oh, well, it does not matter now. Oh, Herman is dead. Surely they will leave his poor broken body in peace.
I doubt it very much, Mrs. Julius.
No, surely they will.
That's why I want to make a request of you. You see, others have died besides your husband because of this thing. More will die unless you do as I ask you.
Oh, to stop terror, any terror, I will do anything, Mr. Spade. Anything you say.
I told her what I wanted done, and she agreed to do it. Then I started on my part of it. I called Gutman at the St. Mark and told him 11 at my apartment. Then I called Dom Constantino at the San Rafael. Hope and I got there around 10:30. Go on in, Angel.
Well, this is where you live, Sam?
Where I sleep.
Must be lonely for you.
Sorry, no vacancy.
Sam, listen. There's so much I want to tell you about myself.
I'm listening.
Well, listen. Just before the war started, I was engaged to marry a man named Kemidov in London.
The Russian, yeah. Gutman mentioned him. Something about an old manuscript?
Yeah, Kemidov had stolen it. In India, it was very old, and Kemidov said that the information in it made it worth more than the Maltese Falcon. It was in Latin.
Mm-hmm. How'd the fat man get this manuscript away from Kemidov? So you double-crossed Kemidov and took the manuscript to Gutman.
Sam, before they get here, I've got to tell you something. No matter what happens, I want you to know this.
Sure, I know. Say it, Angel.
Don't torture me, Sam.
I'd like to hear it, Angel.
Oh, Sam, I love you so much it feels like hate. It feels like I can't.
Go on. Hate me, Angel.
Darling. No, don't answer it, Sam.
Relax, Angel. You'll be okay.
Sam?
Yeah?
Only you, Sam. All I want out of... Only you.
Just stay on third, Angel. I'll bat you home safe.
You see, sir, I'm a punctual man.
Come on in, Gutman.
Look, the same apartment, the same colors, everything the same.
Yeah, the same rat race, Cairo. Hello, Marvin. Killed anybody since lunch?
Want me to give it a Shaman? Oh, please, Marvin. No unpleasant talk. Mr. Gutman, please tell Marvin.
In here, gentlemen.
Yes, Marvin. Mr. Spade, I'm sure, regrets the unfortunate... Well, and what have we here?
You all know the lady?
You see, Mr. Gutman, I told you. Now he's dealing with her. Oh, this is...
Shut up, you hear me? Shut up.
Don't talk like that. I'm jumpy. I don't feel good. I don't know why.
You shut up, too.
Always fighting, violence, unpleasantness. I'm getting too old for this.
Now, Mr. Spade, to the business at hand. You have the truth.
I want some answers first. Did you have our dentist friend Laverne killed?
No.
Did Marvin kill Laverne?
No.
Cairo?
No.
Nobody killed Laverne. He died of old age.
Have you asked the little lady there?
Sam.
I gotta ask you, baby.
Oh, Sam, how could you?
Answer me.
No, Sam, you know I didn't.
Well, it doesn't matter. I got my pigeon pick to take the fall.
Oh, I don't feel so good.
No, Marvin. Retain yourself. No violence. Well, sir.
That's it. Sit still.
I have a package from the Avalon mortuary for Mr. Spade. Oh, hello, sir.
Yeah, let's have it.
Mrs. Julia said to tell you...
Yeah, thanks. Well, Gutman, this is it. This little package. The candy tooth.
The tooth, at last. Give it me, sir. Give it me.
Oh, Mr. Gutman, it's all over. We've got it. We
have. Come, sir. No more teasing.
Put those fat lunch hooks down before I chop them off.
I rather thought this wasn't all. What now, sir?
I told you there was another bidder. And here he is.
I would advise you not to reach for your gun, Mr. Spade.
You're pointing that gun at the wrong belly. The fat man's inside. Mr. Gutman, Mr. Cairo, Dom Constantino de Braganza of Portugal.
Portugal, indeed. It's the Russians.
Chesterton.
Do not be so formal, Hope, my darling. You may call me Sergei Ivanovich.
All right, let's get off the Kopeck. We're all here.
You see,
Mr. Spade, you are an unmitigated cad, sir. You all along this man was an imposter.
That was the name he gave me.
Well, what matter? There's enough for all.
Atchison Mujik, Mr. Spade, you'll please give me that package.
Now, Marvin, now!
They both had their guns into each other at once, practically. Kemidov fired first, but Marvin didn't fall. He spit out his chewing gum, then he squeezed the trigger of his .45. They both looked more surprised than anything else, but they were both very dead before they fell down.
Marvin, dead. As dead as Kemidov. Oh, well, it was worth it. You know, of course, it was he who killed Laverne.
I told you I had my pigeon picked with the fall.
By gad, man, you are a winner.
Poor Marvin. He looks so dead.
You can have the package now.
Oh, yes. The truth.
He seized the package with his fat little fingers. They were trembling so he could hardly undo the strings. He tore the outer wrappings, exposed a small metal jar. He looked at me and wrenched the lid off it. He dumped the contents onto the table.
The truth, what is it? There's nothing here. Ashes, sir, ashes.
That's it, Gutman, ashes. The tooth is there, along with the rest of Herman Julius. He was cremated this afternoon.
Cremated? The truth, it was cremated.
No, it cannot be, no.
But it is the truth. Oh, you idiot. I'll tell you what, the idiot. Why do I stay with him? Why?
Well, come, Joe. Shall we stand here weeping and bemoaning a curious quirk of fate? Or shall we defy all fates? Were we not well underway to finding the Romanov scepter when this charming lady detoured us with her romantic notions? Come. What say you, Joel, eh?
You mean we
yes,
go to...
Yes, Joel, to Samarkand.
Mr. Button, do not say it. He is listening.
Yes, a wise precaution. Then we go, eh?
Yes, Mr. Gutman, yes, we go.
Adieu, Mr. Spade. Oh, sound. It's like the stage of the Old Vic at the final curtain of Hamlet. Alas, poor Marvin, I knew him well. Oh, well, many a slip twixt the cup and the tooth.
Now, let him go, Mr. Montgomery. I knew there was nothing on him that Dundee's boys could make stick. I thought twice before I let Dundee take Hope Laverne, but we both agreed it was a smart thing to do. And what do you suppose Effie said when I said, period, end of report?
Oh, say, for once you came out ahead. $20,000. Oh, just think of the things we can do. Pay all the bills, the year's rent on the office, have that awful old leather chair reupholstered, and a new ribbon for my typewriter.
Effie, about that typewriter ribbon.
Well, maybe I can get along on this one for a while, but, Sam, I do think we should get my mother's earrings out of Moisha's pawn shop.
Effie, I know this is going to be a terrible blow to you, but...
Sam, what did you do with the $20,000?
I put it up for bail.
Bail?
Yeah.
But that was the $20,000. And you're released so you get the money. It's very simple, Sam. You just go down and ask them for it.
Effie, you see, you don't understand these things. Now, bail is a very complex legal technicality. You see, you put up a bond, and then you...
Sam, how much was the bail for Hope Laverne?
Yeah, that's what I mean, Angel.
Oh, Sam, you're such a child. You'll never see her again. She was just using you.
I'll take it, Effie. Hello.
Angel.
Hello, kitten.
Sam, I'm free. Shall I come over?
Well, I'll always be waiting for you, kitten.
Me too, Sam.
Kitten, indeed. C-A-T. Kitten.
What's that, Angel?
Oh, forget it, Sam. I just get
Can't
carried
figure
away.
me out, eh, Angel? Well, I'll tell you. I've lived without faith, and I lived without charity, but I've just got to have...
Out here is where I say, oh, good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
This is Robert Montgomery. I'm sure our suspense audience agrees with me when I say that whenever it is, it can't be too soon to have Sam Spade back with us again in a full-hour adventure on radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Incidentally, our producer, editor, director on these weekly full hours of suspense, Bill Spear, joins hands with Dashiell Hammett to bring you the adventures of Sam Spade each Sunday night on this network.
Thanks for the plug, Bob. I have a basket full of thanks to my friend Howard Sam Duff, the kind of actor a director lights candles for, and to wonderful Lorraine Tuttle, who plays Effie each week, and to Joseph Kearns, who is the Casper Gutman of them all, and to all you other ornaments to your profession, Kathy Lewis, Wally Mayer, Jay Novello, Jeanette Nolan, Jack Edwards Jr., Sidney Miller, Hans Conried, and Bill Johnston. And, of course, as always, to our musical director and conductor, Led Gluskin, and to the composer of our original scores, Lucien Moroway.
And our special thanks to Bob Tolman and Jason James, who wrote The Candy Tooth, and who were voted by their fellow mystery writers of America the Edgar Allan Poe Award for Sam Spade, the best detective show on the air.
And to the Wild Root Company, our gracious sponsor of SAME, for this courtesy and cooperation in making tonight's Spadery available. Now tell about next week, Bob.
Next week we will bring you another great American master of suspense, the author of The Postman Always Rings Twice and Double Indemnity, James M. Cain. It's a full hour of Mr. Cain's very wonderful novel, Love's Lovely Counterfeit. This is Robert Montgomery, who will welcome you once again next week to radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Don't forget, next week at this same time, a full hour of Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of what would happen to the little fellow, the average citizen like you and the man next door. Sapphire Anniversary.
Kate. Kate, no, don't move. Don't move a muscle.
Morning, Dan. Nice day, isn't it?
Kate, I said don't move.
I've got to, unless you want burned toast for breakfast.
Kate, standing by the window with the sun in your hair, making it like silver. Well, it was downright beautiful, and I...
Full of old springtime blarney, aren't you? Ought to be ashamed a man is almost 70 acting like a kid.
Well, maybe I feel like a kid. It's likely when a man's got a wife who looks prettier than the day he married her 45 years ago, come a week from Tuesday.
No.
A talented woman who makes the best popovers this side of the Rockies.
So that's it. I didn't taper off on the poetry because there wasn't enough flour for popovers this morning. You'll have to settle for eggs and plain old toast. Go on, sit down.
Okay. But I meant what I said. I can prove it. I remembered her anniversary. Oh, say, how's the coffee supply holding out?
I guess we can manage a second cup for you this morning.
No, thanks. Better save it for George Morrow. He'll be along soon. Hey, that venison George gave us, how much have we got left?
Enough for a couple of weeks.
Good. You think we could feed 3 or 4 extra for one meal on a certain day come a week from Tuesday?
We'll manage it. I'll be very careful. Even if we have to eat a little less afterwards.
It'll be worth it.
Yes. We'll write John. See if we can bring Viola and little Johnny for the day.
You think we can feed George, too?
I think so.
Oh. Is that you, George?
Nobody else.
Well, come on in. Come in.
Yeah. Looks like I might be in time for coffee,
There
huh?
you are. What you got in that sack?
Flour. It's for you. Don't ask me where I got it.
Oh, George, that's wonderful.
I always thought Santa Claus was an old fellow with white whiskers, but you shaved this morning.
George Murray, you can use that flour as much as we can.
Yeah, but you can't make popovers with it.
Turnabout fair play. Give me half a dozen eggs every couple of weeks. Besides, we all got sick together these days. If we don't, we're just as good as dead.
George, what a way to talk.
What other way is there? Say, did you hear about Joe Hawkins?
Well, I know he went to Springfield 3 weeks ago. Is he back?
No, never will be. He died in Springfield. Auto accident, they say. But, I figured that he was murdered.
Why, who murdered Joel? Everybody liked him.
Oh, does a man walk off and leave the best 1,000 acres of farm in the state, stocked and equipped and unattended, all ready for the commies to move in and turn it into one of those what do you call them now? Oh, yes, state farm?
Maybe it was an accident, George.
Not when Conway takes it over to Dave B. Porter.
I don't want to talk about it. I won't believe it's as bad as George keeps saying.
Oh, now, there's no need to get worked up, Kate. I was just passing on the news.
With your own pessimistic slant. Everybody knows it's too bad the commies got control of the country. So far, they haven't touched anyone but the big people like senators and governors and judges.
Oh, they'll get around everybody in due time.
Well, you make it sound horrible, like they were out to kill everyone.
Well, it is horrible, I know.
Well, maybe. But what about John? He works for them in Springfield and manages to stay happy and raise his family.
Family? Well, maybe that's the reason.
Where's Blackie? He's waiting for his morning handout, Dan. There's no sugar there. You can get him a carrot, or you'll find turnips in the bin.
There you are, Blackie, old boy. Chomp it down. Okay, now go on back to the field. I'll be out soon. Oh, I get it. You think it's time we got to work, huh?
Now, don't overdo, will you, Dan?
Blackie won't let me. I don't run this place. He does. Tells me when to go to work and when to kid. Well, be sure and turn on the radio, Kate. Catch the news for me.
George Morrow, I could break your neck. I could almost tell you to get out and take your flower with you.
What'd I do?
What'd you do? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. You just changed Dan from a happy, young-hearted man into a heavy-footed old man. Aged him 20 years in just about 2 minutes.
But I don't get it. Dan's old enough to know the score. All his life he's kept up on things. Why, you ought to hear what I heard on the radio this morning. Maybe you can if we missed part of the 9 o'clock news, but turn it on anyhow.
Dan asked me to listen to it.
Well, there ought to be enough news left to give you one hit for it.
Immediate effect, and all farmers are cautioned to familiarize themselves with the new regulations. Comrade Kalinsky said that the unfilled quotas for grain, dairy products, and meats were due to a holdover of wasteful and inefficient capitalistic methods of agriculture. Collectivism and state-operated farms will be increased rapidly, with a prime objective, the elimination of the shameful kulak class. Arthur Nesbitt speaking. This is the People's News Service.
You see, that's only a sample. First part of it was all about another purge of reactionaries for the greater glory of the state.
George, I don't care. Dan isn't going to be touched by it, and neither am I.
Well, now, you can't isolate a man like Dan. It'd be like trying to keep Blackie in a 3-by-5 corral. Dan likes to know what's going on.
There must be some way. There has to be.
Kate, what are you trying to do there? Trying to wreck it?
There. Looks fine, don't it? Looks the same as before. Except when you turn it on, nothing happens. Nothing.
And that's what Blackie did. Kate, that horse is practically human. Next to you, he's the most important member of this household. He's a friend. He's as good a friend as George Morrow.
Well, he's cheered you up. I'm thankful for that. Speaking of George, Dan, you mustn't take everything he says seriously. He always is looking on the dark side of everything.
Let's forget it for now. Did you catch the news for me?
I tried, but radio's gone dead.
Dead? Well, let me have a look at it. Well, it looks all right. Wires are okay. Oh, here's the trouble, I think. Yeah, the power tube is missing. Now, who do you suppose took that tube?
Well, it was burned out. I hope you remember the size, because I guess I got disgusted and just threw it away.
And here we are, miles and miles from town, no way of knowing what goes on. And Blackie and I better get up early tomorrow and ride into Springfield.
50 miles for that? Oh, well, why don't you wait till somebody with a car goes in?
No, I've got it. I have to write to John and get the letter down to the crossroads before night. He can bring a tube along when he comes.
Dear John, I hope this finds you, Viola, and Johnny happy and in good health. You'll have to excuse me for not writing sooner, but since the state suspended our insurance payments, the past few months have been very rough. We've had a big readjustment to make, but I'm glad to say we've made it. I guess you'd call it a shaky sort of economy, since it depends on the strength and intelligence of an animal, but when you figure this animal is a certain horse named Blackie, then it doesn't seem so risky.
It sounds a little frightening to me, John. It means they actually depend on that horse?
Well, honey, there's no choice for Dad. He and Mom have to grow their own food, otherwise they wouldn't eat. Dad's not strong enough for heavy work like plowing and cultivating and hauling, but Blackie is, and that's the economy he's talking about.
It still frightens me. Go on, read the rest of it.
A week from Tuesday, your mother and I celebrate 45 years of marriage. Our sapphire anniversary. While we don't expect you to bring us a pocket full of star sapphires, we would like you, Viola, and Johnny for the day. The country air will do you all good, and it'll mean everything to us to have the family gathered around the same table once more. When you come, please bring along a power tube for the old radio. We need it desperately because radio is our only contact with the outside world. Unless you count the news that filters fourth hand through George Morrow. Thank you, and don't disappoint us. Love, Dad. Oh, Vi, this time we won't disappoint him. I worked right through the last 2 weekends, finishing those new traffic schedules, and the boss is pleased enough to let me have a free day.
Well, it's sweet of Dan to ask, but Johnny and I can't go.
Can't go? Why not?
Because next Tuesday, Johnny's been invited to join the youth group. That great new organization that replaced that capitalistic Boy Scouts, with all the softness and decadence of scouting eliminated, of course. And Johnny had better be there on time, together with one of his parents. On time, so they can start taking all the humanity out of him.
Yeah.
You know, he's going to wonder about parents who are two-faced enough to give lip service to one thing and preach another.
Oh, now, honey, look, there's nothing disgraceful or two-faced in teaching him enough deception to stay alive. We can give him ideals to keep silently in front of himself. So if the chance ever comes, he'll want to free himself.
Well, I guess so. I hope so. But in the meantime, instead of being out in the country with his grandfather, he'll be here with...
Look, Vi, honey, if it'll help any, I'll write Dad and arrange a later date for us all. And I'll go with you to this youth group business. We'll get it over.
No. I can manage it. I'm sorry I spilled over.
Oh. Why shouldn't you? Have to once in a while.
John, I want you to go to Kate and Dan. It's their anniversary, and one of us really ought to be there.
Yeah, but my place is here with you.
Yes, but they're getting older, and who knows, this may be your last chance to see them. Later, if we're lucky, all three of us can go and have a holiday in the country.
Yeah, if we're lucky.
You write Dan tonight. Tell him you'll be there.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, that radio tube he wants, I'm a little worried about that. Remember the time we had getting a couple of tubes for our radio? You'd think they were solid gold.
Well, at least give it a try. That is, if you won't get in trouble.
Comrade Ward, if it's too much to ask, just forget.
You say a radio is a necessity for these parents of yours, Comrade Proctor.
Yes, sir. Yes, so you see, they live 50 miles from town up near the foothills. They're old, but no car, of course. And the radio is their only means of knowing what goes on.
And this particular radio uses a number 6X 5G power tube.
Mm-hmm.
What is your father's occupation, Comrade?
Oh, I guess you'd say he was retired. He used to be a logger.
Retired? I'm afraid that'll go against him on the application. He has no work of any kind at the present time.
Well, he does farm his place.
His place. He farms it. I suppose you fill out this form and we'll send it through. Be sure to identify him as a farmer and answer all the questions.
Yes. How long do you think it'll take before I can get the tube?
Comrade Proctor, I can give absolutely no assurances as to that. Your request may or may not be approved. However, we should know that within a couple of days. A couple of days only because of your good record with the traffic bureau, you understand?
Oh, yes, comrade. And I'm grateful to you.
I I've checked these applications, Harry, and they seem regular enough. We can send them on.
How many times do I have to tell you not to call me Harry around the office? It's Comrade Hollenbeck. And don't forget it.
All right, Harry. All right.
Not so fast. Where do you think you're going with those?
Just send them on, like I said.
No, you don't. You let one by last week that never should have passed. And I had the boss on my neck yesterday. You just stand there while I take a look.
Stand? Well, can I sit, comrade?
Oh, the boss will be here any minute. You stand. And show the proper respectful attitude, too. This one's in order. Yes, and this. Say, what's this?
What? Which one?
This one, Knothead. A farmer landowner?
Oh, that. Well, what's wrong with it? The guy only wants a radio tube.
Only a radio tube. You missed the point completely. He's a kulak. I've told you at least 100 times. Information given by kulaks goes on Form 96. And you send that on to Comrade Malenkoff's office.
And I'm supposed to guess these things?
Oh, sometimes I marvel at your stupidity. Sometimes I wonder why I don't get rid of you.
You want me to tell you, comrade?
No, shut up. Listen, I don't propose to get in trouble on account of you. So you just watch your step. Or your number 96 may end up on Malenkoff's desk.
You are listening to Sapphire Anniversary, a story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
What are these, Conrad? More 96s ready to be processed. Dirty kulak property owners, huh? They'll be processed, all right. Dan Proctor, age 68. Occupation farmer. Owner 5 acres arable land, 5-room cottage furnished. 12-year-old black stallion, 10 chickens. No listing of property in Ministry of Agriculture tax records.
Impose non-production and kulak penalties. Quadruple tax. Call to the immediate attention of the Office of District Commissar Conway.
Oh, if there's John with me looking this way. Answer it, Dan. Give me a second to powder my nose.
Well, hello, folks.
Oh, George.
Hey, something smells pretty fine in here.
Put your powder puff away, Kate. It's only George. Oh, pardon me. Oh, it's George in a bottle of something.
Yeah. Happy anniversary, Kate.
Oh,
you see, I was poking around the cupboard, you see, at my place, and I found this. You know, kind of thought it might, I thought it might make me a hug, eh, Kate?
Not only a hug, but a kiss.
Now, break it up. Now, break it up. Now. Say, will you look at this wine? It's from France, yeah, right here. Vintage 1935. George, you're a man of iron nerves. How did you manage to keep from touching it all these years?
Why, I'm as a weak will as next fellow, you know. Just didn't know it was there, that fellow.
Well, George, what's new? You've been to town lately?
Oh, haven't been to the city. The farther I keep away and stay, the better I like it. You know, I was down to the Crossroads post office just yesterday. And the news is all very bad. Conway's turned into a 2-bit dictator in the best Joe Stallion
If the news is bad, we don't want to hear it. Not today.
Oh, yes, that's right. Say, is there anything I can do to help, Kate?
Not a thing. The two of you go on into the living room. You keep an eye out for John. Let me know when you see him coming.
All right, Kate. If you need anything, call me.
Seems like old times, all buzzing around here in the kitchen.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of old times, do you remember how to carve a roast?
Why, sure I do. Let me see now. You cut with the grain of the meat.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't sound right now, does it? Let me see now. You cut across. Why, Dan, I don't rightly know.
I guess it doesn't matter. Probably John won't know the difference anyhow.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, somebody's coming. Looks like a state car. Oh. It's John. Kate, he's here. Reach for that powder puff.
Hello, Dad. Oh, boy, are you a welcome sight.
Welcome home, Johnny. Welcome home.
Dad, and George. It's great to see you looking so well.
Yeah, that goes double for me, too.
Johnny!
Oh, Mom.
Just come here this minute and give me a kiss.
Oh, Mom. Sugar and spice and everything.
I hope so. This came from the kitchen. Now, Johnny, where's Viola? Where's little Johnny?
Well, they couldn't make it this time, Mom.
Oh, that's too bad. I've been looking forward to having them. Oh, but thank heaven you're here. You know, Johnny, for once I've timed a dinner right. I can sit down with the rest of you for a minute. And in the living room, no less. Come on.
Tell me, how's family, John?
All in good health, George. I'm sorry they couldn't be here, but Johnny was scheduled to join a boys' club.
Maybe you can bring him for a couple of days when school's out.
Boys Club? They didn't get little Johnny in that commie youth group.
I'm afraid so. Seems to be no way out of it.
George, nothing unpleasant today, please.
Okay, now I'm sorry.
Hey, I guess I almost forgot to say happy anniversary, you two. I hope Vi and I look as well and happy as you two after we've been married 45 years.
Your mother is one in a million, Johnny. Well, look, just look at her now. Look at her. I swear she gets younger every year. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And today she looks just like a bride.
Come on, let's go in the kitchen. Sit down.
Oh, Dad, I brought that power tube you wanted here.
Oh, thanks, John. I really appreciate it.
A little thing like that, you'd be amazed at the red tape involved. Forms, requisitions, applications. I think sometimes I spend half my life filling them out.
That's accepted commie technique.
Kate, the table looks wonderful.
Dan, will you ask the blessing?
I certainly will. Father, we thank thee for this evidence of thy bounty. We thank thee for 45 years of happiness. For our son John, our friend George, protect and care for Viola and little Johnny. Amen.
Amen.
Now, well, who do you suppose that could be just when we're ready to eat?
Better answer it, Dan.
Yes, you weren't expecting anyone else, were you?
No. Well, you better start eating before it gets cold.
I didn't have anybody drive in, but I guess you can out here in the kitchen.
Well, start in, please. Your dinner's going to be ruined. Wonder why Dan's taking so long.
The rest of the family's out here at the table. Come on, say hello. Kate, here's Paul Conway and Mr. Headley, his assistant.
We've met before.
Good afternoon, Mr. Conway. Mr. Headley?
Good afternoon, Citizeness Proctor.
This is George Morrow. This is my son, John.
Oh, yes. The driver of the state car from the Traffic Bureau.
Yes. I work in Springfield.
Well, won't you both have some dinner? There's enough for two more.
So I noticed. It looks very good. Surprisingly good. But we're here in a matter of business. Your taxes. In accordance with the new directive.
Oh, so that's all. We have that saved, haven't we, Kate?
All $30.
It happens to be considerably more. Your land tax has been increased to $120, due and payable now.
$120? That can't be. It can't be.
Plus the quotas you evaded the past quarter, since they were put into operation by the Ministry of Agriculture. Read the listing, Comrade Headley.
Ministry quotas required and not met. 12 dozen eggs, half the produce of the vegetable plot, 500 pounds of hay, 60 gallons of milk. Penalties for non-production, $400. Rental of state land, $200. Current taxes, $120. Total, $720.
$720? Conway, it's impossible. You must know that I have no...
Comrade, as a worker in the traffic office, I understand these matters. Seems to me you've confused my parents with someone else. They have very little, barely enough to keep themselves alive.
These are the facts, as listed by the office in Springfield. Give me that paper, Headley, Form 96.
Yes. Here you are, Comrade.
Yes. Name, Dan Proctor. Occupation, farmer. Owner of 5 acres arable land, 5-room cottage furnished, 12-year-old black stallion, 10 chickens. No listing of property in Ministry of Agriculture tax records.
Wait, those facts, exact wording I used. Look, Comrade Headley, how did this investigation start?
This crime of tax evasion was discovered with his application for a radio tube.
Crime? To want to repair a radio? Is that another new directive, comrade?
Yes, and the radio tube that started it.
Comrade Proctor, the $720 is due now. Either you pay or face the consequences of default. Which is it, Comrade?
I told you. I've got $30.
Very well, you won't pay. In that case, we'll be forced to confiscate item 3 on your property listing, the 12-year-old black stallion.
But, Comrade, it's not worth $700.
We'll take the horse.
No, not Blackie. You don't touch him. You hear? Without the horse, we're through. We can't till our land. There'll be nothing to eat, surely. You can see that. And besides, Blackie's like one of the family.
I have no choice in the matter. I am a servant of the state. As such, I'm here to discharge a duty delegated to me by the state.
But you don't have to condemn them to death. They can't get along without the horse.
These people may be your parents, but from the viewpoint of the state, they are capitalist landowners of the kulak class. They have no legal standing.
Conway, as a worker for the state,
we're all workers for the state. Or should be. Headley, go get that horse.
Yes, Comrade.
No, you don't. You'll have to kill me first.
Stand aside, Citizen Proctor.
Get your paws off that.
I warn you, Proctor, interfering with an official is a crime against the state.
All right, I'm a criminal.
Go ahead, Comrade Headley. Get the horse. The rest of you, you'll all be held as witnesses. Proctor assaulted an agent of the state. Comrade John Proctor, you will testify that the seizure of the horse is legal. Otherwise, your official career may be interrupted.
Johnny, get some water. Cold water.
Yes.
Dan, your head's cut.
Here, I'll hold him.
Little cold water, all right.
Key, where is he? Blackie, help me up. The other one, Headley. He's after Blackie. Johnny, you've got to stop him.
No one leaves. You'll all stay in this room.
Johnny?
There's nothing I can do to...
Well, then I can.
Dan, wait!
Proctor, stop! Stop where you are. I'll shoot the first one that steps off this porch.
Conway, please, I want you to listen to me.
Oh, there!
Conway, put yourself in my place. Maybe then you'll see.
Have you a pet, Mr. Conway, a dog or a cat you're fond of?
Yes, a pet. You see, we love Blackie that way, only more so. He's part of us. He's part of the family.
Dan, just take him back here. Oh, please, Mr. Conway, please.
Conway, you can't.
Stay where you are, Proctor.
No. Look at it this way, Conway. I'm not strong. I can't make a living without that horse. Conway, even you communists use the term comrade. As a comrade, you can't deprive me of my life. Conway, we're two human beings. We can live together as brothers. We each have our rights.
There is only one human right. The privilege of serving the state.
Thanks to you, comrade. We won't be serving for long.
You have just heard a story of what happens to the little fellow under a communist regime. You have just heard what would happen to any American family if communism took over. You think this could not happen? It did happen in the town of Salsk in Russia. It did happen to the family of a farmer named Vasya Golovachy. Because of non-payment of taxes, the communists took from the Golovachys the one thing that kept them alive, their cow, and thereby condemned them to death. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring John Daner and Peggy Weber as Dan and Kate Proctor in Sapphire Anniversary. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michelle Perrier. Sapphire Anniversary was written for If Freedom Failed by William Tunberg, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater. Starring Tyrone Power and Linda Christian in The Mississippi Gambler. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most colorful eras of American history took place along the mighty Mississippi. It was a period of gorgeously gowned ladies, escorted by impeccable gentlemen, whose code of manners was determined whether dancing at fancy balls or gambling on the riverboats. Tonight we recreate this era for you in Universal International's highly dramatic love story, The Mississippi Gambler. And as our stars, we have chosen a perfect romantic team, Tyrone Power and Linda Christian, in their first appearance together on radio. Now, Act One of The Mississippi Gambler, starring Tyrone Power as Mark Fallon and Linda Christian as Angelique Duro.
I first met Mark Fallon in the spring of 1853. I was on the dock in St. Louis waiting just for the likes of him, a green young stranger begging to have his bankroll license. I wandered over to the freight shed, took out a deck of cards, and started laying them down in a barrel.
You're sure having a time with those cards, mister. I've been watching you.
You have?
I hope you don't mind.
Ooh, don't mind at all, son. All I'm doing is making a fool out of myself. You see these three cards? Well, sir, there was this traveling man last night. He just laid these three cards down on the table and bet me $20 I couldn't tell him which one was the queen.
You sure he was a traveling man?
Oh, no doubt about that, son. He even had his sample cases with him. Well, sir, I swore I knew where the queen was every time. But by jingo, when I bet my $20...
You lost.
Well, anyway, give me the cards to practice with them.
You know, you might end up a gambler.
Going to try it on the folks back home till I get my money back. Maybe get my money back right now.
Me?
These three cards. Now, was you a betting man, son? I got $20 here. Says you can't find that queen.
Done.
All right. Which one's the queen?
You sure you want me to tell you?
Why, son, you just bet me $20.
In that case, the queen's in your left hand, just where you palmed it.
Looks like I made a terrible mistake. Professional, huh?
No. No, but I'm going to be. Congratulations. I never saw anyone switch cards that perfectly.
You're the first one who hasn't complained about it. What's your name?
Mark Fallon.
Me, I'm Kansas John Polly. Never heard of me?
Well, I'm new in these parts, Mr. Polly. I'm from New York.
Active in gambling there?
Well, in a way. There was always a game going on in my father's fencing academy ever since I can remember. I finally got tall enough to sit in between fencing lessons.
You're a decent-looking young fella, son. Now, why would you want to get mixed up in a crooked life like this?
I got different ideas about gambling, Mr. Polly. I'm going to deal honest cards.
Well, that sure will be a novelty on the river. I hope you're good, son. You'll be up against some mighty dirty competition. How much of a stake do you have?
$600.
Well, you can lose that in half an hour on these riverboats.
But I don't intend to lose. Now, if you don't mind, I think I'll get aboard.
He walked down to the gangplank. Just as he reached it, a carriage came flying down the dock. In it, a young man and a girl. For a moment, it looked like those horses were running away.
Oh, now, boy. Easy now. Oh, up there. Oh.
Get away from those horses.
Well, I was afraid you'd tip over, miss. High-strung horses need a firm hand.
I've handled high-strung horses for quite a few years. And when the time comes that I need help, I'll...
Oh, easy now. Easy. Oh, boy. Oh, there now.
Thank you, sir. That whistle frightened them.
Oh, whistles will do that to horses. To beautiful women, too, sometimes.
You're an expert on both, I suppose.
Well, I'm interested in both.
Just a moment. My sister doesn't care to discuss your interests.
So it seems.
Better go aboard, Angelique. I'll find a boy to drive these horses back to Fletcher.
Quality folks, son. Real quality. Oh, my.
You know them?
If I did, I'd take that little pepper pot over my knee and whale her.
$20 to 10. She looks back at me, Polly.
Well, here's where I get my money back. She'd no more look back at you than she... Looks like I owe you a total of $30. Oh, you'll do fine on the Mississippi, son. You'll do just fine. That night, I watched Mark at the card tables. He dealt an honest deck. What was more remarkable, he won. He won from professionals and he won from gentlemen. He didn't make any friends that night, but he sure made a pile of money. Among the heavy losers was the young man in the carriage. After the game broke up, he came looking for me.
I hope you didn't mind waiting for me, Mr. Fallon.
Not at all.
How much do I owe you?
$4,100.
This will more than cover it.
A necklace, Mr. Duro?
It was appraised for more than $7,000. Those are diamonds.
But this is a family heirloom. Your sister
It's no concern of yours what it is. Does it satisfy the debt?
Yes. Thank you.
Good night, Mr. Fallon.
We'd both been winners that night. And the next day, our immediate future looked mighty rosy.
Over $3,000 in cash, Polly. And it's all honest money.
Looks like we're doomed to stay at the best hotel in New Orleans.
If we keep lucky. How long do you stop over there, Polly?
2 weeks, then I'm broke again.
How's that?
Faro. Can't help playing that game, even though I know it's crooked. Terrible having such a vice at my age. Are you a Faro player, son? I said, are you a... Oh.
I'll be back in a moment, Polly. Miss Duro.
Well, what is it? What do you want?
I believe your brother made a mistake last night. This necklace. This is yours, isn't it?
Yes.
I wanted to return it to you.
How do you mean, a mistake?
Well, I won from him at cards. He'd been drinking a bitter. I don't think he'd have chosen this.
My brother doesn't take my property without my permission.
I'm sure of that. It's very beautiful. You must value it highly.
I've just one thing to say to you. I don't speak to strangers, nor do I accept charity from gamblers. Good afternoon.
Good morning, my sweet sister.
Laurent, how could you dare steal my necklace?
Your necklace?
You gave it to that gambler. He showed it to me.
Oh. I'm sorry, Leah, but I had to.
Why?
Because I'm a fool. Sitting down with those card shops, they took all my cash and $4,000 besides.
And you take the one thing I love more than anything I have. The necklace was Mother's, grandmother's. It will break Father's heart. How could you?
I'm sorry. Oh, please, Leah. Please forgive me.
Poor Laurent. Nothing is important enough to ever come between us. Least of all a quarrel over a gambler.
I'll make it up to you, Leah. I promise. Meanwhile, I'll think of something to tell Father.
We'll tell him the truth.
Yes. Yes, I suppose we'll have to.
To Mark, there was no city in the world like New Orleans. He wanted to see every foot of it, especially the street they called Exchange Alley.
I won't be long, Polly. An hour or two, I'll meet you here in the hotel.
What's all this excitement about Exchange Alley?
I've dreamed about seeing it ever since I was knee-high. My father told me all about the schools there, the finest outside of Paris. He called it the Street of the Fencing Masters.
Playing with swords, huh? Well, just remember this. New Orleans is filled with the same breed of cat as that Duro fellow with the necklace. Uppity young Creoles. They want a duel every time you sneeze near them.
My best behavior, Polly. No gambling, I promise.
Be back here at 8 o'clock. Dinner at Antoine's, and I'll show you the town. Mark showed those young Creoles with their fancy French names that he was a match for any of them when it came to fencing. Among those he especially impressed was an elderly gentleman who kept staring at him.
Forgive my lack of manners, young man, but before you leave, I was hoping I might have a word with you.
Oh, yes, sir?
First, may I say it's been many years since I've seen such an exhibition of skill. May I ask whom you studied under?
My father, Charles Fallon.
Fallon, of course. I knew your face reminded me of someone. Why, Charles Fallon once taught in Paris.
Yes, sir. Years ago.
I told my friends I remembered that low inside line attack you employ. Why, I was at your father's academy many times. He's well, I hope.
He died 3 months ago in New York.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Please take my card, Mr. Fallon. I'd enjoy having you call at my house.
Emile Duro. Is Laurent Duro your son?
Yes, you know him.
I met him and your daughter on the boat.
Splendid. They'll be quite delighted as I am.
I don't think they would want me to call, sir.
Why not?
I'm a river gambler.
Oh, ridiculous. No one with your skill at foils could have spent much time at a gaming table. How long have you been on the river?
Less than a week.
Shall we say tomorrow afternoon at 4?
If you wish, sir. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Fallon, now that we've seen the house and grounds, suppose we have a drink in here in the study.
Mr. Duro, your home. I've never seen anything so beautiful.
My father built it almost 60 years ago. In those days, he... Angelique. Well, come in, dear. Come in. Where's Laurent?
He's in the library with George. George just invited us to dinner.
Angelique, you remember Mr. Fallon. He said you'd met on the boat.
I have no wish to meet him again, Father.
Angelique?
What do you expect of me? I know that gentlemen associate with such people as Mr. Fallon in coffee houses and gambling places. But I never heard of anyone bringing them into his home and presenting them to the women of the household.
I choose very carefully whom I bring into my house. And while they're under this roof, you will please show them every courtesy.
Yes, Father. Good afternoon, Mr. Fallon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rowe.
I must apologize for my daughter.
I think she was afraid of being embarrassed, sir.
For what reason?
This. She was afraid I might return it.
Her necklace.
Your son lost it to me on the boat. I know it must mean a great deal to you.
You settled a gambling debt with it. How much?
$4,100.
My bank will credit the amount to you tomorrow.
No, I don't want anything for it, and it is not your debt.
It's the only way I can accept it. Your wine, Mr. Fallon.
Thank you.
All this business about the necklace, Laurent, Angelique's insulting manners, it's my own fault, Mr. Fallon. My life's caught up with me. Unfortunately, my own wild and reckless youth's become somewhat legendary in New Orleans. My children have patterned themselves accordingly. They've been motherless since Leah's birth. I've never been able to be a stern disciplinarian.
The first time I met your daughter, I told her that high-strung horses need a firm hand. I wasn't given a chance to say much more.
So another reason you came here today was to see her, huh?
Yes.
You find her interesting?
Very.
She can also be charming. However, I should tell you, this young man she mentioned a moment ago, George Elwood, it wouldn't surprise me, Mr. Fallon, if someday Angelique and George were to marry.
Oh, forgive me. I didn't know.
Oh, for the moment, George is just a friend, but a dear friend.
But then I may see your daughter again?
That, as you should know by now, will be entirely up to Angelique. However, there'll be a governor's ball in a couple of weeks. I think I can arrange an invitation.
A river gambler at the governor's ball?
I regard you as a welcome guest and a friend until you prove yourself something less.
I think you can trust me, Mr. Duro. Thank you.
Father?
Come in, dear.
George just told me you're driving with us to the ball. I'm so glad you are.
Am I so charming a chaperone? Or is it that you wish to keep George from proposing again?
Both, my wise darling. He wants to announce our engagement. It's all he talks about since he became president of the bank. He's going to settle down. He promises to work hard. He loves me, and on and on.
It doesn't interest you?
It isn't that, dear. I just keep telling him we're too young to take such a serious step.
His father always hoped you two'd marry.
And my father, what does he hope?
That your choice will be a wise one when you're no longer too young. Leah, are you interested in Mark Fallon?
Mark Fallon? How could you even think such a thing?
His name seems to arouse more emotion than most.
So there's a thorn when I step on it. You call him Mark.
I've dined with him several times these last 2 weeks. He's becoming very popular.
I don't want to hear about him. Why did you even mention him?
Because I want you to wear something for me tonight. Your mother always wore it to the governor's ball. Here.
Father.
You will wear it?
Yes. Oh, but I'm so ashamed. I couldn't tell you about the necklace. I knew how much it would hurt you. Laura and I, we don't deserve you, the things we do. I don't know why. It just seems to be in our blood like a fever.
Yes, in our blood, Leah. But you and Laurent are pale little pomegranates compared to what I was once. Now, dear, brush those tears away and make yourself ready.
Very kind of you to dance with me, Miss Duro.
It would have been a great pleasure to have refused you, Mr. Fallon.
Then why didn't you?
My necklace.
It becomes you.
So my father thinks. And so I'm dancing with you. But I'm amazed you could bring yourself to give it to my father. Weren't you able to sell it?
Is that what you think?
What else?
Well, you're right. Your father paid me for it. And your escort seems impatient that we finish our dance. He seems a very suitable young man.
He'll be delighted to hear that, I'm sure.
Suitable, I mean, for running a bank.
May I ask you one question before I leave you?
Of course.
Knowing how I feel about you, why did you humiliate yourself by asking me to dance?
Oh, as a matter of courtesy. If a man is going to ask a woman to humiliate herself, he should be willing to accept it first.
I don't understand.
Well, since you spare me only a moment, I'll tell you very bluntly. You and I are in love with each other. We always will be. We've known it since that first moment in St. Louis.
I could have you run out of town for speaking to me like this.
There's no need to run me out. I'll be leaving tomorrow. You're not ready yet for marriage. And I won't be ready until you come to me.
Why, you completely egotistical.
Yes, it does sound that way put into words. But it's the only way a woman can be truly happy with a man. Thank you for the dance, Miss Duro.
Act 2 of the Mississippi Gambler in a moment. With our American servicemen in many countries around the world, they have a wonderful opportunity to observe new customs and traditions. What might have seemed strange before is becoming pretty familiar to them. For instance, take this business of superstitions or omens. In Holland and Germany, if you meet a left-handed person on a Tuesday morning, that's a bad omen. In Sweden, if you turn around when starting out on a business trip, it's liable to turn out badly. German girls place their shoes at right angles by the side of their beds to bring a visit from their sweethearts. And in Japan and the Far East, there's a superstition to cover practically every event of the day. Well, all these things might sound strange, but as our servicemen have observed, we have plenty of superstitions, too. Let's just count some of the things that are lucky or unlucky. Finding a horseshoe? Lucky. Four-leaf clover? Lucky. A black cat crossing your path? Unlucky. Walking under a ladder? Unlucky. Breaking a mirror? 7 years bad luck. Spilling salt? Unlucky, unless you throw some over your left shoulder. Knocking on wood? Lucky. A rabbit's foot? Lucky. Well, those are just a few of them. Lots of people carry a lucky coin or a charm of some sort. All of us have a lucky number, and whenever we have something good happen to us, we know it's our lucky day. People the world over are great believers in this business of luck. That's all the superstitions are based on. They're either meant to bring on good luck or keep bad luck away. According to the customs and traditions of your own people, you do certain things to try to influence that luck. Now, the way of doing things may vary between different people, but the ideals are the same. These customs are important to the people who follow them, and our servicemen are helping to maintain goodwill by observing the customs of other people in other lands. Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of The Mississippi Gambler, starring Tyrone Power as Mark and Linda Christian as Angelique, with Gavin Gordon as Monsieur Dureau.
We left New Orleans, Mark and I, and went back to the riverboats. It was a fine, easy life, gambling all night, sleeping and lazing all day, and watching the sights along the riverbank. The weeks went by, and our bankroll grew fatter and fatter.
What are you thinking about, Polly? Counting all that cotton money we won last night?
Well, I'm thinking about that cash you made me put in Elwood's Bank in New Orleans. Hundreds of miles away, and other fellas feeling it and fingering it. I'm not used to that.
You know what we're going to do when we get enough, Polly? We're going to build a combination restaurant and gambling place. Better than any other in New Orleans. Rich, exclusive, with crystal and silver. Everything to lure the ladies and keep them happy while they gamble.
Ladies gamble? Where'd you get that crazy idea?
Well, where else can they go when their husbands gamble? Tea parties, sewing circles, sit home alone? They're bored, Polly. They want the same excitement their husbands enjoy, and we'll supply it for them.
Not me. You try any crackpot ideas you want, but you're not going to get me off this river.
You'll come running the minute I get those faro tables in.
I like them better when they're on boats.
How long have you been on this river, Polly?
Almost 30 years.
Did you ever feel it was a lonely life?
Yes, when I was young, I'd find myself wishing all the pretty girls would take to boat traveling instead of hiding in those houses ashore. Many a night I'd stand on the deck and look at them lighted windows over on the shore, and I sure thought a lot about it. Just like you're doing right now.
Yeah. It's no good. Come on, let's go down and start a game.
Care to play a little poker, Mr. Fallon?
5 honest cards.
Yes, Mark, you got me wheeled. But you know, sometimes I do get a terrible itch to take some of those suckers.
Didn't you tell me that you've made more playing honest than you ever did by cheating?
No, only cheating a little, it's more fun.
We're not doing this for fun, Polly. We're going to build that place in New Orleans.
Early in the game, a young man asked to sit in. I couldn't figure him out. Money in every pocket, but any fool could see he was neither a rich southern planter nor a man used to much money. Mark wanted him to quit, but he'd have none of it. He was cleaned out before midnight. Excused himself politely, went up on deck, and shot himself.
How is he, Captain? Will he live?
He's dead, Fallon. Apparently his aim was a lot better than his poker playing. You win all his money?
Yes.
Well, now, don't go blaming yourself. I heard how you tried to get him to quit.
Is there anything I can do?
Nothing. He has a sister aboard, but that's my job, telling him.
I'd like to go with you, Captain.
Yeah, all right, Fallon, come along.
Captain Everett, good evening. Well, come in.
This is Mr. Fallon, miss. We come to... Well, I'm afraid we have bad news, ma'am. Your brother.
Julian, what's wrong?
He shot himself, miss.
Where is he?
It's no use, Miss Conan.
But I've got to go to him.
I wish I could say different, but there's nothing anyone can do.
No. Oh, no, he wouldn't. He'd never do that. There's no reason.
Could you tell us your parents or someone we could reach for you?
We have no family, no one. I can't believe it. Julian would never... He was carrying money for his firm. Someone else did it to rob him.
Miss Conant, I'm afraid your brother
Your
was...
brother wasn't robbed, Miss Conant. Very wisely, he left his company's money with Captain Evers for safekeeping. Isn't that so, Captain?
Yes, of course.
We'll be landing tomorrow, miss. I'd like to offer my help. Anything I can do now or in New Orleans.
I'm very grateful. I don't know anyone there.
I'll see you in the morning, Miss Conant.
And Conant never knew that Mark returned her brother's losses. But getting the money back to his firm in Ohio involved a visit to the bank in New Orleans, George Elwood's bank. George Elwood, who was in love with Angelique Dureau. When Mark brought Anne Conant to the bank, Elwood had a visitor, Angelique's brother, Laurent.
Sit down, Laurent. I'll be with you in a moment. Who's the girl with Fallon, George? Miss Conant. Anne Conant. She's beautiful. Yes, she is. Well, present me to her. Oh, this isn't a very good time, Laurent. She just lost her brother. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But the fact remains, I've never seen anyone so beautiful. Please, George, I've got to meet her. All right, Laurent. But you'll have to wait. She's got to sign some papers first.
You've been very kind, Mr. Elwood. Thank you for your help.
Well, that's quite all right, Miss Conant. And now, may I present my friend, Laurent Dureau.
How do you do?
Miss Conant. Good morning, Mr. Fallon.
Mr. Dureau, you'll forgive Miss Conant. She should get back to the hotel.
I understand, of course. My deepest sympathy. If there is anything I can do, please let me help. Mr. Elwood knows where I may be reached.
Thank you.
My regards to your father, Mr. Dureau, and to Angelique.
Thank you. They'll be delighted, I'm sure, to learn you're back in New Orleans.
Well, Polly, what news?
I just saw the hotel manager. He promises to have a room for you, Miss Conant, within an hour.
Oh, you've both been so wonderful to me. You don't know how much your help has meant.
Oh, it wasn't help. We just like you. And Polly and I are taking the boat north in a couple of days, and, well, if you'd care to go back home at the same time...
Well, I haven't any reason to go back to Springfield now. We only live there because of Julian's work. I'd rather live here. It's a beautiful city.
Yes, I think you'd be happy here. There are a lot of attractive people you'd enjoy knowing.
Then I'll stay.
Good.
We'll start looking for a place tomorrow.
Will you be gone long?
We'll be back at your doorstep in 2 weeks.
You're a very beautiful girl, Anne. And from the first moment you're seen in public, you'll be so busy you won't be able to keep track of us.
Oh, no, that will never happen.
Come in.
For Miss Conant, sir.
Oh, just bring them here, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Camellias.
Yes, camellias.
Oh, Mark.
I'm sure there must be a card among...
Oh, how could you have guessed they're my favorite? Oh, this card. Laurent Dureau. Oh, yes, the man at the bank.
You've been seen in public already. Now let's order some lunch.
Anne Conant stayed in New Orleans. In the weeks that followed, Mark and I spent most of our time on the river. But whenever the boat returned to New Orleans, we'd hear more and more rumors of Anne and Laurent Dureau, and how madly in love he was.
It means I want to marry you, Anne. I love you. I can't wait any longer to tell you.
Oh, Laurent, but you can't be sure of what you're saying. You've known me for such a short time. It isn't fair.
You've become my whole life since the moment I saw you. I've never been in love before. I never knew anything could be so perfect. And yet, such torture. I give you my life's devotion, Anne. Will you marry me? Today, now.
I'm sorry, Laurent. You've been wonderful to me.
No. You can't refuse me. Not yet. I didn't have any right to ask you so soon. I'll wait for your answer till you've known me longer.
Oh, Laurent. It's better that I tell you now. Please don't go on hoping. I can never be in love with you.
Because you're in love with someone else?
Yes, I am.
Mark Fallon?
Yes.
How can you waste your love on a man like that? How can you throw it in the gutter to someone who doesn't even deserve to look at you?
Please.
He's cheating you, too. He's cheating everyone. Has he told you that he's in love with my sister?
Your sister?
He's been in love with her ever since he came here. You think of loving anyone like that?
Just go, Laurent. Please. Please go.
That same night, Mark and I were back in New Orleans. We stopped off for a drink of the Rochambeau. At the bar was Laurent Durand.
I've been thinking of you, Fallon. You couldn't have come back at a better time. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Something troubling you, Duro?
Yes. How many women do you want? You're not satisfied trying to get my sister, huh?
Hold on, please. Come on, let's get out.
You keep out of this, Andre. You're lying to Anne about me, trying to break us up. You want her for yourself in the flat you so thoughtfully got for her.
You're drunk, Duro. Go home with your friend and sober up till you can talk sense.
Well, maybe that makes sense to you. I'll meet you at the Dueling Oaks, if you can leave your women long enough.
Whenever you like.
Our seconds will settle that. All right, Andre, I'm ready to go home.
My fault, Mark. Please let me talk to Laurent.
No. It has nothing to do with you, Anne. This has been building up for a long time. But you shouldn't have come here, you know. Polly, see that Anne gets home, will you? I must finish this.
Finish what? There's no need of this. You'll win hands down. A will, dividing everything between Miss Conant and me. Are you crazy?
Then you do think something might happen?
No, not really. Polly, you'll act as my second. Just don't make too many side bets. Come in.
I'm Andre Brion, Mr. Sullivan. I've come on behalf of Laurent Durand.
Oh, this is Miss Conant and Mr. Polly.
Mr. Fallon,
You can speak freely.
Thank you. If I may meet with your second, sir, to arrange a meeting...
Let's do without the formalities, shall we? Let's say tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock.
Very good. As the challenge party, you have the choice of weapons, sir.
Pistols.
Pistols? You are crazy. They'll fight with swords. Tell that to Duro. Swords.
You'll forgive my friend, Mr. Brion. He worries too much. My choice is pistols.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Polly, you get Anne home all right? Now, come here. I want you to sign some... Angelique.
I had to see you. You're going to kill Laurent.
Perhaps he'll kill me. Did you come to ask me not to?
No. Are you as skilled with a pistol as you are with a sword?
Hardly. Perhaps you came to see me once more because I might not be alive tomorrow.
I came only because I thought some member of the family should thank you for not taking advantage of him.
You do me too much credit, Angelique. I take advantage only of women. Surely you could spare me that kiss for being so noble.
I despise you.
Now listen to me. You didn't know there was less advantage in pistols, now did you? Not until I just told you. You came to see me, and I thank you most humbly. But when are you going to admit to yourself that you use your brother as a shield? That your devotion to him is because you're afraid of life and men? Because your mother died giving you birth? You have a driving hunger to live. But until you're willing to be honest with yourself...
I hope he kills you. I hope he kills you.
They faced each other the following morning at 6 o'clock. Mark and Laurent Durand. This was the way of gentlemen.
I will count to 3, messieurs. On the word 3, you will turn and fire. Are you ready? 1, 2... Mr. Durand!
Durand had fired on the count of 2. Fired and missed.
I regard your conduct as disgraceful as it was deliberate. You may fire, Mr. Fallon.
What are you doing here, Angelique? It's your brother I want to see.
Laurent told me what happened. I have a right to hear.
Yes, Father? Is there anything you want to tell me?
I'm sure you know all about it by now. How I fired on the count of 2 and how that worthy gentleman preferred to fire into the air rather than...
Mr. Martin, you will leave this house at your earliest convenience.
Goodbye, Father.
No. No, you can't ask such a thing.
I have nothing more to say.
You do that to him when he needs you the most. You can't. Father, if Laurent leaves, I leave with him.
This house, it belonged without you, Leah.
Angelique left her father and, with Laurent, went to live with George Elwood and his mother.
I've been writing letters all morning, dear. Now put down that pen and we'll go for a drive.
I'll be through in a moment, George. You see these letters? Another month and you won't have any social life left. I've just turned down more invitations because you didn't invite Laurent.
Good. Keep on doing it. They're bores anyway. Just keep that chin high, Leah. Always high.
I will, George.
I love the way you walk through the public places with Laurent and me. Like a queen, ignoring the cuts they give him. You're wonderful.
You and your mother have been wonderful, too. George, the wedding invitations came this morning from the engravers. Here, look.
Oh? His Excellency, Governor Paul Monet, requests your presence at the marriage of Mademoiselle Angelique Thoreau. I must send an acceptance. You sure she isn't marrying that Elwood fellow because she's getting used to him, living in his home?
Because he's been devoted to her all his life. The dearest and the sweetest person she's ever known.
And is there love hiding around somewhere, too?
You'll find it, George. You'll find it, darling.
Angelique, you've come home.
I couldn't stay away, Father, and have a servant bring you my wedding invitation.
Thank you, darling. Yeah. You and George, are you quite sure, dear?
George and I grew up from childhood expecting to be married. Why, everyone in New Orleans has always said it's a perfect match.
Yes, I know. That's all very true, but do you love him?
Yes.
That's all I wanted to know.
Please sit down, Mr. Bureau. Yes, I received a wedding invitation this morning.
Mark, you and I, we can talk bluntly. You love her, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I love her.
Then put a stop to this. Go and get her.
Do you really believe that she knows herself well enough yet to find happiness in marriage to anyone?
It was just a hope. You'll come to the wedding?
No. I'll go back on the river where I belong.
If there's any message you'd like me to give Angelique?
Don't think me rude, Mr. Bureau. But if I had any message, I'd deliver it in person. Once, long ago, I told her I'd wait until she came to me. I'll continue to wait.
The letters GYA signify German Youth Activities. And wherever such an organization exists in Germany, you know that there the way of democracy is being taught and encouraged. Our occupation forces are helping out through GYA, developing healthy interest through group handicrafts and hobby projects. A girl by the name of Helga is one example. She was pretty confused when she joined a GYA group. Her father had been very much anti-American, and she reflected his ideas. Luckily, she won a trip to Switzerland in a handicraft contest. Once on the trip, Helga learned that the Swiss people and the American women in charge of the tour were very different than her father had pictured non-Germans. She won't change overnight, but she wants to learn more about the workings of democracy, and her education is continuing through GYA. Such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow. We pause now for station identification.
curtain rises on Act 3 of The Mississippi Gambler, starring Tyrone Power as Mark and Linda Christian as Angelique, with Gavin Gordon as Monsieur Dureau.
Angelique and George Elwood were married. We stayed on the river for almost a year, Mark and I, but on one of our visits back to New Orleans, Mark's dreams started to come to life. It was going to be the finest dining place and gambling salon in town.
Well, I am your architect, Mr. Fallon. I think I can do whatever you want.
Good. Now, I'll be on the river most of the time. You'll continue to get your instructions from Miss Conant here. She knows exactly what my wishes are.
But, Mark, how can
I couldn't have gone this far without you. Please.
I wish I had half your confidence.
And you'll also have charge of decorations and furnishings. I trust that pleases you, Mr. Kennerly?
It'll be a real pleasure, Miss Conant. I'll have a complete staff at your service.
As for you, Polly, you still won't help me run it, huh?
Not me. I'm investing in it. But you won't catch me wearing those droop flap-tail coats like a cow whacking flies.
I'll leave these revised plans with you, Mr. Fallon. Just sign them at your convenience.
Yes. This'll do. We'll widen the archway. That'll give a clear view of the gaming tables from the dining room. And we can...
Mark.
Well, don't you agree, Anne? You see, by widening the archway, we're...
Mark.
Hmm?
I wish you were going to be here while the work's going on.
So do I. But we're getting in pretty deep, Anne, and I haven't made enough yet to bank the tables against any big losses.
May I ask one more question?
Of course.
Have you seen her? Angelique?
No. Oh, I see her husband at the bank, of course, but we succeed very well in talking only about business.
I shouldn't have asked. You've heard about her brother, but he left town.
It's the best thing he could have done.
One of these days he's going to meet up with you, Mark. Please be careful.
Now, stop worrying. If you really want to help me, you'll invent a name for this place of ours.
I already have. La Louisiane.
La Louisiane. Perfect. We've got our name, Polly. La Louisiane.
Leah, you'd better hurry, dear. Our friends are downstairs waiting for us.
I'll be ready in a moment, George. Well, how do I look?
It's a beautiful gown, darling. But there's nothing, even from Paris, that could make you any lovelier.
Well, thank you, dear. George, you're staring at me.
Am I? Where are you, Leah?
What do you mean, where am I? I'm here. Now, hand me my bracelet.
You're not here, Leah. Not really. Every time I hold you in my arms, you seem 1,000 miles away. It's like holding a shadow that's drifting somewhere. No substance, no warmth.
Come here. Put your arms around me. Now, am I here?
We're never here. We're never alone. Ever since our honeymoon, always going. Crowds and people. I love you, Leah, but I can't reach you. What's wrong, dear?
I don't know what you mean, George. I don't. When Laurent disappeared, I was frightened, but I'm not anymore. I do love you, and I've tried to make you happy and proud of me. Please tell me I haven't failed this much.
I don't know why I say it. I don't know what it is. I want too much of you, darling. I can't stay away from you. I can't even...
Yes, dear?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Come along, darling. I want to show you off in your new gown.
I suppose that sooner or later it was bound to happen. The linking together of Anne Conant's name with Mark's, especially now that she was seen so often at the building of La Louisiane.
Well, gentlemen, Fallon boasted about building a showplace. It appears he's as good as his word. But who's that delightful creature talking to the architect? Don't be naive, Cartier. Fallon's luck goes far beyond cards, having a companion like that beauty.
That's a liar, Mr. Kahn.
I am not in the habit of lying, Mr. Dureau.
Miss Conant's a lady. Fallon's a gentleman and my friend. I must ask you to retract that slander.
I'll retract nothing. Oh, come now, Dureau. Men don't rent flats for women or let them design gambling palaces unless they...
You leave me your choice. I'll name my second this afternoon.
A pleasure.
We were on the river when the duel took place. Mark hurried back as fast as he could. He had something to tell Mr. Duro, and his heart was never heavier.
It's Mark Fallon, Father. You'll want to see him alone.
No. I'll stay, Angelique. Stay.
Mr. Duro, I'm grateful to you for defending Miss Conant, but you should have waited for me.
I never ignored an insult to a lady, Mark.
You must hurry and get well. You gave me your word you'd be at the opening of La Louisiane.
No. No, I won't be there. No regrets. I've lived a long life. My era, it belonged to the sword. Fading with me. Perhaps for the best.
There's something I must tell you, Mr. Duro. You and Angelique.
Well?
I've never faced a more bitter duty than to tell you.
Loro. It's Loro.
Yes. He came aboard at Memphis with a knife. I didn't recognize him at first. He was bearded. It all happened so quickly. I was unarmed. I tried to hold him off. We struggled. Loro went down. He fell down a staircase. He fell on his knife.
No.
Thank you for telling me, Mark. I couldn't hold you responsible in any way. Now I want to ask one promise.
Anything.
Protect Angelique. Always.
I give you my word.
Mr. Duro died a few hours later. Before he left the house, Mark asked George Elwood if he could see Angelique alone.
There's very little you can say, and even less I want to hear.
Angelique, once long ago I thought the odds were in our favor, yours and mine. But it seems to have been my lot to destroy everything you have loved. Perhaps you knew that from the start. I won't intrude again.
Mark meant every word he said. But the time came many months later when he was obliged to call at the Elwood house once again.
You're not welcome here, Mr. Fallon. You chose to do business with my bank, but that hardly gives you social privileges.
It's business that brought me here, and it can't wait until morning. I've just come from the fencing academy. While I was there, 3 of your biggest accounts sought me out. Hewitt, Keith, and Farrow. They told me they're withdrawing their money tomorrow. Is your bank in shape to stand it?
The bank is in perfect shape.
They claim to have seen confidential reports to the contrary.
If you're worried about your money, Mr. Fallon, I'll be pleased if you banked it elsewhere.
I was told you've transferred Mrs. Elwood's estate into your bank. It's causing talk.
That's ridiculous.
Is it? Your father banked at the Southern Federal all his life.
I transferred the account for one reason, because I wished to.
There'll be a lot of people at your bank in the morning, Elwood. You'd better be prepared to handle a run.
If you have any more suggestions, you may see me there during business hours. I think you promised my wife never to intrude on her again.
I also made a promise to her father. Good night.
George, is there any danger?
Certainly not.
Then why did you ask me to change my account?
Has the day arrived that you believe Fallon over me?
George!
Let me alone, Angelique. Just let me alone.
3 days later, Elwood's bank went to the wall. George Elwood disappeared, and with him went $200,000. Mark and I, well, we were just 2 more depositors who'd been cleaned up.
They warned me, Polly, but I just couldn't believe it. I'm sorry I dragged you down with me.
I always told you that depositing money made me nervous.
It means the end of La Louisiane, doesn't it?
And after all your work, Anne.
Oh, you'll finish it one day.
We can start right now. You got a new deck of cards, Polly?
You mean that? Why, I got a dozen new decks. And the boat for St. Louis leaves tonight at 9.
Been keeping track of the sailings, huh?
I've been missing those paddle wheels.
So have I.
Well, I better get those reservations. See you later, Ann.
Anne, I hate leaving you here alone after you're being so much a part of all our plans.
I'll always be grateful to you, Mark. But I haven't any claim on your life. I know that now. Even if this beautiful place had been finished, it never would have held you. So if I can just see you and Polly once in a while and know that everything is well with you,
Oh, Anne, You're wonderful. Thank you.
In the months that went by, Mark never lost track of Angelique. He knew there had been no word from her husband. He also knew when Angelique finally decided to sell her home.
You'll sign the bill of sale here, Angelique. The Larouches are in no hurry to take over. They said to move at your own convenience.
Next week will be fine, Mr. Hewitt.
I'm so happy to see you rid of this place, Angelique. To close this whole unhappy chapter of your life. You're going back to your own home?
I don't know. I haven't been there since my father died.
I think he would have wanted you to live there. Let me know what you decide.
I will, Mr. Hewitt. Thank you.
You aiming to stay over this trip, Mr. Fallon? New Orleans is a mighty gay town this time of year.
I'll be leaving when the boat leaves, Captain.
Tonight, 10 o'clock.
You can count on me.
Fine. Say, ain't that Mr. Polly there on the dock?
Yes, he missed this trip. He had some business to attend to for me. See you tonight, Captain.
Well, I've got good news for you, Mark. Better still, you can read about it for yourself. It's right here in the newspaper.
Angelique, is everything all right, Polly?
Yes, and this time I think you'll want to stop over. The court's handed down the decision. She's free. You know, you promised your father you'd always look out for her. Go to her, Mark. Try to see her.
No, it wouldn't work out, Polly. It's better this way.
Going back to her old home. She'll be there by now.
No, I just told the captain I'll be leaving again on tonight's boat.
Mm-hmm. I guess you know your own mind, Mark. After all, I never saw a man win all his bets.
Now let's get into town. I've got some winnings to split with you.
I left Mark at the hotel, and I drove out alone to the old Duro mansion. I wanted to talk to Angelique, but I couldn't bring myself to go in. The house was dark, deserted. But I knew she was there. Her carriage was standing in front, and I saw a candle and the light moving from room to room, and I wondered how she could stand the loneliness and the memory.
I've come back, Father. I've come back, Laurent. But it's so empty. So empty.
When are you going to admit to yourself that you use your brother as a shield? Your devotion to him because you're afraid of life. Because your mother died giving you birth. You and I are in love with each other. We always will be. You're not ready for marriage yet. And I won't be until you come to me. Until you come to me.
A moment later, I saw her rush from the house and her carriage with those high-strung horses dashing down the drive.
Yes, go, Fred, forward! Stand by the gangplank.
Better hold her, Captain. Looks like you've got another passenger. There's a carriage coming down the wharf.
Well, I'll be gone.
Wait.
Well, now, ain't that something, Mr. Fallon? Pull in your reins, lady. We'll wait.
I've waited a long time to see a sight like this.
Hey, where you going?
Angelique.
I've come to you, Mark. Take me with you. Wherever you go. Wherever you go.
And now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
Mr. and Mrs. Tyrone Power, won't you please step forward and accept your curtain call?
Now, won't you tell us about next week's play?
Next week, we will bring you one of the fine, sensitive dramas of a famous playwright, Tennessee Williams, The Glass Menagerie, winner of the New York Dramatic Critics Circle Award. It was made into a beautiful motion picture by Warner Brothers. In her original role will be that brilliant actress, Jane Wyman, co-starring with those two outstanding artists, Fay Bainter and Frank Lovejoy.
That will certainly be worth listening to. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and hurry back.
Heard in our cast tonight were Ted DeCorsia as Polly, Alistair Duncan as Laurent, Francis Robinson as Anne, John Stevenson as George, William Johnstone as the boat captain, Fred Mackay as Andre, and Bob Bruce, Bob Griffin, Herb Butterfield, Barney Phillips, Gain Whitman, and Eddie Marr. The Hollywood Radio Theater is produced by Mr. Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is under the direction of Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Hollywood Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
WDAF, Kansas City.
Dan Henry, WDAF Local News at 11. The outlook for Kansas City, a chance for thunder showers. Kansas City, Missouri police have one suspect in custody in connection with a shooting on the street at 33rd and Troost. 2 women were injured. They have been identified as 30-year-old Joan Oglesby of 2139 East 15th in Kansas City, and General Hospital lists her condition as critical, with gunshot wounds in the chest and stomach. The other is identified as Kay Sue Hammond of 5814 Olive in Kansas City. Hospital authorities say she is in fair condition with gunshot wounds in the pelvic area and right leg. The identity of the suspect in custody in connection with the incident is not known. Police are still investigating. A class action suit against the Kansas City, Missouri Board of Education and the Kansas City Teachers Union has been filed on the docket of U.S. District Court Judge Elmo Hunter. The suit was filed on behalf of his sons by the father of 2 boys who attend Southwest High School, asking the judge to order schools opened and teachers to halt the strike. A hearing was set for April 25th. Norman Hudson, president of the Kansas City Teachers Union, sits in jail tonight, his first in a 10-day contempt of court sentence, and all negotiations between teachers and the board are being handled by a federal mediator. In Kansas City, Kansas, teacher talks are to resume immediately, according to Superintendent of Schools Dr. O.L. Plucker, but negotiations between the NEA, representing Shawnee Mission teachers, and that district school board appear to have been stalemated, with teachers apparently demanding more than the 10.5% increase reportedly offered by the board. WDAF News Time, 11 o'clock.
News of the hour on the hour from American Information Radio. This is Richard Wall from Los Angeles, and at this hour, some black police officers in San Francisco have joined the protest against the stop and search policy in the Operation Zebra hunt for the killer of 12 whites. A member of the group, Officer Jesse Bird, announced,
"We are just as much concerned about the apprehension of this individual or individuals as anyone else. But we do not approve of the Gestapo-type tactics that are being used. We do not approve of people being stopped and frisked at random. We can only view this as another type of harassment."
Officer Bird's objection came as 5 black civic leaders filed a class action suit saying the tactics of searching blacks who match the zebra killer's description in San Francisco are unconstitutional. A Statue of Liberty takeover. That story coming up.
In the breath of a child lies the hope of our land. On the lips of a child rests the poem tall and grand. In the heart of a child is the peace that we have planned. And the breath of our children
children in the United States who should be running, laughing, and playing are coughing, wheezing, and choking. 6 million boys and girls are suffering from serious lung-damaging diseases. The National Cystic Fibrosis Research Foundation needs your help to help them.
In the breath of a child lies the hope of our land.
A group calling itself the Attica Brigade has taken over the Statue of Liberty in New York and promises to stay the weekend, demanding impeachment of President Nixon and protesting what's called social injustice in the U.S. President Nixon is spending the night at Camp David in Maryland. Earlier, the president went for a dinner cruise aboard the yacht Sequoia on the Potomac and then stopped by the home of his daughter Julie Eisenhower in Bethesda, Maryland. Mark Felt, former associate director of the FBI, says the White House asked him to issue news releases on Watergate that he considered improper for the FBI to be involved in. Felt ran the FBI after J. Edgar Hoover's death. The defense has rested its case in the perjury conspiracy trial of John Mitchell and Maurice Stans in New York. The prosecution will present rebuttal witnesses Monday. Israel and Syria disagree on losses in the first major air battles in the Mideast since the October War. But there's a warning about the consequences of the increasing escalation of the Golan Heights fighting. Correspondent Andrew Mizell's reports from Tel Aviv.
Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Dayan warned today that if the Syrians continue escalating the battle around Mount Hermon, Henry Kissinger might arrive here in 10 days to find a full-scale war in progress. Dayan issued the warning in a television interview which I watched here in Tel Aviv. It came on the eve of the heaviest day of fighting yet, a day in which Israel reported its first battle losses in the air, 2 warplanes shot down by ground fire. Dayan said that if Syria continued trying to capture territory, Israel would feel free to do the same. Andrew Mizell, ABC News, Tel Aviv.
Japan has signed an agreement with China for mutual airline service. The nationalist Chinese on Taiwan have threatened to end their aviation agreement with Japan because of the arrangement between Tokyo and Peking. Government economist Gary Seaver says inflation will remain a serious problem in the U.S. Seaver's remark followed release of figures showing the cost of living rose 1.1% in March, raising the 12-month increase in consumer prices to 10.2%. The Chicago Tribune has an announcement of interest to nostalgia buffs. The Tribune says it will bring back the original Orphan Annie cartoon strip starting Monday. The first episode will show Annie and her dog Sandy in 1936. This is Information Radio News.
From the Kurt Mears Sports Desk, the Kansas City Royals play the Chicago White Sox 2 more games in this series, tomorrow and Sunday, then move to Boston. A temporary restraining order has been issued against the Cincinnati Bengals linebacker Bill Bergey and the World Football League that keeps all WFL owners from negotiating with any member of the Cincinnati squad. Peter Oosterhouse holds the lead in the Monsanto Open Golf Tournament with a 36-hole total of 133, and the KU Relays will be wrapped up tomorrow. Kansas City's forecast partly cloudy and mild with a chance for showers or thunder showers through tomorrow. After an overnight low around 60, the high tomorrow will be in the upper 70s. Dan Henry, WDAF News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the world of your own terrifying imagination. The art of the double cross, unfortunately, has become part of the fabric of our lives. In espionage, however, it is almost a lifestyle. In the world of spies, for the left hand ever to know what the right is doing is unthinkable. For the next hour, imagine that you are Larry Fielding, a 32-year-old newspaperman caught in a dizzying web of circumstances seemingly beyond his control.
Larry, please change your mind and come with me.
Not until you tell me who you are and why you sneaked into my hotel room.
You're a fool, Larry. You must know that the police are looking for you and they'll be here any minute.
Oh, well, you're here now, and I still want to know who you are.
If that's so important, my name is Carol Johnson. And when I tell you I know all about the murder of Dave Wilson, maybe you'll believe that I'm here to help you.
mystery drama, The Lady Was a Tiger, written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett, stars William Redfield. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Hi, I'm Goldilocks, Ms. Goldilocks, if you please, and I'm a professional taste tester. Here at my taste test laboratory, that's TTL for short, I taste test everything from porridge to diet drinks. Actually, there's not that much taste testing in porridge these days. There used to be. Once upon a time. I mean, that's how this Ms. got into the biz. But lately it's been diet drinks. I mean, with so many diet drinks going sugar-free, I've been really busy conducting taste tests. A rather unbearable assignment, to be sure. But then I discovered sugar-free diet 7-Up. Fresh, natural, delicious. My only problem is that sugar-free diet 7-Up tastes so good that it broke my Goldilocks diet drink taste-o-meter. Well, sugar-free diet 7-Up certainly has my seal of approval. This one's just right.
Don't let anyone con you into thinking it's wrong to turn in a heroin pusher. You're not ratting. You're doing your part to wipe out one of the most insidious epidemics racking our country today. So don't let anyone kid you. If you really care about the quality of life, if you really care about improving society, you'll do everything you can to get the heroin pusher off the street and into jail where he belongs. If you have information about a drug pusher, use the heroin hotline. The number is 800-368-5363. That's toll-free from anywhere in the country. The number again is 800-368-5363. A trained operator will answer your call, take your information, and pass it on to experienced federal agents who will investigate. You'll make your own special contribution toward helping us wipe out what President Nixon has called public enemy number one. Call 800-368-5363.
Walking is great exercise, and with good weather can also be great fun. But not when you've just been fired by the editor of the newspaper for which you've worked happily for 5 years. Larry Fielding has been walking aimlessly for 2 hours, trying to figure out why Horace Finley, the editor and his boss, had refused to give him any reason for his dismissal. Tormented by his frustrating thoughts and tired, Larry sits down on a park bench to think. He is so deep in thought, he is unaware of 3 men who suddenly surround him. Larry has only to look at them to know that he is in trouble. He tries to get up, but is pushed back down, and the men start to beat him up.
No, take my money and leave me alone, will you? Look, if you want money, I told you can have it. Help! Help!
Calling for help when you're being mugged in a big city park is sometimes as helpful as trying to catch hold of a windowsill in a 30-story fall. But this time, there was a miracle. A stranger has seen the attack and rushes to help.
Hey, there, man! Here comes... That's a nice jaw you have there, fella. You need a lesson of chicken. Oh, that took care of them. They're gone.
Oh, thanks.
Let me help you up.
Thanks, mister. Thanks a lot. I tell you, I was in real trouble.
My pleasure. Did they get your wallet?
No. I got a lot of bruises, but they didn't get a thing. Say, you're a pretty good scrapper for
a guy my age.
Well, yeah. Hey, what are you, a karate expert?
Oh, just keep myself in shape.
You sure do. Listen, can I do something for you to show you really meant thanks?
You certainly can.
How about coffee?
Oh, sure, but that's nothing. What I meant was...
I know what you meant. My name's Dave Wilson.
Oh, good. I'm Larry Fielding.
Oh, come on, Larry. Let's have a cup of coffee.
You know, I still can't get over the way you tore into those guys.
I was a commando in World War II.
World War II?
Did you think I was in the Civil War?
No, I didn't mean that. It's just...
Well, to a young fellow like you, World War II might as well have been in the last century. It was only 30-some-odd years ago, you know.
Oh, I know. After all, I was in the newspaper business.
Yeah, that's tough what you told me about losing your job. What are you going to do?
Oh, I don't know. Look around for another one. What bothers me is the way my editor let me go. No explanations. You know, we were friends. You'd think he'd at least tell me why he fired me.
Those things happen. Stop torturing yourself and begin making plans.
No, not until I get this thing straightened out in my own mind. I think I'll call my editor at home tonight and...
I've got a better idea.
Go out and get drunk, huh?
Nope. How about a trip to Paris?
Are you putting me on?
I'm serious.
Well, what are you? A scout for contestants for some kind of TV quiz show?
No, I am a man sitting on $200,000.
What?
And I need a guy just like you.
Now, look, I'm a newspaper man. Anytime a stranger starts talking about a trip to Paris and $200,000, I,
Walk away without even listening?
Yeah.
Even if the man just happened to maybe save you from being mugged, robbed, and beaten up?
Okay, all right, I'll listen, but believe me, that'll be it.
Fair enough. First, here's my card.
Oh, David Wilson, Calridge Imports. I never heard of him.
You can call and check me out. I told you I was in World War II.
Oh, look, I'm grateful to you, but you're wasting your time.
Why don't you shut up and listen? You've probably heard about the millions of dollars in artworks and precious jewels that the GIs liberated during the last days of the war.
Liberated, sure, yeah. Well, I've heard stories.
Well, most of them are true. One that I know in particular certainly is. Did you ever hear of the Lancer collection?
Lancer,
The Comte de Lancer came from an old French family. And the Lancer collection is a fabulous assortment of diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and other precious stones, which were seized by the Nazis when they swept through France in 1940. A pal of mine, not a commando, happened to come upon the collection when the Americans were driving the Germans back in 44.
Wait a minute. And he liberated it?
Exactly. He and a distinguished Frenchman named Henri Thiel.
Oh. Professor Henri Thiel? The archaeologist?
That's the man.
Oh, come on. He wouldn't,
You were saying something?
No, nothing.
You were about to say he wouldn't get involved in anything crooked, weren't you?
Yeah, something like that.
You're right, he wouldn't. But he was younger. The world was quite different then. And my GI pal was a most persuasive guy. They decided to bury the Lancer collection. They did. They drew a map. And today, Professor Thiel is the only possessor of that map.
Uh-huh. And, what happened to your nameless friend?
He's dead. Professor Thiel wants to return the jewels.
But that's easy, isn't it?
Not if the professor doesn't want embarrassing questions asked about how he came by that map in the first place.
Oh. What about you?
Calridge Imports is a highly respected and reputable importing firm. I want to keep it that way.
Oh, so do I, even though I've just been fired.
You haven't heard what I'm asking you to do.
Well, what?
Come with me to Paris. You're writing a story on Professor Thiel. He's good material. You'll grant me that.
Yes, yeah.
You'll interview him, naturally. During the course of that interview, he'll give you a slip of paper, which is a map showing the location of the jewels. You'll later deliver it to me. And that's all you have to do.
You, mentioned something about sitting on hundreds of thousands of dollars?
That's right. The Lancer collection is worth that and more. I'm sitting on it. I intend to return the jewels and collect a reward. If you want to share in that, you deserve it. Mrs. Wilson, The report is positive. Fielding has agreed to go to Paris with me. He bought the story about picking up a map showing the location of the Lancer collection. Operation successful. You'd better be on your way, Larry. You're due at Festils in 10 minutes.
I suppose it's too late to back out, huh?
You can always back out, Larry, but I don't think you will. There's really nothing to it. Make it look like a normal interview. Take notes. The professor will give you the map. Slip it in with your notes. Bring it back to me here. I'll be waiting.
Okay.
Larry.
Yes?
Relax.
Oh, sure thing. I'll see you.
Would Monsieur mind if I joined him?
I wouldn't mind at all, but I don't think I'm what you're looking for.
Oh, but Monsieur is exactly what I seek. Exactly.
And just what is it you're seeking?
To warn you that you are in grave danger.
Why don't you come off it with that phony accent? If you've got something to say to me, say it.
Would Monsieur buy me a Pernod?
Sure. Garçon, Pernod, please.
Monsieur, it is very difficult for me. I do play a role, as you have guessed. And I am not here by chance. You must leave, and quickly.
Your Pernod, monsieur.
Not for me, it's for the lady.
And for you, I have a knife. Go, mademoiselle, go.
But he's going to die if...
Do as I say. There'll be no problem. Simply put his head down gently on the table. So. And people will see another drunken tourist.
Your name is Larry Fielding. You're 28 years old, and you're feeling marvelous. You have just completed a fascinating interview with Professor Henry Teal. And you have the paper that you're going to hand over to your friend who's waiting at Les Deux Magots. You see him at the table where you left him. His head is down, but you're not concerned.
Dave, wake up. I saw the professor. What?
Monsieur, what has happened?
Well, I don't know. I came back to meet my friend. I guess he's passed out.
A moment, monsieur. Look, this man has been murdered.
What?
Stabbed to death. You will wait here for the police.
I will not. I'm getting out of here.
Who's there?
It is I. Open up.
What's the matter? What happened?
The other American. The young one. He got away.
You let him go?
He panicked. Ran.
Now what?
He'll probably go back to his room at the Dauphine. You will check.
But aren't the police looking for him?
I hope so. I gave them a complete description.
And what do I say to them if they find me in his room?
Calm, a beautiful young lady like yourself. Get to him and find out where the paper is.
All right. Who are you? If I take my hand away, you promise not to scream? Right? Okay. Now, why have you picked the lock into my room?
Never mind. You have to get out of here.
Not until you tell me who you are.
If that matters, my name is Carol Johnson. I've been sent here to help you.
Oh, sure.
I know about the murder of your friend.
Wait a minute. Sent by whom?
I'll answer your questions while we're on the way.
On the way to where?
Safety.
I don't need to run. I didn't kill anybody. I'm not about to take off with a strange girl, particularly not one who's equipped with skeleton keys.
Oh, suit yourself. Goodbye.
Come in.
Monsieur de Ransfielding.
Yes?
Inspector Victor Roux. Sûreté.
Oh.
You will please come with me.
What for?
Suspicion of murder of another American? Monsieur David Wilson.
Inspector, listen. Why would I kill Dave? I've already told you I had an appointment to meet Dave at the cafe. He was waiting for me. Would I have walked up to a man I just killed and shake him so that he'd fall down and make a big scene?
That is your explanation? There is nothing to support it.
Well, there's nothing against it either.
There is the word of Louis Goret.
Louis Who's he?
The waiter who attended the table at which Monsieur Wilson and you sat. The only reason that you are not, as of this moment, charged with murder is because you did return. That much the waiter's testimony supports. Only he says that Monsieur Wilson might very well have been dead shortly after you returned, and that you had time to kill him.
That's a lie.
So you say.
Oh, just check with Professor Teal. He'll tell you what time I arrived, what time I left.
We have been trying, and there has been no answer. We may have him on the telephone now. Hello? Eh? Ah? So? Very bien. Merci.
All right, well, what'd he say?
That was not Professor Teal. That was his apartment. And his servant.
His servant? There was nobody there when I saw him.
Don't you mean if you saw him, monsieur?
Oh.
According to the servant, Professor Teal left for an extended holiday early this morning, and it is not known when he is expected back.
Your name is Larry Fielding. You're 32 years old, and you find yourself in prison in Paris, accused of murder. You know you've been had, and you're dealing with forces that seem beyond your control. You have a million questions, and the only man who could answer them is the man you're accused of killing. We'll be back shortly with Act 2.
When you drink beer, do you tilt the glass for long, hearty swallows? Or just tip it and sip it? Well, sipping's the thing for wine. But Budweiser beer is a hearty drink, brewed for zest and character. The best way to enjoy Bud is to drink it. Not chug-a-lug, just man-sized beer drinker swallows. That's when that famous Budweiser taste, smoothness, and drinkability really come through. Smoothness and drinkability that come only from natural carbonation and exclusive beechwood aging. Smoothness and drinkability, too good for any half-hearted sipping. So drink up. You'll see that brewing beer right does make a difference, and that when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
In 1919, someone had a big idea. Let's help youth understand big business by starting them in small businesses of their own. And Junior Achievement was born. Each group elected a board of directors, chose a product, set up a production line, sold stock, and went into business. That year, 314 students made and sold products and learned the business of business. Today, Junior Achievement has grown to nearly 200,000 members. Junior Achievers are designing and marketing their own products and services, from cutting boards to printing. They're organizing sales efforts, writing marketing plans, calculating profit and loss. Running these small businesses helps Junior Achievers understand how big business works. Support Junior Achievement, where youth learns the business of business. Call your local Junior Achievement office.
To many Americans, Paris means visits to the Louvre, strolls along the Seine, or fine food. But to Larry Fielding, it means the inside of a prison cell, where he sits accused of a murder he didn't commit. Fielding knows he's been caught up in something that involves more than the recovery of some stolen jewels. However, what he doesn't realize is that he's the key pawn in a deadly game, and the players are about to make some moves.
Come.
I don't think it's smart to have me come here so often.
I would not have sent for you if it were not necessary. Do you still believe that Fielding knows nothing about the operation?
I do.
Then where's the document?
Well, we don't know he ever had it, do we?
We know he visited Thiel. We know that Wilson waited for him at Les Dumagots. We know he came back there. I think it is safe to assume that he was carrying the plans.
And he didn't have it on him when he was arrested.
Roger arranged to be there when Fielding was brought in and searched. He says there was nothing on him.
But he wasn't picked up right away.
Exactly. He eventually went back to his hotel room, as you know. I believe he has the paper and that he has somehow managed to hide it. It does us no good in prison. We shall have to arrange to have him released.
And how do we do that?
We don't. You do.
Sit down, mademoiselle. Your passport says Carol Johnson.
That's right, Inspector.
And I am told you are in my office because of the unfortunate incident in the Café Les Deux Magots.
Yes, Inspector. I just had to come here to tell you you have the wrong man.
Ah? And how do you know that?
I'm studying at the Sorbonne. I visit Les Deux Magots all the time. I was sitting right there when that man was murdered.
Formidable. You saw a man murdered and you did nothing.
Oh, at the time I didn't know it was a murder. I just thought the man had too much to drink or was ill. But the reason I know that you've arrested the wrong man is that the murdered man was dead before this young American Fields or
Fielding.
Yes, well, the man was dead before Fielding ever got to the table. Fielding came and shook him. And that was when it was discovered that he was dead. I'm prepared to swear to that, Inspector.
Of course you are prepared to swear to this story that you have just told me.
Why not? It's the truth.
Of course, mademoiselle. Why would a beautiful young lady like yourself lie to an inspector of the Sûreté?
I'm not sure that I like the way you say that, Inspector. But everything will be all right if you release young Fielding.
You have told me you will swear to this statement of yours in court. Therefore, I have very little choice.
Ah, good.
But, mademoiselle, I have been the police officer for 20 years. Long enough to know that witnesses who appear late with an alibi for an accused murderer often have reason.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
And I also wish to warn you, mademoiselle, that the Sûreté considers this a very much open case.
That is the business of the Sûreté. Au revoir, Inspector.
Gérard, you will follow the young lady who just left my office, and do not lose her.
Hello there.
Oh, it's you.
Want to give me a lift?
Well, I suppose I owe you something for getting me out of jail. Taxi! Taxi! Here, we got one. Hop in.
Oh, thanks.
Driver, Hotel Dauphine.
Well, you look pretty good for a jailbird.
You look pretty good yourself for... Come to think of it, what are you?
An American girl in Paris trying to make a living. What are you?
An American in Paris in need of a bath, a drink, and some food.
You know, you're not bad looking.
Oh, thanks. While we seem to be exchanging compliments, can I say you're about the best-looking girl I've seen since I've been here?
Thank you. Now that we like each other so much, don't you think it's time we started telling each other the truth?
Yes, I'll buy that. Écoutez-moi, operateur, well, never... You speaking. Okay. Well, look, I phoned the desk about an hour ago to get this room straightened up, and so far nothing's happened. Now, can you please just send someone up so I can sleep here tonight? Huh?
While you're at it, where's our food?
Wait a minute. That's a different department.
Oh.
I'll have to call room service again.
Oh. Maybe you won't have to bother.
Entree.
Your dinner, monsieur. Madame?
Merci.
Monsieur would like me to serve.
No, thanks. No, I think I can handle it myself.
As monsieur wishes.
Wait a minute. Don't I know you?
I think not, monsieur.
Now, I've seen you before. I'm sure I've seen you.
Paris is a large city, monsieur. One passes people on the streets and...
The streets. The streets, that's it. You're the same guy who was at the Café Les Deux Magots.
Monsieur is mistaken.
What? Hey, wait a minute. Come back here. I want to talk to you.
Oh, now don't go chasing him down the hall.
Why not? Listen, Carol, I'm positive he's the same waiter.
He'll just deny it and you can't prove it.
But...
Even if you could. What do you think it means?
Well, it means... Well, I don't know. But if I get him to talk, maybe I'd find out something.
I thought you were going to clue me in.
Oh, yeah. Listen, have you ever heard of the Lancer collection?
Of course. It's in the Louvre.
Oh.
The family of Comte de Lancer gave it to the museum after it was recovered when the Nazis fled Paris.
What?
Well, why does that shake you up so much?
Because it can't be true.
Come with me to the Louvre and I'll show it to you.
Well, that changes everything. Come on.
Where are we going?
To the American consul.
Well?
Unbelievable.
What?
Simply unbelievable. Do you know what the consul told me?
I predicted it, didn't I?
Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm. He didn't want to hear about it at all. Just advised me to forget the whole thing and leave France. Incredible.
Well, not really when you understand that he doesn't know what you're talking about.
But you do.
Some of it.
Okay, take me back to the hotel.
Any reason?
I'm taking the consul's advice. If nobody's interested, I'll go back to the States.
Well, now that they've cleaned up the room so nicely, you're leaving.
Well, do you have a better idea?
More than one.
I think I'll take them one at a time.
Number one. Give me the paper Professor Teal gave you.
Well, it looks like we're finally going to level.
Where is it?
Well, first you tell me something. What is it?
I don't know.
End of conversation.
Larry, listen to me. I work for Colonel Blake, military intelligence. I was assigned to this operation.
What operation?
All I was told was that Dave Wilson, who also works for us, was coming over here with you, and that you were to get something from Professor Teal and give it to Dave.
Teal worked with you, too?
He did. But now his cover is blown, and I don't know where he is.
Who killed Wilson?
I don't know. It could have been any one of 3 or 4 foreign powers.
And the only reason I'm alive is because somebody wants the paper.
That's right.
And if I give it to you, then there's really no reason not to kill me.
Oh, give it to me. I'll get it to Colonel Blake and we'll get you safely out of the country.
No, hold on. I got a better idea. I'll go with you to Colonel Blake and we'll give it to him together.
No, that would be too dangerous.
To whom?
Will you please trust me?
Give me a reason.
Please, where is the paper?
I burned it.
You expect me to believe that?
Why not? You expect me to believe everything you tell me?
You admit you had the paper. And somehow, between the time you ran from Les Deux Magots, you managed to hide it in a place where experts have been unable to find it.
I told you I burned it.
And you know that's a fairy tale that no one will believe.
I don't care whether you believe it or not. Now, are you coming with me?
Where?
To talk to your Colonel Blake.
He won't see you.
Oh, I think he will. Goodbye, Carol. It was nice knowing you. I think.
You will kindly step back into your room, Monsieur Feeling.
Now, wait a minute.
Let me introduce myself. I am Major Simonovich.
Oh, of the Gay Payou or the NKVD?
Does not really matter. What matters is that you and I have something to discuss.
I warned you.
Yeah, sure you did. Just like a rattlesnake does.
I do so dislike dealing with amateurs. This is strictly a business.
You mean you want to make a deal with me?
Correction. I mean you would find it wise if you wanted to make a deal with us.
For the paper?
Exactly. Where is it?
No, not so fast. Not so fast. You spoke about a deal?
You give us the paper, we give you your life.
You must really believe I'm an idiot. You people murdered Wilson. That paper is the only thing that's keeping me alive.
I have my word.
No deal.
Do you really believe you have a choice? Carol, call Rodjansky. Make the usual arrangements. We will wait here.
Donnez-moi 80-36, s'il vous plaît. C'est ça. Merci.
Carol.
Yes.
Tell me something. Will I like Rodzansky?
By this time, Larry Fielding realizes that he's been used. That he was never supposed to bring Dave Wilson a paper telling the location of the Lancer jewel collection. But his discoveries have only added to his dilemma. He was quick-witted enough to realize that his only hope was to hide the paper, because that slip of paper is his last resort. We'll be back shortly with Act 3.
Great taste in the morning. Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. We've been having some fun in our television and radio commercials by using a ball and chain to symbolize the slight overweight problem common to so many of us. We point out that being a few pounds overweight is just a little more difficult for you. Climbing stairs, just walking around, even sitting down can feel, well, like you're wearing a ball and chain. In case you missed the message, it's this. If you really want to get rid of that extra weight, you really have to work at it by exercising and with sensible meals like the Special K breakfast. A 1-ounce bowl of Special K, America's favorite high-protein cereal, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. Less than 240 calories. Nutritious and, by the way, delicious. So why not begin each day with a Special K breakfast and then keep up the good work? Special K can't help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
Hi, I'm Hal Linden. There's a lot of talk these days about America's energy crisis. Talk about doing without heat, about doing without our cars, about what's going to happen if we run out of fuel. Well, we may not have to run out of fuel if we all work together to conserve the fuel we have. That means turning your thermostats down to 68 degrees during the day and turning them down to 60 at night. It means turning off lights, TV sets, and electrical appliances the minute we're finished with them. It means driving no faster than 50, starting or joining carpools, avoiding the kind of stop-and-go motoring that eats up gas by the gallon. In short, it means saving every ounce of energy we can, every chance we get. So please, do your part to make the fuel supply stretch a little further. For your own sake, don't be selfish. Don't be foolish. Don't be fuelish.
This message from the Federal Energy Office and the Advertising Council.
Newspaperman Larry Fielding sits waiting in his Paris hotel room, closely guarded by 3 members of the Russian secret police and the beautiful American girl, Carol Johnson. They are waiting for a man named Rosansky, who might very well be, for all Fielding knows, his executioner.
You know we mean to obtain the paper. Rojansky is a doctor and a chemist. He'll be here shortly. You will be put to sleep painlessly. You'll be taken from here in an ambulance to a safe place, and there you will be injected with sodium pentothal, Fielding. You will tell us.
Look, I don't suppose you'll tell me what's so important about this piece of paper?
You have heard of the SAM-6 missiles, the surface-to-air weapons with deadly accuracy that we have developed and which were used so successfully in minor wars in Asia and the Middle East?
Yes, I've heard of them.
Good. We learned that someone whose identity we still seek has invented a jamming device which would render the SAM-6 almost worthless. We don't believe that any such system can be invented, but we do not take chances. We have reason to believe that the piece of paper that you carried away from Professor Teals has the information for building such a device. That will be Rojansky. Carol, admit him.
Of course. Come in, Doctor. This is the patient.
Now, look, I really don't think this is necessary.
It will be easier if you don't fuss, young man.
I don't intend to make...
Hold it.
Now, his arm. Hold it still.
Good. You brought a stretcher?
Of course. There. You'll be under in a moment, so we can leave. What is this? Gendarmes?
It has nothing to do with us. We are taking a sick man to the hospital. Put this stretcher into the ambulance. Quickly.
I must apologize, but we received a report from the hotel concierge that there was a dead man here.
Absurd, Inspector. This is Dr. Jansky. The doctor will explain this to you, Inspector.
This man became suddenly quite ill. I gave him a sedative to quiet him, and we're now taking him to the Lefebvre nursing home, as you can see by the ambulance.
You say he is alive?
Very much so. See for yourself.
Mon Dieu. I know this man.
Inspector, he must receive medical attention.
Of course. But I suggest that instead of taking him to the nursing home, he go instead to the police hospital.
That's ridiculous. He's my patient.
I am afraid I must insist. This young man has most recently been released from jail, where we were holding him on a charge of murder.
If he has been released, then
Released, yes. But he has not been completely cleared, so... Laurent, begone. Take this man to the police hospital.
Did you get a report?
Yes.
And?
He'll be conscious in an hour.
And he will talk.
I'm sure of that.
He will scream to see Colonel Blake, and then your cover is blown, and the whole operation goes fooey.
What do we do?
Silence him.
But what about the papers?
We will be faulted for that, of course, but if we do not have it, neither do the Americans. Who do we have in the police hospital?
Only Leclerc.
A weakling, but he can admit Rozhansky.
Rozhansky's a doctor. He doesn't need Leclerc to admit him. He can visit his patient openly.
Thank you, my dear. I visit Fielding and he dies shortly thereafter. That idea does not appeal to me.
We have to do something.
You are both right. Carol, you will be his first visitor when he regains consciousness.
No.
Yes, Carol. Rozhansky, give her your hypodermic kit.
I don't have to do this, and I won't.
You would prefer that in my report I mention your failure with Fielding when you had some hours alone with him?
I'll go.
That is wise. Rozhansky, give her the syringe.
Here.
Quickly. The car is waiting. And Carol, if you should decide, or even think about changing sides, it would be most unwise. You know the French police are still most interested in the person who murdered Wilson.
You awake now, Larry?
Oh, no.
Wake up and listen to me, Larry.
What?
You've got to listen. Try to understand me.
Wait a minute. What kind of a place is this?
You're safe. It's a police hospital.
All right, but how did you get in here? Where's Rozhansky?
Look, I can understand how you feel and why you don't trust me, but the truth really is that I am a double agent.
Oh.
Do you understand what a double agent is?
As near as I can figure out, a double agent is somebody working for two different sides.
Yes.
And neither side trusts them.
Oh.
You know, that fits you to a T. You might just be telling the truth.
I am. I really work for Colonel Blake, as I told you. The Russians know it. They think I've infiltrated the U.S. military intelligence. But in fact...
Yes, I know. You've really done just the opposite.
Yes.
Worked your way into the Russian apparatus.
Exactly. Oh, Larry, how can I make you believe me?
You can't.
Listen, you were deliberately recruited. The reason you lost your job was because we got in touch with your boss. He agreed to go along. The men who jumped you were part of the setup so that Wilson could save you.
Hey, now, wait a minute. But that doesn't prove a thing. You could have learned all that working for Blake and still be with the other side and...
Oh...
And wait, now, speaking of Wilson, how about getting him killed?
I tried to warn him, but there wasn't enough time. It was either go along with that or blow my cover and endanger the whole operation.
And when I wanted to give the plans to Blake, you objected.
Same problem if I went with you to Blake or you went to him after we had talked. My cover was blown.
Now, and suppose I had given you the plans. How would that have changed the situation?
We would have had a phony copy that I would have delivered to Igor and everything would have been fine. And there's still time for me to do that. If you will just believe me and tell me where the plans are.
I'd like to believe you. I really would.
Please. Where are they, Larry?
Get me to Blake.
It's too dangerous. Look, you see this.
Yeah, it's a hypodermic.
It's death. Igor sent me here with this to kill you. Now, do you believe me?
Wait a minute. If you don't kill me, and I guess you don't intend to, what will Igor and his friends think? Isn't your cover blown then anyway?
Could be, but if I come back with the plans and say that I got them out of you without having to kill you, there's a chance they'll believe me.
Uh-huh.
Well?
I'm thinking. Who are you?
One of the hospital guards, monsieur.
Oh.
Mademoiselle, you have been here some time. How is the patient?
Guard.
Yes, monsieur?
Call Colonel Blake at U.S. Military Intelligence. Tell him I've got to see him right away on a matter of the utmost urgency.
Colonel Blake?
Colonel Blake.
I will inform my superior.
Now, you don't have to inform anyone. Just call him.
Yes, monsieur. The Major will be disappointed you have not followed instructions.
You are a fool. I would have had the information if you hadn't come in when you did.
I know what you were ordered to do.
What? What's this?
A moment of truth, I'm afraid, Larry.
Oh, I know how highly the Major regards you, mademoiselle. But I also know what he thinks of me. Tonight will change that. Give me that syringe.
Here, right in your arm.
Oh, you traitor. I knew.
Carol, you were telling me the truth.
Yes. Yes, I was. And I had to kill him. To make you see it. Where is the paper, please?
In my hotel room.
Oh, aren't you ever going to stop playing games? You know your room was searched.
Let me get dressed and I'll show you.
If it's not here, there's going to be the devil to pay.
Don't worry, it's here.
Now, I'm the one who has to be shown. Trained operatives from 2 special branches went over this room with everything except Geiger counters.
Okay.
Where are we going?
The bathroom.
That was searched, too.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
Oh, we went through that cabinet.
Did you now? What do you see?
Towels, paper tissues, some of your toilet articles. We took your razor apart.
Uh-huh. And what else?
A roll of toilet tissue, unopened.
And as the French say, mademoiselle, voila.
Oh.
And now we unroll this toilet tissue and keep unrolling it, and...
Oh, my God. Where did you learn to open a package and reseal it like that?
When I was a kid, I was the best clerk in Roscoe's shipping department.
Oh, thanks. It was nice knowing you. I really mean that, Larry.
Hey, wait a minute. Surely I've earned the right to buy you dinner.
I'd like to.
Well, you'd better, or I'll start doing some talking.
Blackmail?
You said it.
All right. I'll meet you at Les Deux Magots at 10:30.
No way. Let's try the right bank, La Rotonde.
That's a date. I'll see you.
You better be there.
Shirts, ties. Yes, I think that's everything. Come. Oh, it's you, Rojansky. Are you coming with me?
I am staying.
Then we shall say goodbye. I do not have much time. The plane for Moscow leaves at...
I do not think you'll be taking the plane.
Are you insane? You know I've been recalled.
Not precisely.
What do you mean, not precisely?
Moscow feels you have bungled badly.
So? It's not the first time that an operation has been...
First, you were duped by the American girl. You know she was a double agent?
I know now. Did you know before she killed Leclerc?
I was not in charge at that time.
At that time?
Now there are 2 murders that cannot be hushed up. The French police must have a murderer to satisfy the public.
Then give them Carol.
I only wish that we could. They want you. You have been chosen to be the murderer. I am replacing you as the head of this section.
Ridiculous. I won't remain quiet. I have a lot I could and will say to the authorities if Moscow abandons me. Now you listen to me, Rojansky.
I have no time to listen.
Rojansky, wait. That hypodermic. Don't... Oh.
Igor, you should be pleased to know that your dying will serve a good cause.
I'm sorry I'm late, but
But?
there were loose ends that had to be cleared up.
Well, I thought maybe you decided against coming.
Oh,
After all, your job here is finished.
well, yes.
Sit down, sir. Now that the Russians know you, there's nothing for you to do. It would be suicide to try to, huh?
Oh, well, there are other things for me.
Sure. Like getting married to a lovesick newspaper man, settling down, raising a family.
Oh. Oh, I take it I'm your first Matahari.
Mm-hmm. First and only.
Well, Larry, we're very different from other women. In our business, you pay dues. And they're heavy payments.
I don't get it.
I'm talking about sitting at another cafe on the left bank. Sitting and knowing that an agent named Wilson was going to be killed. Clumsily trying to warn him, and finally deciding that his death was the way it had to be. Larry, that's a big payment.
But you can forget about it now. It wasn't your fault.
No, forget about that and forget about Leclerc.
Well, you had to...
You see, it's even hard for you to say. I had to kill him. No, Larry, I have to keep on to justify those things.
But, Carol, listen...
Bye, Larry. Thanks for the champagne.
But our dinner, I've ordered dinner. At least have dinner with me.
Oh, we both know what I have to do. If I ever change my mind, I promise I'll come running.
Larry Fielding sat in La Rotonde and watched her walk away. He knew she was walking out of his life. For a moment, he toyed with the idea of running after her and joining her world of spies. He flirted with the idea that he might even be some sort of an American James Bond. But then, the waiter brought the dinner. And to his surprise, he was hungry. And that realization made him wonder about whether or not he was truly in love. I'll be back shortly.
Who knows how to help you solve your shopping problems? Your Better Business Bureau knows.
I saw this perfectly darling mirror in the showroom, so I bought it. But when the truck came, they delivered this thing I never saw before. Now what am I going to do?
I'll tell you what to do, madam.
But who are you?
I'm the man from the Better Business Bureau. Now, the first thing to do is to call the store manager and tell him what happened. But in the future, when your merchandise is delivered, you should examine the item before the delivery truck leaves. And if it's to be delivered from a warehouse, have a clear understanding with the dealer that unless it is the same as the sample shown to you, you will not accept it or pay for it.
Oh, thank you.
Just part of my job, madam, to help people with their shopping problems.
Back in New York, Larry Fielding returned to his old job. An old friend and boss, Horace Finley, who was curious about what had happened in Paris. Finley kept pressing Larry to tell him about his Parisian adventure. Finally, Larry said, I'll tell you, Horace. In Paris, the food was good. Our cast included William Redfield, Joan Loring, Roger DeKoven, Ian Martin, and Chris Gampel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I really killed that boy, you know? What did you say? I killed him, Mr. Murray. I waited for him in the hallway the next day, and I grabbed him. He was a scrawny kid. It was like ringing in the neck of a chicken. I'd do the same thing again, Mr. Murray, to the next guy who bothers my wife. They've got to learn. You lied to me. Every stinking word you told me was a lie. Don't be sore, Mr. Murray. I couldn't tell you the truth, could I? I mean, You wouldn't have taken the case, would you?
Yes! I would have taken the case and told you to plead guilty with cause.
No, I wanted you to get me off, and that's what you did.
Look,
I've got to go now, Mr. Murray. I just want to say thanks again.
Oh, you think it's that simple? You think you can just walk out of here?
Melanie's waiting for me. She likes to eat dinner early. The girl's always hungry. So long, Mr. Murray.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Radio Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WDAF, Kansas City.
Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly, with Bill Thompson, the King's Men, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Jericho. Reminder, this is Make a Pal of Your Wife Week. Send the little woman some flowers. Send her a box of candy. Take her out to lunch. Now, wait a minute. Let's see. Flowers would come to about $5. Candy about $2. Yes, you better make it lunch. Anyway, that's the way the Squire of 79 Wistful Vista has figured it out as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
Hey, Molly, I got an idea.
What about? And move over a little, please. I want to dust that chair.
I got an idea about lunch.
Well, let's not discuss lunch quite yet. I haven't had time to do the breakfast dishes.
Oh, well, let the dishes go.
I'll do no such a thing.
Oh, well, use some others. We got other dishes, ain't we?
No, we haven't.
We haven't? What become of that set of dishes we won at the Bijou Theater this winter?
Why, don't you remember?
Huh?
You stayed for the second show and threw them at the picture.
Well, I hope I didn't hurt Theda Barrow with that gravy boat. But look, Molly, what
McGee,
Huh?
Where did you lay that half-smoked cigar?
Oh, right there on the arm of the chair. Why? You want a drag on it?
Don't be silly. But is that any place to put a lighted cigar?
No, I guess it ain't at that. I'll put it up here on the mantel where I can...
Put it in the ashtray. What's the ashtray for?
Oh, hairpins, rubber bands, stamps, apple cores, and all stuff like that there. There's never any room for ashes in it. Now, about lunch, Molly, I thought...
Well, if you're so anxious to have lunch, why don't you go out and wash the dishes?
Who, me? No, sirree. What do you think I am? A sissy? I don't wash no dishes. I hate washing dishes.
Huh. I suppose I like to, huh?
Certainly not. And I hate to have you wash dishes, too, sweetheart. That's what I'm talking about. Nobody has to wash dishes around here today. I'm going to take you out to lunch.
Well, that's very nice of you. Now move a little whilst I dust. What did you say?
I says I'm inviting you out to lunch.
Well, heavenly days. You mean you're asking me to go out to lunch, dearie?
What's so strange about that? You afraid people will talk? I didn't just meet you on a streetcar, you know. We're married, remember?
But, dearie, this is so sudden. That is, if you can call it sudden after 15 years.
Look, Molly, I ain't the guy to be stood up on a date. You want to go or don't you?
Yes, and thank you, dearie, thank you.
Oh, forget it. It's nothing that any red-blooded, clean-living American boy wouldn't have done. Besides, this is Make a Pal of Your Wife week.
Oh, it is?
Yep.
I thought this was Peel an Onion and Shed a Tear for the boys in the upper brackets week.
Well, come on, hurry up and get your hat.
All right. But it'll take me a while to put my face on. I'll be down in just a minute, dearie.
Ah, women. When a man gets a date with a gal, he pats himself on the back. When a gal gets a date with a man, she pats herself on the face. Come in.
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter. Hey, where's daughter?
He's upstairs making a mug out of nature. What's on your mind, old-timer?
Want to buy any soap, Johnny? I only got to sell 982 more bars, and I win a .22 rifle.
What you going to do with the .22 rifle when you get it?
I'm going to shoot the guy that talked me into trying to sell this bum soap.
I don't believe we want any today, old-timer.
Hey!
I'm afraid you come to the wrong house. As Robinson Crusoe says to his man Friday when he put down his telescope, no sale.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller, says, I only got to sell 982 bars of soap and I'll win a .22 rifle. That's so, says t'other feller. What you gonna do with a .22 rifle? And t'other feller says, I'm gonna shoot the guy that talked me into selling this bum soap. I thought that... What's the matter, Johnny?
We just did that one a minute ago.
I know it. But darn it, Johnny, I'm tired. All day long going from door to door selling this bum soap.
That guy's proved one thing to me. If man sprung from monkeys, he must have had a Charlie horse at the time.
Who is that at the door, dearie?
Oh, well, I could describe him best, Molly, as the guy that always stands behind you when you're playing bridge and says, not that one. Oh, come on, let's go.
Oh, my, I certainly appreciate this, McGee.
Oh, forget it. After all, Make a Pal of Your Wife week only comes once a year. It's a... Here comes Mrs. Uppington.
Heavenly days, look at her, will you? She struts along like the world was her oyster, and she just cornered the Tabasco market. The fuzzy. Why don't she... Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? So nice to see you.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppity.
A lovely day, isn't it? I always try to take a long walk every day if possible. I get home simply brimming with a new energy and a new youth.
Oh, really? Who is he, Mrs. Uppington?
Who is who?
The new youth.
She means Billy Mills, Molly.
Oh.
Though his youth ain't awful new either.
But Billy is such a charming boy and a splendid musician. He came over last night and played the piano for me.
Yes?
Oh, all the lovely old songs of my girlhood.
Ah, wasn't that nice? And those Civil War songs were so inspiring.
Yes, indeed. What? Civil War? Now, please, Mr. McGee,
Incidentally, Mrs. Uppington, speaking of romance, my husband has just dated me up for lunch. Won't you join us?
Oh, no, thank you, my dear. In fact, Dr. Mills and I are lunching together today. And I'm afraid we'd hardly patronize the same... well, we usually go to a very quiet, exclusive restaurant. I'm particularly devoted to a good French cuisine, you know.
Oh, is that so? I never ate one myself. Why don't you get the recipe, Molly?
Oh, Mr. McGee. Oh, you're so amusing, really. Get the recipe and do it. My, how droll.
Hey, what's so funny about that? Well, I've been an expert on food ever since my childhood. Even my teething ring was made from an old Goodyear recipe. Just to keep my eye on the cook, I had all my meals in the kitchen. Kitchen F. McGee, I was known as. Kitchen F. McGee, the cute and cuddly connoisseur of classy cooking, carefully counting the calories and carbohydrates contained in concoctions of cow, cooked in combination with carrots, cabbage, cauliflower, and corn. Considerable corn. Constant customer of cosmopolitan cafes and corner cafeterias, and my compliments were considered to cap the climax of a capable cook's career when I commended kindly on a clever consomme or a keen cutlet, and crowned the king of the cake and crumblers from coast to coast as I'd cut and carve and crack and crunch, but excuse us, huppy, we're late for lunch.
For Fibber and Molly to return, I'd like your attention for just a minute. How often during the week do you say, if only I had more time for reading or seeing my friends or for just plain resting? Well, I can tell you how you can find a few extra hours by protecting your floors with that grand, labor-saving floor polish glow coat. Most of you have heard me tell the very simple story of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, how it requires no rubbing or buffing whatsoever, how it polishes itself in 20 minutes, leaving a sparkling, beautiful floor that's easy to keep clean. Spots and stains are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. Now, you can use Glow Coat on all your floors, but by all means use it in your kitchen. It brings out the colors of your linoleum, keeps it looking just like new, makes your kitchen a pleasanter place to work in. And many users tell us that it actually makes their linoleum last 6 times longer than a floor surface that is unprotected. So why not ask your dealer for a can of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat tomorrow? It's spelled
Taking me out to lunch too, dearie?
Well, I don't know. I thought we might as well patronize Nick Topopoulos.
Oh. Well, anyway, I think it's real thoughtful of you to not want me standing over a hot stove and washing a lot of dishes today, McGee.
Oh, well, as long as you're my wife, Molly, you deserve the best.
Ah, do I really?
Yes, you do.
Well, then why are we eating at Nick Topopoulos' restaurant? Why don't we go to a decent joint?
Why, Molly, Nick is a friend of ours.
I know, but ptomaine poison is an awful strain even on a beautiful friendship.
Well, shucks, I just thought that...
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. Where are you going?
Over to Willie Toops' house to play.
Oh, you are, eh?
Mm-hmm.
What you going to play, ring around the rosy and drop the handkerchief and stuff?
No, those are baby games, I bet you.
They are? So ring around the rosy and drop the handkerchief for baby games.
I think so, too.
Well, what are you going to play?
Well, I just talked to Willie on the telephone, and he said if we can get a couple of other kids, we could play some bridge.
Bridge? At your age? Sis, as the donkey says when he first seen himself in the mirror, I can't believe my ears.
Your nose is almost incredible, too, mister.
Say, you mean to... Now, look, sis, what kind of bridge you kids going to play? Auction or contract?
London.
Oh. By the way, how's your little brother?
Which one?
The one that swallowed the 8 cents last week. Did they have him x-rayed?
Well, my mama says...
I says, did they have him x-rayed?
I don't know what you mean, I bet you.
Oh, yes, you do.
Oh, no, I don't.
Oh, yes, you do.
Oh, no, Well, what is it?
Look, sis, you know what an x-ray is as well as I do.
See, do I?
Sure you do. Come on now. What's that mysterious-looking thing that sees right through you and tells you what's the matter with you?
Your wife, I bet you. So long, mister.
Well, come on, Molly. Let's get going. The Populus' restaurant is just around the corner here.
All right, but I warn you, McGee, his food is terrible.
Oh, I admit Nick ain't no Oscar of the Waldorf.
He certainly isn't. Even his short orders are long shot. But I'm not complaining, dearie. I still think you were sweet to ask me out to lunch. Now, I won't mind doing the dishes when we get home.
Oh, I'll do the dishes.
Oh, no, I'll do the dishes. It's no job for a man.
Oh, let me do them.
No.
Okay, you promise?
Certainly. Oh, look, there's Mr. Wilcox coming out of the restaurant. Yoo-hoo, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, hello, folks. How you doing?
I'm taking Molly into Nick's for lunch, Harlow. You know, this is Make a Pal of Your Wife week.
Yes, I know.
Are you celebrating it too, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, not particularly.
What?
Well, why should I? To me, every week is Make a Pal of Your Wife week. That's my job.
Uh-oh. Folks, if I ain't mistaken, you're about to hear the first floor show ever put on in front of a restaurant.
Well, you know what I mean. Any guy who sells a no-rubbing, no-buffing preparation like Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to the housewife is giving her something better than flowers or candy or diamonds. He's giving her more leisure, more pride in her home, and a lot easier job of housework.
Hey, Harlow.
What?
I don't mean to change the subject.
As if you could.
But do you always eat here at the Populus' restaurant?
Sure. I sell him so much Johnson's wax and glow coat, I know he's got the cleanest place in town.
Is that so?
Go take a look at his kitchen sometime. You could eat off the floor.
It seems to be a pretty busy place.
I'll say it is. I couldn't even find a place to sit down in there. I ate in the kitchen.
No, they set a table for you out in the kitchen?
No, I ate off the floor. See what I mean? Well, so long, folks.
Let's see, Johnson and Son sure own a controlling interest in that guy. Well, come on in, Molly.
Lead on, me pal of the week.
Good day, sir, and madam. The name, please.
What you mean, the name?
Beg pardon, sir, but we're very busy today. Did you call up and reserve a couple of stools?
Well, heavenly day.
A maitre d' hash joint. First thing we know, Nick will start hiring redcaps to carry the tea bags.
Just give us a stool or a booth anywhere, Mr. Headwaiter. We're not fussy.
Sorry, madam. It's impossible at the moment. We're extremely busy. However, if you'd care to wait a few moments in the cocktail lounge.
What cocktail lounge?
Right next door, sir. Of course, it isn't quite finished, but it's very amusing to watch the steam shovels.
Stop shooting the malarkey to us, Sharky, and call Mr. DePoplis. We're friends of his.
There he is, over there by booth number 5.
Sorry, sir. Mr. DePoplis can't leave those patrons for the moment.
Why not?
Their table wobbles a bit, and he's keeping his toe under it. They're leaving. Mr. DePoplis.
Yes, what is being... Oh, hello there, Cupid. Hello, Fisher.
Hi, Nick.
Welcome to my restaurant, sir. I didn't any more expect to see you in here today than I can shake a stick at.
Well, you seem to be doing quite a business, Mr. DePoplis.
Oh, yes. Tuesday is as busy with the DePoplis restaurants as it is with you, Fisher, and for the same reason. Baked clams. But I'm glad you're patronising my places instead of that one across the street.
What's the matter with the place across the street, Nick? Food no good?
Oh, the food is being ugly-duckly, Fisher. But the service.
Oh.
The service is being as slow as molasses puss in Jennywimber.
Oh, is it really?
Yes, I can't stand it much longer. Every time I send over there for my lunch, it is taking them half an hour to bring it across the street. If I don't look out, they're liable to lose a good customer.
Well, look, Nick, I brung Molly in here on account of its being Make a Pal of Your Wife week. Can't you give us a booth right away?
Why, Fisher, for a good friend of mine like you, I certainly don't think I can right away. But the very first one that is being available, somebody else will probably get that first, too.
Well, how about the one you just left, Mr. DePoplis?
Oh, sure. Why don't you sit there? Head waiter!
Yes, Mr. DePoplis.
Give these people booths numbers 5, so they have a good view of the entertainment. If we only had some. I hope you're enjoying your lunch, Cupid and Fisher, in spite of the food.
Well, thanks, Nick.
Step right this way, sir.
Yes, sir.
Allow me, madam.
Allow you what?
Why, allow me to hold your chair for you.
So you can pull it out from under me when I sit down. Oh, no, you don't. Get away from there.
Yes, madam. I'll send the waitress right over. Hey, Blondie, shag a setup for number 5.
Look at this silverware, McGee. 4 forks and no knife or spoon.
Oh, that's class, Molly. Them are your salad fork, entree fork, cocktail fork, and pie fork.
Well, they're all alike.
What's the difference? Everything in here tastes alike. Oh, here's the waitress. Hi, sis. What's good today?
Oh, hello, folks. Haven't seen you for a long time. We have pot roast, lamb stew, weenies, and sauerkraut. That's a good-looking fur coat you have on, Mrs. McGee. Pork shanks, corned beef, and cabbage, only it's all gone. Spanish omelet and veal loaf. What on earth do you suppose Sumner Wells is cooking up over there in Europe?
Pot roast.
Same here.
I didn't know you was working here, Mrs. Worrybottom. How do you like being a croquette croupier?
Well, cut it out now. Well, frankly, Mr. McGee, I don't think I'll be here very long. The chef is one of those fresh guys. Every time I put in an order, he sticks his head out of that little window and winks at me. 2 orders of pot roast. And if he does it just once more, I'm going to drop whatever I'm doing and quit. And there he goes. He just did it again. And I quit.
Nellie was a lady. Last night she died. Oh, Miss Hannah refuses to see me, but there's always Dinah, sweet old Dinah. I'm going to make her my bride. Whoa, Dinah, is there anyone finer in the state of Carolina? If there is a new north, you know, then bring her up shore to me. Dinah, Dinah Lee with the 60 eyes blazing. How I love to sit and gaze into the eyes of Dinah Lee. Every night, I do start shades of fright. Because my dynamite going through a change your mind about me. Now don't you ever go and change your mind about me, Dinah Lee, sweet Dinah. If you wandered off to faraway China, I would hop a steaming horse and go and ride a woo, just to be with Dinah Lee. Oh, Miss Dinah, ain't you coming out tonight? Oh, the mockingbirds I'm singing, and the moon am shining bright. We'll go down to the cornfield, and we'll talk to the evening breeze. Hey, put on your Sunday good evening clothes and come along, please. Oh, Dinah Lee, dark baby Dinah. If you went to China, Dinah, if you went to China, I would hop a liner on the way to China just to find my Dinah Lee. Oh, Dinah, 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 oh, Miss Lee.
Thank you, Kingsman. That was good. How's the pot roast, Molly?
Oh, it's not bad, dearie. I think I could stand any kind of food as long as I didn't have to wash the dishes afterward. It's so nice to get out once in a while.
Partial dependence, cigarette tax, 18 cents a day, 365 times 18 cents. Reasonable depreciation on real estate.
Oh, look, McGee, there's Mr. Gildersleeve sitting over there.
Where? Oh, yeah. He's figuring his income tax on the tablecloth. Hey, Gildersleeve.
Oh, my goodness, look what I did.
Oh, sorry we startled you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Did you spill something on you?
Hello, Mr. McGee. Hello, McGee. No, but I just spilled ketchup all over my deductions. Oh, well, I was in the red anyway.
You eat here all the time, Gildy?
Oh, yes, indeed, McGee. I come here because they have pies just like my mother used to make. Oh, poor mother. She certainly baked terrible pies. In fact, she still does.
Well, then why don't you eat your pie over at her house?
I can't. She sells them all to Nick.
Well, thanks for the warning, Gildersleeve. Anything I hate, it's bum pastry.
Now, look here, McGee. You can't talk like that about my mother's cooking.
Well, all I said is what you says yourself.
Copycat?
I ain't either a copycat.
You are, too.
Oh, now stop it.
Knock that bowl of soup off my shoulder.
Stop it now. Finish your lunch, McGee. And do you eat in here all the time, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, no. Just at mealtime. Am I hot tonight?
Don't be so fresh, Rocky. She was asking if you was a regular patron here.
Well, up to now I have been, McGee. But by George, I'm getting pretty tired of their stinginess.
Stinginess, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes. They only serve 2 slices of bread. Imagine that. 2 slices. I like bread. And 2 slices isn't enough. I've complained and complained, and they won't do a thing about it.
Pardon me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Mr. Populus has heard about your trouble with the bread, so he sent you this.
Oh, look at that, Molly. A whole loaf of bread, cut in 2.
That's just what I've been talking about. Look at it. You see what I mean? 2 slices again. Where's that Populus? Let me talk to that field fella.
McGee, I still wish we'd have gone to the Giltmore Grill. I imagine that's where Billy Mills took Mrs. Uppington. She's so uppity about everything. Why, she wouldn't think.
Hey, Molly, listen.
Oh, William, this is such fun, really. Isn't it just too quaint eating in a place with paper napkins? Just like a picnic.
Sure is, Bubbles. This joint gets more like a picnic grove every day. Even the Spanish tastes like poison ivy.
But, Maestro, I like this so much better than that little place you took me to last night. You know, the place built like a railroad car.
Oh, you mean Donovan's Diner? Say, that guy slaps together the best corned beef hash in town, Snooky.
Oh, really? I wasn't criticizing the food, my dear. Only I forgot I was not on a real railroad train, and when I opened the door to go back to the club car, I fell right into a garbage can. Oh, shit.
You hear that, McGee? And her telling us about what an exclusive place they were going to have lunch.
Oh, well, I guess she found out it's hard to tie a feed bag on over a high hat. You want any dessert, Molly?
Oh, no, thank you, McGee. I'm finished.
Me too. Hey, waiter, give me the treasurer's report.
Yes, sir. Here you are, sir. 2 lunches at 65 cents, $1.30. Cover charge, 10 cents each, $1.50.
Okay, Bud, I just... Uh-oh.
What's the matter, McGee?
I left my money home on the dresser. Let me take a couple of bucks, Molly.
I haven't a dime with me, dearie.
Oh. Now, give me the check, Bud. I'll sign it.
Sorry, sir. Against the rules.
Huh?
You'll have to get it okayed by Mr. Populus.
Huh? Oh, okay. Excuse me, Molly. I'll be right back. Hey, Nick. You know what I done? I left the house without any money. Recipe for a pork pie, Chef. First, you cut the pork into cubes, see? About 1 inch square. Then you rub your pan with garlic. Wait a minute. How are you doing, Molly?
Ah, dear. Mr. DePopoulos says we can go when I finish these 12 stacks of dishes, McGee.
Well, take your time, Molly. I'm in no hurry. What was I saying, Chef? Oh, yeah. Then you take about 2 pounds of breadcrumbs, mix
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment, which leaves me just time to remind you that in these bad weather days of March, your floors, furniture, and woodwork need the protection of genuine Johnson's wax. Floors that have been regularly Johnson waxed laugh at wet, muddy footprints. A damp cloth removes the dirt, and the rich beauty of the waxed floor remains intact. That's why we say, when you walk on wax, you save your floors. For the same reason, woodwork and furniture that is Johnson waxed is more beautiful, easier to keep clean, and guarded by the tough wax shield against scratches, dirt, and smudgy fingerprints. Have you examined recently a can or bottle of genuine Johnson's wax, either paste or liquid? You'll find listed right on the package more than 100 labor-saving uses for this famous wax polish. Read this list carefully. It will save you many hours of work throughout the year and add greatly to the beauty of your home.
Now, look, McGee. Next year, when Make a Pal of Your Wife week comes around, leave me know so I can buy a pair of rubber gloves. The idea of making your own wife wash dishes in a public restaurant.
Now, wait a minute, Molly. That ain't fair. How did I know Nick would be so dead ready?
Well, we shouldn't have gone there in the first place.
Huh?
Any restaurant that the government forces to serve bicarbonated soda with every businessman's lunch.
Hey, wait a minute. Why does the government do that?
Well, they're trying to relieve the distress of the small merchant.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Hollywood Radio Theater. Hollywood Radio Theater. Adaptations of famous motion pictures with Hollywood's greatest stars. Here is your host, Frank Brzee.
Greetings again, ladies and gentlemen. When the average man starts out in the morning for his average job, he may sometimes hope for an escape from the routine he knows to what he thinks might be a glamorous adventure. Our play, Pitfall, is the story of such a man who, through the accident of a single mistake, stepped across a narrow boundary separating his world from the world of danger, violence, and death. We have the same stars who were in the popular screen success, with Dick Powell as our average citizen, Elizabeth Scott as the girl who completely disrupts his way of life, and Jane Wyatt as his wife. And now, the first act of Pitfall, starring Dick Powell as Johnny, Elizabeth Scott as Mona, and Jane Wyatt as Sue, with Raymond Burr as MacDonald.
The Forbes live in a suburb of Los Angeles. Typical family, husband, wife, and 9-year-old son. Exactly the sort of family, living exactly the sort of life that people classify as that good old middle-class average.
Johnny, come on. Your breakfast is on the table.
Where else would it be?
Huh?
Oh, nothing, Sue, nothing.
Hi, Dad.
Hi.
Don't forget, you're going to give me $5.
$5?
Well, don't you remember, dear? His school's raising money for a summer camp.
Well, the way prices are these days, the kids better start raising money for us.
Dad, you promised.
All right, here. Just make sure you don't spend it all on women.
Oh, that's Harry. I got to get going. Anything you want me to do today, Dad?
Yeah. Until my wrench uncle dies, stop growing.
Bye, Mom.
Goodbye, dear. Hope the spelling's better today.
Bye, Dad.
Bye.
You better finish breakfast, Johnny. It's getting late.
So what?
What?
I said, so what if I am late?
Oh, nothing. I just thought you'd like to know.
Oh, let's don't go to work today. Let's go fishing.
Oh, fine.
Let's pick Tommy up and get in the car and just keep going.
It's about the time. Thanks all the same.
You think the world would stop if we did? You think the Olympic Mutual Insurance Company would go out of business if I didn't walk through that door at exactly 9 o'clock every morning?
You never can tell.
Oh, Sue, you were voted the prettiest girl in the class. I was voted the boy most likely to succeed. Something should happen to people like us.
And something did. We got married. And I had a baby. I never did hear what happened to you.
No fishing, huh?
Well, maybe next week. So what time will you be home, dear?
Now, why do you ask me a question like that? You know to the second what time I'll be home. I leave the office at exactly 3 minutes after 5. It takes 4 minutes to walk to the parking lot and exactly 32 minutes to drive home unless I hit a couple of stop signals and I'm kissing you on the cheek at exactly 5:39.
Old man routine getting you down again?
I feel like a wheel within a wheel within a wheel.
You and 50 million others. Backbone of the country, darling. Average American.
Oh, but I don't want to be an average American in the backbone of the country. I want someone else to be the backbone and hold me up. Well, goodbye, Sue.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm getting a little bored of that kiss on the cheek, too. I think you can do better than that.
Oh, sorry, baby.
Thanks. That's more like it. Well, let's have a better mood when you come tonight, huh?
I'll give it all I got trying. See you at 5:39.
And Johnson set a meeting there enough for details next Friday. I'd better get back to my desk.
Yeah, thanks, Ed.
Oh, don't forget, you and Sue are having dinner with us tonight.
Oh, is that tonight?
Oh, of course it's tonight.
Ed, what did we do a week ago tonight?
Oh, we ate dinner, played bridge.
2 weeks ago tonight. 2 years ago tonight.
You mean we're in a rut?
6 feet deep. Ed, let's revolt. When the girls bring out the cards tonight, let's stand on our constitutional rights.
If you want to, sure.
Maggie.
Yes, Mr. Ford?
Bring in the file on the Continental Finance Company, will you? Oh, and tell McDonald I can see you now. Sit down, McDonald. Well, what do you got? You know, my boss doesn't believe in hiring private detectives who can't get our money back.
Tell your boss to relax. I've located about $4,000. Smiley had it well hidden.
Where?
With a girl named Mona Stevens. Here's her address. 427 North Stockton.
Oh, nice work, man.
No strain.
You know, we're still on the hook for plenty. Smiley worked for Continental Finance, and our outfit bonds all their employees. He was bonded for $10,000. We want as much of it back as possible. Now, about this girl, did you talk to her?
Yeah, when I wasn't busy just looking at her. I don't blame Smiley for robbing his company. She's worth it.
Smiley's in jail. I wonder if he thinks she's worth it. What does she do?
Oh, she's a model. Department stores mostly. You know, hats, dresses. Right now, she's looking for a job.
Got $4,000. Does she have the cash?
Oh, nothing so crude. He bought her a lot of pretties. Fur coat, things like that.
Does she know they were bought with stolen money?
Smiley's been in the can for 4 months. I think she has a vague idea. You know something? I bet you never thought of me as a man who could fall in love.
You'd be surprised how little time I have to think about you at all, Mike.
This is Mona Stevens. She's quite a girl. Well, I'll have another talk with her today.
Your part of the job's finished. I'll handle it from here.
What's the matter with me handling it?
You'd string it along just to see the girl again.
What business is that of yours?
If you want any more work from us, just stick to your detective agency.
You don't mind if I see her on my own time, do you?
Not at all.
Johnny, when you see her, put in a good word for me, huh?
Sure, Mike. I'll see you this afternoon. I'll set up the whole thing for you.
Simon Stevens, come in. Make yourself at home.
Thanks.
Put down your briefcase. Olympic Mutual Insurance Company, huh? Well, I don't need any insurance. Or do I? That man you sent to see me, that MacDonald. I've met some weird ones in my life, but that one nearly scared me to death.
Oh, MacDonald isn't with the company. He's a private detective we sometimes use.
I don't care who he is.
I'm sorry if he annoyed you.
He shouldn't be let loose without a keeper. I suppose you're after the gifts Bill gave me, Bill Smiley.
That's right.
I don't imagine you'd believe me if I told you I didn't ask him for any of those things.
It doesn't matter one way or the other.
Doesn't it?
I'd like a list of the articles if you don't mind.
What will you do with them?
Try to realize what we can. My company bonded Smiley for $10,000. We had to make good when he stole the money.
I thought he was paying for that in jail.
Unfortunately, the fact that Smiley's in jail doesn't give us back a penny.
What if I decide to be difficult?
Then we'll be difficult.
You'd have a hard time proving any of those gifts were bought with stolen money.
We'd have a hard time, but we'd do it. Aren't you going to cooperate, Miss Stevens?
I don't know. What good would it do Bill?
Well, he's eligible for pardon soon. If we recovered some of the money, it might help him.
Then again, it might not. Who cares? I don't want the stuff anyway. All right. I've got a fur coat. I've got a car. He made the down payment. I've a few dresses and an engagement ring. It's not a very good diamond, but believe it or not, it's the first engagement ring I've ever had. And I'm quite fond of it.
I'm sorry to have to do this.
I don't think you are.
I don't enjoy doing this sort of thing.
No, I don't imagine you like it or dislike it.
What do you mean?
You're a little man with a briefcase. You go to work every morning and you do as you're told. So, here you are. And tonight when you're sitting around with the boys, you'll say, you should have seen the babe I ran into today. Not bad. But you know me, fellas. Strictly business when I'm on the job.
Oh, that's what I'll say, huh? That's the way I impress you?
That's the way.
How should I be, Miss Stevens?
If you were a nice guy, you'd cry a little with me. You'd really feel sorry for a girl whose first engagement ring was bought by a man who was foolish enough to embezzle and stupid enough to get caught.
And would I take the ring? I mean, if I were a nice guy?
Sure. That's part of your job. But you'd act a little human about it.
Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
At this time of day, according to statistics, Mr. Forbes, insurance men drink 1 3/4 highballs every day, but only after the sun goes down.
You know, I'd shoot myself if I thought I was turning into the sort of man you just described.
What about the boat?
Boat?
Yes, the boat. You mean you and your playmate MacDonald didn't know about it?
No.
Well, you might as well make a complete haul. I'll show you the boat now, if you don't mind a trip down to the harbor.
Now?
Oh, of course. The fur coat, the dresses, my engagement ring. Don't worry, Mr. Forbes. They'll still be here when we get back. You'd rather not go, is that it?
No, I think I'd like to go.
You can leave your briefcase. I hardly think we'll be gone overnight. Well, there she is, Mr. Forbes. Like her?
Hey, somebody's been kidding me. Crime does pay. What a boat.
Oh, no, it's not that one. It's this one over here.
Oh.
What did you expect for Queen Mary? You should have seen her before I painted her.
You painted it?
Oh, you'd be surprised what a little elbow grease will do when you're short of money. Of course, you wouldn't know about that.
No, I work for an insurance company. Let's take her out in the bay.
You mean you want to take a ride?
Why not? It's the company's time. Your guest. Like another drink?
No, thanks. I'm doing fine. You never mentioned how you like to vote.
Oh, I liked it.
You can get a lot of fun out of a beat-up launch.
You're crazy about it, aren't you?
I'd rather have it more than anything I've ever owned. But I like this, too. Being here. Have you ever noticed, if for some reason you want to feel completely out of step with the rest of the world, the only thing to do is sit around a cocktail lounge in the afternoon?
Why?
Well, you have a few meditative drinks in the gloom, and you get everything figured out. Then you go out and the sun hits you. And you feel like something that's been drinking in a gopher hole.
Tell me, how did you happen to get mixed up with someone like Smiley?
As the girl said, just lucky, I guess. Anyway, he was too much in love with me. He wanted to buy things for me, and he didn't have the money. So he went out and got some.
Did he have to? Was it that important to you?
No, but he didn't know that. I liked him mostly because he was nice to me. Very few men are. What do you care about me?
Oh, just curious, I guess.
Well, that's flattering.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way. I guess I'm out of practice. I'm a little unsure of myself whenever I crawl out of that briefcase.
I'm sorry I let into you like that back at the apartment.
You got your free drink, didn't it?
Do you have to be someplace for dinner?
Dinner? No, I don't have to be anywhere.
Well, Mr. Forbes, here's to dinner together.
Greetings, friend. I told your secretary I'd wait for you here.
You want to see me about something special, MacDonald, or do you just like to sit in my chair?
Why the chill?
No chill. I've got a lot of work to do.
Just been looking at this report on your desk. A list of the things you recovered from Mona Stevens.
Yeah?
You must be slipping, Johnny. What about the boat?
Boat? What boat?
The boat Smiley bought for her.
Oh, I must have missed it. I didn't know she had a boat.
She's quite a girl, isn't she?
Yeah. Oh, I got another job for you, Mag.
Fine. I'm always glad to go to work.
Yes, sir.
Maggie, get the file in the hall case, will you?
You know, Johnny, it's a funny thing. Take this Mona Stevens. Maybe she wouldn't appeal to most guys, but for me, she's got everything. The minute I saw her, it was just like that.
I don't think she feels the same about you. Not from what she said yesterday.
Oh, she's a little coy, that's all. But once she gets used to me, we'll make a great team.
The whole case file, Mr. Ford.
Thanks, Maggie.
About Mona, Johnny. What did you find to talk to her about for such a long time yesterday?
Look, Mac, are you interested in a new job or not?
Why, sure. Sorry. Can't let women interfere with business, can we?
Here, take a look at this file. Fairly cut and dry.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Come on in. Just passing by, or did you go out of your way to make this call?
I went out of my way.
That's nice. How's the insurance business? And what's happened in the outside world that I should know about?
Oh, a couple of things. We just took possession of your boat.
Oh?
MacDonald found out that I let you keep it. He could have caused trouble at the office.
The man who walks like a mountain. He was pounding on my door last night till all hours. It's funny, isn't it?
What?
Well, I meet someone who's kind. He tries to do something nice for me, and almost immediately he's in trouble.
You mean I'm nice?
Yes, you've tried. You came over and told me personally. You could have phoned about the boat or just waited until I found it was gone. Well, don't worry about it. Why is it that you get attached to things that really don't make any difference?
I don't know, but I know how it is. I had a car once that was repossessed. I've had 10 cars since then, but I've never liked any of them as well as that one.
It was probably your first car.
Yeah, it was.
This was my first boat.
Oh, I wish I could do something to help.
Don't try, Johnny. You'll end up where Bill Smiley is. But thanks anyway for wanting to. You're funny.
How?
You're not at all like the man who walked in here about 24 hours ago.
Well, from the way you described that man, I'd say anything would be an improvement.
Maybe that's what I mean. Oh, yes, Johnny. A big improvement.
Hello, friend.
MacDonald, what are you trying to do, adopt me?
I've been waiting for you to come home. Look at the time, 1 o'clock. What's your wife say when you come home at 1 o'clock at night?
She gets curious, especially about mugs who wait for me in the driveway.
I just wanted to see you to make a report. That hall case, Johnny, I didn't get very far today. I was tailing someone else. You.
Stay out of my business, Mike.
I will, as long as it doesn't interfere with mine. Johnny, I told you I like that girl.
I don't care what you like or what you don't like. Quit meddling in my life.
All right, Johnny.
And don't ever let me catch you prowling around my home again.
You won't. Maybe this will keep you home where you belong for a few days. And don't bother to tell me I'm fired. I quit.
Our stars will return for Act 2 of Pitfall in a moment.
Hey, you remember that sinking feeling when the teacher was about to hand you your report card? How would your grades be today? Let me tell you how you can get all A's. Take part in the school advisory committee of your Dodd school. It makes recommendations and suggestions, evaluates the curriculum, and even keeps the community informed about what's new at school. Dodd's is a quality school system, and you can help keep it that way through your school advisory committee. Attend its meetings regularly and speak up. That way the system hears what you have to say and at the same time lets you know more about the program. It's that kind of dialogue that keeps Dodge one of the finest school systems in the world. So participate in your school advisory committee meetings, and if you're elected to the committee, serve proudly.
And now, here again is your host.
Act 2 of Pitfall, starring Dick Powell as Johnny, Elizabeth Scott as Mona, and Jane Wyatt as Sue, with Raymond Burr as MacDonald.
Several hours have passed since John Forbes, bruised and bleeding from the beating MacDonald administered, staggered into his house. To Sue, his wife, he told a story of being held up and robbed. And he's repeated the story to Dr. Adams, who's just finished taping his ribs.
Well, that ought to hold you, Johnny. You'll be uncomfortable for a while.
How long will I be laid up, Doc?
Oh, a week or so. Those hold-up men, how much did they get?
Well, I was only carrying about $20.
There were two of them, Dr. Adams. If there was only one, Dad would have knocked his block off, huh, Dad?
No, sure.
Dad was a boxer in college.
Well, I think he was wise to go into the insurance business.
I still don't know why he won't let me call the police.
Oh, we've been all over that, Sue. They won't be back.
Maybe if they did, you and I could beat them up, huh, Dad?
Why aren't you in school?
It's Saturday.
Then go out and play or something.
Okay, Dad. If you're sure you won't need me.
This prescription, Sue. Better get to the drugstore this morning.
What is it?
A course in boxing. Don't worry, Sue. He'll live.
Johnny, what really happened?
Oh, I'll be up in a few days. Nothing to worry about.
All right, dear. If you don't want to talk about it.
Call the office, Sue. Tell Maggie I've got a bad cold, flu, or something.
Well, I'm certainly glad you're back, Mr. Ford. Sure you feel all right?
Yes, Maggie. Oh, a little weak, maybe. You know what the flu can do. How's things here?
Oh, like always, Mr. Ford. Here's all your mail.
Phone calls?
The list on your desk. That Miss Stevens called several times, but she said it was nothing important.
Miss Stevens?
The Smiley embezzlement case.
Oh, yeah. Well, I better start waiting through the mail.
Here we go again, Johnny. Cocktails in the middle of the afternoon.
I had to see you, Mona.
It wasn't easy getting away. I have a job now.
Oh, where?
Franklin's, third floor, modeling dresses. How do you feel?
Oh, I had a sort of a cold. Laid up for a few days.
Yes, MacDonald told me about it.
Oh.
You don't think he'd overlook a chance to play hero in front of me, do you?
I didn't come here to talk about MacDonald.
That suits me. What will we talk about?
Well, a couple of things I should have mentioned before and didn't.
You mean like the fact that you're married?
Mona,
Would you like to know how I found out about it? Simple, Johnny. When I heard you were sick, I brought some food to take to you. I saw your wife. She was just leaving the house.
What did you...
Don't worry, Johnny. I pretended I had the wrong address. Right number, wrong street.
What do you want me to do?
About what?
You, of course. I've done something I'm terribly ashamed of. I'd like to make it up to you.
If you think I'm going to compete with a wife and child, even I have more sense than that.
What's going to happen to you?
Do you care, really? Honestly, Johnny, aren't you a little relieved to get out of it this easily? This is a setup. The kind of girl you've always dreamed about. I'm going to let you off without an angle.
Why?
I don't know. But I'm not going to be nasty. Tell me, Johnny, what happens to men like you? If I had a nice home, I wouldn't take a chance with it for anything in the world.
I'll do anything I can.
Will you really? Then go home. Stay there.
Okay. That's the way you want it.
If that's the way I want it. Have you any other ideas?
Mona, wait a minute.
No, I'm leaving. Oh, I almost forgot. Your briefcase. You left it the other night. I'm sure you'd be lost without it. Goodbye, Johnny.
I sure appreciate this, Pop. I didn't know you knew how to put model airplanes together.
My boy, it's all a matter of patience and glue. Never forget that.
Gee, you know all about everything, don't you?
Just about.
Hey, Dad, what did you do during the war?
Anything I was told.
I mean, where were you?
Well, most of the time I was stationed in Denver, Colorado.
Oh, Colorado.
Well, what's the matter with that? The Japs never got into Denver as long as your father was there.
Thanks, dear.
Henry's father was decorated.
Well, your father got a good conduct medal with 4 oak leaf clusters.
Oh, really? Wait till I tell Henry. His father only got the Silver Star.
Son, I don't think I'd mention that if I were you. It might sound like boasting.
Yeah. We going on a trip this summer, Pop?
No, I don't know why.
I'm tired of this town all the time.
Well, what's the matter with this town? People all over the world would like to live here. That's the trouble with your generation. You don't appreciate the things you have. You've got one of the nicest homes in the block. Security.
Not a thing in the world to worry about.
Well, if you want the strangest husband I ever married, what's come over you?
Contentment. And that's the secret of happiness, and don't you forget it.
All right, I won't.
Come on, I'll take you to a picture show.
Mommy? Oh, boy. Hey, Ma, get ready before he changes his mind.
Now, here. Give me a minute, will you? I happen to want to kiss your ma.
Easy, partner. There's a child around.
Thanks, Mrs. Forbes. Come on, Tommy, a picture show.
Hello, Mona.
Why don't you give up, MacDonald?
I like you. I got plenty of patience.
You're wasting your time.
Maybe I feel like wasting my time.
Let me alone, Mac. And don't ever come to Franklin's again. I've got a job and I want to keep it.
I like to see you, Mona. I like to see you wearing those nice dresses.
All right. Let me put it another way. I don't like you. I don't want you around.
Suppose I'm just stubborn. Suppose I figure I know you better than you know yourself.
I've asked you nicely, Mac. I can always call the police.
I wouldn't call the police if I were you. You wouldn't want to cause Johnny and Mrs. Forbes any trouble, would you? Now, come on. Fix your face and we'll go somewhere nice and have a good dinner.
Can I help you, sir?
I'm looking for Miss Stevens. She's a model here.
Oh, yes. The salon's over there to the right, sir.
Thanks.
Johnny?
Hello, Mona. It's nice to see you.
I hope I didn't inconvenience you, asking you to come over here.
No, not at all.
I wouldn't have bothered you, only it was absolutely necessary.
I know that.
It's MacDonald, Johnny. I don't know what to do about him.
What's he done?
Well, for a month now, he follows me all the time. He just won't leave me alone. I even threatened to call the police.
Well?
Well, he said if I did, he'd go to your wife. He knows I don't want to cause you any trouble, and he's holding it over my head.
Oh, so that's it. Well, I'm glad you told me. I know where he lives. I'll have a talk with him. Is everything else all right?
Thanks. Everything's fine.
Oh, I heard Bill Smiley will be getting out of jail soon. Probation.
Yes?
That seemed to help, recovering some of those things he bought for you.
About MacDonald. Be careful, Johnny.
I will. He won't bother you anymore, Mona.
Yeah, I'm coming. Oh, it's you, Johnny. Greetings, Frank.
This is just a warning, Mac. If you're smart, you'll take it seriously. Leave the girl alone. And if I ever hear you threaten to do anything about my family again, I'll kill you. I mean that. So long, MacDonald.
Since I was in the neighborhood of the county jail, Mr. Smiley, I thought I'd drop in and see you.
Who are you? What do I mean to you?
The name's McDonald. I was the insurance investigator when you took off with that 10 grand. You don't mean a thing to me, Smiley. Only I don't like to see a guy get a bad deal.
Who's getting a bad deal? I'm getting out on Friday.
I just thought you should know that I met your girl, and I know all about Forbes.
Forbes? What are you talking about?
Forbes is the insurance man. Your girl kind of took a fancy to him while you've been in jail.
How do you know so much? Anyway, so what if it's true? What am I supposed to do, bust out of here?
I didn't mean to get you so upset, pal. I guess I better go.
Yeah, I guess you better. And leave me alone. How do I know you're not lying?
You don't? So long, pal.
Lucky you, Mona, getting the afternoon off. Going to the beach, huh?
No, Terry, I thought I'd go downtown. I want to see Bill Smiley.
Oh? I thought that was all over.
Well, he's getting out tomorrow, and we have some plans to make.
Sure you're not making a mistake.
Well, I've been thinking we might as well try making some sort of life for ourselves.
But I thought there was someone else. As a matter of fact...
There isn't anyone else.
Be careful, Mona. You're too nice a girl to have anything else so wrong.
10 minutes, Miss Stevens. Okay, Smiley. This way. That's your girlfriend.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Mona.
Bill, 10 minutes isn't very long, so I'd better get right to the point. You're getting out tomorrow.
Who's Forbes, Mona? And who's this guy's been coming to see me? McDonald. Who is he?
McDonald? He's been here.
He's been driving me crazy.
Look, Bill, let's not get tangled up in a lot of things that don't matter.
Don't matter to who?
Anything he tells you, Bill, don't pay any attention to.
Who is he?
He swore at me because I wouldn't have anything to do with him. That's why he's bothering you.
That's great. He's making a play for you. He comes to me with some story about somebody named Forbes, and I believe... Where's your ring?
I gave it back, Bill. That's why you're getting out so soon. I gave all the things back.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. I sit here sweating it out to give you some things, and you take them back. Maybe that McDonald guy is right.
He could be wrong, too.
Yeah, maybe. But I'll know the answers tomorrow, won't I? I said I'll know the answers tomorrow.
I thought it might be a lot less conspicuous if we met here in the park, Johnny. For a girl who asked you to stay away from me, I call you up an awful lot.
That's all right. McDonald been bothering you again?
Not me. Bill. Bill Smiley. McDonald's gone to the jail a few times to see him. I don't know how, but he gets
McDonald used to be on the police force.
Anyway, he's told Smiley about us. He's been needling him till Bill's almost out of his mind.
Oh, I see. How long is this going on? I thought the whole thing was finished.
If you don't mind, it isn't exactly easy on me either.
What do you want me to do?
I don't want you to do anything. I needed someone to talk to. I thought you were the one.
When's Smiley getting out?
Tomorrow. I don't want him to get in any trouble, Johnny, and...
Well, used to be on the police force.
Anyway, he's told Smiley about us. He's been needling him till Bill's almost out of his mind.
Oh, I see. How long is this going on? I thought the whole thing was finished.
If you don't mind, it isn't exactly easy on me either.
What do you want me to do?
I don't want you to do anything. I needed someone to talk to. I thought you were the one.
When's Smiley getting out?
Tomorrow. I don't want him to get in any trouble, Johnny, and I don't want him to ruin anything for you.
He won't ruin anything for me.
I'm sorry I bothered you. I just thought you ought to know.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Mona. Well, let's get back to the car, and I'll drive you home.
No, I'll walk, Johnny. Good night.
And that's the whole pretty story, Ed. Tonight, when I met her in the park, she said she had to have someone to talk to. Well, so do I. That's why I've come to you.
I just don't understand you, Johnny. It's like a case of temporary insanity. You take a chance of losing your family, your job. For what?
I've asked myself that time and again. But what do I do now? Do I tell Sue?
Certainly not. You think you're going to ease your conscience by making Sue's life miserable. You've got enough to think coming.
Suppose she finds out. Wouldn't it be better coming from me?
You can't change anything that's happened by telling her. I assume you're still interested in keeping your marriage together.
Well, you know I am. I'd do anything.
Johnny, you ought to have your head beaten in.
I already have.
I don't know what to say. You want to go to the police?
No, I'm not interested in telling this to anybody else.
Well, what about taking Tommy and Sue and getting out of town for a while?
What good would that do? I'd still have to face it sometime. No, I don't know why I bothered to tell you.
I don't either. No, you know I don't mean that. I'll do everything I can, Johnny, but give me some time to think about it, huh? You'd better get on home now.
Yeah, thanks. How does it feel, Ed, to be a decent, respectable married man?
Johnny.
Yes, Sue?
You want to talk about it?
Talk about what?
Whatever's on your mind. You've been reading the same page in that newspaper for an hour. Johnny, listen. If you have any troubles, they're half mine.
Maybe you wouldn't want half of them.
Well, whether I want them or not, I have a right to them. Besides, nothing's too tough for us. We won the war together. We brought Tommy through pneumonia. What is it, Johnny?
So, I don't know how to tell you.
Tommy! Tommy, what is it?
It's all right, Tommy. We're coming.
Tommy, it's all right, darling. You were just dreaming.
Dreaming? Something was coming after me, coming in the window.
But, Tommy, I looked everywhere. There's nothing out there at all. You just had a bad dream. Is this what you were reading before you went to sleep? Those comic books? Where does she get the stuff?
Grandma sent them to me.
I'll burn them tomorrow.
Mom, please. please.
And while you're at it, send Grandma a little, too.
I'd love to, darling. It was your mother this time.
Oh. Well, Chief, everything under control now?
I think so. Dad, what makes a dream?
Well, you know how a camera works?
Sure. It takes pictures.
That's right. That's how the mind works. Evidently, from the day we're born, the mind takes pictures and stores them away. Now and then, one of those pictures comes loose in our sleep, and that's what makes a dream. So the trick is, take only good pictures and have only good dreams.
You should try, Dad. Night.
Good night, Tommy.
Night, Mom. I'm sorry I scared you.
Johnny, where are you going?
Just down to the kitchen.
You want me to fix you something?
No, thanks. I'm not hungry. I'll just have a glass of milk.
You know, sometimes I'm awfully proud of myself.
Why?
For giving Tommy such a wonderful father. He thinks you're the greatest guy on earth.
He could be wrong.
My son's never wrong. Johnny, before Tommy called us, you were going to tell me something.
You know, I believe I could eat something at that. Some eggs, maybe.
So you won't talk?
Oh, it isn't important, Sue. It'll work out. Just something at the office.
Okay, Johnny. Whatever you say.
Yeah, that's right. William Smiley. What do you want to see him about? This is a jail, you know, not a hotel.
Oh, I'm from the Olympic Mutual Insurance Company. He was involved in one of our claims.
Oh, isn't that funny? He was let out at 8 o'clock this morning, not an hour ago.
Oh?
And he left with you.
What are you talking about?
Only at 8 o'clock this morning, you were a dark, fat guy, big as a house. And your name was McDonald.
McDonald? Oh, okay, thanks.
During the next 30 seconds, the average person will blink about a dozen times. It's nature's way of cleansing and lubricating the eye. The lids also protect eyes against dust and dirt. But in order to maintain good vision, eyes also need protecting in other ways. And yet 2 out of every 3 adults who don't think they need glasses have never had an optometric examination. Do you know for sure what condition your eyes are in? Isn't it worth finding out?
A public service from the American Optometric Association.
Vincent Price for direct deposit. You all know me. I'm a peaceful man. I wouldn't even hurt a fly. But now I'm going to get out of line. I'm going to sign up for direct deposit, so I'll never have to stand in line with my government check again. I hate lines, don't you? I always want to cut ahead. With direct deposit, I don't have to. My money is deposited in my account every time, automatically. It's there, waiting for me, helpless. Direct deposit frees up my time for my other interests, like my experiments. Get direct deposit wherever you have your checking or savings account. Come on, get out of line. A public service of the Ad Council and the Department of the Treasury's Financial Management Service. Come on, get direct deposit for your federal government check.
Your host, Frank Brzee, returns to the microphone. Following our play, Miss Scott will join us for a curtain call. Now it's time for Act 3 of Pitfall, starring Elizabeth Scott as Mona, Dick Powell as Johnny, Jane Wyatt as Sue, with Raymond Burr as MacDonald. It's early afternoon now. Mona's taken the day off, waiting nervously in her apartment for the caller who finally arrives.
Hello, Bill.
Hi.
You've been celebrating, huh?
Yeah, I had a few drinks.
Oh, I don't blame you. Tonight will really do the town.
Yeah, tonight.
I didn't know what time you were getting out, or I would have been there to meet you.
That would have been nice.
Well, I guess if you don't want to kiss me, I can't twist your arm.
Who says I don't?
That seemed like I didn't want to kiss you.
Bill, what's that? There's something in your pocket.
Oh, this? It's a gun. See, a friend of yours was kind enough to let it to me.
If they caught you carrying that, you'd be back in prison for good.
You seem to get along without me.
Don't believe everything you hear. You don't know MacDonald.
How do you know him?
He was after me, Bill. He'll do anything.
Why does he want me to kill Forbes?
He's jealous of him.
Why?
It's all over now, Bill. It never amounted to anything really.
In order for something to be over, it's got to start first.
We all make mistakes, Bill. You made one.
For you. Don't tell me you did this for me.
All right. I was wrong. Didn't you ever hear of forgiving anyone?
You I can forgive. The Forbes guy, no. He takes back the things I'm sweating out of jail rap to get for you, and then he takes you.
No, it wasn't that way at all.
We'll see, Mona.
Bill, please, please.
Forget it. Come on, let's get out of here.
Dad, the chapter's almost over. Can't you read me another one?
As soon as I finish this, you're going to go to bed. No, where was I? No, yeah, here we are. And then, as they came around the corner, Ralph and Ted, the fun-loving Busby boys, came upon an ancient grizzled mountain lion. With perfect coordination, the two boys dove for shelter.
Well, how come they didn't use their atom guns?
The Busby boys don't have atom guns. They use slingshots.
Some don't.
What's the matter with kids these days? The only kind of stories they like are trash about men from Mars, women getting tortured, and... No, I get it.
Oh, really, Tommy, if Dad's good enough to read to you, the least you can do is to speak to it.
Hello?
Johnny, this is Mona. Has Smiley been there?
Yeah, no.
Well, he got out today.
Well, I know that.
MacDonald gave him a gun. He's been threatening to go over to see you.
Well, where is he now?
I don't know. We were in a little bar. He's been drinking. When I went to call a cab, he had left. I came right back to the apartment, but he isn't here.
All right, I'll watch out for him.
I don't want him hurt, Johnny. And I don't want him thrown back in jail.
I'll take care of it.
I'll come right over.
You stay right where you are.
But, Johnny, I know how to handle it.
Now, you know you can't come over here. I'll call you later after I've talked to him.
Who was it, dear?
Nobody. Hey, Chief, how would you like to go to a picture show?
Now? You mean now? Oh, boy.
Go on. Get out of your pajamas and get dressed.
Honey, are you out of your mind? It's almost 9 o'clock.
Well, you can make the last show.
Sure we can, Mom. Easy.
I don't know what's come over you. I'm not going to any show tonight. Go up to bed, Tommy.
Oh, gee whiz.
Well, run along now. I'll come up in a minute. Johnny, what's the matter with you?
Well, there's a man coming from the office. He'll be here in a little while. I wanted to talk with him alone.
Well, we've got more than one room. I'll stay upstairs. You can talk to him down here.
Yeah. I'll talk to him here. Sue and Tommy upstairs. Windows and doors all locked. Lights out. Okay. Let him come. Open up, Forbes. Come on, open up. Don't move, Smiley. I got a gun sticking right in your back.
Are you Forbes?
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Why not now?
You're drunk.
How do you know?
Oh, come on, give us both a break. Get going.
Did Mona tell you I was coming?
I'm not kidding. Get moving. And stay away from here. He may come back. I better wait. Can't take a chance. Better wait. Smiley.
Can't get away from me, Forbes!
Johnny! Get right back in your room and stay there. Johnny, answer me. Are you all right?
Sue, you better call the police. I just killed a man.
Oh, it's you.
Who were you expecting? Smiley, maybe? Maybe Johnny Forbes?
Get out of here, MacDonald.
You don't mean that, Mona. I'm here to help you. There's been a shooting.
What are you talking about?
I sort of expected it would happen. I've been sitting in my car listening to the short wave. Police calls.
Get out.
You don't believe me, do you? Got a radio? Turn it on.
I'll give you my word. If anything's happened to either one of them, I'll see that the police get the whole story on you.
What did I do?
You gave Smiley the gun.
Who said so?
He said so. Anyway, don't you think they can trace it to you?
Not unless they're a lot smarter than they were when I was on that force.
Who are you calling?
The cops. You want to talk to them? Operator, give me police headquarters.
No, wait.
Now, take it easy. I'm your friend like I always said I was. Hello? Lieutenant Howe, please. You see, Mona, all it said on the radio was code 3. That means a homicide. But who's dead, Smiley? Johnny? Maybe even Johnny's wife. So there's no use... Frank, this is McDonald. Yeah, sure, fine. Say, I was just driving down Bradner Drive, 5400 block. Saw a big commotion over there. What? Oh, a prowler. Anybody hurt? Oh, no. Just thought there might be something in it for me. Thanks, Frank. Smiley. He's dead, all right. How do you like that Johnny Forbes? He told the cops Smiley was a prowler.
What happened to Johnny?
You'll read about it in the papers tomorrow. You know, it's funny. I didn't figure it'd work out this well. I thought they'd just throw a scare into each other. Imagine Johnny killing him. You'd think he'd have more sense.
Smiley wasn't a bad guy. He never hurt anyone, really.
He didn't hurt anyone. He didn't help anyone. He wasn't anything.
He was a nice guy.
That wasn't enough.
For who?
Me. People are born to have certain things. Smiley didn't have the nerve, and Johnny Forbes didn't have the chance. So it's me you end up with. Pack your things, Mona. Best thing you can do now is to get out of town. You and me. I think we'll spend a few days in Reno. You like gambling, Mona? I'm a great gambler. What's more, I'm a lucky gambler. Look at tonight, for instance. 1,000 to 1 shot, I'd get rid of them both at once. Oh, you'll forget about Smiley in a few days. You don't think so now, but you will. And you'll realize the only reason I did all this was because I love you. That's why I... Mona, you'd better give me that gun. Mona, don't be crazy. Mona, you shouldn't.
I think we have all the information we'll need for the moment.
Yes, Lieutenant.
There'll be a few routine questions, so keep yourself available for the coroner's inquest.
All right.
Thanks a lot. You've been very cooperative. Well, we're leaving now, Mrs. Ford. Better have somebody board up that window.
Johnny, I know how terribly you must feel about this. But the important... If you weren't hurt, it could have been so much worse. Try to forget about it, dear. Please try. I'll fix you a cup of coffee.
Sue, I want to talk to you. I got to get this off my mind or I'll go crazy. The man I killed tonight, he wasn't a prowler. I knew he was coming.
Johnny.
That's why I wanted you to tie me out of the house. He had good reasons for wanting to kill me, Sue. Better reasons than I had for killing him.
Well, why should anyone want to kill you?
Because of his girl. I met her on a case a couple of months ago. She was the one who phoned. She told me he was coming here.
What about this girl?
The man, he got out of jail today. Somebody told him a lot of things about her and me.
Were they true?
Yes. I don't know what I can possibly say. I can't give you any explanation. I've wanted to tell you. I've tried. Sue, say something. Please say something. I can't go on with this on my conscience.
Conscience? You make it sound like a dirty word. You're all worrying about your filthy little conscience. But I've got my son to think about.
I've thought about that, too, and ended up by covering one lie with another lie. I wanted you to know before I went to the police with the truth.
The police? No, Johnny, no. You're not going to the police. You lied once, came easy enough for you then. You've got to lie now. I mean it, Johnny. If you drag this family through the dirt, I'll never forgive you.
Good morning, Maggie.
Mr. Forbes, I was just reading about it in the newspaper, Mr. Forbes.
Yeah, I guess we had all the additions.
I didn't think you'd be in today. Oh, there are a couple of men from the district attorney's office waiting for you.
Thanks, Maggie.
Mr. Forbes?
Yes?
You're from the district attorney's office.
Yeah, I know.
A couple of questions we'd like to ask you about last night, Mr. Forbes.
Look, I've decided to make a full statement on the case. There are quite a few things I didn't tell the police last night. I'd like to see the district attorney.
Sure, Mr. Forbes. Let's go.
You told me that when Smiley came to your home for the first time, you chased him off.
But when he came back, when he broke the window, I saw he had a gun. I had to kill him.
Not if you'd called the police in the first place.
I've explained why I felt I couldn't do that.
Explain. Makes a lot of sense now, doesn't it, Forbes? Well, your story all checks. Your statement, the report of our investigators, the statement Miss Stevens gave us.
Miss Stevens? She's been here?
She's here now, upstairs, under arrest.
For what?
That depends on McDonald. She shot him. If McDonald dies, it's one thing. If he doesn't, it's another.
Oh. Can I talk to her?
Nobody can talk to her. Personally, I think we've got the wrong person in the cell upstairs. But there's nothing I can do about it. It so happens the homicide you committed was justifiable. Smiley was coming to kill you. But just one little phone call to the police, and you could have avoided all this mess. But no, you kill a man. And that's not a pleasant thing to live with for the rest of your life. Or don't things like that bother you? Get out, Paul. Go out. Get out.
Over here.
Sue, how did you know where I was?
I phoned the office. Johnny, get in the car. Johnny, I'm taking Tommy out of school.
I suppose that's best. How much does he know about everything?
You can't expect to keep too much from a child at his age. I think you should ask Ed for a transfer to some other town.
Are you sure you don't want a divorce, Sue?
I've thought about it. There's no use kidding you. I've thought about it a lot. And I'd almost made up my mind. And then I got to thinking. If a man has always been a good husband, except for 24 hours, how long should he be expected to pay for it?
I don't know, Sue. I suppose some people would say forever.
I'm not sure it'll ever be the same. Not for a long time, anyway. But we've weathered other things. Maybe we can handle this. That is, of course, if you want to try.
Of course I do.
All right, Johnny. That's what we'll do, then. We'll try.
And now here is Frank Brzee and our star.
Elizabeth Scott, thank you for joining us again on our show and for a fine performance in our radio adaptation from the film Pitfall.
Thank you, Frank. It's so nice to be here.
You and Dick Powell are two of the stars from the original cast, aren't you?
Yes, Frank. It was fun making the movie, and it's just as much fun doing this radio show.
Well, I understand around the time this program was broadcast that you were one of the busiest actresses in Hollywood.
Yes, it was around that time that I finished 3 pictures without a day off in between.
Well, that can be a pretty hectic pace, but some of those Hollywood hunks aren't hard to take, are they?
I'll say they're not.
And as I recall, you worked with some of the best.
Oh, God, yes. I worked with Humphrey Bogart, Robert Mitchum, Kirk Douglas, Michael Caine, and on and on.
And don't forget those 2 funny guys on the Paramount lot, Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis.
Oh, yes, we made the movie Scared Stiff. It was a laughing minute.
You also worked with one of the legends of show business, too.
You mean Elvis Presley?
I sure do.
Oh, making the picture Loving You with Elvis was an experience I'll never forget.
And an experience I'll never forget is having you as guest on our show. Thank you, Elizabeth Scott. Thank you for joining me for another production of the Radio Theater. This is Frank Brzee saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Heading our Star Hollywood cast tonight is Mr. Warren William, and with him is Mr. Eric Blore. No fewer than 9 times have these two gentlemen appeared together in screen thrillers based on the adventures of one of the most celebrated characters of modern crime fiction. This familiar character will speak to you now for the first time on the air, as with the story called Murder Goes for a Swim, and the performances of Warren William as Michael Lanyard and Eric Blore as Jameson. We again hope to keep you in suspense.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. Nowadays, meeting me on the street, you'd most likely recognize me as Michael Lanyard, an author of sorts. But if you'll not be too free with the information, because I've been at some pains to allow bygones to be bygones, I was once known rather well by quite a different name. And there are still times when I find myself obliged, or should I say forced, to return to that character, to resort to the somewhat questionable talents of the lone wolf. As a matter of fact, my presence here this evening is prompted by an uncontrollable desire to reminisce a little. Eh, Jameson?
Oh, quite right, Mr. Lanyard. And if you'll pardon a gentleman for saying so, sir, playing nip and tuck with the police, meeting lovely ladies, you pilfering an occasional gem, I living, so to speak, from hand to pocket. Ha ha! Those were the days, sir.
Yes, those were the days.
Absconding at times. Perhaps a touch of embezzlement here and there.
Now, hold on, Jameson. If we're going to reminisce in public, I suggest we confine our recollections to our later period, when the lone wolf had become a gentleman of leisure and used his talents in the interests of law and order.
In that case, sir, I suggest you relate the episode of our little experience at that horrible party we attended at that Long Island estate. Remember, sir?
Of course, Jameson, the Rutherford Barnes estate. If I remember correctly, the occasion was some sort of charity bazaar. We were invited for the weekend. The phone rang just as we were about to leave the apartment.
Mr. Lanyard, this is Betty Lawson. You've never heard of me before, but I know you've been invited to spend the weekend with Mr. Rutherford Barnes. Please, you must accept the invitation. Come down immediately, right now. It's just a little after 2 o'clock. And if you're not too late, the lone wolf may be able to prevent a murder.
Jameson and I arrived at the Barnes estate a bare 2 hours after we'd received the mysterious telephone message. I was introduced to all kinds of people. First, the famous gossip columnist, Ralph Clinton.
Well, Mr. Lanyard, this is indeed a surprise, and I might say a pleasant addition to our little gathering. Something always happens when you're lone wolfing around. Oh, I know, you've reformed. But a fellow can hope for a little excitement, can't he? See you later, old man.
Then I met a very, very beautiful young lady.
Oh, Mr. Lanyard, we haven't met yet. I'm Cynthia Waring. I've read all your stories and admired the ingenious way you solve those baffling mysteries. I think you're wonderful, really.
And, of course, there was our host himself, Mr. Rutherford Barnes, who had recently announced his engagement to Miss Waring.
I believe you've met just about everyone, Lanyard. That is, everyone except Bill Hodges. He's the firebrand of our little congregation. He's probably wandering around walking off the effects of the last 10 cocktails. Just make yourself comfortable.
Strangely enough, I failed to meet a Miss Betty Larson, the frightened young lady who had phoned. Anyway, the afternoon wore on through the beauty contest at which I was elected to preside as judge, and at which Miss Cynthia Waring, looking very pretty in a big picture hat and hoop skirt, was the winner. After it was over, built of sardines.
Uncanny, isn't it, sir?
Oh, Jameson.
Forgive me, sir. No more puns, I promise.
Well, I should hope so.
I say, this pool is constructed just like a miniature lake. Lilies and all that sort of thing floating on top.
Quite naturally, if you're going down for the third time, you just take a lily with you.
Oh, what a jolly thought. Well, here goes. Watch this beautiful swan dive. I say, this is most unusual. There's a sort of a mermaid lying on the bottom of the pool. And she's very pretty, sir.
Last night it was a barmaid. Today it's a mermaid.
No, but really, sir.
Well, I'm the judge in the beauty contest. I'd better go down and have a look.
Don't be away too long, sir. Remember, there are lots of warmer women in the world.
Jameson, quick. Here, give me a hand.
Good heavens. It's a girl.
Quick, here, lift her out of here. Hurry.
I'm doing my best.
I'll get up there and... here, now, let's put her down here.
You hold her there, sir. Yes,
Jameson, I'm afraid she's dead.
Well, what do you make of it, sir? What, was it an accident?
Well, I don't know. There's a pretty nasty bump on the side of her head.
Well, perhaps she slipped and hit her head as she fell.
Perhaps. But her bathing suit, not quite the style you'd put on to take a swim.
Possibly she was in the beauty contest.
Of course, that's it. The program listed 10 contestants, yet only 9 girls competed.
Meaning what, Mr. Lanyard?
Meaning, Jameson, that this poor kid was the 10th contestant. And if my hunch is correct, her name is Betty Larson.
The girl with the telephone message?
Precisely. And if her call was on the level, we did arrive too late, and she was murdered.
Mr. Lanyard!
Mr. Lanyard!
It's Mr. Barnes and Miss Waring. Take off your robe and cover up the body, Jameson.
Yes, sir.
Well, Lanyard, we've been looking all over for you, haven't we, Cynthia, dear?
Yes, of course. And I'm glad we found you, Mr. Lanyard. I've been wanting to thank you for awarding me the prize in the beauty contest this afternoon. I really didn't think that... Mr. Lanyard! There, at the edge of the pool.
Yes, it's a girl, and I'm afraid she's drowned.
Drowned? But... Oh, how horrible.
Oh, but how did it happen? Who is she?
I think she's Betty Larson. What do you think, Mr. Barnes? Here, look.
Good heavens.
Look.
Oh. Yes, that is Betty Larson. Why, I had no idea.
Then you do know the girl, Mr. Barnes.
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, only recently I recommended her for a job. She's the local telephone operator.
And the village beauty. Mr. Barnes and Miss Larson were childhood sweethearts.
Mr. Barnes, tell me, do any of the other guests know this girl? Ralph Clinton, for instance. Could our famous columnist have possibly known Miss Larson?
Well, if not in person, most certainly by telephone. You see, for the last few weeks, Miss Larson handled my personal calls.
I see. Did she ever mention the fact that there might be a murder?
Murder?
Well, you see, I received a rather strange message.
Now, look here, Lanyard. If you're insinuating that Miss Larson was murdered, you're all wrong. It's perfectly obvious. She slipped and fell into the deep end of the pool. She can't swim. We couldn't hear her cry for help over the noise of the party, so the poor girl drowned.
As simple as that, eh?
Why, of course. And I'd appreciate it if you'd be kind enough not to mention this accident to any of the other guests. There's no need to disrupt the entire weekend. I'll notify the sheriff and call the coroner, and they'll take care of everything. I think it might be a good idea, Mr. Lanyard, since you seem so certain that a murder's been committed, that you and your man remain on the premises. Our famous lone wolf may have a little explaining of his own to do. Come along, Cynthia.
Oh, I'm completely at sea, Mr. Lanyard. The sheriff seems to think the whole thing was an accident, that this Miss Betty Larson person dived into the pool, and that's how she hit her head.
I doubt that, Jemison. According to Barnes, the girl couldn't swim.
Hey, buddy. Oh, I think we have company.
Buddy.
Yeah?
If you see Mr. Barnes around, I want to see him.
I think he's over at the other side of the house, getting things ready for the bazaar.
Bazaar? They don't care how they celebrate a murder, do they?
If I'm not mistaken, you're Mr. Bill Hodges, eh?
Yeah. Betty Larson and I were going to get married. Everything was great until she starts going around with this society bunch. I got a few things to settle with that society crowd. Especially that keyhole peeper, Ralph Clinton.
You seem quite positive, Hodges, that your girl was murdered.
Well, what do you think it was, an accident? That girl could swim like a fish. Nothing could happen to her in the water.
Hey, but Barnes says she couldn't swim a stroke.
I said she could swim like a fish.
But Barnes said...
Did you hear me, you little runt?
Amazing how that girl could swim.
Look here, Hodges. What makes you think Ralph Clinton had anything to do with this? Do you know you're practically accusing him of murder?
Listen, Betty stood me up twice last week. I followed her in my car, and she met Clinton both times. He was going to put her in this contest, and she was a cinch to win. He promised her. Then look what happens to her. She's dead. Murdered, I tell you.
Well, here comes Clinton now. Maybe you'd better tell him about it.
Oh, there you are, Hodges. I understand you've been looking for me.
Yeah, I have. And now I'm going to fix that pretty face of yours.
Yeah, wait a second. Here, you can't do that. Here, Jemison, help me break this up.
I will as soon as they stop punching me.
Hey, don't be a fool, Hodges. Stop it. Stop it, I say.
All right. All right, let go of me. Let go.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Lanyard. This man's a maniac.
Okay. But I'm warning you, Clinton. I'll see you again. When you ain't got your friends around.
Personally, I don't know whether the girl was killed or not, but if she was, our friend there, Hodges, will have a lot of explaining to do.
You mean you've got something on him, Mr. Clinton?
Well, when I was discussing the contest with Betty Larson a few days ago, she told me that Hodges had warned her not to enter it. It seems he was afraid that if she won, it might go to her head and she'd walk out on him. As a matter of fact, he told her to stay away from here.
Well, there's going to be a coroner's inquest in the morning, and I suggest that you tell this to the sheriff as soon as he returns.
Oh, why, tell that to the sheriff? Oh, no, I'd rather hate to do that. You see, Lanyard, someone in my position, I can't afford to get involved. After all, it's my business to report scandal and not get mixed up in it.
But look here, you...
Oh, tell you what, give me a chance to think it over, and I'll see you at the treasure hunt tonight.
Oh, dear. 2 in the morning, Mr. Lanyard. What a ghastly hour to go tramping over the ground. Must we participate in this treasure hunt?
Of course, it's all a part of the weekend. Come in.
Well, it's the witching hour, Mr. Lanyard. Here's your envelope with the clues for the treasure hunt. You'd better hurry. Everybody's ahead of you.
Thank you, Mr. Clinton. We'll catch up.
Fine. This ought to be very interesting. Seeing the lone wolf stalking down his prey.
You know very well, Clinton.
Oh, sure. I forgot. You're not the lone wolf anymore. You're just nice, innocent Mr. Lanyard. Well, good hunting. See you later.
Well, here you are, Jameson. This is our clue. Go ahead, read it.
Under the oak and under the cover, where have met many a lover, light a match and look deep down, find your clue and win your crown. I say, isn't that lovely?
Can you decipher it?
Oh, of course, sir. It means,
Exactly, Jameson, the old well. That's where we'll find the next clue. Come on, let's get going. The well is down this path. It's right near the stables.
You mean when we get to the well, we find another clue?
That's right, and at the end is when we reach the treasure.
Oh, the treasure. I say, what is this treasure?
Jameson, it's unimportant what the treasure is. It might be a bag of jelly beans.
It all sounds very silly to me, sir. There's the well over there. And look here. It's got a wooden cover on it, exactly like it said on the poem. Well, what do we do now?
Now, wait a minute. Oh, yes, under the cover. Light a match and look deep down. Here, I'll take this lid off and put it here. Now, you light a match, Jameson.
Right, sir.
Our second clue must be somewhere inside the well.
Right-ho, just a moment.
Ah, there's the clue we're looking for. A piece of paper pinned on the wall inside the well with a big pin.
Oh, dash it all. Match went out. I'll light another one.
Oh, Jameson, hold it. Hold it. The inside of this well smells like gasoline.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does smell like it's full of...
Get away, Jameson. Blow that match out.
Oh, are you all right, Mr. Lanyard?
Yes, and no thanks to you.
Oh, I couldn't help it, sir. If you ask me, we walked right into a trap.
And quite obviously. Here, let me help you up.
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, if I'd had any idea... Ouch!
Well, now what's the matter?
Oh, I've been stabbed.
Well, let me see. Oh, steady, Jameson. I'll pull it out.
Oh, be careful, sir. Oh. Oh!
There we are. And very interesting.
What is it, sir?
Oh, it's that big pin. You could have been hurt quite badly.
Well, if you ask me...
Come along, Jameson. We've got work to do.
And another thing, Mr. Barnes. We don't mind playing this little treasure hunt game of yours, but it's no fun when the prize is 2 bodies... especially if they happen to be our 2 bodies.
Oh, surely it was only an accident.
I wish I could believe that, Miss Waring.
But there's no rhyme, no reason for what's been happening. If the accident at the well was another attempt at murder, then all our lives could be in danger.
Steady, Cynthia, darling. I presume you have some idea of who the murderer might be, Mr. Lanyard.
You flatter me, Mr. Barnes.
I would think you had surely lined up 1 or 2 likely suspects, Mr. Lone Wolf.
Why don't you tell them about our friend Mr. Clinton, sir?
Clinton? Oh, well, there are some mighty interesting aspects to that road company Winchell. He was meeting Betty Larson secretly. At least that's what Hodges says.
I can believe that. Clinton would stoop to anything. I didn't want to have him around, but Cynthia felt that we should cater to him for the sake of publicity for the bazaar.
Hodges also insists that Clinton arranged for Miss Larson to enter the beauty contest, and that Clinton promised her that she would win. And there's the little incident at the well.
If you ask me, Clinton is in this thing right up to his clues.
Help! Mr. Barnes! Somebody come out here, hurry!
That sounds like Hodges.
He's right out there at the side of the house.
Well, come on. We can go through these French windows.